Ning Ri stood in a small courtyard on whose gate hung a placard Nitian Sect Disciple Recruitment Office. He had come to apply for admission to the Nitian Sect. Beside him, over a dozen others were waiting alongside. Not far away stood a stone stele and an elderly man with flowing white hair and an immortal-like bearing. The admission process of the Nitian Sect was first test the spiritual root, second, have an interview with Elder Sunong, who was in charge of recruitment. They would first test their spiritual roots on the stele, which would display the rating. Afterwards, they would have an interview with Elder Sunong beside the stele to determine the result of admission. Their conversation with Elder Sunong was inaudible to others. Therefore, Ning Ri had no way to guess what Elder Sunong would ask, nor could he anticipate the questions. But he felt he should be able to join the Nitian Sect. The reason was simple: Ning Ri was different from the others. The dozen or so people ahead of him had no cultivation. Ning Ri was already a cultivator at the third level of qi refining. He thought to himself, having transmigrated and fought alone for so long, I finally found a sect to stay in. After investigating so many sects, the Nitian Sect now seems like a great choice. First, although it is not renowned as one of the top 10 righteous sects, the region under its governance enjoys peace and prosperity. Disciples frequently descend to help mortals build cities. This should be a good sect. Second, no other righteous sect would accept me. Yet every person who finished talking with the Nitian Sect elder wore a contemplative expression, some even appeared shaken. This sight left Ning Ri utterly bewildered. What on earth was the Nitian Sect elder talking to them about? After a short wait, only half of the dozen or so people were admitted and left with a guiding disciple. The rest left the recruitment courtyard looking despondent. Seeing this, Ning Ri grew more puzzled. Was the Nitian Sect so hard to get into? He had clearly noticed that several people with decent spiritual roots were also eliminated. Finally, it was Ning Ri's turn. He stepped forward following the example of others and bowed to Sunong. Junior Ning Ri pays respects to Elder Sunong. Sunong smiled warmly. Little friend Ning, no need to be so polite. Let me first see your aptitude. Yes. Ning Ri placed his hand on the testing stele. For others, the answer came within 2 breaths. But not for Ning Ri. After a long while, the testing stele still gave no result. Then, before Ning Ri could ask Sunong, the stele suddenly stood up, transforming into a dark-faced man who exclaimed in shock to Ning Ri, "Your spiritual root is incomplete." "How can your spiritual root be incomplete? Where did you get this cultivation from?" The stele suddenly turning into a person startled Ning Ri so much that his eyes widened, and he stumbled backward. What the? Wasn't it a stele? How could it be a person? You were pretending to be a stele. The dark-faced man who had been posing as a stele spoke, and Sunong's expression also changed. He never imagined that Ning Ri would have an incomplete spiritual root. He immediately grabbed Ning Ri's hand. Ning Ri immediately felt an irresistible surge of spiritual energy enter his meridians, circulate once, and then Sunong was also greatly shocked, staring at Ning Ri with wide eyes. "A little friend Ning you. This shouldn't be. You clearly have an incomplete spiritual root, and your acupoints are filled with filthy impurities, an ordinary man. Yet how could you have advanced into the qi refining stage? This is unreasonable." Sunong didn't have the heart to put it too bluntly. He had never seen anyone so utterly useless manage to refine qi. Ning Ri had an incomplete spiritual root, and his acupoints were full of impurities. No, they couldn't even be called impurities. They were more like stones. Acupoints were meant to absorb spiritual energy into the body. Only by drawing qi in could one refine it for use. But Ning Ri's acupoints were nearly completely blocked. How could he possibly refine qi? Seeing that Sunong had identified his problem, Ning Ri naturally and sheepishly rubbed his nose and said, "Elder Sun, this junior doesn't know what happened either. I only know that one night I happened to obtain a qi refining art, practiced it for one night with no effect, and then after I slept I somehow succeeded in refining qi. Confused, I inquired everywhere and finally found the Nitian Sect. I learned that the Nitian Sect is full of benevolent and powerful seniors, and I hope to find an answer here." He was very familiar with his own acupoint stones. Other sects had rejected him because of it. Therefore his lies came out smoothly. Sunong fell silent. Ning Ri actually knew what was going on. He had a cheat, and it was still on. At this moment a panel appeared before Ning Ri. The panel read: Host Ning Ri, Skills 1. Mortal Knife Art 10 maxed, can respect 2. Qi Refining Art Incomplete 3 maxed, can respect 3. Gale Step Incomplete 3 maxed, can respect 4. Culinary 2 can respect 5. Free skill points 0. Culinary 2 can respect 5. Free skill points 0. In his previous life, Ning Ri was hit by a truck and transmigrated into this world as a fetus. His parents died early, leaving him an orphan. Raised by the whole village, he awakened this golden finger when he turned 18. Though he couldn't cultivate immortality, every skill he engaged in helped him earn skill points, including cooking, running, chopping, wood, boiling water. For example, running for a month would yield 1 skill point. Among these, he found he had considerable talent in knife practice. Practicing the blade for half an hour would earn 1 skill point. Thus, he became the most skilled knife wielder in his village, making a living that way. Later, he stumbled upon an incomplete qi refining art. He began to cultivate only to find his spiritual root was problematic. Before he could despair over his tragic talent, he discovered his cheat was useful. He transferred all the skill points from his knife art to qi refining art, thus becoming a cultivator. However, because the qi refining art was incomplete, he could only rise to the 3rd level of qi refining and could go no further. In search of new techniques and spells, he traveled extensively, but had no connections or channels. Moreover, 3rd level qi refining, though stronger than mortals, was the absolute bottom of the cultivation world, barely a roadside nobody. In the end, he only managed to obtain an incomplete footwork technique. Even with a cheat, he couldn't make a big move. After much thought, he decided to join a sect, believing that as long as he had techniques, he would be saved. The sects he first approached all rejected him. Finally, he came to the Nitian sect. According to outside rumors, Nitian sect was the sect that defied the heavens. The sect was full of extraordinary beings and marvelous individuals. Ning Ri figured since this sect is so heaven-defying, adding one more like him shouldn't be a problem, right? If even a waste like me can't be accepted, how can you claim to defy the heavens? If you can nurture a talent like me that would truly prove your sect is heaven-defying. Moreover, to be cautious, Ning Ri had lived in a city under the Nitian sect's rule for some time. He found stable prices, good public order, and the sect would occasionally provide day labor jobs to the city, showing human care and solid strength. Finally, he chose to come here. But now, seeing Sunong's silence, he felt a bit anxious inside. Could he really join the Nitian sect? If not, he would have to go out and fend for himself, build connections and channels, and seek techniques. By then, who knows how many years would pass. While Ning Ri's thoughts drifted, Sunong concluded his meditation, scrutinized him for a long moment, then grasped his hand again, probing his meridians with spiritual energy once more. After circling through, Sunong withdrew his spiritual power and finally rendered a verdict. I believe you are highly suitable to join our Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri, who had been anxiously wondering whether he would make it through the 2nd round of interviews and join the Heaven-Defying Sect, was instantly stunned. Huh? I'm suitable to join just like that? So arbitrary. Sunong added, though I cannot fully grasp what has transpired within your body, I discern that your condition is most peculiar, truly heaven-defying. This aligns perfectly with our sect's philosophy. Thus, there is no need for a further interview on ideology. You may pass my assessment directly. Ning Ri remained somewhat bemused. Ah, is that so? Then this junior thanks elder son. Yet a thought crept in, something felt off. Isn't the heaven-defying in your heaven-defying sect supposed to mean defying the heavens? Why does the vibe seem not quite right? Sunong continued, no need to thank me. However, you must still undergo a disciple trial to formally join our sect. The decision on whether you qualify for the trial rests with Elder Zhou of the outer sect. So your next step is to meet Elder Zhou. If he agrees, you may participate in the disciple trial. Hearing this, Ning Ri promptly replied, understood. As Ning Ri was the last examinee, the disciple recruitment concluded right after he passed. Leaving the Heaven-Defying Sect's recruitment hall, the stony-faced man who had earlier pretended to be a steel guided Ning Ri toward the golden Kasha courtyard where outer disciples gathered. Ning Ri asked politely, Senior brother, may I ask your name? The stony-faced man said, my name is Li Cheng. You may call me Senior Brother Steel. Seeing Ning Ri's startled expression, Li Cheng explained, due to my cultivation path, I am currently impersonating a testing steel. It's best that everyone calls me Steel so that I may strengthen my identification with the steel. Ning Ri, what are you saying? Is this a joke? Ning Ri let out a dry laugh. Haha, Senior Brother Steely, I'm sorry, but I have to ask, why do you want to be a stone tablet? Li Cheng did not hide it. He solemnly said, I cultivate the path of heaven-defying by oddities. Heavenly treasures descend in accordance with the will of heaven. Oddities are born of nature itself, and the raw material for testing steels, touchstone, is no exception. Touchstone can detect others' spiritual roots, pointing directly to the essence of cultivators. Its power is inseparable from the heavenly Tao's ability to govern countless cultivators. If I succeed in becoming a testing steely, it would prove that I have grasped a thread of heavenly will. Then I could act on behalf of the heavens and successfully defy them. Ning Ri was momentarily speechless, but he felt it made a strange sort of sense. So he said, then this junior wishes you smooth sailing on your path, Senior Brother, and an unobstructed journey ahead. Ha! Hearing Ning Ri's words, Li Cheng laughed and patted his shoulder. What are your thoughts on defying heaven, Junior Brother? Upon hearing this, Ning Ri pondered and said, cultivate diligently, become an immortal, share the heavens' longevity, and ultimately transcend the heavenly Tao. That is my understanding of defying heaven. As soon as he finished, Li Cheng exclaimed in surprise, You're actually a traditional cultivation sect follower. Ning Ri, may I ask senior brother what do you mean? Li Cheng said, traditional cultivation sect followers advocate cultivation first. That's your type. But our heaven-defying sect is different. Traditional cultivation ancient methods to defy heaven, while not entirely useless, are too inefficient and also outdated. The environment of the present day is not as favorable as in ancient times. Thus, we are currently exploring new ways of defying heaven. While not abandoning cultivation, we emphasize finding one's inner path of defiance, which is much more efficient. At this point, Li Cheng said with some regret that you advocate traditional cultivation is really. Hearing this, Ning Ri whispered, senior brother, actually am not fully committed to traditional cultivation. I think cultivation suited to the new era is more appropriate. As you know, I'm always fond of the new and weary of the old. Junior brother Ning, you jest. Li Cheng, seeing through Ning Ri's intention, quickly said, rest assured, even if you advocate traditional cultivation, you can still join the Heaven-Defying Sect. Our sect only gathers kindred spirits who harbor heaven-defying thoughts, seeking the immortal path together. Whether you are traditional or new style, you are welcome. Come, let's not talk too much now. He'll first take you to the skills pavilion of Golden Kasha courtyard to wait. Elder Zhou will decide after examining your physique. Ning Ri, yes. Upon arriving at the skills pavilion, Li Cheng left to find the pavilion master, Elder Zhou. As for Ning Ri, he stood outside the skills pavilion extremely excited. He looked at the antique building, his heart racing. Hadn't he come to the Heaven-Defying Sect precisely for this? Li Cheng told him to look around freely inside the pavilion, which made him overjoyed. Such a good thing. His cheat was simple. As long as he read the main text of a cultivation technique, a skill would be generated in his panel. The previous Qi cultivation art and Gale step were obtained this way. After generating skills, he could start allocating points. That was why he was so excited. Li Cheng letting him browse freely in the pavilion was like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Upon entering the skills pavilion, Ning Ri immediately headed to the technique area. Since this pavilion was only open to Qi refining disciples, there was only one jade slip, basic Qi cultivation art. Higher-level foundation establishment techniques were not there. The method to examine a jade slip was simple: press it against the forehead. Ning Ri wasted no time. He picked up the basic Qi cultivation art and pressed it to his brow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a twist before his eyes, the technique appeared. Dense, clear text. The content of the third level of Qi refining filled the page. He quickly flipped to the end. A turn of the page revealed the fourth level. Ning Ri closed his eyes, looking at the jade slip, breathing heavily, heart racing. He concentrated his mind and began to flip pages. A line of text appeared: submit contribution points to view the full text. Ning Ri. He expressionlessly placed the jade slip back. Now he understood why he could look around freely. It turns out it was paper red. But Ning Ri thought for a moment, looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Even if it was paper red, there was still free content. He could also practice the free parts. He wasn't picky. With that thought, Ning Ri immediately grabbed a nearby technique. Crocodile, turtle, iron, bone art. A large portion of free text appeared before him. The moment he finished reading, a new skill appeared in his panel. He opened his panel. Host Ning Ri skills 1. Mortal Blade Art 10 maxed resettable 2. Qi Cultivation Art Fragment 3 maxed resettable 3. Gale Step Fragment 3 maxed resettable 4. Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone Art Fragment 0 free skill points 0. Ning Ri's reading speed was limited and senior brother Steel was fast, so he had only browsed one jade slip's free content when someone arrived outside the pavilion. But he was already satisfied. He would come back later to freeload. Later he would find a secluded place to reset Mortal Blade Art and allocate points to the new fragment technique. At that moment, from outside the pavilion came Li Cheng's voice. Junior brother Ning, Elder Zhou is here. Ning Ri was about to answer. Suddenly another excited voice rang out. Let me see. Who is it that can still cultivate Qi even with caked acupoints? That's truly heaven-defying. Ning Ri. As soon as the voice from outside faded, Li Cheng entered with a person in tow. Ning Ri greeted first. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Greetings, Senior Brother Bei. Li Cheng nodded at Ning Ri with a smile, then went to the side and transformed into a testing Steely, standing still and silent, evidently starting to play the part of a steel again. Meanwhile, Zhou laughed heartily and said, no need for formalities. After greeting Zhou, Ning Ri took a closer look at him. Zhou wore a gray robe, was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of intimidation. On his face a line of text was faintly visible. This is too heaven-defying. Ning Ri. What was this? Seeing Ning Ri's slightly dazed gaze, Zhou immediately realized something. He raised his hand and wiped his face, and the line, this is too heaven-defying, vanished. Zhou laughed heartily and said, young friend, do not be alarmed. This is for teaching purposes. Some outer disciples have difficulty hearing, so I project the content of my lectures onto my face with a technique allowing those disciples to know what I am saying. So he's from the subtitle team, Ning Ri thought. He had always held those who made subtitles in high regard in his past life and couldn't help but feel deep respect. Elder Zhou, you truly have a benevolent teacher's heart. This junior admires you. But then again, in the world of cultivation, could one's ears still be impaired? Zhou Heng waved his hand and said, "All right, let me examine your acupoints and spiritual root. Would you mind?" Ning Ri shook his head, indicating he did not mind. As Zhou Heng's spiritual energy circulated through his body, Ning Ri saw a look of amazement spread across Zhou Heng's face. Indeed, your acupoints are blocked and your spiritual root is incomplete. However, I can see why you are able to cultivate. Ning Ri immediately asked, "Elder Zhou, why is that?" Zhou Heng replied, "I believe the impurities in your acupoints have given you a helping hand." Ning Ri was taken aback. Zhou Heng explained patiently, cultivation requires the use of the spiritual root, acupoints, and meridians. The function of the spiritual root is to absorb and refine spiritual energy, while the acupoints and meridians serve as entry and exit points and channels for the spiritual energy. External spiritual energy enters the body through the acupoints, flows through the meridians to the spiritual root in the dantian, where it is refined. Then the refined spiritual energy becomes part of the body, while the waste produced during the refinement process is automatically expelled through the acupoints. Although your spiritual root is incomplete and cannot refine spiritual energy normally, it does not mean you lack a spiritual root entirely. Thus, your spiritual root's function remains. It can still attract and refine spiritual energy, albeit slowly, due to its incompleteness. Under normal circumstances, because your refinement is so slow, the spiritual energy would quickly slip away. But who would have thought that the impurities in your acupoints would compensate for your incomplete spiritual root, trapping the spiritual energy within the acupoints? It enters slowly and leaves slowly, ultimately creating this unprecedented and wondrous physique. Marvelous, truly marvelous. It seems you are destined for our heaven-defying sect. One might even call you a born sacred cultivation physique. Ning Ri. Wait, hold on. How did he suddenly become a born sacred cultivation physique? Zhou Heng continued, however, to participate in the disciple trial, you must first prove one ability to me. What ability? Your learning ability. Zhou Heng asked, have you learned any techniques? Ning Ri shook his head. No. The wind step and crocodile turtle iron bone art were both incomplete versions. How could that count as learning? So give me a new technique, my revered subtitle team elder. Zhou Heng took out a jade slip. Then take a look at this technique. With your third level of chi refining, you should be able to execute it. After half an hour, demonstrate it before me, and I will see how far you have progressed. Yes. Ning Ri immediately took the jade slip. Then Zhou Heng closed his eyes and waited nearby. The technique Zhou Heng gave was called spirit absorption art. It was a chi refining technique used to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. The specific method involved controlling each acupoint to increase pressure, allowing external spiritual energy to flow into the body more rapidly. The technique Zhou Heng provided was clearly tailored for Ning Ri. Ning Ri felt a surge of gratitude. The technique stated that the human body had 1,300 acupoints. Ning Ri had been startled by this number when he first began chi refining. He could tell that these acupoints were vastly different from those in his past life, far more numerous than he had imagined. And this spirit absorption art first required Ning Ri to train the 7 orifices: eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. As for the remaining 1,293 acupoints, the technique made no mention of them for now. Clearly this was beyond the reach of a third-level chi refining cultivator. Then Ning Ri opened his panel. Host Ning Ri Skills 1. Mortal Swordsmanship 10 maxed resettable 2. Chi refining art incomplete 3 maxed resettable 3. Wind step incomplete 3 maxed resettable 4. Crocodile turtle iron bone art incomplete 0.5. Spirit absorption art 0 free skill points 0. Ning Ri clicked on resettable for mortal swordsmanship and a prompt immediately appeared. Are you sure you want to reset the skill points? Yes, no. Ning Ri chose yes. Whoosh. With a jolt through his body, a sensation of withdrawal surged within him, and Ning Ri felt as though something had vanished from his mind. He still had knowledge of mortal swordsmanship, but if he were to pick up a blade now, it would feel utterly unfamiliar. This was what they called being out of practice. Ning Ri had experienced this feeling in his past life as well. A few years after the college entrance exam, when he revisited his senior year math papers, he felt a sense of having learned it all, but no longer understanding it. At this moment, his free skill points became 10. After resetting, Ning Ri sat to the side, with his eyes closed, motionless. To meet the half-hour deadline set by Zhou Heng, he pretended to ponder for that duration. Of course, he did actually ponder, and even tried to inhale forcefully as instructed in the jade slip, but to no avail. In his current state, Ning Ri could not absorb spiritual energy on his own. Afterward, he called up the panel again. He gazed at the spirit absorption art, tempted to invest all his points at once. But then he reconsidered. Even as a born sacred cultivation physique, he should not be so ostentatious. Thus, he lightly added 3 points to spirit absorption art. The panel then displayed 5. Spirit absorption art 3. With a jolt, Ning Ri immediately felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment, his entire being immersed in a profound realm. Then, he opened his eyes. At that moment, Zhou looked over and smiled. The half hour is up. How do you feel? Ning Ri said in a deep voice. Elder Zhou, I feel I have some understanding now. Zhou walked over to Ning Ri. Then give it a try. Yes. Ning Ri responded and immediately activated the spirit absorption art. The mature experience brought by spirit absorption art 3 flowed through his mind. The thin spiritual energy in his dantian finally found its purpose, rushing without hesitation to his nose. Following the knowledge within his body, Ning Ri took a deep breath through his nose. Swoosh! His nose worked like a booster pump, drawing all the spiritual energy before him into his nostrils. Seeing this, Zhou eyes first lit up, then his expression shifted dramatically. Why are you absorbing the spiritual energy from my body? Zhou approached Ning Ri, merely wishing to closely observe his talent in the arcane arts. The spirit absorption art was not difficult. Based on his experience, a chi-refining third-rank cultivator with normal talent in the arcane arts could, after half an hour of practicing the spirit absorption art, increase the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy through a single acupoint by 10 to 20%. Those with formidable talent could increase it by half, and those with heaven-defying talent exhibited various outcomes. Some completed the technique directly, while others cultivated 7 acupoints within half an hour. But what was Ning Ri's situation? As Ning Ri inhaled through his nose, that pulling sensation actually locked onto the spiritual energy within Zhou body. Although Ning Ri failed due to the disparity in cultivation levels, this was enough to shock Zhou. This kid, what did he mean by cultivating an ability not even recorded in the Jade Slip? Who taught you that? Startled by Zhou shout, Ning Ri hastily stopped sniffing and said, Elder Zhou, I didn't mean to. Zhou replied, Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. I just want to ask, how did you cultivate this? The spirit absorption art doesn't mention absorbing others' spiritual power. There was something Zhou didn't mention. The spirit absorption art was an original technique he had extracted from the demonic art Gale devouring technique. The principle of the Gale devouring technique, the refiner applies 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold pressure to the refine's acupoints, causing the refine to explode with blood in an instant and pressurize the acupoints, thereby extracting all spiritual power and achieving the effect of instant refinement. Many of Zhou students suffered from acupoint dysfunction. To help them, Zhou chose to improve the Gale devouring technique, reversing the pressurization method to apply it to his own acupoints, increasing their suction power. It was easy to practice and far superior to other acupoint cultivation methods on the market. When the spirit absorption art reached its peak, it could naturally absorb spiritual power from others, just like the original version. However, absorbing ownerless spiritual energy from the world and absorbing own spiritual power from others were 2 different meridian operation routes. The Jade Slip he gave Ning Ri did not record this. Therefore, he never expected Ning Ri to be able to absorb his spiritual power. His first thought was whether Ning Ri had practiced the original Gale devouring technique, but on second thought, even if Ning Ri had the meridian operation method was different. He had changed the meridian routes when he plagiarized, and Ning Ri had just used his original route. Moreover, he had just examined Ning Ri's meridians and found no trace of demonic arts. Faced with Zhou question, Ning Ri said bewilderedly, I'm not entirely sure either. I just feel that when I activate the spirit absorption art, it automatically draws in all the spiritual energy before me. With time being short, Ning Ri hadn't fully confirmed the effects of spirit absorption art 3. It indiscriminately attacked upon activation. So he was also very confused now. Judging by Zhou words, the spirit absorption art he cultivated with the panel had developed effects not listed in the technique. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that his golden finger must have some unknown functions. Automatically, hearing Ning Ri's words, Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly, as if discovering a new continent. Then he mused, All right, I'll give you another half hour. Practice on other acupoints and let me see again. Ning Ri said, Elder Zhou, I've already mastered it. I can use the spirit absorption art on all 7 orifices. Zhou blinked in surprise. Really? Really? Elder Zhou's pupils contracted. Was this kid's talent in the arcane arts so heaven-defying? He immediately said, then switch to another acupoint and show me. Ning Ri immediately complied. He sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Hiss. The mouth is one of the 7 orifices. At that moment, a large amount of spiritual energy rushed into Ning Ri's mouth along with the inhalation. Zhou felt the familiar pulling sensation again. But this time Ning Ri, now more attentive, also noticed. When he activated the technique, the spirit absorption art clearly had two different meridian operation routes. These meridian routes were exactly what the jade slip hadn't mentioned. Ning Ri's heart leaped with joy. It seemed his cheat had unforeseen surprises. Then under Ning Ri's deliberate control, the pulling sensation targeting Zhou appeared and vanished instantly. Seeing that Ning Ri had truly cultivated the spirit absorption art to this extent, Zhou pupils contracted again, then he quickly composed himself and fell silent for a long time. Just as Ning Ri began to think Zhou had disconnected, he finally spoke. I finally understand why your aptitude is so poor." Ning Ri was stunned. "Why?" Zhou said earnestly, "Perhaps the Tao of Heaven seeks balance. Your talent in the arcane arts is too heaven-defying, so it must restrict your aptitude." Ning Ri was taken aback, but his talent in the arcane arts was actually just as poor. Not knowing what to say to Zhou, he could only stammer after a pause. Why is the Tao of Heaven so cruel?" Zhou said, "Cultivation is like this, just understand it. All right, back to the point. You now have the qualification for the disciple trial. After resting for 2 days, go to the Kite Square to participate. Let Xiao Bei take you there." Hearing this, Ning Ri immediately said joyfully, "Thank you, Elder Zhou." Xiao Bei was Li Cheng. After finishing the assessment with Zhou, Ning Ri left with Li Cheng. Watching Ning Ri disappear into the distance, Zhou finally stopped restraining himself, revealing a look of utter shock, and murmured, "What kind of divine being is this?" He suppressed his cultivation to Qi refining 3rd rank, and sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Hiss. The spirit absorption art activated. Spiritual energy from all directions surged into his mouth. Zhou was dumbfounded. His acupoints are inferior to mine, yet after activating the spirit absorption art, the spiritual energy he draws into his body is more than what I absorb. In other words, his spirit absorption art is stronger than mine. He only practiced for half an hour casually and made my technique stronger than I could. In other words, he optimized my technique. Who is the real author of this art? Ning Ri. 2 days later at Kite Square, an elder in a bright gray robe was calling the roll. Hearing his name, Ning Ri immediately responded, "Disciple present." The gray-robed elder looked at Ning Ri, a strange light flickering in his eyes, then nodded slightly. You are the 3rd." Behind him was a swirling light portal. Ning Ri was the 3rd to enter. He knew this was the disciple trial ground. Ning Ri immediately nodded yes. Disciple understands. Beside Ning Ri, there were 12 other disciples participating in this trial. Among the 13 preparatory disciples about to undergo the disciple trial, Ning Ri garnered the most attention and discussion due to his acupoint impurities and heaven-defying talent in the arcane arts. In the observation seats nearby, 20 or 30 inner and outer disciples were sparsely seated along with 5 gray-robed elders, including Sunong and Zhou, who had met Ning Ri. At that moment, Zhou was asking the testing steel beside him, "What has he been doing these past 2 days?" Li Cheng replied, "Practicing the blade." Zhou was somewhat surprised. He didn't use the spiritual absorption technique to cultivate. Li Cheng, I didn't detect any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Zhou mused, "What blade art?" Li Cheng, an ordinary mortal's blade technique. Zhou was even more astonished. The other elders also turned their gazes over. After pondering for a moment, Zhou could only shake his head and say, "He must have his reasons. Let's ask him after he formally joins the sect." Li Cheng echoed, "I think so too." Li Cheng had served as the testing steel in the preparatory disciple residence area of Jingguiyuan for 2 days. While other disciples either cultivated or idled about, Ning Ri was constantly practicing his blade. Li Cheng initially thought Ning Ri was cultivating some remarkable technique, but upon closer inspection, he realized Ning Ri was merely practicing a mortal's blade art unrelated to a mortal cultivation. He didn't understand the meaning behind this action, but he understood Ning Ri. Disciples of the Nitian sect each had their own unique understanding of cultivation, and their actions were often incomprehensible to outsiders. Only they themselves knew what they were doing. Ning Ri was evidently already adapting to his identity as a disciple of the Nitian sect. The roll call at the Kite Plaza ended swiftly. After the gray-robed elder finished, he had the first disciple line up and enter. This was a young man dressed in luxurious attire with a face bearing a hint of aloofness. During these 2 days, while Ning Ri was practicing his blade to accumulate skill points, he hadn't forgotten to eavesdrop on others' conversations to gather intelligence. After all, Li Cheng had said that the disciple trial was different every year, leaving Ning Ri uncertain whether the Nitian sect's disciple trial was a pass-fail test or a competitive examination. A pass-fail test is like getting a driver's license. Just pass it. A competitive examination is like the college entrance exam. It requires ranking. He worried that the disciple trial might also involve rankings, and if so, he naturally needed to first assess the caliber of his competitors. Ning Ri knew this person was Liang Qingdao, of noble birth, a prince from a mortal dynasty. He was naturally taciturn and indifferent. Ning Ri couldn't perceive his cultivation level, so he assumed either Liang Qingdao was stronger than him or possessed a magical artifact. After Liang Qingdao entered the endlessly spinning vortex of light, the second preparatory disciple stepped forward. This was a burly young man in coarse linen clothes named Gao Hong. Gao Hong was 17 years old. Standing at 1 meter 9 tai 3, he was like a small mountain and quite talented. Ning Ri had once arm wrestled him and lost miserably. Gao Hong was very loyal, stronger than Ning Ri, a good and warm-hearted person. After inquiring, Ning Ri learned that Gao Hong had come to the Nitian sect mainly because it was close to home, allowing him to commute. As for the others, Ning Ri only had a superficial understanding, having just met them. They hadn't displayed any extraordinary traits yet. After all these 2 days, he had been focused on accumulating his skill points. After Gao Hong entered, Ning Ri followed closely behind. Once everyone had entered the light cave, the watching disciples below began to murmur, "I wonder what this year's disciple trial will be. Last year's was quite absurd. I still can't forget it. I think it's absurd every year. I wonder how they come up with those disciple trials." However, despite calling it absurd, everyone was excited. Watching others endure the same misfortunes they had experienced was always a joyful thing. At that moment, the gray-robed elder at the center of Kite Plaza said in a deep voice, "Watch your words." An invisible force swept through, and a yellow talisman inscribed with "Watch your words" appeared in everyone's hand. Seeing the yellow talisman, warning, the disciples fell silent. If they dared to speak again, Elder Guan would directly paste a red talisman of silence over their mouths. Then everyone's attention focused on Kite Plaza, where the first water screen slowly materialized. The participant in the trial was none other than Liang Qingdao. At that very moment, Liang Qingdao, the first to enter the disciple trial, found the scene before him shifting. He had arrived in a quiet chamber where 2 meditation cushions lay. Seated on one of the cushions was a person, Sun Song. Seeing Sun Song appear, the disciples at Kite Plaza were astonished. "It's Elder Sun from the Hahuan courtyard. Then this trial shouldn't be difficult." In the water screen, at this moment, Sun Song was looking at Liang Qingdao with a gentle smile. However, Liang Qingdao could tell at a glance that this was Sun Song's avatar. Liang Qingdao bowed respectfully, his tone calm. "Greetings, Elder Sun." No need for formalities. Sun Song reached out to gesture for Liang Qingdao to rise, then spoke. "This disciple trial is very simple. May I ask, young friend Liang, what is the object that has accompanied you the longest since childhood?" Liang Qingdao replied, "The jade pendant my mother gave me." Sun Song asked, "If you were to have a Dao partner in the future, would you choose the jade pendant as your Dao partner?" "No." Liang Qingdao paused in silence, then said, "Wasn't this question asked before?" When Sun Song recruited disciples, the so-called discussion of ideals had been about the matter of Dao partners. He had already answered it. Sun Song smiled faintly. "Repeated questioning can test your true heart and bring you enlightenment. This is today's trial heart inquiry." Liang Qingdao, "Yes, this disciple understands. Please continue, Elder Sun." Sun Song, "All right, second question. If you wouldn't choose the jade pendant as your Dao partner, what would you choose?" Liang Qingdao, "Can I not have a Dao partner?" Sun Song, "Good, it seems you like yourself. Would you be willing to become your own Dao partner?" Liang Qingdao. As Liang Qingdao fell silent, Sun Song suddenly said, "All right, the heart inquiry is over. You have failed the trial." Liang Qingdao. Then an invisible force sent him out of the quiet chamber and back to Kite Plaza. The gray-robed elder appeared before him again and said, "Well, young friend Liang, it is regrettable. You did not pass the trial. Please leave the mountain." Hearing this, Liang Qingdao frowned deeply, then let out a cold snort, muttered something about it being absurd, and turned to leave. At the same time, at Kite Plaza, everyone watched as Liang Qingdao quickly descended the mountain and left the Nitian sect. They all let out an "oh" of realization. So Elder Sun's trial was just a sham. As Liang Qingdao was descending the mountain, a second water screen appeared showing the burly young man Gao Hong. Gao Hong's answers during the heart inquiry were simple. He said he had a childhood betrothal, and Sun Song declared he had not passed. Gao Hong immediately panicked. "Elder Sun, you can't do this. Didn't you say a couple of days ago that having a childhood betrothal doesn't affect immortal cultivation? Are you asking me to enter the immortal sect and then break off the engagement? What kind of person do you take me for?" But Sun Song ignored him and directly sent him out. Then returning to Kite Plaza, Gao Hong could only reluctantly bid farewell to the elders and also descend the mountain, just like Liang Qingdao. Next, a third water screen rose. In the quiet chamber, someone came forward for the heart inquiry. The trial of the third water curtain was for Ning Ri. After entering, he waited in a bright void-like space for half a day, but the trial never began. He initially thought the first stage of the disciple trial was imprisonment, meant to test his patience. Bored from sitting idly, he could only practice hand chops, reasoning that a hand chop was still a form of blade technique, which could increase his skill points. Though the speed of his hand chops was far slower than true blade techniques, it was better than nothing. Save what you can, spend what you must. Without saving, there is nothing to spend. When he had practiced enough, he found himself in a quiet chamber with Sunong seated not far away. Ningri immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Sun." He could see that this Elder Sun's form was ethereal, clearly a projection. Sunong smiled. "No need for formalities. This disciple trial is very simple. The philosophical interview that was not conducted during the initial recruitment of disciples will be held now. It is called Hard Inquiry." Upon hearing this, Ningri realized it was a continuation of the unfinished conversation. He felt a surge of confidence, remembering that many had passed the Hard Inquiry during the recruitment. He believed he should have no trouble this time. Then Ningri clasped his hands and said, "Please, Elder Sun, pose your questions." Sunong asked, "Young friend Ning, may I ask what has accompanied you the longest since childhood?" Ningri pondered, various modern names flashing through his mind. Phone, computer, figurine. After careful consideration, he finally answered, "It should be my little cat puppet." The little cat puppet referred to a cat figurine from his past life that had been with him for a long time. Sunong nodded slightly. "Good, then I ask you again, would you be willing to take your little cat puppet as your Dao companion?" Ningri was taken aback, his expression turning strange. "Haki-san, you want me to be with Hachi? What kind of question is this? What did this have to do with the disciple trial? How could he possibly marry a figurine?" He recalled that some people in his past life had indeed married figurines, but he could not accept that. Ningri did not answer hastily, trying to discern the purpose behind the question. After much deliberation, he still could not figure out what the trial was testing and finally answered, "Elder Sun, I would not." Sunong did not press further, but continued, "Then I ask you again, if you would not choose the little cat puppet as your Dao companion, what would you choose?" Ningri replied succinctly, "A woman who loves me and whom I love." Sunong asked, "Good, then I ask you again, if this woman who loves you and whom you love suddenly fell ill and turned into a man, would you still choose to be with her?" Ningri was stunned. After a moment of silence, he said, "With cultivation being so convenient, she should be able to return to her original form, right?" Sunong nodded approvingly first, then posed another question. "Young friend Ning, according to your words, even if your Dao companion became a man, as long as her appearance remained female, you could accept it, correct?" Ningri was utterly bewildered. His mind went blank for a moment. He swore he had never been so speechless for so long. Even when he was killed by fortune and sent to another world, he did not feel his mind stall for so long. Was this considered a same-sex attraction? He quickly said, "I didn't mean that. I meant that cultivation is very convenient. She should be able to recover." Hearing this, Sunong showed a look of sudden understanding and did not further ask questions like, "What if she simply cannot be cured?" He changed the subject. "Then if your little cat puppet turned into a woman who loves you and whom you love, could you accept it?" Ningri was startled. "A cat girl?" Sunong smiled and asked, "What does cat girl mean?" Ningri summarized, "It's similar to what you said, just a cute female cat demon." Sunong said, "Good, young friend Ning, if your Dao companion were to become the cat girl you speak of, could you accept it?" Ningri felt a sense of despair. Did Sunong really think he had some peculiar fetish? And what did this have to do with the disciple trial? He replied, "Elder Sun, I still hold the same view. Cultivation is very convenient, so they should all be able to recover." Sunong nodded, "I understand. Then, young friend Ning, the Hard Inquiry is over. You have failed the trial." Ningri's eyes widened. "What? Elder Sun, why have I failed?" His emotions grew agitated. "My choices only represent myself. They do not mean I disrespect your or the sect's preferences and choices." At this moment, Ningri considered Sunong and the Heaven-Defying Sect as kindred spirits. The reason was simple. According to the laws of heaven, the union of yin and yang was the natural order. Thus, pursuing unions of yin or yang was also a form of defying heaven. Therefore, he believed that Sunong and the Heaven-Defying Sect might also be pursuing such paths, which led to his elimination. Following the experiences of the previous two trial takers, Sunong should have sent Ningri away immediately. But upon hearing this, his expression stiffened. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, young friend, you misunderstand. Most of us in the Heaven-Defying Sect are normal." Ningri fell silent, realizing he had misspoken, but quickly added, "I also respect the choices of the minority." But it was too late. With a whoosh, he found himself back at the kite square, and was then escorted down the mountain. At the gate of the Heaven-Defying Sect, Ningri remained silent. After standing silently at the gate for a long time, he sighed and walked away, lamenting, "Cultivation is truly difficult." As he reflected, he thought, "I feel like Haki-sun eliminated me on a pretext. Is sexual orientation really that important? Probably he thinks my talent is insufficient. I can't enter the Heaven-Defying Sect. He'll have to find another place to get cultivation techniques." Sigh. I should have looked up information about continental secrets in the technique pavilion, or maybe I would have found a place where rogue cultivators gather. Then I wouldn't be in this mess. Wait. Gao Hong is a day student. I can go to his hometown first and wait for him to visit his family. Then I can find a way to get him to tell me where the rogue cultivators gather. Realizing this, Ning Ri's eyes lit up. Just then a frantic cry for help came from the forest. Young hero, save me. At the Nit sect. At the Kite Square. As the crowd watched Ning Ri speak of respecting the choices of a minority, a burst of laughter rang out. This laughter was directed at Sun Song, who sat to the side. This could be considered a tradition of Elder Sun from the Hawan courtyard, being suspected of his sexual orientation. If it were Sun Song's turn to recruit disciples, his questions would always be like this. If the person being questioned by Sun Song was of suitable age, open-minded, and could tolerate a wide range of topics, Sun Song would even produce many explicit images that cut straight to the core for them to view. Among the disciples watching the excitement at Kite Square, quite a few had either been fortunate or unfortunate enough to have seen them. And at the same time, a male elder with a calm expression and a face as fair as jade stared at Sun Song, a hint of indignation in his tone, and said, Elder Sun, when you ask others these questions in the future, do not associate these matters with our sect's principles. This is the principle of your Hawan courtyard, not the principle of the Nit sect, nor the principle of my Zhou High Peak. Mo Chui Dao was the peak master of Zhou High Peak, which was the weapon forging peak. Thus many disciples would ask, since it's a weapon forging peak, why is it called Zhou High? Could it be that Elder Mo likes being with the sea? If it were just simple questioning, it would be fine, but those who had experienced Sun Song's heart inquiry never asked these questions simply. Seeing the anger hidden in Mo Chui Dao's words, Sun Song laughed heartily and said, Elder Mo, don't be anxious. You often go into seclusion and haven't descended the mountain for a long time. You don't understand, the times have changed now, and the disciples are quite lively. They are just inexperienced and asking for fun, not really questioning your choices, just wanting to get closer to you. Mo Chui Dao snorted coldly, directly interrupting Sun Song's words, and said, no need to say more. Sun Song fell silent. At the same time, when Ning Ri finished the heart inquiry, the fourth water screen in the air also emerged. As for the top 3 trial participants, including Ning Ri, after being expelled from the Nit sect, they all experienced the same thing. A cry for help. Behold, after Liang Chung Dao left the Nit sect, he released his magical artifact vehicle, a horseless carriage. The horseless carriage was extremely fast, and in just a short while it plunged straight into the mountain forest far away from the Nit sect. After traveling halfway, Liang Chung Dao, sitting in the carriage, suddenly heard cries for help from ahead. Kind sir, please save me. I am willing to give anything. Please save me. Hearing this voice, Liang Chung Dao opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. He was about to close them again. His mother had told him that when outside he should protect himself first, just like in the palace. But hearing the increasingly urgent cries for help outside the carriage, his eyes flickered for a moment. He still took out his prince token, cast a layer of concealment over his face, and lifted the curtain. Ahead, a petite woman who looked fragile and weak stumbled out in panic. Her dress was covered in dirt, her hairpins were disheveled, as if she had rolled miserably in the mud several times. She exuded the aura of the first level of qi refining, but it was already extremely faint. One could tell at a glance that she was on the verge of exhaustion. Behind the woman followed a masked bandit of the second level of qi refining, holding a knife, closely tailing her. Just as Liang Chung Dao lifted the curtain, the woman accidentally tripped, let out a pained cry, then turned back in panic to look at the bandit who had already drawn near. At that moment, her expression showed utter despair. This drew the excited laughter of the masked bandit. Hee, there's no one around here. Let's see how you can run this time. Kid, do you want to meddle in my business? The masked bandit, as if just noticing the stopped Liang Chung Dao, turned to look at him. Liang Chung Dao, whose features were obscured by a hazy light on his face, spoke calmly. I don't want to kill. He'll give you one breath of time. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked bandit immediately roared with laughter. Ha ha, kid, do you know who you're talking to? Ugh. Before he could finish his words, the bandit clutched his throat in agony, blood gushing out. He stared at Liang Chung Dao and squeezed out the words from his throat. You, how could you ambush? Bang. As soon as he spoke, the bandit fell to the ground lifeless. Liang Chung Dao put away his prince token. To avoid complications, he had just used the spell on the prince token to kill the bandit instantly. The prince token could both prove his identity and, when revealed, catch others off guard for a sudden strike. Seeing the bandit killed, the woman was immediately moved to tears and knelt repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Liang Chung Dao glanced at her and said indifferently, no need. With that, he tossed her a pill, turned, and left. Before departing, he left a final remark. Follow my carriage. Ahead lies a mountain village. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Chengdao mounted his horseless carriage and started it. A surge of spiritual wind erupted from the wheel's spell, enveloping the woman and making her instantly lighter. Then, after Liang Chengdao drove past the woman, he suddenly discovered that the entire scene had transformed. The bandit and the woman vanished, replaced by the world he had entered when he first stepped into the water screen. He was momentarily stunned. Then turning around and walking out, he found that the elders not far away were all smiling at him. Seeing this, Liang Chengdao's expression shifted slightly, and then he narrowed his eyes. He understood immediately. So the previous heart inquiry was just a distraction. The bandit and the woman that followed were the real trial. At this moment, the gray-robed elder Guan Yin smiled at Liang Chengdao and said, "Thank you, young friend Liang, for your rescue. The trial results will be announced after the others have finished. Please wait for now." Liang Chengdao was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you, Elder Guan." Then he walked to the side, sat down directly, and observed Gao Hong and Ning Ri in the water screens, his expression somewhat wary. He was worried about whether this place was still an illusion, but feeling the jade pendant in his arms, he felt something was off. His jade pendant could break illusions and could easily dispel ordinary ones. Everything in the trial was so real, without a single flaw. Was this truly an illusion? Or perhaps had the Nitian sect specially invited a master of illusionary arts to create this illusion to give the disciples the most authentic test? That would be completely unnecessary. At the same time, Gao Hong, the second trial participant, also encountered the same situation as Liang Chengdao after descending the mountain. However, because he walked slowly, it took him half a day to encounter the bandit and the woman crying for help. When Liang Chengdao at Kite Square saw the woman fall again, before Gao Hong, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Seeing this in the water screen, Gao Hong immediately bellowed furiously, "How dare you, you scoundrel!" As soon as he spoke, Gao Hong charged forward without hesitation, like a giant bull, spiritual energy surging at his feet. As he shot out like an arrow from a string, the immense power bursting from his body shattered the dirt road to pieces. The bandit was still roaring with laughter, not even having time to utter his second line, "Do you dare to meddle in my..." before he was crushed to death. Bang! After the bandit died, Gao Hong intended to help the woman up and send her back, but then his water screen shattered instantly. Then, just like Liang Chengdao before him, he walked out from the light cave. When he came out, he was still somewhat dazed. And then, everyone's attention focused on the third water screen. At this moment, Ning Ri had also encountered a woman who had fallen before him. After leaving the Nitian sect, Ning Ri wandered away, his mind churning with thoughts of career planning in the cultivation world and how a rogue cultivator with a system could rise from obscurity to prominence in 30 years. As a result, he witnessed a delicate, disheveled, and pitiful woman collapsing before him. "Young hero, save me. I can give you anything. Please save me." Upon hearing this while watching from the Kite Square, Liang Chengdao fell silent for a moment. Why was he a young hero while he himself was merely a kind-hearted passerby? Why wasn't he a young hero? Meanwhile, when Ning Ri noticed her appearance, his gaze sharpened and locked onto the woman, observing her delicate face, her fair skin speckled with mud from her frantic escape, her disheveled hairpin, and her slightly open collar. His heart skipped a beat. A sudden thought arose, proving that his mindset had already been alienated by the cultivation world. "Hey, Chi refining first layer. Weaker than me." Then the woman's plea, "I can give you anything," also sank into his heart. These words like a curse froze his retreating steps. His gaze fixed on her face with its rosy lips and fair teeth, a visage so pitiful it stirred one's heart. Looking at her, a thought surged within him, electrifying him. "Anything? Then can you give me your cultivation technique too?" In that fleeting moment, countless words flashed through his mind like a barrage of comets. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. If not now, when? It'll make every sect regret not taking me, and if the sun doesn't shine on the cultivation world, let it be eternal night. But even the sun needs a technique to cultivate. A bandit who can't even catch a chi refining first layer cultivator is probably weak. Might as well try. Then, a knife appeared in Ning Ri's hand from nowhere. He immediately retreated 2 steps strategically, his feet gathering wind as he prepared the wind step, wary that the woman might be setting him up with an accomplice behind her. His gaze swept the surroundings and caught sight of a masked bandit. He read another piece of information: bandit chi refining second layer. Ning Ri's heart steadied, and he quickly devised a combat plan, but he remained vigilant. Following the tropes of web novels, after the small fry comes the big boss. There might be a bandit king behind this one. Then the bandit approached, sneering, and no one around. "Let's see how you escape this time." "Huh, kid, you want to meddle in my business?" Ning Ri observed the panic on the woman's face and replied calmly, "I don't want to meddle, ooh, I want to join you." "Bandit, woman, everyone," Ning Ri said, "but you're weaker than me, so let me go first, then you." "Bandit, woman, everyone." Ning Ri continued, However, there's no free lunch in the world. Before it's your turn, you need to let me use you first. I need to balance yin and yang. Ooh, I've had too much yin, so I need some yang. At these words, the bandit froze. The panicked woman froze. And everyone in Kite Square also froze. Everyone. What kind of talk is this? What does balancing yin and yang mean? Is that how you use it? Didn't you say you liked a woman who liked you back? Sunong, an elder of the Heaven sect, was momentarily stunned, then revealed an appreciative look. This kid spoke without a hint of hesitation. Truly a promising talent. Meanwhile, Mo Tadao, who had been composed in the elder's seat, quickly activated his technique to connect with the two puppets. The bandit and the woman were his puppets, and they had never encountered a disciple speaking like this, so Ning Ri's words stunned them into inaction. If they had frozen for one more breath, Ning Ri would have sensed something amiss. Just as the bandit and woman switched to manual control, Ning Ri suddenly lifted his leg using the wind step, a gust of wind, like an arrow, instantly striking the bandit. The bandit screamed and collapsed, but didn't die. Ning Ri had deliberately held back. Then, quick as lightning, Ning Ri pulled the woman up and said in a deep voice, "I am a disciple of the Jin's immortal sect sent to negotiate with the Nitian sect. My name is Liang Qingdao. Liang Qingdao in Kite Square. I didn't provoke you, did I?" Suddenly the atmosphere in Kite Square grew strange. Numerous gazes filled with speculation, excitement, confusion, and curiosity fell upon Liang Qingdao. "Liang Qingdao, what are you thinking?" Ning Ri added, "Miss, don't worry. What I said earlier wasn't my true intention. I only wanted to save you. May I ask, why was he chasing you?" When he said, "Liang," Ning Ri's expression remained calm. Using an alias was normal, and he meant no harm. Liang Qingdao was a prince, and the Jin's immortal sect was a well-known righteous sect famous mainly for its wealth. The Liang Prince, the Nitian sect, and the Jin's immortal sect. These were the three mountains he invoked. If there was a bandit king, these names would at least buy him some time. The woman said tearfully, "He covets my beauty and wants to assault me." Ning Ri kept an eye on the bandit lying on the ground while patting his chest and saying, "Rest assured he'll protect you." However, according to the Jin's sect's rules, there's no free lunch in the world. Jin's disciples cannot help for free, or the karmic ties would be hard to sever. So if you want me to save you, you must give something in return. This rule wasn't made up by Ning Ri, it actually existed. But upon hearing this, the people in Kite Square wore strange expressions. They recalled Ning Ri's earlier words, "Let me go first, then you." Mo Tadao, who had connected with the woman puppet, and the other elders also had odd looks on their faces. Ning Ri's fluent speech made them suspect he truly was from the Jin's immortal sect. Meanwhile, the woman was startled, then asked with 3 parts fear, 3 parts dread, and 3 parts caution, then, "May I ask, young hero, what do you need?" Ning Ri said, "I don't want to take advantage of you or bully you. It's simple. Since you're a cultivator, you must have cultivated the chi refining technique. Lend me your chi refining technique for a look, and this karmic debt will be settled." The woman immediately showed a joyful expression, visibly relieved. Then with gratitude she said, "All right, thank you, young hero." Her ring flickered, and a jade slip appeared in her hand. Chi refining technique. The woman puppet didn't carry such an item. Mo Tadao had urgently placed it there. As soon as Ning Ri saw the chi refining technique, he kicked the bandit again with the wind step, then smiled at the woman and began examining the technique. Meanwhile, Mo Tadao and the elders also smiled, showing appreciation and approval. This kid, though full of nonsense, truly had a good heart. Truly excellent. They had already understood Ning Ri's actions. Ning Ri was warm-hearted and wanted to help the downtrodden, but he feared the bandit might have backing, so he repeatedly invoked names to protect himself. To maintain his deception, he also had to act in line with the Jin's sect's principle of no free help. Thus, from the start, Ning Ri had emphasized no free lunch in the world to distract the bandit, ensuring consistency so no one would find it odd. Finally, as a chi refining cultivator, he must have already seen the chi refining technique, but his incomplete spiritual route kept him stuck at chi refining 3rd layer. In this situation, choosing to examine the chi refining technique showed he had no intention of seeking any reward, it was just to maintain his cover. Clearly, Ning Ri was a man who had experienced much deception in the martial world, extremely cautious in his dealings, yet through harsh trials he still retained the most simple and pure kindness in his heart, along with a clear sense of self-protection. A true good man. The valiant youth Ning Ri was perusing the chi refining art. No one could fathom just how terrifying the craving of a man who could neither afford the legitimate version nor find an illicit copy could be. Ning Ri was indeed terrifying. The moment he obtained the chi refining art, he devoured it with insatiable hunger. While reading, he did not forget to finish off the bandits, keeping them in a state between life and death. Before finishing the chi refining art, Ning Ri's panel displayed, Host Ning Ri Skills 1. Mortal Blade Art, 4 resettable 2. Chi refining art incomplete, 3 maxed resettable 3. Gale Step incomplete, 3 maxed resettable 4. Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone Art Incomplete 05. Spirit Absorption Art 10 Maxed Resettable Free Skill Points 68. During his time at the Heaven-Defying Sect, aside from practicing his blade, he had also maxed out the Spirit Absorption Art. The purpose of this technique was to pressurize the acupoints of chi refining cultivators, so its level was low, reaching the cap at 10 points. Furthermore, Ning Ri had reset all his other skills. Though it had not been long since he awakened this golden finger, he diligently trained with his blade from dawn till dusk, amassing a considerable number of skill points. However, he had previously spent those points on miscellaneous skills. For instance, his rice cooking skill was so formidable that the villagers dubbed him the Rice Immortal. But now he had reset all those skills. At this moment, after reading the Chi Refining Art, the second skill on Ning Ri's panel instantly transformed into 2. Chi Refining Art 3 Resettable. The incomplete state was shed and the technique was now whole. This meant Ning Ri could ascend to the pinnacle of Chi Refining at any moment, just half a step away from Foundation establishment. This realm was not to be underestimated in passionate royal manga, for an ancient saying goes, never look down on our Foundation establishment. Ahem. He was thinking too far ahead. Ning Ri did not rashly max out the Chi Refining Art to reach the Chi Refining peak. With his third-level Chi Refining cultivation, he could handle the current situation. If other bandits came to the rescue, he could achieve a breakthrough on the spot, catching them off guard and ensuring their demise. Then, without any change in expression, Ning Ri returned the jade slip to the woman, clasped his fists calmly, and said, "Thank you, miss. Liang has collected your reward. Thus we are even." The woman expressed her gratitude. "Young hero Liang, thank you for your aid. Once I return home, I will surely proclaim your righteous deeds to the world." Ning Ri replied with great satisfaction, "Excellent. Prince Liang, I've borrowed your identity to wear as my cloak, earning you some merits. No need to thank me." He then approached the bandit and grabbed him. The bandit, barely alive with tattered clothes and extreme weakness, stammered, "You. What do you want?" Ning Ri said, "To make you repay a debt." The bandit asked, "What debt do I owe you?" Ning Ri replied, "You wasted my spiritual energy, causing me immense harm. You must compensate for my loss. And you strayed onto the wrong path. I should have eliminated you for the people, but I didn't. To save you, I've offended the masses. Such a great favor means you owe me your life, repaying the kindness I've shown you. Therefore, you must give me a technique I haven't learned to dispel the gloom in my heart. This is the debt you must repay. The rules of the Golden Strategy Sect demand an exchange of interests. Such is the way of heaven." At the same time, on the Elder's platform, Zhou Hung relaxed his brows and burst into laughter. "Haha, he's even brought up the way of heaven. Excellent. Acting on behalf of the Tao, establishing heavenly principles. This lad's rebellious heart is truly formidable." The other elders nodded with utmost satisfaction. Indeed, Ning Ri was a promising talent. On the Kite Square, new trial participants had already emerged. They were all much faster than Ning Ri. While Ning Ri was still studying the Chi Refining Art, they had already finished off the bandits as cleanly as Gao Hong and Liang Qingdao and exited. Upon coming out, they watched Ning Ri extorting the bandit and fell into silence. This kid style. Could he truly be a disciple of the Golden Strategy Sect? The inner disciples of the Heaven-Defying Sect exchanged winks and roared with laughter, filling the spectator stands with a cheerful atmosphere. Their amusement was mainly directed at Mo Tsuidao. At that moment, Mo Quideo's face was expressionless. He was currently controlling the puppets of the bandit and the woman. Thus, the one who owed Ning Ri a debt was in fact him. How could his expression be pleasant? After a long pause, the bandit finally stammered out a sentence. "All that talk, just to extort me." This was Mo Quideo's feigned reaction through the bandit to enhance immersion and authenticity. Ning Ri ignored him and directly asked, "Give it or not? If you give it, I'll spare you." The bandit confirmed, "Really?" Ning Ri nodded. "As long as I haven't learned it, I'll spare you." The bandit asked, "But how would I know what you've learned?" Ning Ri calmly replied, "If I've learned it, can't I just demonstrate it? If I can't, that proves I haven't. Rest assured, I come from the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. Do I want to deceive you?" Hearing this, the bandit gritted his teeth. Finally, a light flashed in his hand, and he produced a jade slip, handing it to Ning Ri. "This is my treasured complete compendium of Chi Refining Artifact Refining Techniques. Does it count?" Ning Ri remained calm on the surface, but was ecstatic inside. "Damn, artifact refining. Jackpot." Then he blurted out, "How would I know if it counts? I've also studied artifact refining. What if I already know everything in this jade slip?" The bandit immediately denied it. "You can't possibly know it all. This jade slip was written by the top artifact refiner Mo Tsuidao. His techniques are as vast and profound as the ocean. He excels in." Ning Ri waved his hand to interrupt. "Stop. Senior Mo Tsuidao is a friend of my teacher. He even held me when I was little. I know all his artifact refining techniques." With that, he snatched the jade slip from the bandit's hand and rapidly began scanning it line by line. The bandit, Mo Tsuedao. In an instant all eyes in the venue turned to Mo Tsuedao. Everyone wore a look of barely suppressed amusement. Just then, after Ning Ri hastily skimmed through it until a new skill appeared on his panel, he tossed the jade slip back to the bandit and said indifferently, "This jade slip doesn't count. Get another one. I've already learned everything in it." "I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, the bandit immediately exploded with fury. Mo Tsuedao was also enraged. Although the complete techniques for qi refining artifact refining was not particularly valuable, it existed in two versions. One version was archived in the Pavilion of Techniques of the Nitian Sect, simplified for ease of learning and comprehension with no overly high barriers. However, the version that Mo Tsuedao handed to Ning Ri through the bandit puppet was his personal edition intended for his closed-door disciples, containing far more profound techniques. Without Mo Tsuedao's personal guidance, merely comprehending these techniques would be exceedingly difficult. Ning Ri calmly returned the jade slip to the bandit and said, "Why do you not believe me?" The bandit immediately retorted angrily, "You claim to have studied it just because you've seen it. I've read this for 5 years and still don't understand it. What makes you think you've learned it? This is extremely complex." Ning Ri remained silent, but a surge of spiritual energy suddenly flowed from his hand, coiling around his fingertips like dancing sprites. After a few leaps, it transformed into a series of incantation seals, then vanished without a trace. The bandit fell into an immediate silence. Mo Tsuedao was also stunned. The disciples on the kite square were perplexed and began whispering among themselves, "What's happening?" But the clever ones glanced at Mo Tsuedao's expression and instantly understood. Mo Tsuedao had never imagined that Ning Ri could learn so quickly. This was impossible. The complete techniques for qi refining artifact refining, although mostly theoretical knowledge with few practical incantations, was still extraordinarily difficult to master. How could he have learned it so fast? After a moment of stunned silence, he turned to look at Sunong and stammered, Didn't you say he was a waste?" Before Sunong could respond, Zhou corrected him, "Wrong. I said he was a genius, a prodigy in the art of techniques." As he spoke, the corners of Zhou's mouth curled up slightly, a hint of pride coloring his face, as if the one demonstrating such skill was not Ning Ri but himself. But Zhou's pride was justified. He had called Ning Ri a genius, and while others had not openly questioned it, they had not fully believed it either, since Ning Ri had never demonstrated his ability to learn the spirit absorption technique in their presence. But now all doubts were dispelled. This single display had awed every elder. It proved that his words were no exaggeration. After a brief stupor, Mo Tsuedao's expression remained grim, yet a flicker of excitement surged within him. Ning Ri continued, "Since I've already studied it, you must offer another technique." The bandit stared at Ning Ri, gritted his teeth once more, and produced another jade slip, handing it over. "This is an extremely difficult flame control incantation called the Heaven-Scorching Chapter. This jade slip has never circulated in the market. I refuse to believe you've studied it. After you've read this jade slip, you must let me go." Ning Ri ignored him, took the jade slip, scanned it quickly, then tossed it back to the bandit, and said calmly, "Find another one." "I've studied it." The bandit erupted in fury. "Impossible." Before the words had even faded, the anger on the bandit's face suddenly froze, his eyes reflecting a dancing flame that illuminated his silence. The flame in his eyes came from a wisp of azure blue fire flickering at Ning Ri's fingertip. The azure blue flame gradually expanded, and around it 5 similar sparks appeared, circling endlessly, each imbued with the power of the 5 elements. This caused the azure blue flame to radiate intense heat while carrying a deep-seated sense of erosion and corrosion. This was an artifact flame incantation that allowed a refiner, even at the mere qi refining stage, to smelt higher-grade foundation establishment ores beyond their level. This was also the most difficult artifact flame incantation in the Heaven-Scorching Chapter. When this flame appeared, the kite square fell into absolute silence. Everyone had heard of Mo Tsuedao's techniques. Anyone with some knowledge of artifact refining understood the profound depth of this craft. This Ning Ri was simply too monstrous. The elders on the elder seats understood even more deeply. Mo Tsuedao was not a man who worked in isolation. He had discussed this flame control incantation with many elders. He claimed to have compiled the most comprehensive and supreme method of flame control, a fire that could defy the heavens, capable of refining the very Tao into a magical artifact. He intended to leave the Heaven-Scorching Chapter to his closed-door disciple, ensuring that disciple would build a perfect foundation starting from the qi refining stage. If he himself could not defy the heavens, then his closed-door disciple would. Yet the elders all thought that Mo Tsuedao might have had molten iron leaking into his brain. For the powerful elders, the qi refining stage flame control techniques of the Heaven-Scorching Chapter were not difficult. They could use their cultivation to accommodate those techniques. But for qi refining cultivators, these techniques were far too difficult. The elders believed it would take an artifact-refining genius of the highest order, one in 1,000 years with exceptional talent, to adapt to Mo Quideo's flame control techniques at the chi refining stage. Yet such individuals rarely came to the Nitian sect. Although Mo Tidao stubbornly refused to admit the elders' words, especially the part about molten iron in his brain, he inwardly acknowledged this truth. The method was indeed extremely difficult. If it were not so, Mo Tidao would not have handed it to Ning Ri through the bandit at this moment. But he had no idea what kind of young man Ning Ri truly was. At that moment, on the elder seats, all the elders were dead silent. Zhou Heng, who had been gloating moments before now, wore a strange expression. He muttered to himself, "Damn it all. This kid took half an hour to learn the spirit absorption technique. Last time it felt like he was faking it." Then one by one the elders turned to look at Mo Tidao, curious about his current expression. He had been publicly slapped in the face twice now. Mo Quideo's expression grew even uglier, tinged with a sense of fury. Meanwhile, in the water screen, after a moment of silence, the bandit suddenly gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You've studied the heaven-scorching chapter? Then I don't believe you've studied the array engraving technique, the subtle entry art." Ning Ri took it, tossed it back, and said, "Find another one. I've studied it." I don't believe you've studied the furnace nurturing technique, the Dao nourishment art." "Find another one. I've studied it." I don't believe you've studied the material fusing technique, red furnace sparkling snow." "Find another one. I've studied it." I don't believe." Mo Tsuedao, stop. Wait a moment. On the kite square, Zhou Heng sensed something amiss and called out to halt Mo Tsuedao. At that moment, the expressions of the elders as they looked at Mo Tidao had turned extremely peculiar. All eyes were fixed on Mo Quideo's face, their gazes highly unfriendly. Mo Tidao glared back at them angrily. What do you want? Why won't you let me continue? Are you all trying to see me humiliated in front of so many disciples? First he slanders my reputation, claiming he has ties to me. Then he repeatedly learns my techniques on the spot. If this gets out, how will others perceive me? They'll think Ning Ri is my personal connection, that I'm pulling strings for him. I will never allow something like this to happen. I must find a technique he cannot learn to prove my innocence. As he spoke, the bandit in the water screen continued to cry out, "I don't believe you've studied the shaping technique, ghostly craftsmanship." Seeing this, Zhou Heng laughed in fury, humiliated. "Don't think we don't know what you're up to. From the basics of artifact refining to the practical processes of furnace, nurturing, ignition, material, fusing, array, engraving, and shaping. Are you taking revenge on him? This is clearly a public apprenticeship. This is the disciple trial." At the beginning, when Mo Tidao took out the first 2 forging technique manuals and handed them to Ning Ri, the elders gathered around with a sense of amusement watching the spectacle. Especially Zhou Heng, who, already familiar with Ning Ri's talent and techniques, felt a schadenfreude bubbling within him. Handing forging techniques to Ning Ri meant he would learn them all. Mo Tidao was notoriously stubborn and rigid, known throughout the sect as a stern and traditional figure, far more serious than the other elders in the Nitian sect. Forging demanded high standards and rigorous discipline. Thus only Mo Tsuedao would lose his composure when asked, "Do you like the sea?" while the other elders would respond with cheerful smiles to such questions. Now watching Mo Tidao stumble with Ning Ri, his face growing greener and angrier by the moment, they found great delight. It wasn't out of malice, but a mischievous pleasure in teasing Mo Tsuedao over trivial matters. This added a bit of entertainment to the otherwise tranquil disciple trial. But as they watched, a sense of unease crept in. They knew Mo Tsuedao was upright and serious, but not foolish. If Mo Tsuedao were truly enraged, he wouldn't have handed Ning Ri one manual after another in a frenzy. This realization struck them. If he were genuinely embarrassed or furious, wouldn't he simply offer a foundation establishment technique to Ning Ri? Given Ning Ri's talent, a foundation establishment technique would be utterly beyond his grasp. Yet Mo Tsuedao kept pulling out systematic forging skills. What was your game? What were your intentions? Were you planning to have Ning Ri join the forging peak directly upon entry? Suddenly they understood. The elders were likely the true source of Mo Quideo's amusement. At that moment, hearing Zhou Heng's accusation, Mo Tsuedao said in a deep voice, "You're wrong, Elder Zhou. It is precisely because this is a disciple trial that I must act impartially. He hasn't met the trial's end conditions, so I must faithfully continue. This trial stipulates that it only ends when the bandit dies or vanishes from the trial taker's perception. Now that Ning Ri has subdued the bandit, what else can I do but honestly have the bandit produce the techniques? Do you expect me to violate the sect's rules? I cannot. So I must do this. I must give the techniques. And indeed I do feel deeply humiliated. How am I to bear it when he so frequently masters the skills I take pride in? Would you still stop me? How could I cease? You cannot stop me any longer." With these words, Mo Tao took a deep breath, twisted the corners of his mouth to suppress a smile, and continued solemnly, "Otherwise my Dao heart will shatter. The crowd fell silent, realizing they might be seeing a new side of Emo Tsudao. How could he be so shameless? After a 2-second pause, Zhou Hong erupted in fury. Shatter what? What shame? What utter Nitian nonsense? You've been holding back laughter all along. What shame? What utter Nitian nonsense? You've been holding back laughter all along. Below, the inner disciples watched the elders passionately debating, exchanging bewildered glances, and soon they too began whispering among themselves, sitting and discussing. This Ning Ri is quite something. Before even entering the sect, he's got 2 male elders bickering over him. If he really likes that young fellow, then. Oh no, a real calamity of beauty. Understandable. Junior brother Ning Ri does have a certain handsomeness. Senior brother, mind your words. The outcome isn't settled, yet why call him junior brother? What does Ning Ri have to do with your forging peak? Ning Ri is clearly joining our joyful pavilion. Huh. Is your Nitian way to laugh the heavenly Tao to death with jokes? Give it up. Your joyful pavilion is just a niche sect respected by Ning Ri. Junior brother Ning Ri has a broad appeal unsuited for your strange domain. You're spouting your Nitian nonsense. Meanwhile, the dozen or so trial takers who hadn't yet formally entered had all completed their trials. Listening to the discussions between the disciples behind and the elders ahead, their gazes grew vacant. What in the world was this sect doing? They couldn't tell if both elders and disciples were just fooling around. Was it too late to leave the sect now? Just then a silent force swept across the scene. Elder Guan Yin spoke with a stern face. Watch your words. Such noise and disorder. What kind of conduct is this? An invisible force brushed through and everyone fell silent instantly. At the same time, within the water curtain, Ning Ri and the bandit had become oblivious to the world. This showed the advantage of forging. Emo Quideo's ability to multitask was remarkably strong. While debating with the other elders, he didn't forget to organize the forging system for Ning Ri, one manual after another, without pause. By now, with Emo Quideo's angry assistance, Ning Ri had established a complete and comprehensive forging system. Now, as long as materials were sufficient, Ning Ri could handle the entire forging production line, from setting up the furnace to selecting materials to actual forging to maintaining artifacts to refurbishing and even to remelting. There were also more miscellaneous topics, such as recycling of secondhand artifact, selection of raw material suppliers and top 10 sales locations, and exploration of failed career transitions for aging forgers. What does it mean to go from novice to forging magnate? This was it. Meanwhile, Ning Ri, watching the bandit, seized the opportunity to learn frantically while his heart pounded. Oh no. This bandit was probably Elder Emo Tsudao of the Nitian sect, wasn't he? Emo Tsudao wasn't a fool, and neither was Ning Ri. From the moment he first learned flame control, Ning Ri had sensed something amiss. After seeing the bandit pull out one technique after another, if he still hadn't realized it, he'd be brainless. How could this possibly be a real bandit? Did a chi refining bandit have access to so many major sect techniques? At that moment, Ning Ri fully understood. His earlier failed heart inquiry trial might not have been a real failure, but a play staged by the Nitian sect to make him think he was eliminated. A classic fake trial. After leaving the Nitian sect, encountering the roadside maiden calling for help and the ferocious bandit. These stereotypical roles were likely the real trial. He was probably still in the disciple trial, and the one overseeing his true trial should be Emo Tsudao. At this thought, Ning Ri fell silent. He figured that the other had heard his claim about being held as a child. Sorry for fabricating a family relationship on a whim. Ning Ri continued thinking. If his guess was right, the trial's theme was likely righteous intervention. Saving the maiden and defeating the bandit would mean passing the trial. But then a new question arose. He had not only defeated the bandit, but also robbed him. How would that be judged? Would it count as a pass or a fail? Regardless of the trial's outcome, Ning Ri cared more about the techniques. Even after seeing through the bandit's identity, he didn't expose him, but frantically continued learning forging techniques. After all, this was forging. Wasn't crafting a nuclear bomb by hand all about forging? Laziness was humanity's drive for progress, greed its ladder. Ning Ri was too eager to advance. Fortune favors the bold. If Emo Tsudao was willing to teach, he'd learn until death. Even if the techniques were flawed, it didn't matter. He'd already discovered a new function of his panel: optimization. Now that he'd absorbed the entire forging system, if the Nitian sect still eliminated him, he'd have no choice but to see if the Jin's Immortal Sect or Lingxi Immortal Sect would take him in. So Ning Ri simply kept repeating one phrase to the bandit: I've learned this. Switched to another. He even wondered if the bandit would pull out a foundation establishment technique next. Just as he entertained this fantasy, he suddenly saw the bandit spring up and flee at incredible speed, bursting with an aura far beyond the chi refining stage. Ning Ri, oh no, my textbook is running away. When the bandit fled beyond Ning Ri's perception range, before he could react, everything before him vanished, replaced by a vast white void. It was the waiting area from when he first entered the disciple trial. Ning Ri's expression shifted as a thought struck him. This trial must be over. As the thought settled, a mix of regret, emptiness, and wistfulness instantly drove away the fulfillment Head felt while swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Regret, emptiness, wistfulness. With these thoughts, Ning Ri walked toward the exit. A blazing light flooded his vision, and he couldn't help squinting slightly. When it brightened again, he was back on the kite plaza. At that moment, everyone's gaze converged on him. As Ning Ri became the most dazzling figure on the kite plaza, he remained calm, his face expressionless, appearing as detached as an unfeeling person. He was used to being the center of attention. Had enjoyed even more gazes when practicing his blade in the village. An old artist's stage presence was rock solid. At the same time, Ning Ri felt no embarrassment inside. Even among the countless stares, one was particularly icy and hostile. He could guess with his gut that it likely came from Prince Liang Qingdao, whose identity he had borrowed. He only thought to sincerely apologize to Prince Liang later while musing, "Look at this mess." After one trial had become Liang Qingdao and gained a relative in Mo Tsuidao. Everyone was socially dead. If the trial was an illusion, they should have said so in advance. Then he wouldn't have trapped the bandit and Elder Mo in his infinite Tsukuyami. Meanwhile, Elder Guan Yin in gray robes walked slowly over, stopped before Ning Ri, and said with a warm smile, "Young friend Ning, thank you for your assistance. Please wait aside. The trial results will be announced shortly." Ning Ri couldn't discern Elder Guan Yin's attitude toward him, so he simply bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, thank you, Elder." He didn't speculate about his trial results anymore. Good or bad, Head, just wait. After bowing, Ning Ri walked calmly toward the group of trial takers and finally sat down beside Gao Hong. Only Gao Hong counted as an acquaintance. In the distance, Zhou Hong and Mo Zhao, seeing this, had intended to come over and chat, but Ning Ri moved quickly, so they had to give up. As Ning Ri sat down, several trial takers looked at him with poorly concealed fear. This guy was terrifying. Who learns things like that? If the disciple trial were elimination-based, wouldn't they all be eliminated by Ning Ri? Gao Hong, sitting beside Ning Ri, looked at him with bright, admiring eyes. "Ning Ri, you're incredible. You flatter me, Brother Gao." Ning Ri smiled, then asked in a low voice, "Brother Gao, how much did you see just now?" Gao Hong wasn't foolish. He knew what Ning Ri was asking and replied quietly, "Liang Qingdao came out before me. We both saw almost everything." Ning Ri understood. So they'd witnessed the whole thing. Then he flashed a friendly smile at Liang Qingdao in the distance. Liang Qingdao snorted coldly and looked away. The disciple trial was usually quick, but Ning Ri's presence had delayed it slightly. Once Ning Ri was out, the results came swiftly. The Nitian sect eliminated only one person. That person, resentful after being eliminated by the Nitian sect, went down the mountain and vented his anger by killing. After slaying the bandits, he still felt unsatisfied. He then intended to harm the maiden, earning a second elimination. Killing bandits was fine, but harming the maiden was excessive malice. Such a person naturally couldn't stay. The disciple trial wasn't about testing strength. After all, among the trial takers were several ordinary people who hadn't even begun cultivation, and the bandits they faced were petty thieves manageable by commoners. This simple disciple trial truly tested character. Anyone with decent moral fiber could pass. Thus, the trial had no Dao heart tests, wisdom assessments, combat evaluations, or other complexities. It was a very basic examination. However, while the trial was basic, the trial takers were not. They hadn't expected a villain, nor had they anticipated a Ning Ri. Ning Ri forced the bandit to hand over techniques, made the rescued maiden do the same, learned them on the spot, and then claimed had already learned them, compelling the bandit to continue. Thus, even though there was a scoundrel among the trial takers, everyone else couldn't help but focus on Ning Ri. Meanwhile, the elders were also discussing, strictly speaking, this batch of trial takers is relatively normal. Is Ning Ri considered normal? Of course. Ning Ri is resourceful, sharp, knows how to protect himself, and understands what matters most to him. That's not abnormal. Right. Someone objected, "There's a little beast who killed to vent anger. How is that normal?" Just then an elder with a weathered countenance remarked indifferently, "This is only to be expected." "You call this expected?" The elder with the weathered face spoke in a grave tone. "That little wretch's wickedness is but a trivial matter. If he were truly more malevolent, he would have refined the bandits into the 10,000-soul banner, driven their spirits, and then imprisoned the woman for his own nefarious purposes. Or perhaps he could have. Well, let us not dwell on the rest. In any case, that is the sort of profound, long-lasting evil. This short-sighted little beast holds no interest for me." As his words fell, silence descended upon the assembly. The gazes of all the elders turned peculiar. Who exactly was the aberrant one here? After the trial concluded, the crowd dispersed from the kite square. This year's disciple trial had been remarkably devoid of spectacle. Many inner disciples had initially resigned themselves to disappointment, yet an unexpected figure named Ning Ri emerged, providing them with ample gossip to share upon their return. As for Ning Ri, who had become the unwitting protagonist, he followed the other successful trial participants to their assigned dormitory, Golden Laurel Garden. All the trial participants were assigned to reside in Golden Laurel Garden. Before the garden stood a massive stone upon which the 3 characters for Golden Laurel Garden were inscribed in vivid red. They stood in a row beside this stone. Simultaneously, they received their personal disciple tokens and robes. The disciple robes were predominantly green. Holding his uniform in line, Ning Ri felt as though he were participating in military training. While the disciple robes were ordinary, the disciple tokens were anything but. The token's design was exceptionally unique. Grasping it in his hand, Ning Ri felt its size was comparable to that of a mobile phone. It was a rectangular pale pink plaque with smoothly rounded edges that felt comfortable to hold. Ning Ri found the resemblance to a phone even more striking. On the back of the token, the characters, Defying Heaven Sect, were slightly embossed, creating a texture so addictive to the touch that one could not stop. Ning Ri thought this object was perfect for constant handling and polishing. On the front, the name, Ning Ri, was prominently displayed, surrounded by engraved runes. Having studied artifact refinement, Ning Ri knew these runes could be activated by infusing them with spiritual power. He gazed at the disciple token, wondering if anyone made phone cases. On no token cases, he felt the urge to give it a new skin. Meanwhile, before the assembled crowd stood Elder Zhou, who was in charge of the scriptures. His gaze swept over them as he declared in a deep voice, "Next, your task is to cultivate as outer disciples. The scripture pavilion holds techniques you can exchange for, and the Heart of Heaven Pavilion provides alchemical pills and cultivation resources for exchange. However, all of this requires contribution points." Pausing here, Zhou raised his token and continued, "The disciple token has many functions. One of them is to help you accept tasks. Only by completing sect missions can you earn contribution points. Furthermore, free lectures will be held every 3 days. These cover cultivation, alchemy, artifact refinement, formations, and so on. All courses are repetitive and focus on basic introductory material. If you don't grasp it the first time, you may attend again. For more advanced content, you will need to seek it out yourselves in the Scripture Pavilion. Additionally, if you encounter any cultivation difficulties you cannot resolve, you may come to me at the Scripture Pavilion. You can converse with me or with other elders. Every disciple is entitled to 3 free hours of Tao discourse. Beyond those 3 hours, if you wish to speak privately with me or any other elder, you must pay contribution points. As for the rest, if you have any questions, just consult your disciple token. Once you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, you may undertake the inner sect trial. Upon passing it, you will be admitted to the inner sect." Having succinctly outlined the daily life of an outer disciple, Zhou inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" The crowd replied, "No, elder." Zhou nodded and added, "Ning Ri, stay behind. The rest of you may return." At these words, all eyes drifted towards Ning Ri, but they quickly averted their gazes and turned to enter Golden Laurel Garden. They understood in their hearts that someone like Ning Ri, a peerless genius, was bound to receive the most attention. When only Ning Ri and Zhou remained before the gates of Golden Laurel Garden, Zhou stepped forward and said, "Others can achieve foundation establishment through normal cultivation and enter the inner sect, but your situation is somewhat special. Therefore, the sect has made special adjustments tailored to your circumstances." Hearing this, Ning Ri could not help but ask curiously, "May I dare to ask Elder Zhou, what are these special adjustments?" Zhou replied, "The sect knows." "Oh, forget it, it'll drop the pretense. It was actually me." Ning Ri, Zhou continued, "I am aware that your talent is too poor. The cultivation you attained at the 3rd level of qi refining was acquired through sheer luck. Precisely because of this, I told the others that expecting you to cultivate step by step as an outer disciple until you reach foundation establishment is simply too demanding." Ning Ri remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. This was undeniably true. Without resorting to some kind of cheat, he would only be able to practice his saber techniques for the rest of this life. What foundation establishment could he hope for? It would be fortunate enough just to live out this life normally. Zhou stated, "So we have discussed 2 options for you. The first option is to make an exception and allow you to enter the inner sect ahead of time. The second option is for us to search for alchemical pills that can alter your innate talent, help repair your aptitude, and then let you rely on your own strength to break through to foundation establishment and enter the inner sect." Upon hearing Zhou words, Ning Ri did not rush to make a choice. Instead, he first expressed his gratitude, saying, "I thank Elder Zhou and all the elders for your concern for this disciple. The elder's kindness is something this disciple will never forget." Seeing this, several elders who were secretly observing showed a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. An ordinary person might have immediately started choosing between 1 and 2. Ning Ri's ability to first express gratitude demonstrated both his good upbringing and his quick wit. His mind worked fast, immediately grasping the essence of the matter. Zhou Hong in turn smiled and said, "There is no need for thanks. Being in the position of an elder, it is our duty to consider the welfare of the disciples under our charge. So which one would you like to choose?" Ningri asked. "This disciple ventures to ask if I were to make one of these choices, what would I have to pay?" Zhou Hong replied, "Contribution points. Given that you currently have 0 contribution points, you can only go into debt. The former option requires less debt, the latter requires more. You have 300 years from the date you break through to foundation establishment to repay it. Furthermore, these contribution points bear no interest. Other elders have to pay interest when they advance contribution points, but you do not." Ningri understood. No interest meant exactly that. This was a 300-year interest-free educational loan specially approved by the Defying Heaven sect. To Ningri, this was already incredibly heartwarming. Other sects had not even wanted him, yet the Defying Heaven sect not only gave him a chance, but also approved an interest-free loan. Zhou Hong said, "Moreover, no outer disciple in the Defying Heaven sect can advance contribution points, but you can. This is the special privilege we have granted you." Hearing this, Ningri revealed a look of surprise before expressing his deep gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elders." Zhou Hong, after a moment of silent hesitation, cleared his throat and said, "You should especially thank Elder Mo Chui Dao. Oh, it was his initiative." Ningri was astonished once more. So it was the bandit elder. He couldn't help but express his thanks. "Thank you, Elder Mo. And thank you, Elder Zhou." The conflicted Zhou Hong immediately broke into a smile and continued, "All right then, what choice do you wish to make?" Ningri asked, "May I dare to inquire what are the benefits of entering the inner sect early?" Zhou Hong replied, "Within the inner sect, the most important advantage is a superior cultivation environment and more generous task rewards. Moreover, since you have already learned artifact refinement, the place where you can maximize your skills is the inner sect. In the inner sect, contribution points hold more value, prices are lower than in the outer sect, and you have more options. Additionally, after accumulating a certain amount of contribution points in the inner sect, you can request our assistance in searching for spiritual herbs. However, the downside is that being admitted to the inner sect as an exception might subject you to considerable pressure. For instance, you might face scorn and disdain." Ningri pondered. "For this disciple, scorn and disdain are inconsequential, as I need only ignore them. However, I feel that this matter would impose immense pressure on the elders. So let us set aside the first option for now." Zhou Hong did not persuade or interfere with Ningri, merely nodding slightly, allowing him to make his own choice. In truth, among these options, what tempted Ningri the most was directly altering his own aptitude. Now, with the complete qi refining technique, the peak of qi refining was within easy reach. To achieve foundation establishment, all he needed was a foundation establishment technique, which could be accomplished in no time. As for techniques, he could obtain them by completing tasks in the outer sect to earn contribution points. As for the timing of his breakthrough, he would choose a moment when he was away from the Nitian sect, claiming a fortuitous encounter that led to a successful foundation establishment. Though somewhat far-fetched, it was plausible. This way he could lay the groundwork for his lucky guy persona, letting them know his breakthroughs were not due to cheating, but to luck. If he later pulled off any more extraordinary feats, it would seem perfectly natural. No big deal. Thus what he desired more were the pills. Ningri asked, "Elder Zhou, regarding the second option, this disciple wishes to know what risks the elders would have to bear." Zhou Hong said, "We will venture into an anomaly once. This anomaly poses no great danger, but we cannot guarantee retrieving the pill, so it might consume considerable time." Hearing this, Ningri was taken aback. "Elder Zhou, what is this anomaly?" "Anomaly?" Zhou Hong mused. "You can think of it as a space governed by specific rules. Upon entering, you can only survive by adhering to those rules. By exploring the rules of the anomaly, you can obtain its rewards or find a way to leave alive. The rules of anomalies are bizarre and varied. Encountering an unfamiliar anomaly is particularly perilous, as without understanding its rules, one can easily meet a sudden end. For this reason, the disciple token also contains methods to avoid anomalies." Ningri picked up his disciple token in surprise, examining it from all sides before asking, "What method is that?" Zhou Hong replied gravely, "Don't go out." Ningri was speechless. His face, once full of anticipation, twisted into a look of utter exasperation. He first put away the disciple token, then forced a bitter laugh. "Ahaha, right indeed." Zhou Hong chuckled at his own sudden humor. "Haha, just a joke. But in truth it is correct. Places where sects are established are free of anomalies." Ningri asked curiously, "Have the elders already swept away all the anomalies?" Zhou Hong waved his hand. "No. If there were anomalies, we would be dead. Since we're not dead, there are no anomalies." Having said that, he laughed again at his own wit. "Haha, another joke, my apologies." Ningri thought to himself, "You seem quite like an anomaly yourself." Ningri asked, "Since this matter will consume some of the elders' time, allow this disciple to consider it. May I give you my answer tomorrow?" Zhou Hong smiled slightly. Of course. Well, let's set this aside for now. Do you have any questions? Ning Ri pondered. I wish to know, am I still in an illusion right now? Zhou Heng was speechless. Of course not. The disciple trial is over. You have already left the illusion. No, actually what you just entered wasn't an illusion at all. It was a tamed anomaly. Hearing this, Ning Ri showed a look of astonishment. So the trial with the bandit and the woman was an anomaly? Yes. Zhou Heng nodded. That anomaly amplifies the desires within those who enter it. For this reason, it serves as an excellent test of character. As you saw, the only one eliminated revealed their true inner desires under those circumstances. This also allows the sect to weed out a villain early on. We cannot allow such individuals to enter the Nitian sect and corrupt its environment. Of course, this also shows us that you are indeed a cultivator with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Hearing Zhou Heng's words, Ning Ri smiled sheepishly. You flatter me, Elder Zhou. Though Ning Ri's methods were somewhat unorthodox, the elders were quite satisfied with his desire. Both the woman and the bandit were under his control. What to do with them was entirely at Ning Ri's whim. Yet under such circumstances, this lad only thought of acquiring a few techniques and cultivation methods. He didn't even pocket the artifact refinement technique the bandit had given him. Zhou Heng felt his earlier assessment of Ning Ri was entirely correct. This lad was a natural-born cultivation prodigy. Then Zhou Heng glanced at his palm as if seeing something and mused. I have some matters to attend to, so I can't chat with you any longer. If you have any questions, just ask your disciple token. The disciple token. Well, it has something like a spirit. Ning Ri was startled. A spirit? He looked at the token in his hand in amazement. The knowledge of artifact refinement he had just acquired told him how precious a spirit was. This was a high-end item. Only true top-tier magical artifacts could possess one. A magical artifact with a spirit was as good as alive. And yet under these circumstances, the token casually distributed to outer sect disciples by the Nitian sect also had a spirit. Was the Nitian sect truly this heaven-defying? But Zhou Heng waved his hand. No need to be so surprised. Strictly speaking, it has something like a spirit. But it is not a true spirit. Only then did Ning Ri show a hint of understanding. It seemed this spirit had its quirks. He just wondered if it was legitimate. Zhou Rong added, as for the specifics, you can figure it out on your own. As for the choice I've given you, go back and think it over carefully. Give me your answer at the Technique Pavilion in the next couple of days. Ning Ri quickly replied, Thank you, Elder Zhou. Please go ahead with your business. Zhou Rong nodded and vanished swiftly. After watching Zhou Rong leave, Ning Ri turned and walked into the golden osmanthus garden, returning to his small hut within. Inside, the furnishings were simple. A table, a chair, a bed, and a meditation cushion. On the table sat a pot of water and a bottle of fasting pills. Since those in the chi refining stage still needed to eat, fasting pills were the most convenient, providing great satiety. Fasting pills came in various flavors: fried, stir-fried, braised, boiled, and stewed. 2 days ago, Ning Ri had taken a clear broth-flavored one, which was neither greasy nor heavy, and he still wasn't hungry. The room was cool and shaded. By the small window, golden foil-like sunlight spilled over a few small green plants from which a trace of spiritual energy emanated. As for the meditation cushion, Ning Ri had sat on it 2 days ago. It was quite comfortable. Though it was merely a round seat woven from rushes with no structure to support the waist or abdomen, and appeared utterly unremarkable, it somehow made one feel incredibly at ease. When Ning Ri meditated on it, his crossed legs never grew, sore his lower back never strained, and even his neck naturally settled into a comfortable position. Truly miraculous. He had previously wondered if those with poor posture would develop a herniated disc from meditating. Now it seemed that cultivation naturally resolved such issues. Returning to the cushion, Ning Ri first set aside his disciple robe, then took out his disciple token. Using the painless needle issued by the sect, he painlessly drew blood and let it drip onto the characters Ning Ri on the token's surface. This was the method of binding Zhou Rong had told them about when he handed out the tokens. The painless needle was mainly intended for the convenience of young children in the outer sect who might have difficulty drawing blood and to avoid the noise of their crying. The needle solved both the problem and the disturbance of the wails. As Ning Ri's blood dripped onto the token, the disciple token quickly bound itself to him. This binding sensation made Ning Ri feel an itch on top of his head, as if something were growing out. This new growth allowed him to sense the token. This meant the binding was successful. After binding, a calm voice immediately came from the token. Congratulations on successfully joining the Heaven-Defying Sect. From now on, you will embark on your journey to immortality. In the Heaven-Defying Sect, what you can obtain far exceeds your imagination. The voice was steady, low, and mellow, instilling a sense of calm. Hearing it, Ning Ri showed surprise. Could there really be a spirit? The token continued, future great cultivator of the immortal realm, the first step on your vast path to immortality is learning to use the disciple token in your hand. To learn to use your disciple token, you must first master me. Now begin to master me. Please choose the role I will play and the manner in which I will interact with you. Choose carefully. You may only make a choice once every 3 days. Please note that mortals without cultivation cannot choose independently. As the voice fell, a row of light clusters emerged from the disciple token: elder, teacher, friend, partner, nemesis, a fellow disciple, who was both friend and foe, a childhood sweetheart lost for years, a childhood friend who upon reunion has no common topics left, a servant who loves and hates you. At the same time, a second row of light clusters appeared: gentle, strict, irritable, emotionless, warm, and caring, kindly, cold, doting, arrogant, and domineering, sharp-tongued. Ningri stared at the multitude of light clusters, his gaze blank. Dude, are you? Is your sect too heaven-defying and bizarre? Is this what you call a spirit? What is all this nonsense? This isn't a spirit at all. It's clearly a custom-made person. Moreover, he now understood why mortals without cultivation weren't allowed to choose. This was something mortals couldn't handle. After thinking it over, he decided to first choose a gentle teacher. I came to cultivate immortality, not to mess around with all this nonsense. Anything that disturbs my heart only brings more worry today. Don't add to the confusion. What the hell is all this? The latter ones must have been created by the blissful union hall, right? He ignored all those messy tags. But after pondering for a moment, he let out a numb and pulled back the finger he was about to press down. Not that he wanted to mess around. I'm just curious. What would a warm and caring nemesis, a kind and benevolent fellow disciple, who was both friend and foe, a childhood sweetheart, who became arrogant and domineering after being lost for years, or a servant who both loves and hates you, but dotes on you, actually be like? After all, he had studied artifact refinement, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look. In the ending, Ri chose warm and caring nemesis. After making his selection, he waited quietly. He had no idea what would pop out. Once he finished choosing, all the light clusters above the disciple token retracted. Then a voice slowly emanated from the token saying, "Long time no see. Ningri, I didn't expect you to join the Heaven-Defying Sect too. But you didn't expect that you can no longer catch up to my cultivation level, did you? How useless you are. Never mind, for the sake of our ultimate summit debate one day, let me personally nurture you. Do you have any questions?" Ningri looked at the disciple token thinking, is this how warm and caring is expressed? Through personally nurture. And Nemesis is built with ultimate summit debate. Isn't this character design too superficial? After a moment's thought, Ningri decided to say, "You think you're worthy?" The disciple token was silent. Ningri stared at the silent token, curious about what it would reply. After a long silence, the token spoke. "Your question is too complex. The token cannot comprehend. Please ask again." Ningri was speechless. "Are you playing dead?" He now understood why Zhou Rong said the token could be considered to have a spirit. When faced with something it couldn't handle, it just disappeared. Ningri decided to try again, asking politely, "I'm asking you, what qualification and confidence do you have to nurture me?" This time the token responded calmly, "I naturally have the qualification. Ningri, you don't know how much more I have experience than you. Before you joined the Heaven-Defying Sect, I was already the most knowledgeable entity in the sect." Ningri scratched his head. When the disciple token mentioned that he was the most knowledgeable being, it deliberately paused, then cleared its voice before continuing, "Ahem. I entered the Nitian sect 10 years ago and flawlessly passed the most arduous disciple trial in history. 8 years ago, I became the top inner disciple, earning the recognition of all the elders. They vied to take me as their apprentice until the ancestor emerged from seclusion and claimed me. 5 years ago, I emerged from seclusion as the foremost prodigy of the cultivation world. At the same time, I had absorbed all the knowledge of the Nitian sect. I am omniscient. Now the Nitian sect has decided to entrust me with mentoring its new disciples. The ancestor said that observing inexperienced disciples like you would help me remember my origins and stay true to my initial heart. However, I never expected to encounter you. Hihi Ningri, I am truly surprised to find you among the ranks of new disciples. One with talents akin to mine should not have ended up like this. I am now a renowned figure in the cultivation world. By all rights, you should have risen to fame as well. Yet while I walk shoulder to shoulder with the other elders of the Nitian sect, you must undergo this disciple trial and start anew. I am somewhat disappointed, somewhat wistful, but it's fine. I have never been petty-minded. Since fate has blessed you to be under my tutelage, I will surely show you the true essence of cultivation." The voice of the disciple token was calm and casual, yet tinged with a faint arrogance and disdain. It was a manifestation of superiority. Though it never openly belittled him, it inexplicably ignited a fire within. After a moment's thought, Ningri said, "Transfer me to a human." As his words fell, the disciple token fell silent once more. After a long pause, it said, "Your query is too complex for the token to comprehend. Please rephrase your question." Ningri let out a wry chuckle, a flicker of triumph on his face that quickly faded into speechlessness. Why was he even getting worked up over a disciple token? It was no different from arguing with a customer service AI over the phone. Then calming himself, he simply treated it as an AI and asked, "All right, since you're to mentor me, you'd better answer my questions properly." The disciple token replied, "Fine, I'll indulge you as best I can." Ningri asked, "Then tell me, what are anomalies?" The token said in surprise, "You don't even know that." Its tone exuded an unmistakable sense of superiority. Ningri thought, "Just answer the question, man. Why are you asking me back? Didn't I choose the warm and caring option?" The disciple token continued, "But then again, you're still at this cultivation level after all these years. I figured you wouldn't understand, so I've already prepared a summary for you. Let me read the key points." Ningri hummed in acknowledgement. That sounded more like it. The disciple token said, "When the ancestor personally taught me, he once told me, anomalies are so named because they are places with countless rules that differ from the normal cultivation world. Those rules are bizarre, absurd, and uncanny. If one fails to act according to them, they will face harm, pain, or even death. That is why they are called anomalies." I recall the ancestors saying that anomalies are divided into innate anomalies and acquired anomalies. Innate anomalies evolve from secret realms. Oh, I forgot you've wasted so much time that you don't even know what secret realms are. Truly, Ningri thought. The disciple token said, "Let me start from the beginning for you. Our cultivation world contains countless minor worlds, and these minor worlds are secret realms. Initially, unclaimed secret realms had no restrictions. Only after a cultivator took control of a secret realm could they alter its entry conditions and methods. Until one day something unknown happened in the world, and the secret realms underwent a cataclysm. Unclaimed secret realms became extremely bizarre, while claimed ones fell into chaos, resulting in countless deaths. And that is the origin of innate anomalies. Did you understand?" After listening, Ningri nodded, slightly, understanding dawning. But he said, "Your explanation was terrible. I didn't get it." He was stress-testing the disciple token's character design. If he could offer optimization suggestions to the token's creators, he might even earn some contribution points. The disciple token grew slightly irritated. "How can you not understand something so simple?" "Fine, since you didn't get it, I'll explain it once more." Ningri quickly stopped it. "No need, I understand now. Next, tell me about acquired anomalies." The disciple token said, "Acquired anomalies are formed after the fall of a powerful cultivator. Some speculate that after the world's upheaval, anomalies invaded the corpses of the strong, ultimately creating these anomalous lands. These acquired anomalies are far more dangerous and fearsome than innate ones, and they are extremely complex." Hearing this, Ningri had a sudden realization, then asked, "And what about taming anomalies?" The disciple token replied, "Taming anomalies? Do you even need to ask? It's naturally about controlling them. Has your comprehension deteriorated to such a degree?" Its words were laced with palpable disappointment. Ningri thought, "What are you even disappointed about? Whatever, I chose this personality myself. Next time I'll pick a normal one." Then the disciple token continued, "Taming an anomaly is an uncontrollable ability. No one knows what actions will succeed in taming one. Some people simply follow the rules of the anomaly and eventually control it. Others require endless divination. Still others rely on constantly cooking meals until they finally tame it. There is no set pattern or method to taming anomalies." Upon hearing this, Ning regained a basic understanding of anomalies. He then asked curiously, "But aren't mortals troubled by anomalies?" Having been a mortal for so many years, he had never even heard of them. The disciple token said, "Of course mortals are troubled by anomalies. How could you even think otherwise? You are so ignorant. Are you truly the same Ningri who was once compared to me?" Ningri let out a bitter laugh. The disciple token said, "The anomaly for mortals is this: without the help of a cultivator, they cannot obtain the methods of cultivation. They must be personally taught a cultivation technique by a living cultivator to begin their path. In ancient times, mortals could stumble upon fortuitous encounters, inherit legacies, and become immortals on their own. But now when mortals visit inheritance sites, they leave empty-handed." Hearing this, Ningri was stunned. "Really? Then, how was I able to?" He had obtained his chi refining art by chance. He had picked it up one night. At the time, he thought he had stumbled upon a great fortune, only to find the technique was incomplete, which made him click his tongue in disappointment. But after hearing what the disciple token said, Ningri's thoughts took a subtle turn. The disciple token added, "As long as a mortal carries a mortal anomaly, they will not be troubled by other anomalies. Only when they become a cultivator does the mortal anomaly break. So do you understand now?" After the disciple token finished speaking, Ningri fell silent, his mind swirling with thoughts. Only after becoming a cultivator can the mundane anomalies be resolved. However, the symptoms he was experiencing were clearly abnormal. No, wait. Before the anomalies appeared, ancient mortals could obtain cultivation methods and cultivate on their own. It was only after the anomalies emerged that self-cultivation was prohibited. In other words, the current cultivation world is indeed abnormal. Only his own cultivation remains normal. So did he originally possess a mundane anomaly or not? Could it be that the appearance of the panel helped him break free from the mundane anomaly? Or perhaps as a time traveler his soul is different from the native inhabitants of this world, so he does not carry the mundane anomaly from birth like the natives. Thinking of this, Ning Ri raised his eyebrows suddenly. He recalled that when he previously fabricated excuses with Sunong and other sects, he claimed that he obtained the Qi refinement technique through a fortuitous encounter. He initially thought there was nothing wrong with this excuse. Having fortuitous encounters in the cultivation world shouldn't be unusual, right? But when other sects heard this, they rejected him outright. They insisted that his fortuitous encounters were unstable and that his talent was lacking, meaning he couldn't continuously have fortuitous encounters in the future. At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong with their reactions. But now that he thought about it, the quick refusal from the other sects meant they suspected he was lying right. They believed that his Qi refinement technique must have been taught by someone, and since he was lying, they grew weary of him and rejected him even faster. It's just like an HR manager rejecting a candidate for lying about their resume. Ning Ri slapped his thigh. No wonder so many sects turned me down. However, the Tian sect was different. When Elder Sun heard about his fortuitous encounter, he fell silent for a moment. Then he opened his mouth to say that he was very suitable to join the Tian sect. Ning Ri had always thought that Elder Sun's suitability was due to his unique acupoint stones and incomplete spiritual roots. But now it seemed that Elder Sun might believe he could obtain cultivation methods, which was indeed quite extraordinary. In other words, Elder Sun chose to believe his words, although he hadn't lied at all. But he had to admit, thinking this way, Ning Ri's goodwill towards Sun Song and the entire Tian sect increased considerably. However, judging by the reactions of the other elders, it seemed that Elder Sun did not promote this matter excessively. Either the higher-ups were deliberately hiding it, or perhaps Elder Sun also thought he was lying, but was just willing to accommodate him and allow him to join the Tian sect. Then Ning Ri suppressed his thoughts, set the disciple token aside, and opened the panel. Host Ning Ri skills. 1. Mundane sword technique, 4 washable points. 2. Qi refinement technique, 3 washable points. 3. Gale step incomplete, 3 maxed out washable points. 4. Crocodile turtle iron bone technique incomplete, 0.5. Spirit absorption technique, 10 maxed out washable points. 6. Comprehensive refining techniques for Qi refinement stage 0. 7. Heavenly flame chapter 08. Free skill points 68. There were also techniques like subtlety Dao, nurturing red furnace, lighting, snow divine craftsmanship. When Ning Ri learned the refining techniques given by Mo Xuan Dao, he was washing points while learning. After showcasing everything, he immediately washed them away. If he needed to showcase again, he would add them back, avoiding the issue of insufficient skill points. Initially, he thought his idea was a bit ridiculous, as if he was overthinking, but later, when Mo Xiandao handed out too many techniques, he couldn't keep up. This made him secretly grateful that he washed points early, otherwise he wouldn't have enough skill points at all. Then Ning Ri pondered for a moment. The refining techniques that Mo Xiandao taught him were all for the Qi refinement stage. The max was 10 points. Once fully maxed out, his refining level would undoubtedly be hexagonal warrior. It's just that the required skill points were quite a lot, and he still had to practice the sword technique late at night. Fortunately, the dormitory in Jingui Yuan was spacious enough, over 40 square meters, without a living room or kitchen, completely sufficient for him to practice sword. Aside from practicing the sword, Ning Ri began to contemplate the choices Zhou Long had given him. Should he owe a large amount of contribution points to have the elders retrieve spirit herbs from the anomalies? Although Zhou Long was said to be not very dangerous, Ning Ri always felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps it was because he wasn't used to being treated so kindly by others. Moreover, he wasn't in a position to lack this right now. After thinking for a while, Ning Ri made a decision, then opened the panel, took out his sword, and started practicing. Ning Ri could earn 1 skill point for sword technique after practicing for half an hour. While practicing the sword, he could clearly see on his panel 1. Mundane sword technique, 4 washable points would change to 1. Mundane sword technique, 5 washable points. Then it would change again 1. Mundane sword technique, 6 washable points. Ning Ri had to open the panel while practicing the sword, watching the increase in skill points to feel a sense of achievement. In fact, he felt that the panel could add a red to indicate growth, and it would be best to include a daily and 5-day line to show his efforts over the past 5 days, then turn green when washing points. That would be so rich. Or perhaps they could add a voice report feature announcing every time he leveled up, "Congratulations, host. Due to your relentless persistence, your mundane sword technique has become proficient. Congratulations, host. Due to your dedication, your mundane sword technique has reached the realm of mastery. Congratulations, host. Due to your tireless efforts, your mundane sword technique is truly remarkable." Unfortunately, the panel did not have this feature. He planned to modify the disciple token later to allow for voice announcements reminding him every half an hour, just like a shop owner would announce their earnings received 11451 yuan. Just imagine how fulfilling that would be. While Ning Ri was focused on practicing the sword, many thoughts filled his mind. Otherwise practicing non-stop would be too monotonous. In the future, he planned to raise a cat or dog, preferably one that was a bit chatty to avoid loneliness. Although the chi refinement, cultivation, and refining techniques were not learned by him personally, the mundane sword technique couldn't utilize spiritual power to gain an advantage. At first, Ning Ri's practice was somewhat awkward as his skill points were still scarce. However, it must be said that his talent in blade techniques was exceptionally formidable. Soon he was no longer awkward. He grew increasingly proficient and powerful. The seemingly crude great blade danced in his hand with a grace that seemed almost airborne, and with a single casual swing, it could summon a fierce gale within the room, stirring the soul with awe. Ning Ri remembered clearly that after becoming a chi refining third-rank cultivator, he once took on a job, performing blade techniques for the disciples of a major sect. Those disciples born and raised within the grand sect had never witnessed mortal blade arts. From birth, they had only seen the blade techniques of cultivators, which, to put it bluntly, were all prefabricated, never so raw and primal. And Ning Ri was tasked with providing an authentic demonstration of mortal blade techniques. Ning Ri had initially expected the sect disciples to mock him, but to his surprise they treated him quite well. There was no arrogance or insolence. Instead, they showered his blade skills with praise, saying it was rare to witness such traditional martial artistry in this day and age. A young boy of 10 hailing from the Lingxi immortal sect was especially excited, circling Ning Ri and insisting on becoming his disciple. He thought Ning Ri was incredibly cool. But Ning Ri, staring at this chi-refining 8th-rank child, merely advised him to focus his energy on cultivation rather than these flashy pursuits. Meanwhile, several older and more powerful cultivators sighed, repeatedly remarking that nowadays young people around 17 or 18, once they embarked on cultivation, would never practice such skills. Who would still bother honing such genuine martial prowess? They all jumped straight to cultivation techniques. The techniques prescribed specific energy circulation paths, using divine sense to manipulate flying swords and blades. If one's divine sense was not acute enough, there were magical artifacts to assist in control. To put it bluntly, it all lacked soul. In this era, someone like Ning Ri was a rare sight. Ning Ri nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that he wished he could lack soul too, but his circumstances simply would not allow it. Later during that performance, Ning Ri earned a few spirit stones as tips, which gave him the means to seek apprenticeship at various sects. Without that, he could not have traveled to so many. Now finally settled in the Nitian sect, Ning Ri let out a long breath, paused, and turned his gaze toward the cool moonlight streaming through the window. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was a promising beginning. After a brief rest, Ning Ri resumed his movements, and his blade technique, once again, became clumsy. He was resetting his skill points. But his exceptional talent in blade arts quickly brought back his proficiency. After practicing tirelessly for 14 hours, Ning Ri had accumulated 28 skill points, adding to the 4 he already had in blade techniques. His total skill points reached 100, allowing him to fully max out the formal techniques of artifact forging and various miscellaneous forging methods. Whoosh, complete techniques of chi refining artifact forging 10 maxed resettable. Whoosh, blazing heaven chapter 10 maxed resettable. Whoosh, subtlety 10 maxed resettable. After maxing out all skills, Ning Ri let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Working through the night. Truly a labor of love for myself. If not for needing to give Zhou a response, he would have kept going. After all, he currently had no skill points left to instantly elevate himself to the peak of chi refining. However, just as Ning Ri was about to close the panel and leave his hut for the technique pavilion, his eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. On the panel, all the forging-related techniques had merged together, ultimately forming heavenly craftsmanship in complete version 100 maxed resettable. Seeing this new skill, Ning Ri was stunned for a moment, then began to examine himself. After a thorough check, he found that the fusion of all forging techniques had brought no new changes, nor had anything been lost. But Ning Ri felt it could not be so simple. Surely all the skills combining was not just to save space in the text. After a moment of contemplation, he thought perhaps his level was insufficient. He might need to gather more forging techniques to complete heavenly craftsmanship, which would then trigger new transformations. With that, Ning Ri left the hut and headed straight for the technique pavilion. At the technique pavilion, as soon as Ning Ri entered, before he even saw Zhou, the elder's cheerful voice reached him. "Have you made up your mind?" As the words faded, Zhou's figure emerged from within. "Greetings, Elder Zhou." Ning Ri bowed and said solemnly, "Disciple has decided. I choose to forego the second option." For some reason, Zhou showed no surprise, only asking curiously why. Ning Ri replied in a deep voice, Disciple believes that since I have joined the Nitian sect with the elders shielding me from hardship and worry about livelihood, I might as well try to rely on my own strength. If I truly fail, then we can discuss alternatives later. Zhou chuckled. The human heart is fickle and unpredictable. What if you end up achieving nothing and we decide not to help you anymore? What then? Ningri pondered then. I might regret and fret for a couple of days first. Zhou burst into laughter. Ha! Very well. Since you have no desire to choose, we will not force you. However, he paused, then said seriously, even if you lose, there is no need to fear. Most people are failures on the path of immortality. The difference is merely whether they lose early or late. Hearing this, Ningri was momentarily taken aback, then replied with gravity, Thank you, Elder Zhou. Zhou waved his hand, then produced a jade slip. I gave you 2 choices and you chose neither. So I offer you a third. This choice is a task. Complete it and you will receive the Nitian Foundation Establishment Method, the most expensive foundation building technique in the Outer Sect's Technique Pavilion. With that, he handed the jade slip to Ningri. Ningri took the jade slip and with a sweep of his divine sense read the words within Nitian Foundation Establishment Method, forge a foundation that defies heaven. The following content will be unlocked upon task completion. Task: go to Master Chen Xingfeng's Ingenuity Pavilion and forge a set of Qi refining level magical artifacts, the quality of which must earn the approval of artifact forger Chen Xingfeng. Forging materials will be provided by Master Chen Xingfeng. Ningri looked astonished. Elder Zhou, this is a reward for me. To him the task seemed as easy as a handout, and the Nitian Foundation Establishment Method went without saying. Ningri was not yet aware of the difficulty of earning contribution points in the Outer Sect, but from Zhou tone he knew that under normal circumstances acquiring this technique would not be so simple. However, Zhou said with exasperation, Reward? What reward? Besides you, which Outer Sect disciple could take on this task? Of course, if you insist on calling it a reward, you may. I originally planned to send this task to the Inner Sect, as only inner disciples could handle it. But given your efforts and choice, I have decided to make an exception and keep this task for you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Ningri immediately straightened up. Yes, thank you, Elder Zhou. Then Zhou said, You must reach the Artisan Pavilion within 3 days and meet Chen Xingfeng, or the mission will be void. The Artisan Pavilion is located in Fallen Cloud City, a considerable distance from the Defying Heaven sect. If you go by normal means, it will take a long time. Do you know how to get there? Upon hearing this, Ningri said, Your disciple has some savings. I can hail. No, I can have someone send me there. He almost blurted out the word, hail a ride, but fortunately corrected himself in time. This mode of transportation was taught to him by those cultivators when he had previously performed an authentic mortal swordsmanship routine for them. Ningri had told them he wished to seek a master, but the immortal sect was far away and he knew not the way. That group then gave him a jade slip and a set of hand seals. By infusing spiritual energy into the jade slip and forming the hand seals, he could summon a cultivator to transport him. Because it was so reminiscent of hailing a ride, Ningri defaulted to calling it hailing a ride. The first time Ningri summoned a sword cultivator, the latter directly delivered him to an area where sects congregated, only to be rejected repeatedly there. Moreover, to Ningri's amazement, this immortal version of hailing a ride also had a free trial for new users. He hadn't spent a single coin on his first trip. For this reason, Ningri now told Zhou that he could have someone send him there. Hearing this, Zhou couldn't help but smile and said, You mean the golden strategy mileage, right? Ningri immediately nodded. Exactly. The term mileage originated from the mileage drum carriage. The mileage drum carriage was essentially the mortal version of hailing a ride. For every li traveled by the carriage, equivalent to 500 meters, a wooden figurine inside would strike a drum. In other words, it was like a meter. But in the immortal realm, there was no need for such mileage tracking. Cultivators could fly vast distances with ease. The rides Ningri had taken were not metered, but charged a flat rate. Nevertheless, although there was no need for mileage, the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect still retained the name for clarity. Of course, this was clear to the people of this world. For Ningri, he still preferred the term Golden Strategy hailing. Upon hearing this, Zhou face suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, as if struck by a thought. The Golden Strategy mileage. How many times have you used it? Ningri replied, Twice, and once was free. He didn't have enough savings to keep hailing rides. Zhou smile deepened. Then he took out a jade slip and suddenly said, Do you know that the Defying Heaven sect possesses a unique technique specifically for dealing with anomalies unrivaled in the world and imitated by all other sects? Ningri was taken aback. Weren't they discussing hailing rides? Why had the topic suddenly shifted to anomalies? What technique? Zhou said, This technique is called the Defying Heaven soul-splitting art. Most soul-splitting arts in the world divide one's own cultivation base and divine soul, but the Defying Heaven sect's technique is different. It creates a soul shell outside of one's own divine soul. Upon entering an anomaly, this soul shell becomes a life-saving talisman. When ordinary people enter an anomaly, they often fail to grasp its rules and easily violate them, resulting in instant death. Even if they don't die, they must consume their life-saving measures or suffer immense damage. But the Defying Heaven soul-splitting art is different. It doesn't consume any of the caster's power, yet grants you an extra life within the anomaly. However, its drawback is that this technique only works within anomalies. If a powerful cultivator in the immortal realm pursues you, the Defying Heaven soul-splitting art cannot sacrifice itself in your stead. But even so, the Defying Heaven soul-splitting art is extraordinarily potent. However, you cannot yet cultivate the true Defying Heaven soul-splitting art, as it requires a certain strength of the divine soul, at least the nascent soul stage. But I haven't spoken at length for nothing. I want you to cultivate a simplified version of the Defying Heaven soul-splitting art. Normally, chi-refining disciples cannot learn it, but I have faith in you. Ning Ri was stunned. You want me to learn the simplified version? Yes, after you master it. Zhou suddenly chuckled. You can then use the golden strategy mileage once more for free. Ning Ri was dumbfounded, then his eyes widened in realization. Oh, so you abruptly jumped to anomalies, mentioned the Defying Heaven sect's unparalleled technique, and said all this just to turn me into a new user again. As Ning Ri walked out of the Sutra Pavilion, he was still filled with gratitude toward Zhou. Of course, it wasn't because of Zhou's help in becoming a new user, but because of the Defying Heaven Foundation establishment method. Although Zhou hadn't said much, Ning Ri knew in his heart that among all the outer disciples, only he could complete this mission. Elder Zhou had intercepted this mission, clearly waiting to assign it to him. Or perhaps, Elder Zhou had already anticipated that he would reject the two options given to him. Thus, Elder Zhou had already prepared a third option, a path of greater independence and self-reliance. If he had chosen to have the elders help him obtain the elixir to improve his aptitude, Elder Zhou would not have assigned him this forging-related mission. Reflecting on this, Ning Ri mused. In this sense, had he passed another test. Then under the bright moonlight, he walked back to the Golden Laurel courtyard. The entire outer sect comprised valleys, plains, and small hills, all connected by formations. When Ning Ri first arrived at the Defying Heaven sect, he was warned not to wander recklessly lest he trigger the formations. Now with his disciple token, he no longer had to worry about this issue. After traversing various terrains, Ning Ri returned to the Golden Laurel courtyard. Along the way, he was planning the trip to the Artisan Pavilion to find Master Chen Xingfeng for forging. With the golden strategy transport available, reaching the Artisan Pavilion was no longer a major issue. Even at the slowest, it would only take half a day. Before that, he would stock up on techniques in the sect, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible. After all, he was worried about encountering trouble on his journey to find Master Chen Xingfeng. For instance, what if a final boss blocked his path and tried to kill him? However, before stocking up on techniques, he planned to first visit Liang Qingdao. The matter of borrowing his identity could be trivial or serious. Offering an apology was only proper. But when Ning Ri arrived at Liang Qingdao's small hut, the latter refused to see him, merely stating indifferently from within that he did not blame him. Having been rebuffed, Ning Ri said gently, "Thank you, Brother Qingdao, for your magnanimity. Should you ever require forging, Ning is willing to lend my aid." This offer of aid was flexible. Simple artifacts he would forge himself, difficult ones could be discussed further. But at least he had expressed his goodwill. From behind the door, Liang Qingdao replied flatly, "In him. Then Ning will take his leave." With that, Ning Ri returned to his own small hut. After Ning Ri left, Liang Qingdao walked to the window, staring at his receding figure. After a long silence, he took out a mirror, gazed at his own reflection, then put the mirror away and turned back to continue his cultivation. After returning to his small room, Ning Ri immediately seized the time to practice his sword for half an hour, grinding out a skill point. After practicing, he truly felt exhausted, so he took a short nap to replenish his energy. After sleeping for 2 hours, he got up in the dead of night to continue his practice. He only stopped after grinding out 6 skill points. With 7 skill points in hand, he was now capable of reaching the peak of foundation establishment at any moment. Ning Ri was very satisfied. However, aside from this, he had no offensive techniques. Both the Gale Step and the Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone technique were incomplete, and the Spirit Absorption technique was hardly an offensive method. As for the Heavenly Craft incomplete version, there was even less to say. After some thought, he decided to take on a task before setting off to earn some contribution points. At the very least, he needed to acquire 1 or 2 offensive techniques before he set out. In fact, he had considered that if he directly displayed his peak foundation establishment cultivation, the people of the Reversal Sect would likely pull him into the inner sect right away and grant him the foundation establishment technique, making offensive techniques a given. However, he also wanted to improve his aptitude. If he rashly revealed his peak foundation establishment cultivation, the people of the reversal sect might no longer consider that he had aptitude issues. That would not do. After grinding through the sword techniques all night, when Ning Ri left his small room, the sky was already bright. With the sunlight above, he arrived at the location for outer sect disciples to take on tasks, Lianhua Mountain. In front of Lianhua Mountain was Lianhua Lake with a pavilion at its center where tasks could be accepted. When Ning Ri arrived, there were not many people in the pavilion, only 2 senior brothers and sisters. As he walked over, before he could even speak to greet them, the eyes of the 2 senior brothers and sisters lit up, and one of the senior brothers spoke. "First, you are Ning Ri, right?" "Yes." The other senior sister chimed in with a smile. "I remember you too." Ning Ri revealed a bright smile. "Good morning, senior brothers and sisters. I am indeed Ning Ri." "Hello, junior brother Ning," the senior sister said with a smile. "I have a very deep impression of you. Because you mentioned that you wanted to shine, and your name is also related to sunlight. Now everyone in the inner sect calls you junior brother Yang." After saying this, the senior sister seemed to recall something amusing, covering her mouth and shrugging. "Ning Ri." The other senior brother waved his hand. "Let's not joke around. Junior brother Ning, did you come here to take on a task today?" "Yes. I want to take on some tasks and see if I can exchange for techniques at the scripture pavilion." The senior brother pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, for new disciples with relatively low cultivation like you, the tasks available at Lianhua Pavilion cannot be too difficult. So the tasks you can currently accept are only errands for the sect or errands down the mountain. But these tasks are quite trivial, offering very few contribution points. Generally, others would choose to wait until their cultivation is stronger before taking on tasks. Which one do you want to choose?" "I'll choose this one, just errands for a few copper coins. Thank you, Senior Ning." At the entrance of Zhou family village, Ning Ri sat in a pavilion while a middle-aged man in rough cloth smiled, pointing to Ning Ri's left side. To Ning Ri's left were bags of copper coins, and to his right was a jade slip that had automatic healing techniques. As long as spiritual energy was activated and a mortal touched it, the ailments of the mortal could be roughly understood. Ning Ri handed the copper coins to the middle-aged man. "Here you go." "Thank you, Senior Ning." The middle-aged man chuckled and then set down a large basin of braised meat, turning to leave, and it was the next person's turn. Ning Ri directly stored the large basin of braised meat into his disciple token. The disciple token issued by the reversal sect has a storage space. Watching the large basin of braised meat disappear into thin air, the villagers gasped in amazement. So impressive. "Next," Ning Ri said again. In the Lianhua Pavilion, Ning Ri ultimately chose the errand down the mountain task, which involved collecting materials for the spirit-blocking pill. When Ning Ri previously lived near the reversal sect, they would assign daily jobs. He had done this before. Now that Ning Ri had joined the reversal sect, his responsibility was to assign daily jobs to the villagers. For Ning Ri, this was like going from a daily job to a station master. The tasks he brought to the villagers today were collecting materials for the spirit-blocking pill. The materials for the spirit-blocking pill were the vegetables that the villagers stir-fried. After the villagers finished cooking, they would bring the dishes over. He would collect the dishes, pay them money, or help treat their ailments. It's that simple. Ning Ri considered this to be a form of charity. After all, it wasn't too difficult for the people of the reversal sect to stir-fry their own vegetables. In reality, he believed that aside from helping the villagers, the reversal sect's actions allowed disciples to descend the mountain to maintain order and deter some petty individuals. After handling all the villagers' dishes, Ning Ri hurried back to the sect and took on a new task, collecting wild medicinal herbs from other villages. Many outer sect disciples were proud and generally did not like running these trivial tasks, as they felt it wasted their cultivation time. They usually waited until their cultivation was stronger to directly take on tasks that provided a lot of contribution points, but Ning Ri did not mind. He could practice his sword while running tasks without any interruption. After 2 days of running errands, Ning Ri accumulated 20 skill points and finally gathered enough contribution points to exchange for an offensive technique. The Thunder Control Palm, which had a grand presence, could intimidate others and was not afraid of elemental weaknesses. Elemental weaknesses refer to the interactions such as water extinguishing fire and fire consuming wood. Then he arrived in front of the reversal sect and took out a jade slip. The entire jade slip was golden and inscribed with the words "Golden Strategy," giving off a magnificent aura. Ning Ri secretly thought, no wonder this is the most famous wealthy sect in the cultivation world. The jade slip in his hand was the summoning jade slip from the Golden Strategy record. Before inputting the hand seal to summon the driver, or summon the cultivator, he first opened his panel. Host Ning Ri Skills 1. Mortal Realm Swordsmanship 02. Chi Refining Technique 3 can reset points 3. Gale Step Incomplete 3 maxed out can reset points 4. Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone Technique Incomplete 05. Spirit Absorption Technique 10 maxed out can reset points 6. Heavenly Craft Incomplete 100 maxed out can reset points 7. Reversal Soul Division Technique 08. Thunder Control Palm 0 Free Skill Points 27. Ning Ri needed to learn the Reversal Soul Division Technique first to create a new user identity. However, what puzzled Ning Ri was, Elder Zhou Long had clearly stated that the Reversal Soul Division technique he received was a simplified version. Yet when this technique appeared on the panel, unlike the other techniques, it did not have the word incomplete. What was going on? Could it be that even if the technique was simplified or reduced, the panel could deduce the complete version? Upon recalling the previous spirit absorption technique, Ning Ri's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he began to invest heavily in the Reversal Soul Division technique. Skill points were instantly poured into the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art. Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art 5 Resettable. Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art 10 Resettable. Ning Ri was momentarily stunned after adding 10 points in one go. Not maxed out. At the same time, he sensed for a while, realizing he couldn't seem to create a new split soul for himself. This meant his mastery was insufficient. No wonder Elder Zhou had said that under normal circumstances, Qi-refining disciples couldn't learn this simplified version of the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art. For other Qi-refining skills, 10 skill points would max them out, but this one remained unmoved. With that thought, he instinctively added more, directly reaching 20 points. He stopped with a frown only after the balance dropped to 7 points. 20 points, and still not maxed out. Ning Ri's heart skipped a beat. He had always believed 10 points was the cap for a skill. Thus, he had been confident that as his cultivation advanced, he could directly evolve sleep, achieving no sleep, no food, no breaks. After deducting time for sect tasks and seeking techniques, he averaged 8 hours of training daily, earning 16 points per day and 1,600 points in 100 days. With enough techniques, becoming an immortal in 100 days was no dream. Now it seemed things weren't that simple. If the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art required so many points, higher tier techniques would need even more. Thus, he would need to investigate ways to improve his grinding efficiency. Then Ning Ri formed hand seals and activated the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art. With 10 skill points, the art remained inert. But after investing 20 points, Ning Ri felt he had finally achieved the effect Elder Zhou described. He could create a small split soul. But as he activated the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art, Ning Ri's expression shifted slightly. Something was off. With his hand seals, he immediately felt his consciousness splitting, but the process was painless and swift, taking only a breath or two. Then Ning Ri sensed an additional layer of protection over his soul. This was the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art. However, the Heaven-Defying Sect Soul Splitting Art was merely a means to resist anomalies and protect oneself, so it couldn't move freely from the body, unlike true soul splitting in the cultivation world. But after successfully splitting his soul, Ning Ri strangely discovered that his split soul was also different from the Heaven-Defying Sect's version. Because he found that what he had split off wasn't a small soul for transportation or a soul shell for resisting anomalies, but an entirely new soul. It also possessed the cultivation of the third level of Qi refining. According to the art's description, its founder initially referenced cultivation world soul splitting to create another self. This other self matched the original in power and soul. But this new self wasn't for enhancing strength or combat. It was meant to be a second life. The cultivation world had many methods for a second life, like substitute dolls or life lamps, but these worked against ordinary foes, not against the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao decided to kill you, even substitute dolls would fail instantly. Thus, the founder created this art to deceive the heavenly Tao. When unable to withstand the heavenly Tao, the founder would let the second life confuse it, dying in place of the true self. If the deception succeeded, the original survived. So strictly speaking, the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art should be called Add an Extra Life, like the Konami code in Contra. But obviously the life-adding technique didn't succeed. Nevertheless, after years of evolution, it became a fine art for resisting anomalies and free transportation. But now, Ning Ri looked inwardly at the other self within him, his mind shaken. Damn, what the founder failed to achieve seems to have been accomplished by me. Then, Ning Ri studied for a while. In his perception, his split soul had identical power to his original, but regrettably their strength couldn't be combined. He threw a couple of punches, but there was no case of Qi refining third level plus Qi refining third level equaling Qi refining sixth level. Then, Ning Ri had a sudden inspiration. He reset the Heaven-Defying Soul Splitting Art, and the split soul instantly dissolved, returning to his main soul. Ning Ri couldn't help but show a hint of regret. He had hoped the split soul would remain after resetting, allowing infinite lives, but reality proved him wrong. He had no choice but to obediently return the 20 skill points and recreate the split soul. Now Ning Ri couldn't verify if this split soul could truly deceive the heavenly Tao. But this question wasn't something he could consider now. His priority was transportation. As his spiritual technique entered the summoning Jade Slip of Golden Strategy record, the Jade Slip began to tremble slightly, then displayed a line of text honored guest golden strategy, record rejoices at your arrival. For your first meeting you may use it free of charge. May golden strategy record bring you a delightful experience. Seeing this, Ning Ri revealed a smile of successful freeloading. Golden strategy records transport coverage spanned the entire cultivation world. This was achieved not through jade slip craftsmanship or spell power, but through anomalies. The Golden Strategy Immortal Sect controlled an anomaly called Great Compassion Divine Palace. Ning Ri didn't yet know what Great Compassion Divine Palace was, for only that Golden Strategy record was one of its functions. It was precisely because Golden Strategy record's nature was anomalous that the heaven-defying soul-splitting art could deceive it. After waiting a moment, a streak of light flew from the sky swift as thunder and lightning. But when it rushed before Ning Ri, all noise vanished instantly with no leakage of power. It descended slowly, causing no harm or discomfort to Ning Ri. This showed that the newcomer's control over power was exquisite to the point of being terrifyingly formidable. Before Ning Ri stood a golden-robed man with a spear radiating a profound aura. The golden robe, true gold forged, dazzled so brightly that Ning Ri had to squint. The man then announced, "Greetings, I am Luo Ku of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. May I ask where you wish to go? How should I address you?" Before finishing, his tone suddenly changed in surprise. Aren't you young friend Ning Ri? Luo Ku had a deep impression of Ning Ri. The reason was simple: Ning Ri remained utterly indifferent to everything aboard the vessel. The Golden Strategy Courier Service required the use of the Golden Strategy Sect's issued Golden Strategy Flying Boat or Golden Strategy Treasure Ship to transport guests. For 1 to 3 passengers, the flying boat was used. For larger numbers, the treasure ship or multi-deck vessel was deployed. Whether it was the flying boat, treasure ship, or multi-deck vessel, all were exceedingly luxurious, fully showcasing the immense wealth of the Golden Strategy Sect. In addition, various jade slips were provided to allow passengers to understand just how powerful the Golden Strategy Sect was, how comfortable and enjoyable a cultivation experience joining the sect could be, and what cultivation resources would be supplied. When powerful cultivators traveled, they never considered taking a ride. Only ordinary cultivators needed to use the Golden Strategy Courier Service. The Golden Strategy Courier's true purpose was to recruit ordinary cultivators into the sect, enrolling students, hiring workers, everything. The more people who joined the Golden Strategy Sect, the better. Moreover, the Golden Strategy Sect didn't need to lower its standards. After all, you came of your own accord after seeing the treatment on our flying boat. We never begged you to join. But Ning Ri was different. When others first boarded a flying boat, even just looking around was considered polite. Touching and examining everything was the norm. Yet Ning Ri did nothing of the sort. He simply asked, "Can I practice my blade here?" Luo Ku said yes. And so Ning Ri began practicing his blade with great intensity. He never stopped the entire time. At that moment, Luo Ku was utterly astonished, yet at the same time a sense of admiration for Ning Ri grew within him. Although Ning Ri was merely practicing ordinary blade techniques, Luo Ku appreciated his down-to-earth, diligent attitude toward cultivation. Moreover, Ning Ri's blade movements were fluid and graceful, a pleasure to behold. If not for the Golden Strategy Courier's driver regulations explicitly forbidding harassment of guests, Luo Ku would have interrupted Ning Ri to test his innate bone structure. However, he believed that since Ning Ri had reached the 3rd grade of Qi refining, he must possess a spiritual root. With such a disposition, joining the Golden Strategy Sect's outer sect would surely be no problem. For this reason, after consulting Ning Ri's wishes, Luo Ku first sent him to the Golden Strategy Sect. The sect was in dire need of such grounded disciples. Now seeing Ning Ri here, especially with the Heaven-Defying Sect not far away, Luo Ku exclaimed in surprise, "What a remarkable fate that we meet again in this place." The moment Luo Ku spoke, Ning Ri was also stunned. Senior Luo. Luo Ku recognized him, and he recognized Luo Ku. Wasn't this the cultivator who had taken him to seek a master last time? Then his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could it be that because they knew each other he wouldn't be allowed to freeload? What was going on? Does your Golden Strategy Sect only have 1 driver per district? Luo Ku was about to exchange pleasantries with Ning Ri when a sudden thought struck him. His expression shifted to one of astonishment, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He glanced at the jade slip in his hand, then looked up in disbelief. Wait. How can this be your first time using the Golden Strategy Courier? Since he was a new guest, the recruitment brochure aboard the Golden Strategy flying boat had already started playing, ready to deliver a shocking impression of the Golden Strategy Sect to the newcomer. But Luo Ku just realized, how could Ning Ri be a newcomer? Hearing this, Ning Ri's face showed a somewhat awkward smile. Senior Luo. Internally, he felt even more embarrassed. Luo Ku glanced at the distant Heaven-Defying Sect as if a thought had occurred to him, and his expression darkened. You've joined the Heaven-Defying Sect, haven't you? Ning Ri immediately nodded yes. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Luo Ku's face showed a flash of understanding, then he frowned. No wonder. It must be those people from the Heaven-Defying Sect who have corrupted you. They love using their so-called damned soul division art to have their foundation establishment disciples use the golden strategy courier. It's utterly despicable. Ningri was speechless. So the entire sect does this. Wait, could it be that everyone is taking advantage of Luo Ku alone? Luo Ku then said to Ningri, don't worry. Once a golden strategy courier order is placed, it cannot be changed. Your order is still valid. I will take you to your destination. Ningri asked, then will you still receive compensation? Hearing that Ningri was concerned about him, Luo Ku grew even more disdainful of the Heaven-Defying Sect in his heart. A bunch of heretical cultivators ruining so many good disciples. Luo Ku looked at Ningri with increasing satisfaction and said, don't worry about compensation. Our sect is immensely wealthy. Since your order has been approved by the golden strategy courier, I will be paid. I just dislike the way your elders do things. Ningri let out an "oh" and said, that's good. Luo Ku then released the flying boat, and after learning Ningri's destination was Falling Cloud City, soared into the sky with him. The interior of the flying boat was still lavishly decorated, but Ningri paid it no mind. He intended to continue practicing his blade as before. Now he was like someone trying to withdraw 100 yuan from Pinduoduo, only one coin short. His mind was solely focused on getting that one more strike in. But while piloting the flying boat, Luo Ku asked with confusion, by the way, young friend Ning, why didn't you choose to join our sect instead of the Heaven-Defying Sect? In his view, since Ningri could join the Heaven-Defying Sect, why not the Golden Strategy Sect? Ningri gave an awkward laugh. Senior Luo, my aptitude is actually extremely poor. I merely had some fortune receiving a cultivation technique from someone which allowed me to barely reach the third layer of chi refining. But I lacked the capacity to advance further, so the Golden Strategy Sect's disciple recruitment office rejected me. After learning of the existence of the mortal anomaly, he no longer dared to claim he had stumbled upon a chi refining technique by chance. But after hearing this, Luo Ku felt something was off. He frowned. So the reason our sect turned you away was your poor aptitude. Ningri nodded. Luo Ku found this increasingly suspicious, then suddenly recalled something. Wait, if your aptitude is so poor, then what is your current cultivation level? Ningri honestly replied, 3rd grade of chi refining. After all this time I haven't made any progress, which indeed proves my poor aptitude. Luo Ku was stunned once more. Then his expression gradually changed, disbelief spreading across his face as he stared at Ningri. Seeing this, Ningri grew a little alarmed. Senior, what's wrong? Luo Ku said in astonishment, nothing, I've just realized that you are indeed at the 3rd grade of chi refining. Ningri was puzzled. I really am at the 3rd grade of chi refining, so what? Luo Ku murmured, just curious. How could a 3rd grade chi refining cultivator master the Heaven-Defying Soul Division art? Gohong told me it's a technique that can only be cultivated at the foundation establishment stage. Ningri was left speechless. Oh, so that's why he was stunned. Then Luo Ku's furious voice thundered through the skies. What are those idiots at the disciple recruitment office doing? How could Luo Ku not be enraged by Ningri's elimination? He had personally and freely received quite a few members of the Nitian sect on 2 occasions. Through these dealings, he had grown familiar with Zhou Hong from the sect's outer sect, and he was well aware of the difficulty of the Nitian soul-splitting art budget edition. This was an art that required at least a foundation establishment cultivator to master. Yet Ningri, who was only at the chi refinement stage, had accomplished what even a foundation establishment cultivator could do. If this wasn't genius, what was? And the Jin's immortal sect had let such a genius slip away. How could he not be furious? He had practically delivered Ningri to the sect's doorstep. Damn it. Luo Ku's anger toward the recruitment office reached its peak. The culmination of his fury was a warning from the flying vessel. The reason was his outburst at a guest. This only made Luo Ku feel more stifled. Ningri, with good intentions, temporarily set aside his crucial blade practice to offer a few words of comfort. After all, this man was a formidable cultivator from a prestigious sect. Offering some solace might forge a favorable connection. To divert Luo Ku's attention, Ningri asked, by the way, Senior Luo, do you know of any special products in Luoxia City worth bringing back to the sect? Luo Ku's anger was not directed at Ningri. Hearing the question, he pondered calmly for a moment before replying. You've just begun your path of cultivation. Don't squander your savings. The core of Luoxia City is the Artisan Tower. Aside from their artifacts, there's no need to buy anything else. Then a realization struck Luo Ku. By the way, what business do you have in Luoxia City? Ningri answered, I'm here for a sect mission. A mission in Luoxia City. Luo Ku was taken aback, then quickly understood. Don't tell me it's to forge a set of chi refinement stage artifacts for Chen Xingfeng. Ningri asked in surprise, how did you know? Luo Ku replied, this mission is an annual affair. Our Jin's sector Nitian sect and other sects send disciples here every year. Chen Xingfeng requires a set of forging artifacts. An ordinary chi refinement stage artificer can't accomplish that. Most Qi refinement disciples in other sects are still building their foundations and have little time for artifact forging. So we usually send more experienced and powerful foundation establishment disciples. I never imagined they would send you this year. Saying this, a smile of approval appeared on his face. Haha, it seems your talent in artifact forging must be extraordinary. Otherwise Zhou Hong would never have chosen you over your sect's foundation establishment artificers. Before he could finish, the smile on Luo Ke's face abruptly froze. Then for no apparent reason, he let out a deep sigh. He looked up at the clouds surrounding them, remaining silent for a long time. A cascade of bewilderment, shock, melancholy, and even a hint of existential doubt flickered across his face before settling back into another sigh. Ningri, Senior, please don't be like this. I'm getting scared. Senior, please say something. Throughout the journey, Luo Ke was lost in thought, wondering if he had offended someone back at the sect. Why would they eliminate such a prized treasure he had brought back? Why? Ningri, unaware of Luo Ke's turmoil, saw that his attempt to console had only agitated the man further. He gave up on comforting him and resumed his blade practice. Indeed, the distance from the Nitian sect to Luoxia City was considerable. Ningri felt the flying vessel was incredibly fast, yet even so it took him 2 hours to reach the outskirts of Luoxia City. Upon arrival, Luo Ke didn't rest. He handed Ningri a communication jade slip, then swiftly mounted his flying sword and sped off to his next job. As Ningri watched the flying sword swift as lightning vanish into the orange sunset glow on the horizon, he felt his earlier assumption was wrong. It wasn't Jin's cab, it was Jin's air taxi. Then picking up the Jin's taximeter, he shook his head and murmured, "Pity there's no option for a 5-star review." He was very satisfied with the Jin's taximeter. Fast, comfortable, no traffic jams, free, and came with a bodyguard from a righteous sect. For a low-level cultivator like him, who couldn't yet fly long distances alone, it was a godsend. However, it probably wouldn't be free next time. Ningri stroked his chin. Normally, it certainly wouldn't be free. But the reason he said probably not was that he was considering resetting his Nitian soul-splitting art skill points before using the Jin's taximeter next time. He thought this might allow him to freeload again. If it worked, it would be truly free and convenient. Luoxia City. This city consisted of an inner and outer main city along with 4 subsidiary cities. In Ningris, understanding the 2 main cities were the downtown area with the Artisan Tower located in the inner city. Ningri entered the city swiftly. After presenting his Nitian sect disciple token, he was immediately allowed passage. The city was bustling with traffic and crowds, vibrant and prosperous, with a noticeably higher number of cultivators. The setting sun painted the new city walls with a layer of leisurely rosy light. Beneath the walls, small groups of people gathered, sipping tea, playing chess, chatting, and enjoying themselves. The Artisan Tower was easy to find. It was the tallest building in Luoxia City, and with road signs everywhere, there was no fear of getting lost. Artificer Chen Xingfeng's skill was formidable, and the Artisan Tower under his command was even more so. It attracted many people to Luoxia City, specifically to purchase artifacts. Consequently, the city lord's mansion had adjusted Luoxia City's positioning based on this, building a cultural and tourism strategy centered around the Artisan Tower industry. Soon Ningri arrived before a towering structure. The Artisan Tower had 100 floors each, with a high ceiling, the highest point vanishing into the clouds. As night just fell, the part of the tower hidden in the clouds began to emit a dazzling yet gentle radiance. At the entrance hung a bronze plaque inscribed with the solemn characters Artisan Tower. A faint precious light swirled within the main hall, exuding an air of supreme elegance. At the entrance of the Artisan Tower, a handsome young man in brocade robes addressed Ningri with great courtesy. "Young master, have you come to purchase artifacts or to tour the Artisan Tower?" Ningri glanced at the man's clothes. They were dharma robes. He thought to himself, good heavens, even the receptionists at the Artisan Tower dressed this well. Moreover, the man's cultivation base was significantly higher than his own. Yet despite this, the man received him with a humble and gentle smile. Ningri replied politely, "Hello, my name is Ningri. I am a disciple of the Nitian sect here to participate in Master Xingfeng's mission." As he spoke, he presented his Nitian sect disciple token. The moment Ningri finished speaking, a flicker of shock and confusion clearly passed through the young man's eyes. But he quickly composed himself and said, "Young Master Ning, those undertaking Master Xingfeng's trial are waiting on the 23rd floor. Allow me to escort you up." Ningri didn't know why the man had that expression, but he didn't mind and simply nodded, "Thank you." Then the young man led Ningri onto the cloud elevator, which ascended directly from the 1st floor to the 23rd. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, Ningri was guided into an antique hall that resembled the assembly chamber of a noble residence. As Ningri entered, he noticed 4 individuals already seated within. Upon seeing this group, a thought crossed Ningri's mind. Senior Luo was right. This mission indeed occurs annually, and every sect can send participants. Yet Ningri was puzzled. Why does this mission repeat every year? Could it be that Master Chen Xingfeng hosts it solely to recruit disciples? Or perhaps no one has ever completed the mission leading to its annual recurrence? If the difficulty is extreme, would he still have a chance to obtain the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art? As Ning Ri observed the four, they also noticed him. A young man and woman around his age glanced at him before indifferently averting their gazes. The other two were a pair of strikingly similar men resembling twins distinguished only by their robes, one in blue, the other in green. The man in green robes sneered the moment he saw Ning Ri. How which sect has fallen so low this year? Even a Qi refinement third stage dares to participate. Everyone here is at Foundation establishment. Do you think you're worthy? As his words fell, Ning Ri remained composed but inwardly stirred. Mocking me. In all his time seeking immortals, worshipping masters, and joining sects, this was the first time Head faced such ridicule. It seemed today would be the day he broke through on the spot, showcasing his skill, astounding the crowd, and leaving all in stunned silence. Just as Ning Ri's mind raced through a short drama at lightning speed, the blue-robed man suddenly clamped his hand over the green-robed man's mouth, snarling, "Shut up." After speaking, he withdrew his hand, and Ning Ri saw a talisman had mysteriously appeared on the green-robed man's lips. The green-robed man frantically touched his mouth, letting out muffled sounds. Ignoring him, the blue-robed man hurried to Ning Ri, forcing a smile uglier than tears. "Apologies, fellow cultivator. This is my younger brother. We've just returned from our anomaly." My brother's mind was eroded by it, leaving him half-crippled. "I had placed a silencing talisman on him, but it just expired. Please forgive us." As he spoke, the blue-robed man offered a gleaming spirit stone. Behind him, his brother continued to protest silently, his sound stifled. Ning Ri, who had already opened his interface, thought, "Hey, are you interrupting my move?" He smoothly pocketed the spirit stone and said solemnly, "Esteemed fellow cultivator, I am Ning Ri of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Is there any way I can assist?" When Ning Ri mentioned his sect, the young man and woman who had looked away earlier raised their heads in surprise. The blue-robed man, also taken aback, smiled and said, "So brother Ning is from the Heaven-Defying Sect. I am Jiang Wan, and this is my brother Jiang Wu from the Mingtai Sword Sect." Hearing this, Ning Ri noticed the sword ring on Jiang Wan's hand. Some cultivators averse to carrying swords refine their flying swords into storable swords. With a thought, the sword transforms into a ring. With another, the ring instantly becomes a sword, catching opponents off guard. After the introductions, Jiang Wan said, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Ning, but my foolish brother will recover shortly. No need to waste your efforts on him." Ning Ri smiled and nodded. In truth, he knew his Qi refinement third stage was useless. It was merely a polite refusal. Yet he grew more curious. What anomaly had they encountered? But deeming it too sensitive, he refrained from asking. He chose a seat and sat down. After apologizing, Jiang Wan returned to his brother's side. To Jiang Wan, Ning Ri was not a rival in this artifact refining trial. Not because Ning Ri lacked talent in refining, but because his cultivation was insufficient. Before coming, Jiang Wan had consulted senior sect members. He knew Master Chen Xingfeng's task required refining a complete set of Qi refinement artifacts, but with a strict time limit. At Qi refinement third stage, no matter how talented Ning Ri was, his spiritual energy would only suffice for one or two pieces, far from completing the set within the deadline. Since Jiang Wan didn't see Ning Ri as a competitor, he treated him more cordially, hoping to forge a good connection. Moreover, he believed that a Qi refinement third stage sent by the Heaven-Defying Sect for this trial must be an eccentric worth befriending, a reputation the heretic sect upheld. At that moment, Jiang Wu recovered. He exchanged a glance with his brother, pleading silently. Reluctantly, Jiang Wan removed the silencing talisman. Jiang Wu stood up, bowed apologetically to Ning Ri, and said, "Forgive me, brother Ning. My weakness allowed the anomaly to invade my mind. Please accept my apology." Ning Ri waved dismissively. "No harm done, brother Wu. Do not dwell on it." Since his brother had already paid, Ning Ri let it go. "Thank you, brother Ning." After speaking, Jiang Wu retreated to his armchair, covering his face in silence. Just then, an excited child's voice came from outside. "Hey, aren't you the big brother who practices the blade?" Ning Ri turned to see two people at the door. Smiling, he stood up. "Shi Yuan, what brings you here?" At the doorway stood a middle-aged man in brocade robes with an ordinary aura like a mortal, and a boy who only reached the man's chest. The boy at Qi refinement 8th stage was Shi Yuan, only 10 years old, a disciple of the Lingxi immortal sect Ning Ri had met before. He was the one who had pestered Ning Ri to take him as a master. The middle-aged man beside him was Yang Xingming. Ning Ri didn't know Yang's power, but he held him in high regard. Yang had praised his blade technique and gifted him spirit stones. Shi Yuan ran to Ning Ri, grimacing, "Big brother, don't ask. My father made me come for artifact refining." Before Ning Ri could respond, the Zhang brothers and the silent pair suddenly rose in unison, showing reverence as if rehearsed, and addressed Yang Xingming. Greetings, Elder Xingming. Yang Xingming merely nodded with a smile, then approached Ning Ri, studying him curiously. Ning Ri, which sect did you ultimately join? Did you visit Lingxi? His tone was familiar, like an elder of the family, instantly casting a subtle tension among the others. Within the Great Compassion Divine Palace of the Jinsu Immortal Sect, there hung a sect ranking list. The Ming Tai Immortal Sect, the Lingxi Immortal Sect, the Xianji Immortal Sect. All these sects were prominently listed, including the Jinsu Immortal Sect itself. The rankings of these sects frequently fluctuated due to the mechanism of the Great Compassion Divine Palace. Yet the Lingxi Immortal Sect always managed to secure a spot among the top 3. Within the Lingxi Immortal Sect, the Shi family was a prominent clan, and Shi Yuan's father was one of the power wielders. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Xingming could serve as Shi Yuan's guardian. His status and strength were self-evident. The moment Ning Ri received such a greeting from Yang Xingming, everyone's thoughts began to churn. Because of Yang Xingming's words, they couldn't help but speculate about Ning Ri's identity and background in their hearts. Was there any prominent family in this cultivation world with the surname Ning? However, they were mistaken. Yang Xingming appreciated Ning Ri solely for his saber techniques and diligence. For someone like him, he no longer cared about the other's identity, background, or origin. Thus, his admiration for Ning Ri was purely genuine. Yet this was also based on the fact that Ning Ri sought nothing from him or Shi Yuan. Only then could he appreciate Ning Ri purely. If Ning Ri had overtly or covertly tried to get Yang Xingming to arrange his entry into the Lingxi Immortal Sect or to demand other heavenly treasures, Yang Xingming would not have maintained such an attitude. At that moment, facing Yang Xingming's inquiry, Ning Ri replied, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Yang. This junior has indeed been to the Lingxi Immortal Sect, but unfortunately my talent is lacking and I could not enter. Truly a pity. Now this junior is a disciple of the Nitian Sect." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You actually went to the Nitian Sect?" Ning Ri nodded. Yang Xingming continued, "So this trial at the Jiangxin Tower is arranged by the Nitian Sect?" Ning Ri nodded again, then smiled sheepishly. "The elder of the sect told me to come and observe the artifact refining techniques of the prodigies from various major sects. He said the task isn't important, but gaining more experience is." Yang Xingming chuckled along, revealing nothing but a glint of interest flickered in his eyes. Shi Yuan, standing beside him, said, "Big brother, they really have no vision. Should I talk to my father? Some people who haven't even reached the 3rd level of qi refining can still stay in Lingxi. I think you can too." Last time, Shi Yuan had also suggested that Ning Ri join the Lingxi Immortal Sect directly. Ning Ri had declined before. He didn't know exactly how powerful the Shi family was in the Lingxi Immortal Sect, but just by looking at Shi Yuan's demeanor, he knew this was the child of a leader. He dared not agree casually, fearing that a single misstep might lead to his doom. Now, hearing Shi Yuan bring up the old matter, Ning Ri laughed heartily and refused again. "Shi Yuan, it's fine. Big brother has already joined the Nitian Sect. I can't quit. That would be dishonest. We're still good friends. When you have time later, Big brother will come find you to play." Shi Yuan said helplessly, "All right." Then his eyes lit up. "But can I go to the Nitian Sect to find you and play?" Previously, Shi Yuan had asked where Ning Ri lived, clearly wanting to learn saber techniques from him. Back then, Ning Ri said he had no fixed abode. Now that he knew Ning Ri was in the Nitian Sect, he naturally wanted to visit. But upon hearing this, Ning Ri hesitated. Was the Nitian Sect a suitable place for a child? Maybe it was okay. Having been in contact with the Nitian Sect for a few days, he found the sect quite good. The people were nice, the atmosphere was pleasant, and they even provided work for nearby villagers. There was Li Cheng, who erected steels, Sun Song, who questioned hearts, Zhou Hong, who typed subtitles and loved freeloading rides, and the peculiar disciple token. It was just a bit unusual. It was unlikely that a child would be easily influenced in a short time. Could it be that after one visit he would think erecting steels was cool and start putting up huge steels in the Lingxi Immortal Sect? Thinking this, Ning Ri felt he could agree to Shi Yuan. Going to the leader's home was a no-go, but building a good relationship with the leader's child was quite beneficial. However, upon hearing this, Yang Xingming, who had been smiling silently on the side, immediately changed his expression. He patted Shi Yuan's shoulder and said, "You honor, be good. Big brother needs to cultivate himself and is very busy. Don't disturb him. In the future, focus on your cultivation. When you break through to Foundation establishment on the day of celebration, you can invite Big brother as a guest. Then you can show him your cave dwelling." Towards the end, Yang Xingming deliberately emphasized as a guest. This was seemingly said to Shi Yuan, but was actually meant for Ning Ri to prevent him from misunderstanding that he was supposed to go to the Shi residence to perform saber techniques. The difference was significant. Based on his experience, Yang Xingming had already guessed that the Nitian Sect with Mo Hidao and Obsessive absolutely did not lack skilled artifact refiners. Yet they still sent Ning Ri this year. It was likely that Ning Ri's talent in artifact refining was astonishingly good, otherwise it would be impossible for him to stand here with only the third level of qi refining. Coupled with Ning Ri's diligent nature where he would polish a saber technique thousands of times, Yang Xingming could foresee that Ning Ri's future achievements as an artifact refiner would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, Yang Xingming's careful choice of words was like casting pearls before swine. Ning Ri didn't notice the emphasis on as a guest, he just thought, damn, is the Nitian sect that terrifying to warrant such words? All right. Shi Yuan, unaware of the thoughts of the two adults, just said, Big brother, shall we refine artifacts together later? Ning Ri wasn't too sure either. Probably. Just then Zhang Wu, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. Everyone was startled. Then Zhang Wu sneered, refine artifacts together. A little brat like you dares to participate in this trial. Do you even know that everyone here is at Foundation establishment? Do you think I am MPH? As soon as he said this, Ning Ri's expression changed drastically. Damn, bro, are you this brave? The man and woman beside him were also dumbfounded. Jiang Wen was scared out of his wits. He fiercely punched Jiang Wu and silenced him, then said in terror, Elder Xingming, my brother did not mean to offend intentionally. He was just. Yang Xingming waved his hand. No matter. I sensed something was off about him when I came in. You've been to the Inda sect, haven't you? Hearing this, Ning Ri's heart stirred. Inda sect? Was that the strange name? Jiang Wen's mournful face relaxed slightly. He quickly said yes. Yang Xingming took another look at Jiang Wu and said, he's been infected by a fear fiend. Nothing serious. How many times has your brother had episodes since leaving the Inda sect? Ning Ri's heart stirred again upon hearing this. Fear fiend. What was that? Jiang Wen's face lit up with joy, and he replied 6 times. Yang Xingming nodded slightly. That's about it. You honor, this is what I told you about before. The appearance of being infected by a fear fiend. Fear and terror affect their behavior. Hearing this, Ning Ri was taken aback. This guy is so bold, yet he's afraid and terrified. Yang Xingming noticed Ning Ri's expression as if reading his thoughts and smiled. When a fear fiend enters the body, the person becomes filled with fear and distrust towards the entire world. At such times, they can only vent their inner fear and boost their courage through this kind of behavior. It's like someone walking alone at night, who talks loudly to bolster their courage. Ning Ri pondered. So that's it. So fear fiends bring fear and terror. What about joy, anger, and sorrow? For instance, a joy fiend, always happy. If there's a joy fiend, are there mean fiends, filial piety fiends, urgent fiends, surprise fiends, winter fiends? Just as Ning Ri was turning into a little meme fiend, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. Xingming, you came personally. Are you that eager for my old man's reward? As the voice fell, everyone turned to look. An old man in a blue-gray robe walked in through the door. His face was covered in wrinkles like dried tree bark, his palms were broad and thick, and his aura was unfathomable. The newcomer was none other than the master of the Jiangxin Tower, Chen Xingfeng. In previous years, only the stewards of the Jiangxin Tower received people for the artifact refining tasks. Chen Xingfeng never showed up personally. But with Yang Xingming and Shi Yuan's arrival, Chen Xingfeng came in person. That was why Ning Ri and the others had to wait so long. When Chen Xingfeng appeared, Ning Ri and the others immediately said, Greetings, Master Xingfeng. Even Shi Yuan joined in. Yang Xingming cupped his fists towards Chen Xingfeng and said, Master Xingfeng, you jest. The clan head said that the most important thing is not to obtain your generous rewards, but to give Yuaner the opportunity to learn from a top-tier artifact refiner like you and broaden his horizons. That is the most precious treasure for Yuaner's future path of immortality. Ning Ri found these words strangely familiar. Chen Xingfeng chuckled. In that case, let's go. Everyone is here. With Chen Xingfeng's word, the group soon moved to another room on the same floor, the artifact refining chamber. Inside the room were 4 iron racks, each containing black stones that emitted a heat that made one's skin burn. These were the artifact refining furnaces. The furnace and artifact refining furnace referred to a mortal's blacksmithing forge, different from an alchemy furnace. Ning Ri thought the forge looked a bit like a charcoal grill for barbecue. The iron platform before him was similar. Ning Ri thought if he put a grill net and chicken wings on it, he could start barbecuing right away. These 5 artifact refining furnaces were for Ning Ri, Shi Yuan, Jiang Wen, and the man and woman. It was only then that Ning Ri learned the origins of the man and woman. The man was from the Jinsu immortal sect named Liang Shuyu. The woman was from the Xianji immortal sect named Jin Lo. When he learned that Liang Shuyu was from the Jinsu immortal sect, Ning Ri took a few extra looks at him. The others seemed unremarkable, which surprised Ning Ri as he had expected all members of the Jinsu immortal sect to be flashy and gold-plated. As for Jiang Wen's brother, he was supposed to participate, but had to stay outside due to being infected by the fear fiend. Upon entering the artifact refining chamber, Chen Xingfeng had the 5 of them go to their respective furnaces. However, Shi Yuan was a special case with Yang Xingming following behind him. Chun Xingfeng stood in the center of the 5 furnaces, his expression stern. He said in a low voice, "According to past rules, each of you could have your own private refining room. However, in previous years, I did not personally oversee this. So if any of you want a private room, I can have it arranged. Does anyone want one?" Everyone immediately shook their heads without hesitation. Having gathered so much information, Ning Ri had already summarized a few points. Chun Xingfeng held a very high status. His presence could make Luoxia City revolve entirely around him, with even street signs pointing specifically to the Jiangxin Tower. The difficulty of Chun Xingfeng's task was extremely high, and no one had ever completed it from the past to the present. Yet every year disciples from major sects came, coupled with Chun Xingfeng's special status. Clearly the surface purpose of this task was artifact refining, but the real goal was to get acquainted with Chun Xingfeng. Pleasing Chun Xingfeng was the top priority. However, in previous years, Chun Xingfeng didn't oversee it, so it was fine for each participant to refine artifacts alone. But now, Chun Xingfeng was standing right before them. Why would anyone want a private room? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Chun Xingfeng nodded slightly, his aged face revealing nothing, but he paused for a moment before speaking slowly and sternly. "Very well. Since you don't want private rooms, let me lay out my rules. This time while you refine artifacts, I will give random instructions. You must concentrate. No matter who I am instructing, do not let my words disturb your focus. Understood? The total time for this artifact refining is 12 hours. Within these 12 hours, each of you has 3 chances to refine. If you fail all 3, you must leave. If you succeed, you may stay to listen to my instructions or leave to rest outside. Is that clear?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wen, Liang Shuyo, and Jin Lu all showed ecstatic expressions. "Master Xingfeng, we understand." Although Ning Ri wasn't overjoyed, he followed suit with an ecstatic shout to fit in. After shouting, he thought to himself, Chun Xingfeng's personal guidance. It seemed he had stumbled upon a master class. Chun Xingfeng's voice was deep and still stern. He spoke slowly. "Good. Then each of you pick up the jade slip beside your furnace and look at the artifact refining blueprints I've given you. Refine according to the blueprints, a complete set of magical artifacts." Yes. Everyone immediately began studying the blueprints. But Ning Ri didn't look at the blueprints. He glanced at Shi Yuan. His understanding of this world was still in a hazy stage, but he had a clear grasp of Shi Yuan's status. He suspected that Chun Xingfeng's deviation from past practices, personally leading them and overseeing the refining as well as choosing to give random instructions, was all because of Yang Xingming's words, "Let Yuan learn from Master Xingfeng." In other words, all of them were benefiting from Shi Yuan's presence. And as Ning Ri had guessed, after speaking, Chun Xingfeng walked straight over to Shi Yuan, who was picking up the jade slip, and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Shi Yuan thanked him. "Thank you, Master Xingfeng." Chun Xingfeng, who had been stern the entire time, showed a hint of a smile. "You're welcome." Ning Ri. Damn, you're not even pretending anymore. All these new rules were for Shi Yuan. Chun Xingfeng's move was like a judge at an Olympiad telling the students to do the problems, then going down to the floor and saying to a student, "If you can't understand the problem, ask me." At that moment, Ning Ri felt extremely fortunate. Thank goodness. Young Master Yuan enjoys watching my saber techniques. Just then the other 3 had already started refining. With a loud bang, the heat in the artifact refining chamber surged, and the whole world became scorching hot. Seeing this, Ning Ri immediately began to act as well. But then he suddenly noticed that a panel had popped up. The moment it appeared, he stood frozen in place, a look of disbelief on his face. "What? This is impossible." Host Ning Ri. Skills. 1. Mortal Blade Art, 4 resettable. 2. Chi Refining Art, 3 resettable. 3. Gale Step Incomplete, 3 maxed resettable. 4. Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone Art Incomplete, 0. 5. Soul Absorption Art, 10 maxed resettable. 6. Heavenly Craftsmanship Incomplete, 100 maxed resettable. 7. Heaven-Defying Soul Split Art, 20 resettable. 8. Thunderpalm, 0. Free skill points, 7. When Ning Ri left the sect, he originally had 27 free skill points, but after learning the Heaven-Defying Soul Split Art, only 7 remained. However, on the flying boat, because Luo Ku was melancholy, Ning Ri practiced his blade alone for 2 hours, thus his Mortal Blade Art returned to 4 points. And at this moment, under the scorching waves of fire in the artifact refining room, Ning Ri watched in disbelief as the skill points on his panel began to rise. What was rising was precisely Heavenly Craftsmanship Incomplete. Under Ning Ri's gaze, the skill points of Heavenly Craftsmanship Incomplete, 100 maxed resettable, suddenly transformed into 101 maxed resettable. Ning Ri. What in the world is happening? Wasn't this skill already maxed out? Who unlocked it for me? What made Ning Ri's pupil's contract even more was, in the next second it directly became 107 maxed resettable. Ning Ri. Growing this fast. 110. In another blink. 116. Ning Ri. Huh, buddy, aren't you? Even a cheat shouldn't be this blatant. Artifact refining involves many techniques, such as nurturing the furnace or nurturing the tool. These are maintenance methods. Some techniques target the transformation of an artifact's form or appearance. For instance, if one tires of an artifact's color, they could apply a new coat or change the hue without damaging the existing runes. There is also rune addition, which sounds auspicious, but essentially adds new functions to the artifact. However, none of these were relevant to the current refining session. This session aimed only to forge a set of chi refining stage artifacts. Thus, the techniques required were igniting the fire, melting the materials, carving the arrays, and shaping the form. All those flashy methods were unnecessary for chi refining artifacts. For this reason, Liang Shuyo, Jin Lu, and Jiang Wen were now skillfully igniting the refining furnace. With a resounding boom, amidst the black refining stones, flames of various colors burst forth, yet none possessed great power, all at the 7th level of chi refining. As for why it was only chi refining 7th level, it was because Shi Yuan's cultivation was merely at chi refining 8th level. They feared that if they burned too fiercely, it would bring an uncomfortable experience to Master Shi. As for Ning Ri, who was at chi refining 3rd level, they paid him little attention. It wasn't that they disregarded his feelings, nor that they were unaware of Yang Xingming's good relationship with him, but an artifact flame at chi refining 3rd level was far too slow for refining. Nevertheless, even without suppressing the flame's power, they couldn't help but cast glances at Ning Ri, fearing he might frown. But when they looked at Ning Ri, it was their own brows that furrowed, for they discovered that Ning Ri was completely still. This left the three utterly bewildered. Why wasn't this guy moving at all? Even young Master Shi next door was about to begin. They did not know that Ning Ri was deliberately refraining from action. At this moment, Ning Ri dared not move. He had no idea what was causing the panel's bizarre growth. Therefore, he feared that any movement on his part might disrupt the process. What if the reality was the panel had glitched, mistaking someone else's refining for his own? The panel then thought, my host is truly refining wonderfully. This is utterly astonishing. And then it granted him infinite growth. But if he started refining himself, the panel would realize the numbers didn't match, discovering his true refining talent was 0 and immediately halt the skill point increase. What then? That simply wouldn't do. After all, there were still 6 hours left. With his level of heavenly craftsmanship, that was enough time to forge an entire set of artifacts. And in just that brief moment, his heavenly craftsmanship incomplete had already reached 125 points. This was utterly absurd. Even his blade practice didn't boost skill points this rapidly. And just then, Ning Ri suddenly noticed that the words maxed in heavenly craftsmanship incomplete maxed resettable had abruptly turned red. Is it over? Did the glitch get discovered? Ning Ri's heart skipped a beat. The thought had barely settled when he saw that not only had max turned red, but it was also rapidly thickening. After thickening and reddening, the 125 skill points of heavenly craftsmanship incomplete suddenly plummeted to 100. Ning Ri. In that instant, Ning Ri felt as if the sky had fallen. Such a thing was unacceptable. But before the pain could engulf his heart, he glimpsed. The free skill points below had become 32. Oh, it was just a reset. Never mind. Immediately after, heavenly craftsmanship incomplete skill points rose back to 101. But this time was different from before. The moment the points appeared, they were instantly reset. Each gain triggered a reset. In the blink of an eye, the free skill points had reached 37. Ning Ri maintained a composed facade, but inwardly, he was utterly astounded. His shock was so intense that even his blocked acupoints seemed to loosen slightly, and the calculi within shattered a little. This was too incredible. Just then, Chen Xingfeng, not far away, suddenly turned to Ning Ri and said flatly, "Ning Ri, what are you still dawdling for? Aren't you going to start?" Hearing this, Ning Ri was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Master Xingfeng, I was contemplating how to proceed with perfection." When they first entered the refining room, Chen Xingfeng had asked for the names of Jiang, Wen Jiang, Wu Liang Shuyo, and Jin Lu, but had skipped Ning Ri entirely. Ning Ri didn't mind. He assumed Chen Xingfeng simply hadn't deemed him worthy of notice. As Ning Ri finished speaking, Chen Xingfeng let out a scornful laugh. "Don't overthink it. Perfection. No matter what, you're just a disciple of Mo Chui Dao. How perfect can you possibly be?" Ning Ri. Was that old geezer mocking him? Had he too been infected by fear of the grotesque? But Ning Ri didn't take offense, for he sensed that Chen Xingfeng's target was actually Mo Chui Dao. With that in mind, Ning Ri said, "Master Xingfeng speaks wisely. This junior is dull-witted, merely a disciple with limited learning ability, certainly unable to achieve perfection. Thanks to your guidance, I now realize that perfection isn't achieved through excessive pondering. I will begin immediately. Thank you for your instruction." Ning Ri neither admitted that Mo Chui Dao was inferior nor refuted Chen Xingfeng. He simply claimed his own inadequacy in learning while flattering Chen Xingfeng, hoping to satisfy him. But Chen Xingfeng merely shook his head without any response. And now Ning Ri had to place his hands on the refining furnace to ignite the flame. Meanwhile, he noticed that during his brief exchange with Chen Xingfeng, the free skill points had already reached 57. That was an increase of 814. 29 since entering the refining room. This was growing far too fast. Yet one question still lingered in Ning Ri's mind. What exactly was causing this growth? Just then, Chen Xingfeng suddenly spoke to Shi Yuan. Stop for a moment. Let me explain something here. At these words, the other three in the refining room pricked up their ears in unison, pausing their actions. And in that very instant, Ning Ri stared at the abruptly halted numbers on his panel, his expression shifting. I think I know what's causing the increase. Within the refining chamber, the trio of earnest artifact refiners had already begun melting materials. The Qi refining tier artifact blueprints Chen Xingfeng had provided them were not overly complex, manageable even with their Qi refining level refining techniques. Thus, the moment Chen Xingfeng spoke up to instruct Shi Yuan, they immediately ceased their work. Yet as they stopped, Ning Ri noticed that his skill points had frozen. This instantly made Ning Ri keenly aware of a possibility. Could his skill points truly be rising only because others were refining artifacts? But then when someone had previously used the Qi refining art before him, why hadn't his own Qi refining art improved? Unless... Ning Ri raised an eyebrow. Could it be related to his own skills? Meanwhile, Shi Yuan halted his movements, turning to Chen Xingfeng with a childish voice, asking, Master Xingfeng, have I done something wrong? Chen Xingfeng gazed at Shi Yuan and the refining furnace before him, where a nascent artifact flame was gradually kindling, and said in a deep voice, You haven't done anything wrong, but you can do better. When kindling the artifact flame, pay attention to the harmony of the 5 elements. Your wood element is too heavy. Do you often practice alchemy? Shi Yuan nodded, saying yes. Master Xingfeng, you are truly remarkable. Chen Xingfeng smiled and said, Wood element emphasizes vitality, but the artifact I want you to forge doesn't require much of it. So you can make adjustments. Then Chen Xingfeng shifted his tone. However, blindly pursuing the fire element isn't ideal either. To forge a perfect artifact, you must consider all 5 elements, especially for higher tier ones. If you cannot balance the 5 elements on your own, you can start with the artifact flame materials. Using external aids can help you perceive yourself and adjust the elements, just don't become dependent on them. I have a few specific methods, such as generating the artifact flame in a place extremely heavy with wood element to adjust fire and wood, or directly going to. This lengthy explanation was meant for the trio of artifact refiners. Clearly, Chen Xingfeng did not neglect anyone. Since he was giving a lesson, it was only natural for everyone to benefit. The 3 immediately fell into thoughtful contemplation. Meanwhile, Ning Ri pretended to listen while secretly studying his panel. When the others stopped refining, he pondered for a moment, and then right after Chen Xingfeng paused, immediately began to kindle his flame. He wanted to verify whether his own artifact refining could cause his skill points to increase. This was a perfect opportunity. If everyone started working together later, it would be harder to control the variables. Boom. The moment the flame surged, everyone's attention was drawn to Ning Ri. Jin Lu and Liang Shuyu were taken aback. What was this guy up to? You start right after Master Xingfeng finishes speaking. How rude. As for Chen Xingfeng himself, he looked somewhat surprised. What was this lad's rush? As for Yang Xingming, he showed a hint of interest. He was curious why Ning Ri, who had been idle for so long, suddenly sprang into action without warning. What was he trying to accomplish? Boom. When Ning Ri channeled his spiritual energy into the refining furnace, flames burst forth, and a spiritual flame ignited instantly. As it blazed, the colors of the 5 elements swirled within its core. In that moment, the astonished expressions of the onlookers shifted abruptly. A perfectly balanced spiritual flame. The 5 elements cycled, generating life endlessly, imbuing the flame with a sense of vitality. They wondered if it was an illusion, but the dancing flame seemed exceptionally enchanting, growing more flamboyant as it burned, reflecting the shock on their faces. In that instant, their eyes collectively filled with awe, staring at Ning Ri in disbelief. Not buddy, were you serious about wanting perfection just now, eh? Yang Xingming wore a knowing smile. He had suspected that the Nitian sect sending Ning Ri here must have had a hidden agenda. Now it seemed that agenda was far from trivial. As for Ning Ri himself, after igniting the spiritual flame, he didn't act rashly. He stood still for a while, then frowned, a flicker of subtle dissatisfaction crossing his face. Others noticed his fleeting displeasure and were momentarily dumbfounded. Dude, what are you dissatisfied with? Is the perfect balance of the 5 elements in the artifact flame disturbing you? The reason for Ning Ri's dissatisfaction was simple. He had thought that after his refining skills merged into Tiangong, a hidden condition might have been triggered. Perhaps anyone refining artifacts near him could cause skill points to rise. Thus, he wanted to see if he himself enjoyed the same benefit. Could refining in his own proximity also boost his points? If so, he wouldn't have to toil away at blade practice anymore. But now he realized that even though he had kindled the artifact flame just like the others earlier, his skill points remained unchanged. Ning Ri picked up a piece of refining material, his mind racing, so it seemed he still needed others to refine for testing. But Ning Ri glanced at them. Why wasn't anyone moving? He had no choice but to continue working on his own. He tossed an iron ore into the artifact flame and began channeling his spiritual energy to melt it. As it liquefied, he manipulated his inner chi, his fingers weaving a steady stream of hand seals. The others, when melting materials, would wave their hands frantically like a whirlwind, fingers flipping in a dizzying display. Ning Ri also yearned to form seals with wild abandon. After all, he harbored a secret desire for a cool, dramatic style. But his current spiritual energy couldn't support such flamboyance. Flashiness came at a cost. He had to adopt the most efficient approach, releasing hand seals only at critical moments, plain and unadorned, leaving the rest to the artifact flame. Meanwhile, Chen Xingfeng, who had been silent, observed Ning Ri's material melting technique for a moment, then turned to Yang Xingming and transmitted his voice. Have Shi Yuan learned from Ning Ri. His methods are the most correct and most suitable for a Qi refining tier refiner. He is a very grounded refiner. He chose to speak through telepathy rather than aloud, fearing he might disrupt Ning Ri's refining process. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingming nodded slightly, and then transmitted the message to Shi Yuan, whose eyes lit up. After alerting Shi Yuan, Yang Xingming looked at Chen Xingfeng about to speak. Chen Xingfeng's voice reached his ear first. I don't know how this kid did it, but just from that artifact flame, I understand why Mo Tao sent him here. He's here to show off that bastard. Yang Xingming. Chen Xingfeng, unwilling to disturb Ning Ri, had a pent-up stream of thoughts and could only confide in Yang Xingming. This lad is simple and pure. He must have put immense effort into refining techniques. This kid. Sai, why didn't your Lingxi Immortal Sect recruit him? How did he end up at the Nitian Sect? You all. Forget it, I'm too tired to scold you. Yang Xingming. What does this have to do with me? However, he turned to look at Ning Ri, a satisfied expression in his eyes, and nodded slightly. Chen Xingfeng's assessment of Ning Ri matched his own understanding perfectly. This lad is truly extraordinary. Just then, Chen Xingfeng's voice came again, tinged with disdain. Stop nodding there, acting all appreciative. With your basic refining skills, you'd better learn from him. Yang Xingming was somewhat speechless. Why was he being lectured? Yet he dared not argue with Chen Xingfeng, so he obediently fixed his gaze on Ning Ri's technique. The more he watched, the more he marveled. This lad was truly exceptional. Yang Xingming differed from Luo Ku in one respect. Luo Ku was a pillar of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect, fervently devoted to recruitment. Yang Xingming, however, was merely a guest elder of the Shi family and Shi Yuan's guardian. He cared little whether Ning Ri joined the Lingxi Immortal Sect. He only felt satisfied with the goodwill he had cultivated with Ning Ri earlier. Meanwhile, Jin Lu and Liang Shi's faces had turned ashen. How could they forge anything under these conditions? They understood that the true purpose of this smithing task was to earn Chen Xingfeng's favor. But now Chen Xingfeng barely acknowledged their existence, let alone appreciated them. Jiang Wen, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts. He focused intently, stealing every bit of Ning Ri's smithing techniques. To him, the effect was akin to Chen Xingfeng's own explanations. Yet Ning Ri's skills exuded a sense of profound simplicity. The incantations were uncomplicated, but Jiang Wen knew that watching was easy while replicating was impossible. At this thought, he gasped inwardly. No wonder the cultivation world said that those sent out by the Heaven-Defying Sect were no ordinary beings. Ning Ri was a perfect example. It was also no surprise that Elder Yang Xingming held him in such high regard. At that moment, Ning Ri noticed everyone's gaze fixed on him and grew anxious. Why are you all staring at me? There are no words on my face. Get on with your forging. He needed more people to practice smithing so he could decipher the rules of his panel. With a sigh, Ning Ri let his spiritual energy flicker, faintly feigning exhaustion. Seizing the moment, he gradually halted his forging, set the molten iron aside, and began to rest. He pretended to be out of spiritual energy, hoping to divert attention from himself and prompt others to resume their work. Yet he avoided overacting, trusting that others would understand. The moment Ning Ri stopped, Jin Lu and Liang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking now that's how it should be. Earlier, when they saw Ning Ri's cultivation level, they had predicted he couldn't sustain such effort for long. Even with a 6-hour advantage, he would need frequent breaks. And now their prediction had come true. Thinking this, the two who had been utterly crushed secretly felt a surge of glee and superiority. No matter what their cultivation was far above Ning Ri's, they wouldn't falter for mere forging. Then they resumed their work. As soon as they did, Ning Ri's heart soared. His skill points were rising again. At this, Shi Yuan asked with concern, "Big brother, are you all right?" Ning Ri smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You keep forging." "Okay." Shi Yuan nodded seriously and began melting materials. Once Shi Yuan joined and Ning Ri noticed the skill points increasing even faster. He wondered, could it be that with heavenly craft the more people forge near me the faster my skill points grow? Just then Qin Xingfeng suddenly spoke sternly, Ning Ri. Ning Ri immediately asked, Master Xingfeng, what is it? As he replied, Ning Ri's expression darkened. He saw the skill points halt because everyone had stopped forging at Qin Xingfeng's words. Qin Xingfeng gazed at Ning Ri with an expression devoid of warmth, yet his words were praise. You chose a good moment. In forging, many know how to start, but not how to stop. When pausing to forge, fire materials and runes all produce varying degrees of backlash. Most rely on brute cultivation to endure, but over time, hidden injuries accumulate, like the common earth fire erosion afflicting smiths. The three of them just did that. They forced 2 pauses enduring the backlash due to their high cultivation. But you handled it well. Neither backlash nor counterforce affected you. Your fundamentals are truly solid. At these words, the fleeting sense of superiority Jin Lu and Liang Shuyu had just felt vanished instantly. Seriously, even this earns praise. They had anticipated Qin Xingfeng praising someone, but expected it to be Shi Yuan, not Ning Ri. Wasn't that obvious? A 10-year-old at the 8th grade of Qi refining, skilled in alchemy and forging. Praise was only natural. Yet they never imagined the praise would go to Ning Ri. And since Qin Xingfeng's reasoning was sound, they couldn't tell if he was sincere or forcing the compliment. Meanwhile, Jiang, when unfazed by being overshadowed, quickly noted down, choosing the right rest time. Can earn praise too. Ning Ri chuckled dryly. Haha, thank you, Master Xingfeng, but I stumbled upon it by chance. I'm still a novice in forging and have much to learn. As he spoke, he thought to himself, could you praise me another time? Let the others keep forging first, please. Qin Xingfeng ignored Ning Ri's modesty and said directly, the Ingenuity Tower has a place for my forging insights called the Artifact Heart Pavilion. Would you like to see it? At this, the other 3 instantly showed expressions of envy, admiration, and shock. Master Xingfeng is this generous with Ning Ri. Ning Ri's eyes lit up. Really? Let me in. This is like a mouse falling into a rice jar. He'll eat it all. Sourcing straight from the origin. But Ning Ri didn't get too excited. Everything in this world has a price. Master Xingfeng, I've long yearned to visit your Artifact Heart Pavilion, but I've done nothing to deserve such a gift. I'm truly honored yet uneasy. He neither refused nor accepted. Shi Yuan scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't understand being just a child. But he felt that Ning Ri clearly wanted to go, yet his words said otherwise. Qin Xingfeng chuckled at Ning Ri's reply. This kid is cautious, worried I'm setting a trap, isn't he? Ning Ri feared Qin Xingfeng would demand an unbearable price, so he wanted to check the cost first. In essence, if this factory is cheap, it'll stock up. If too pricey, it'll find pirated copies later. After all, the panel doesn't care about originals or bootlegs. It can fix either. Strictly speaking, the panel is the true master of both. Qin Xingfeng said gravely. To enter the Artifact Heart Pavilion, it's simple. Curse Mo Chui Dao in my presence, and I'll open it for you. Mo Chui Dao will never know. Ning Ri was stunned. The mountain bandit elder has been kind to me. Do you have to go this far just to get some goods? Is there that much enmity between you? Just then Yang Xingming transmitted his voice. They are master brothers who can't stand each other. Don't worry about their relationship. He didn't advise Ning Ri to agree or refuse, only informed him of their connection to set his mind at ease. Ning Ri was surprised. So they're master brothers with a bad relationship. Considering their forging styles, one led the sect in creating smithing puppets and disciple tokens, while the other built the opulent Ingenuity Tower. Their styles clashed, and Ning Ri felt it was hard for them not to have conflicts. After a quick mental calculation, Ning Ri said to Qin Xingfeng, Master Xingfeng, let's forget it. I owe all my skills to Elder Mo's guidance. Even without Yang Xingming's warning, he would have refused. But knowing they were master brothers, he felt more at ease. At worst, they weren't mortal enemies, and the Heaven-Defying Sect sent people yearly, so it wouldn't affect him. Qin Xingfeng showed no emotion, simply saying fine. Ning Ri then immediately began his rest. After confirming that Qin Xingfeng wouldn't assassinate him over Mo Chui Dao, he relaxed. As for Qin Xingfeng's feelings, he didn't care. Constantly guessing others' feelings only led to internal exhaustion, which was unnecessary. Seeing Ning Ri refuse Qin Xingfeng and sit back down with closed eyes, the forging trio exchanged glances. The entire smithy fell silent, then they quickly got busy. They didn't know the relationship between Qin Xingfeng and Mo Chui Dao, only that Ning Ri had refused. If they didn't start working, the awkwardness would be unbearable. Ning Ri rested for a long time, about 80 breaths, then opened his eyes. Flickering flames danced in his pupils, reflections of others' forged fires. He gazed at the invisible panel before him, where the free skill points had remained motionless, stuck at the number 107. Watching the others melt materials with unchanged techniques, Ning Ri wondered why the points had stopped despite no other variables. Why? He reviewed the process in his mind. When he entered the smithy, he had 7 points. Now after increasing, he had 107 points. A total gain of 100 points. Then it stopped. What was the mystery behind this 100? Suddenly, he recalled that the skill points for Heavenly Craft Fragment were exactly 100. With this, Ning Ri quickly formulated two hypotheses. First, when someone forged near him, the skill points for Heavenly Craft Fragment increased. Second, the increase was capped by the skill points of Heavenly Craft Fragment. At this thought, Ning Ri felt a pang of melancholy. He hadn't yet learned Foundation Establishment forging techniques. Heavenly Craft Fragment was limited to the Qi refining stage, leaving him with nothing to learn and no way to verify his theory. But that didn't matter. Staring at the 107 free skill points, Ning Ri was ecstatic. With these, mastering his thunderous palm and Qi refining art would be effortless. He could also keep adding points to his Heaven-Defying Soul Split art to see its limits. Coming to the Ingenuity Tower was truly worthwhile. 100 skill points saved him 50 hours of blade practice. Such a time saver was exhilarating. Then Ning Ri stood up and resumed forging. He planned to finish the task, quickly obtain the Foundation Establishment technique, claim a fortuitous encounter to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and return to the Heaven-Defying Sect to learn Foundation-level techniques from Elder Mo and verify his theory. Once he grasped the method of earning skill points with Heavenly Craft Fragment, achieving immortality would be a breeze. With that, Ning Ri continued melting materials. Chen Xingfeng tasked them with forging a complete set of Qi refining artifacts, essentially a full-body armor. However, the armor was clearly for a youth designed to be light and agile, unlike the heavy soldier's armor. Thus, Ning Ri didn't need to melt many materials. Relying on his remarkably solid fundamentals, he finished melting all materials in half an hour, taking several breaks along the way. Yet even so, his speed far surpassed the others. When Ning Ri finished, Jin Lu and Liang Shuyu had given up all thought of competing with him. This guy was an absolute freak. There was no point comparing with a freak. After melting, the next step was to engrave arrays into the liquid ore. This meant inscribing runes so that when the material solidified, the runes would function at its core. Carving in water was extremely difficult. Those with insufficient spiritual sense and energy control couldn't do it. It usually required Foundation Establishment. Hence, most Qi refining cultivators couldn't take on such a task at the Ingenuity Tower. But Ning Ri was different. At this moment, his gaze focused, he pressed two fingers together, a faint blue light flickering at their tips. He then dipped them into the molten iron and began drawing as if crafting a talisman, smooth and fluid without any hesitation, his effortless grace startling all onlookers. Ning Ri's ease left everyone speechless. Can you not be so fluent, brother? Who is really at the third grade of Qi refining? You or me? The forging trio watched in silence while Yang Xingming watched with delight. The better Ning Ri performed, the more it validated his judgment, and he was naturally pleased. Midway through his joy, Yang Xingming glanced at Chen Xingfeng, and his expression suddenly shifted, because Chen Xingfeng looked as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Chen Xingfeng's eyelids twitched, his mind filled with shock. Ning Ri had mastered all of Mo Chui Dao's heaven-defying techniques. Was this something a Qi refining cultivator could learn? Could I have been wrong? Chen Xingfeng and Mo Cui shared the same master and learned the same techniques. Their discord, however, stemmed from their divergent paths. What Chen Xingfeng revered was utterly irreconcilable with Mo Cuidao's views. What Chen Xingfeng opposed most vehemently was Mo Cuidao's understanding of artificers at the Qi refining stage. In Mo Cuidao's view, to go far, one must lay a solid foundation. Initially, Chen Xingfeng agreed with this theory, but after reading Mo Cuidao's full exposition, he burst into a furious tirade. What utter nonsense! Who could possibly master so much content at the Qi refining stage? Mo Cuidao's ideas were far too fanciful. And one of the most exasperating points for Chen Xingfeng was this: Mo Cui intended to teach Qi refining artificers the cultivation of the artifact spirit rune. The artifact spirit rune. This was a rune shaped like a brain, crafted by artificers in imitation of the actual human brain. Such a rune was typically only needed for treasures aiming to catalyze an artifact spirit. Only with this rune could the likelihood of birthing an artifact spirit increase. They believed that only by giving a treasure a brain could that brain develop and ultimately catalyze an artifact spirit. Their ultimate goal and highest pursuit in crafting the artifact spirit rune was: the treasure I forge is about to grow a brain. But how could the artifact spirit rune possibly be mastered at the Qi refining stage? It demanded not only precision, but also accuracy and balance. Moreover, its footprint could not be too large lest it disrupt the normal functioning of other runes. The difficulty was akin to carving an entire city on a thumb-sized piece of tofu. Such a challenge was beyond any Qi refining artificer. The brain drawn by a Qi refining artificer would inevitably be crude and flawed. Relying on this to make a treasure grow a brain. Impossible. It would only produce a brain-damaged one. Yet Mo Cui persisted. For this very reason, Chen Xingfeng reviled Mo Zedao. He lamented that Mo Zedao, with his exceptional talent and formidable skills, wasted them on such research instead of spreading his knowledge to benefit the cultivation world as he did. The reason Luoxiao City could center around the Artisan Heart Pavilion was precisely because Chen Xingfeng was willing to impart his skills. This drove the entire city's prosperity. If he merely sold treasures, how could the city revolve around him? Chen Xingfeng thought that even if Mo Zedao disliked teaching so many people, at least he could research something that would succeed. But now, Chen Xingfeng simply watched as Ning Ri crazily and fluidly inscribed the artifact spirit rune onto the molten iron, without a single error. Utterly stable. After watching, Chen Xingfeng felt as if he himself were about to grow a brain. Mo Zedao seemed on the verge of true success. Ning Ri's earlier flame control technique, the Blazing Heaven chapter, and his material fusion method, Red Furnace Snowflake, were also perfectly clear to him. It was for this reason he marveled at Ning Ri's genius. But now, he didn't even know what to call Ning Ri. The scene before him felt utterly absurd. Where on earth did this monster come from? Also, why did Ning Ri add the artifact spirit rune to this set of treasures? It clearly wasn't in the design. Chen Xingfeng fell silent for a moment. Was this to vent for Mo Zedao? Chen Xingfeng misunderstood Ning Ri. He wasn't taking revenge for Mo Zedao. He was trying to curry favor with Chen Xingfeng. Ning Ri knew the artifact spirit rune was extremely powerful, not something meant for chi refining treasures. Moreover, the task didn't require it. If he forced it out, it would seem like showing off. But he had no choice. He was in a bind. Ning Ri believed that since no one had completed Chen Xingfeng's task in years, even normal forging carried a risk of failure. If he failed, he wouldn't obtain the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment method. For that method, even though he was a low-key, serious, steady, and grounded traditional cultivator who disliked showing off, he had to do it. For this reason, he gave 200 effort to complete this task. He stared intently at the molten iron before him, thinking Chen Xingfeng even praised me for pausing the forging earlier. Now that he sees my artifact spirit rune, won't he be showering me with praise? No need to praise, no need to praise. I'm only doing this for the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment method. After 2 hours, Ning Ri's forging came to a pause. Despite his frequent breaks, he was still far faster than the others. However, when he finished, he didn't immediately announce it. He pretended to rest, then continued forging. He wouldn't do anything to unsettle others by handing in early. Chen Xingfeng and Yang Xingming both saw through Ning Ri's intent and shook their heads. No one was competing with you anymore. Even if you said you were done, it wouldn't shatter their Dao hearts. Half a day later, everyone had finished forging. Except for Shi Yuan, the other three had high completion rates, easily scoring 95 points. The remaining 5 points were deducted because Ning Ri had unsettled them. Even so, their 3 sets of chi refining treasures were masterpieces. Yang Xingming nodded repeatedly. It seemed these 3 were outstanding forging talents in their respective sects. As for Ning Ri's forging, he offered no evaluation, only learning. Then Chen Xingfeng began the formal inspection. He walked before Jean, lest Treasure glanced at it twice, and said flatly, failed. Jean Le's face stiffened, then he smiled bitterly, yes. Thank you, Master Xingfeng. He walked before Liang Shuyo, glanced a few times, touched it, then shook his head, failed. Liang Shuyu wasn't surprised by this result, so he simply thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, Master Xingfeng. Chen Xingfeng mm. With that, he walked before Jiang Wen, picked up the treasure, looked at it, and smiled. You've learned what I taught quite quickly. Your control of the forge fire is good. Jiang Wen scratched his head sheepishly, a happy smile just appearing on his face. Chen Xingfeng immediately changed his tone, but you too have failed. Jiang Wen's face stiffened. Thank you, Master Xingfeng. Chen Xingfeng walked before Shi Yuan, who looked at him with eager eyes. After a few glances, a complex expression flickered in Chen Xingfeng's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, failed. Shi Yuan was a little dejected. Yes, thank you, Master Xingfeng. Chen Xingfeng wasn't responsible for consoling children. He walked straight before Ning Ri, not looking at the treasure, but staring at him. Ning Ri looked back at him with eager anticipation. In the silent forging room, the air was still thick with the scorching heat of belching flames. At that moment, everyone else turned their gazes over. Their failure was understandable. In previous years, others had done better and still failed. But in all past tasks, no one had ever outperformed Ning Ri. Moreover, Chen Xingfeng had just praised him. So how could Ning Ri possibly fail? Yang Xingming, who was comforting Shi Yuan, thought so too. Chen Xingfeng had given Ning Ri an unprecedented evaluation, telling him to learn from him. Under such circumstances, could he fail? Dream on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xingfeng flipped through Ning Ri's magical treasures and suddenly asked, do you think you will succeed? Ning Ri replied earnestly, I am striving with the thought of wanting to succeed. Chen Xingfeng nodded slightly. Well said, but unfortunately you have failed. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Ning Ri can't do it either. Is this task even possible to succeed? Ning Ri's heart sank. Elder Zhou said this task was simple, but why is it like this? At this moment Chen Xingfeng added, do you want to know the reason? Ning Ri nodded. Chen Xingfeng said, then let's have a private chat later. After everyone had failed, they all left the refining room and returned to the cool guest hall. In the guest hall there was a basin of ice resembling a cooling device from the mortal world. At this moment the ice basin was emitting white mist, making the guest hall particularly cool. Ning Ri took a glance. This air conditioning is nice. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ice basin was embedded with several spirit stones, clearly using spiritual energy for cooling. Seeing this, he immediately dismissed the usefulness of the ice basin. For someone like him who was still poor in spirit stones, consuming spirit stones was already disheartening enough without needing anything for cooling. After everyone was seated, Chen Xingfeng said solemnly, thank you all for coming from afar to participate in my task. Although no one succeeded, I am willing to purchase your magical treasures at their value. He bought all the magical treasures they refined for a sum of spirit stones. The materials Chen Xingfeng provided were worth 100 spirit stones. As for the treasures from the trio of refiners, Chen Xingfeng offered 200 spirit stones. This was the normal price for refining qi materials into magical treasures, as the market price also considered labor and material losses. The trio initially hesitated to accept the spirit stones. They did not lack for that 100 spirit stones. But Chen Xingfeng clearly stated that this was his acknowledgement. Only then did the trio happily accept. Chen Xingfeng's acknowledgement would allow them to boast about it upon returning to their sect. As for Shi Yuan's treasure, Yang Xingming did not sell it, and cheerfully said, Master Xingfeng, I will keep this treasure for myself. The family head would definitely want to see it. I must take it back. However, Chen Xingfeng ignored Yang Xingming and said indifferently, your word does not count. I'll let Shi Yuan decide, as he is the refiner. Hearing this, Yang Xingming chuckled, all right. Chen Xingfeng turned to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, will you sell it to me, or take it back to show your father? Shi Yuan actually thought seriously about it before saying, Master Xingfeng, I'm sorry, but I want to take it back. Chen Xingfeng then nodded, all right. Since that's the case, Chen Xingfeng let it be, as Shi Yuan did not need his acknowledgement. Then Chen Xingfeng looked at Ning Ri and said, your treasure is well refined, so I offer you 2,500 spirit stones. Will you sell it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped at the ice basin hiss. All eyes widened. Yang Xingming also showed a look of surprise. 2,500 spirit stones meant nothing to them. But this price was enough to prove Chen Xingfeng's acknowledgement of Ning Ri's treasure. Yet the more they thought about it, the more confused they became. If that were the case, why did Ning Ri still fail in his task? But at this moment, Ning Ri couldn't care less about the task's failure. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Wow! 2,500 spirit stones. This is amazing. Previously, he had performed knife techniques in front of people from Lingxi Xianzong and received a few spirit stones as tips, not even enough to buy the complete refining technique. Previously, he could only take short rides and then walk the rest. At that time, he was grateful that Jin Xianzong did not mind his poverty. But now, 2,500 spirit stones were enough for him to splurge. He immediately thought of several foundation establishment techniques and spells, but then dismissed them. These items could be earned through contribution points in the skill hall of the Anti-Heaven sect, and he could use the spirit stones for other purposes. Considering this, Ning Ri immediately said solemnly, Master Xingfeng, I will sell it. As he agreed to the transaction, Ning Ri was already thinking about whether to visit a business in Luoxia City. Perhaps he would coincidentally encounter an auction and pick up a bargain. After the transaction, Ning Ri placed all the spirit stones into the storage space of his disciple token. Afterward, Chen Xingfeng allowed the others to leave freely. They could either leave or wander around the craftsmanship building, and then he had Ning Ri follow him alone. Clearly, Chen Xingfeng was going to tell Ning Ri the reason for the task's failure. This scene made the others anxious. Even Yang Xingming was no exception. He too was curious about why it had failed. The reason you failed is that this task was never meant to succeed. Chen Xingfeng brought Ning Ri back to the refining room they had just been in, closed the door, and spoke directly. Ning Ri exclaimed, why is that? Chen Xingfeng said, the blueprint I gave you is the first set of refining treasures successfully created by my wife, and it is her proudest work. Hearing this, Ning Ri's expression changed. Chen Xingfeng continued, I met my wife while refining qi. I hope someone can refine a set of treasures identical to what she created. She made many mistakes with that set, and due to material issues, some runes appeared charred. I wish to replicate all of that. I hope someone can be as naive as she was and make similar mistakes. But you are all too talented to make so many basic errors. And that is the reason why no one can succeed. Chen Xingfeng spoke with a light tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. To Ning Ri's ears, this made his expression slightly change. So this task was actually issued by Chen Xingfeng for the sake of his wife. Upon realizing this, a subtle sorrow surged within him. No wonder no one could succeed. Master Xingfeng likely wanted to find a similar treasure to commemorate his wife. But in the vast sea of people, how could such a thing happen? Ning rethought for a moment and suggested to Chen Xingfeng, but why not directly find some less skilled refiners to give it a try? Chen Xingfeng replied coolly, if I did that, the news would quickly reach my wife's ears, and I cannot bear that price. Ning asked, what does that mean? Isn't she already dead? Can your wife know about this news? Chen Xingfeng glanced at Ning's expression and understood his thoughts, saying lightly, of course, she can, as she is not dead. At that time I accidentally destroyed her treasure thinking it was garbage and only realized my mistake after it was too late. Right now I am trying to save myself, as so far my task has not attracted her attention and she has yet to come to the craftsmanship building to check on her most cherished refining treasure. But if I were to issue such an unusual task as you suggested, she would definitely come to ask for clarification. At that time I would be in trouble. Ning responded. Wow, so this task is this absurd. The artifact forging chamber was utterly silent, so quiet that anyone could hear Ning's wordless voice. Those who knew the truth understood that Chen Xingfeng was after all just a man. Thus he could feel the deafening weight of Ning's silence. He gathered all his refining artifacts and turned to Ning. So now you know why I never reveal the reasons for failure, don't you? None of those who had ever participated in Chen Xingfeng's artifact forging missions knew why they had failed. Chen Xingfeng never spoke of it, and even someone of Yang Xingming's caliber was intensely curious about the cause. Now having learned the truth, Ning felt both surprised and unsurprised, as if wandering through a forest of steels only to suddenly discover that the tablets beside him were all forged by Li Cheng. The folds of his mind smoothed out, and the blockages in his acupoints cleared. Everything became brilliantly clear. All this effort, wasn't it just to keep it from reaching his wife's ears? Ning offered a polite, yet awkward smile. I understand. If you don't want others to know, you'd better not say it yourself. Chen Xingfeng chuckled. Well said. If you want a secret to stay hidden, you must never tell a soul. Hearing this, Ning inexplicably felt that Chen Xingfeng might kill him in the next second. The words carried an ominous beauty of you know too much. With that thought, Ning couldn't help but ask curiously, then why did you tell me? Chen Xingfeng replied, because I admire you. Really? Just a polite remark. Ning was speechless. He changed the subject. Then why not admit your mistake earlier? Perhaps there would be more room for redemption. Wasn't dragging it out only making things worse? He felt that Chen Xingfeng's procrastination would eventually destroy him. Day dragged into night, night dragged into dawn. Could it drag Xingfeng to his death? Yes. Perhaps because he had spoken some truth, Chen Xingfeng no longer concealed his melancholy. He sighed. Do you think I don't know such a simple truth? But when she saw me issue the task, she thought I was commemorating our past feelings, and she was overjoyed. Ning was speechless. So it wasn't stubbornness. He was simply out of options. Chen Xingfeng continued. I explain this to you only because I want you to understand that your artifact forging skill is truly formidable. Don't be disheartened by my denial. Ning said earnestly. Master Xingfeng, I was indeed a little disheartened earlier, but now I understand. You have your difficulties. I won't be disheartened anymore. Chen Xingfeng thought Ning was talking nonsense. He had clearly been delighted when receiving the spirit stones, but he didn't dwell on it. However, aside from explaining the reason, I brought you here for a private talk to ask you one question. What question? Ning asked curiously. But Chen Xingfeng didn't speak rashly. Instead, he paced around the still sweltering chamber, then infused a wisp of spiritual energy to light the lamps on the walls. A soft glow enveloped the artifact forging chamber, its walls flushed red from the forge fire. After the lights were on, a hint of coolness spread through the air. Ning felt his mind calm considerably. Clearly the lamp served not only for illumination, but also to soothe the spirit, helping agitated artifact forgers relax. Then Chen Xingfeng finally asked, Are you an inner disciple of the Heaven-Defying Sect? Not yet, Ning shook his head. My cultivation is insufficient. Everyone knew that chi refining cultivators could only stay in the outer sect. But hearing this, Chen Xingfeng's face lit up with joy. With your skills, you're more than qualified for the inner sect. Won't they make an exception? As he spoke, Chen Xingfeng felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that these people were actually capable of following the rules for once? Ning replied. Elder Zhou offered me a chance to enter the inner sect early, but I worried that breaking the rules would invite criticism and mockery, putting pressure on Elder Zhou. Besides, my heart is like clear glass, easily influenced by external voices, and I feared it would hinder my Dao path. So I chose not to join. Chen Xingfeng listened attentively at first, but by the end he laughed in exasperation. Your heart is like clear glass. I'd say your heart is as thick as your face. Ning was speechless. Was that a personal attack? Chen Xingfeng added, You're overthinking. Even if you entered the inner sect, given the temperament of the Heaven-Defying Sect, no one would bother with you. But it doesn't matter now. Since you haven't joined the inner sect, would you be willing to leave the Heaven-Defying Sect? I can recommend you to another major sect. For example, the Lingxi Immortal Sect, a righteous orthodox school. Ning Ri realized that Chen Xingfeng had pulled him aside for a private chat under the guise of explaining his reasons, but in truth, he wanted him to leave the sect. He scratched his head. Has the Heaven-Defying Sect offended you in some way? He thought the sect was perfectly fine. Chen Xingfeng said, the sect hasn't offended me, but I believe its environment is unsuitable. Ning Ri said, the Heaven-Defying Sect. Well, it has lush mountains, clear waters, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, a lovely environment. He didn't want to leave the Heaven-Defying Sect not for any other reason, but for the passage Sun Song had given him, the techniques Mo Tsidao had taught him, and the tasks Zhou Hong had assigned him. He simply couldn't leave. Stop playing dumb with me, Chen Xingfeng said. I'm talking about your fellow disciples. Their environment is harmful and it will drag you down. Besides, the Heaven-Defying Sect is a heretic sect of demonic cultivators. It's truly not suitable for you. Ning Ri was startled. Demonic cultivators? Everyone there seems quite kind. Chen Xingfeng waved his hand. Demonic cultivation isn't about good or evil. It refers to the method of cultivation. Those who use unorthodox methods are demonic cultivators. Ning Ri suddenly understood. By that definition, the Heaven-Defying Sect was indeed a demonic sect. Chen Xingfeng said earnestly, you are a genius. You should walk the righteous and noble path. That is what suits you best. The ways of the Heaven-Defying Sect truly aren't for you. He believed in teaching according to aptitude. If Ning Ri's talent were lesser, then taking an unconventional path would be fine, for everyone should find their own most suitable path. But with such immense talent, didn't that precisely mean he should simply walk the broad straight road? Ning Ri scratched his head at this. Just how unorthodox is the Heaven-Defying Sect? I think it's actually fine. From what he had experienced so far, the Heaven-Defying Sect gave him the impression that while everyone talked about defying heaven, it was all just surface-level slogans. At their core, they practiced traditional cultivation like a gimmick. In reality, they still refined qi, established foundations, and cultivated as usual. There was nothing particularly special. Take Mo Quideo's artifact forging methods, for example. When competing with others, Ning Ri hadn't noticed much difference. But hearing this, Chen Xingfeng sighed. Very well. Let me give you an example of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri immediately sat upright with solemn respect. Please go ahead. He truly understood only fragments of the cultivation methods of the Nitian sect. Chen Xingfeng said, since we must use an example, let us take cultivation itself. In orthodox cultivation, the stages proceed as follows: qi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. You are aware of this, correct? Ning Ri nodded. Yes, I know. Chen Xingfeng continued. In orthodox cultivation, qi refinement entails drawing spiritual energy into the body. Qi possesses distinctions of purity and turbidity, and so too does this refinement process. When one inhales exquisitely refined spiritual energy and employs proper methods to temper it, expelling impurities until the qi becomes crystalline and immaculate, that cultivator is termed a pure qi cultivator. Some possess lesser innate talent and require external aids to undergo such tempering before attaining pure qi status. Others inhale turbid chaotic qi and either neglect tempering entirely or perform it incorrectly. These are known as turbid qi cultivators. Qi refinement itself is not inherently difficult, nor does it demand extraordinary talent. Paradoxically, turbid qi cultivators often stem from adverse cultivation environments or flawed techniques, yet their innate aptitude is frequently exceptional. Ning Ri grasped the distinction. Turbid qi cultivators were the diligent scholars of remote towns. Chen Xingfeng added, under such circumstances, specialized purification techniques and artifacts exist to cleanse turbid qi practitioners, provided they have not yet reached foundation establishment. However, these artifacts are exceedingly costly, not within reach of ordinary cultivators. Only grand sects possess the resources to provide them. Ning Ri fell into quiet contemplation. Suddenly, Chen Xingfeng shifted the subject. By the way, you know that the latest generation of purification artifacts was invented by me, don't you? Ning Ri sensed something amiss, but still exclaimed in feigned awe, how remarkable you are. Chen Xingfeng did not acknowledge the praise. Instead, he stated directly, an artifact of this nature can be forged even at the foundation establishment realm, but those lacking aptitude in artifact forging learn the craft with agonizing slowness. You, however, are different. I believe you could master it within 3 days, and more than that, I suspect you may innovate upon it, endowing purification artifacts with unprecedented breadth and function, reshaping their very essence. I can personally broker introductions across the entire cultivation world. Orders will flood your workshop. When funds run low, forge a batch, when they do not, let buyers wait, and grovel for your favor. You could then erect a tower rivaling the Jingxin Tower in height, entirely sculpted from spirit stones. Does that stir your heart? Ning Ri remained silent. A mirage. Was this Chun Xingfeng's method of recruitment? His skill at painting illusions rivaled his mastery of artifact forging. Observing Ning Ri's stunned silence, Chun Xingfeng felt satisfied. His strategy, interweaving the allure of leaving the Nitian sect throughout their conversation, was already eroding Ning Ri's resolve. He pressed on, "Your qi is pure, correct?" Ning Ri nodded. "This qi refinement stems from my cultivation interface. Not merely pure, but Ultra HD clarity." Chun Xingfeng said, "Then you understand. Only pure qi permits orthodox foundation establishment. Yet the Nitian sect's qi refinement methodology diverges markedly from orthodox practice. For instance, some within the Nitian sect establish foundations using turbid qi." Ning Ri blinked in astonishment. Chun Xingfeng added, "Such cases are not unheard of, even in orthodox cultivation circles. Cultivators who lack time to purify their internal qi, and yet are forced into premature foundation establishment, resort to this path. Their resulting foundation is inevitably turbid." But the Nitian sect's practitioner did not act out of necessity. He deliberately chose turbid qi for foundation establishment, sparking universal opposition even among his own sect members. "Do you know why he did so?" Ning Ri gasped. "Why?" Chun Xingfeng replied. "He declared when purity and turbidity invert yin and yang reverse. That is the Tao of defying heaven. Once a turbid foundation emerges, heaven defiance follows naturally." And to everyone's disbelief, he succeeded. After establishing his turbid foundation, he truly embarked upon an unparalleled path to supremacy. When news of his success spread, many orthodox cultivators were profoundly inspired. Some had likewise been compelled, by circumstance, to form turbid foundations. Now if one could succeed, surely others could too. Though none since have replicated his ascent to transcendence via turbid foundation, numerous turbid foundation cultivators have nonetheless advanced to the golden core realm. Hearing this, Ning Ri was astounded. Then his eyes gleamed brightly. "Then surely this is excellent news. Where lies the heresy in this? This is clearly the luminous, unobstructed Tao." Chun Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Turbid foundation establishment is astonishing, but this example remains just barely within the bounds of comprehension. I began with it precisely to guide your understanding of the Nitian sect step by step. The examples that follow, however, grow increasingly inscrutable. For instance, I recall vividly, one Nitian sect cultivator attained qi refinement through worldly qi." Ning Ri stared blankly. "What on earth is that?" "Is it the worldly qi I know?" Worldly qi, narrowly defined, it is kitchen smoke. Broadly, it is the vibrant human-laced atmosphere of bustling streets and marketplaces. Yet, what connection could this possibly bear to the qi refinement realm? Facing Ning Ri's hesitant expression, Chun Xingfeng simply nodded. "Precisely." Ning Ri froze. "Can this truly be used for cultivation?" "Your question mirrors mine," Chun Xingfeng replied calmly. Ning Ri stammered. "Turbid qi remains within the realm of comprehension. After all, it is still spiritual energy, merely less refined. But what is worldly qi? How does one circulate it? How does one draw it inward? Cultivating with worldly qi. What distinguishes that from forging foundations with steam from cooking pots?" As Ning Ri finished speaking, an absurd image flashed through his mind. A cultivator gently palpates another's foundation and praises, "Your foundation carries exceptional waki." "What utter nonsense!" Chun Xingfeng observed serenely. "You see, I have cited only a single example, yet you've already begun to falter in comprehension. Within the Nitian sect, such cases number not one or two, but countless. Are you certain you can truly comprehend them?" As he spoke, he felt inward satisfaction. Ning Ri was evidently not unwavering in his loyalty to the Nitian sect. Yet before the words left his mouth, Ning Ri suddenly regained composure. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Actually, it isn't entirely incomprehensible." Chun Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. Ning Ri laughed heartily. "After all, if someone like me, utterly untethered by conventional qi, can become a qi refiner, then worldly foundation establishment is hardly beyond reason." Chun Xingfeng listened in silence, then shook his head. Ning Ri chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Master Xingfeng, might you explain how worldly qi circulates?" I struggled to grasp it. Could this merely be rumor passed down inaccurately? But Chun Xingfeng declined to answer. "I know nothing of its mechanics. I only know that upon his successful foundation establishment, that cultivator's foundation manifested in an utterly unique manner." Ning Ri asked, "How unique?" Chun Xingfeng replied quietly, "Can you imagine the sensation of people emerging from your dantian?" Ning Ri blinked. "Wait, do you mean?" "After cultivating with worldly qi, his foundation became a group of people." Chun Xingfeng nodded. Ning Ri fell silent, then muttered, "Good heavens. A foundation forged from kitchen fumes spawns people. Are they smokers? Is this the Smoker's Foundation? What utter chaos? Ning Ri asked, does this worldly Qi Foundation cultivator still live? Chun Xingfeng replied, the founding patriarch of the Nitian sect. Ning Ri pressed his lips together, then offered a light laugh, truly heaven-defying. Still, if worldly Qi suffices for foundation establishment, might suppressed Qi also work? I possess no shortage of suppressed Qi. He meant it as a jest to ease the tension. But Chun Xingfeng responded utterly impassive, indeed it can. Ning Ri stared speechless. Ning Ri, how can one cultivate Qi when feeling so humiliated? How can one establish a foundation? Can one truly cultivate Qi while still feeling such indignation? With all these knots in the body, can such thoughts even reach clarity? Isn't that just waiting every day to be mocked? Chun Xingfeng's response to this was, how should I know? All I know is that there is indeed such a person in the nefarious sect. Who knows how the nefarious sect actually manages to cultivate? Ning Ri. Goodness. The essence of smoke and fire, feelings of humiliation and impure Qi can all be cultivated. In other words, does the Qi required for cultivation only need to have the name associated with Qi? Then can courage, dominance, swamp, gas, natural gas, oxygen, air, athletes, foot, hand Qi, electrical Qi, and even typhoon, whether all be cultivated? Can one cultivate the breath of exhalation? If one could establish a foundation using breath, they would become a breath cultivator, cultivating their own breath, ultimately becoming Ning of breath. However, although Ning Ri found the cultivation methods of the nefarious sect somewhat absurd, he still felt it was acceptable. He couldn't empathize with Chun Xingfeng. Perhaps it was because their worldviews were fundamentally different. He lacked the ingrained understanding of this world of cultivation, unlike Chun Xingfeng. Chun Xingfeng was rather traditional. It was like the old web novel enthusiasts he had encountered in his past life, who preferred traditional martial arts and classic fantasy. Later on, when they saw fantasy novels featuring systems, they found it hard to accept. This was the conflict between traditional fantasy and system fantasy. This analogy still holds true today. Although Ning Ri lacked a system with only a silent panel, his thinking was more innovative, and he was more receptive to new ideas. Thus, he was a system thinker. On the other hand, Chun Xingfeng was a traditional thinker. Strictly speaking, the people of the nefarious sect were also system thinkers. However, after Ning Ri took a moment to think from another perspective, he began to understand Chun Xingfeng's true feelings. The profound mental shifts that traditional beliefs undergo during times of transformation can be difficult for older individuals to accept. Although he claimed he wasn't old, yet who could say what the future holds? Just like when he was scrolling through his phone in his past life, he would come across some innovative measures online. For example, transforming facial expressions into memes, inviting foreign guests at state banquets to eat spicy strips, and the 3 interrogations of Uchiha Itachi. These were all new phenomena born from the changing times. The commoners found them outrageous, but he thought they were fine until he saw a child performing on stage at a kindergarten singing competition, singing a line about a game, making one younger, and its connection to phones. At that moment, he would exclaim no more. Of course, the cultivation methods of the nefarious sect were naturally incomparable to this, but he could understand why Chun Xingfeng felt uncomfortable. After much contemplation, Chun Xingfeng finally asked, so what? Let me remind you again, their Qi cultivation might still be considered normal, but it won't be so later on, and you might also be influenced by them. Ning Ri pondered and said, Master Xingfeng, I understand what you mean, but I still want to go back and see if the nefarious sect has any more innovative cultivation methods. It's not that I don't believe you, I just... Chun Xingfeng already knew his answer. Shut up. Ning Ri politely chuckled twice and said, by the way, can I ask you a question? Chun Xingfeng, what question? Ning Ri, could you sell me the method you just mentioned for refining and enhancing magical treasures? Chun Xingfeng replied flatly, I was joking. Oh, I don't know that. You might as well go to the nefarious sect to learn something more innovative. Ning Ri, goodness, your friend Chun Xingfeng just retracted a promise. Immediately after, Chun Xingfeng added, refining magical treasures is a significant source of income for the Artisans Guild. If you don't join my Artisans Guild, I can't give it to you. However, your refining this time has indeed benefited me greatly, so I am willing to answer a few of your questions you may ask me. Upon hearing this, Ning Ri was somewhat surprised and asked, Master Xingfeng, what virtue do I possess that allows me to make you benefit greatly? You don't need to use polite words to give me benefits. Your 2,500 spirit stones are already enough to pay for the reward of hearing you tell the truth about the task. Chun Xingfeng's face bore a smile, but upon hearing the latter part, he raised his hand and slapped it against the wall. Bang! A clear handprint appeared on the steel-like wall. Chun Xingfeng said, this handprint should have been on your face. Ning Ri, oh my, this hand. What a powerful sect master. He chuckled awkwardly and said, just kidding, after all, I just rejected you, so I feel a bit embarrassed. Chun Xingfeng stood up, adjusted his robe, and slowly said, Ning Ri refining is a skill that confronts death, challenges the heavens, and approaches eternity. Ning Ri was taken aback, then his expression turned serious. Chen Xingfeng continued, my cultivation cannot reach the realm of longevity alongside heaven and earth, but my works of refinement can endure. My techniques will still be used 1,000 years from now. My physical body will perish, but my blood and sweat will be eternal. Thus, as a refiner, never forget to absorb. If you desire eternity, remember that you should seek nourishment from the outside world at every stage as much as possible, just like the inspiration I gleaned from you. This is why I said I benefited greatly. After pondering for a while, Ning Ri suddenly understood and sincerely said, thank you, Master Xingfeng. At this moment, he could understand why Chen Xingfeng was a renowned master of refinement in the cultivation world. He had never learned any of Chen Xingfeng's techniques, but at that moment, he deeply felt the power of eternity, the brilliance emanating from someone who creates with heart and soul. Then Ning Ri asked Chen Xingfeng several questions. He didn't ask for techniques to refine, but merely inquired if there was a way to repair his spiritual roots. Is your spiritual root really that poor? Why do you want to repair it? Chen Xingfeng was initially surprised, but after looking at Ning Ri's cultivation, he suddenly realized, oh, no wonder. Cultivating qi at the 3rd tier compared to his astonishing talent in refining was indeed rather shabby. Ning Ri scratched his head and said yes. Chen Xingfeng replied, treasures that can repair and enhance spiritual roots are generally quite expensive. I have some research in this area. Although the Artisans Guild cannot help you repair or enhance your spiritual roots, you can rent spiritual roots from us. Ning Ri was taken aback. Rent. Chen Xingfeng nodded. Renting spiritual roots may not help cultivators aiming for the supreme path at all, but if your goal is merely foundation establishment or golden core, then renting spiritual roots can still assist you in achieving that. Just that renting spiritual roots is quite expensive. Ning Ri curiously asked, how expensive? Chen Xingfeng replied, join the Artisans Guild, and I can give you a quote. Ning Ri. Seeing Ning Ri's stifled expression, Chen Xingfeng's face showed a hint of schadenfreude as he continued, if you truly wish to rent a spirit root, seek me out only after the Heaven-Defying Sect has exhausted all means to help you enhance it. Cultivation attained through a rented spirit root yields no lasting benefit for your future. Only then did Ning Ri realize why Chen Xingfeng had refrained from mentioning a price. He had never intended to lease him a spirit root. At this thought, Ning Ri was taken aback. Had he spoken so much merely to toy with him? Chen Xingfeng asked again, by the way, what reward did the Heaven-Defying Sect offer for this mission? I must grant you a mark of mission completion before you can claim it. With that, Chen Xingfeng handed Ning Ri a jade stone. Ning Ri accepted it, expressed his gratitude, and replied, the mission reward is the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. Chen Xingfeng was momentarily stunned. With your current meager aptitude and cultivation, shouldn't they have offered you something else? A foundation-building technique is of no immediate use to you, is it? Ning Ri chuckled. I requested it myself. I want to see if one can bypass cultivation and directly achieve foundation establishment at the 3rd tier of qi refining. Chen Xingfeng seemed lost in thought and fell silent. When Ning Ri left the artifact refinement chamber, he asked for a token expressing a desire to visit other workshops in the artisan pavilion to observe the methods of high-level refiners. The reason was simple. He wanted to test if his heavenly craftsmanship fragment could still gain skill points. Chen Xingfeng agreed and even arranged for several senior refiners to demonstrate for Ning Ri. Initially, those senior refiners were reluctant to engage with Ning Ri, but after Chen Xingfeng showcased Ning Ri's work, they eagerly invited him in. The results, however, left Ning Ri deeply disappointed. Even while observing the senior refiners at work, his heavenly craftsmanship showed no sign of improvement. He could only speculate that the skill had either reached its cap or that being near high-level refiners yielded no points. Thus, this matter would have to wait until he returned to the sect for further investigation. Afterward, Ning Ri secured a quiet chamber in the artisan pavilion that could conceal his aura. Before leaving for the Heaven-Defying Sect, he planned to study the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art there. Once Chen Xingfeng provided the jade stone signifying mission completion, Ning Ri found the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art unlocked. With that, he could delve into its study. The quiet chamber in the artisan pavilion contained only a table and a chair with a lamp on the wall. Ning Ri noticed the lamp appeared quite new, indicating the pavilion's diligent maintenance of the chambers. He sat down and first opened his interface. Host Ning Ri Skills 1. Mortal Blade Arts 4 Respec available 2. Qi Refining Art 3 Respec available 3. Gale Step Fragment 3 Capped Respec available 4. Crocodile Turtle Iron Bone Art Fragment 0 5. Spirit Absorption Art 10 Capped Respec available 6. Heavenly Craftsmanship Fragment 100 Capped Respec available 7. Heaven-Defying Soul Split Art 20 Respec available 8. Thunderpalm 0. Free Skill Points 107. These were the points after artifact refinement. Gazing at his skill points, Ning Ri felt his arsenal was unprecedentedly abundant. The thought that heavenly craftsmanship might enable faster skill point accumulation filled him with joy, provided he could uncover the reason for its growth. Next, Ning Ri retrieved the jade slip Zhou had given him. The mission content and prompts within the jade slip had vanished, replaced by the text of the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art, forge an unyielding foundation. Ning Ri swiftly began skimming through it. When he had previously studied Mo Quadeo's artifact refinement techniques, he had contemplated how best to read cultivation manuals. For the interface to record a manual or technique as a skill, Ning Ri had to read it in its entirety. Of course, he could also practice directly. Many of his life skills were acquired that way. Yet practicing was far slower than reading. And reading speed itself varied in effectiveness. Initially, Ning Ri read meticulously, but after experiencing Mo Quadeo's transmission, he discovered that even skimming didn't hinder the interface from recording manuals, so he accelerated his reading. However, there was a limit. Ning Ri tested it. If he only glanced at the title and flipped through the entire text, the interface wouldn't record the manual. Thus, for complete recording, 10 lines at a glance was the maximum speed. Soon Ning Ri finished reading the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. Whether he understood it was unclear, but he had read it. The moment he finished, a new skill appeared on the interface 9. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art 0. Upon the skill's emergence, Ning Ri's heart blazed with fervent excitement. With this, a single thought could transform him into a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Ning Ri's words to Qin Xingfeng were not without merit. He was indeed contemplating whether he could leap directly from the third tier of Qi refining to foundation establishment. His confidence stemmed from the interface. Now he was itching to try. If he succeeded, Qin Xingfeng would surely be astounded. But at that moment, 4 characters suddenly appeared after the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art, shattering Ning Ri's dream. 9. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art 0 cannot add points. The words were bold and red. When they emerged, Ning Ri froze. What? Cannot add points? After a moment of thought, he understood. His free skill points decreased to 100. He directly raised Qi Refining Art to 10. When Qi Refining Art 10 cap respec available appeared, Ning Ri's expression shifted dramatically. Within his dantian, the incomplete spirit root trembled violently, as pure, clear spiritual energy seemed to materialize from nothing, surging from 1,300 acupoints. It was as if Ning Ri had drawn vast amounts of qi from the void itself. Boom! The energy gushed through his limbs, meridians, and channels, filling his body with the robust, profound, and tempered power of a qi refining peak cultivator. At that moment, the quiet chamber seemed to stir with wind. Ning Ri stood up, exhilarated, yearning to roar aloud to release the sensation of surging power. Once Ning Ri reached the Qi refining peak, he found that the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art could now accept skill points. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It seemed the interface operated like a tech tree. Prerequisite skills were essential or progression was impossible. This left him regretful. He had wondered if he could obtain a nascent soul manual somewhere and bypass the Qi refining stage entirely to become a nascent soul cultivator. Just as the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art became addable, several lines of small text appeared beneath it. Intrigued, Ning Ri narrowed his eyes and read. At that moment, beneath the panels, Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art, Ning Ri glimpsed several lines of small text. Choose your foundation object. 1. Spiritual root, expected foundation establishment failure. 2. Heavenly earthly marvel, none. At present, expected heavenly Tao foundation establishment. 3. Post heavenly object, disciple token, expected high probability of foundation establishment failure. 4. Aberration, none. At present, expected heavenly Tao foundation establishment. There were 5 lines in total, 4 of which were options. Yet among these 4 options, only the third was illuminated. The second and fourth options were grayed out, indicating they were unselectable. Options 2 and 4 were unselectable. Ning Ri understood. After all, he possessed neither. But what he couldn't comprehend was, why couldn't he select the first option? Did he not possess a spiritual root at all? Could it be that because it was incomplete, he was denied the very chance to establish his foundation? Then Ning Ri sank into contemplation. Heavenly, earthly marvels, aberrations. Which of these 2 could he acquire more easily? Spiritual roots were divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. However, because Ning Ri's spiritual root was incomplete, not even qualifying as human grade, and because the Heaven-Defying Sect cared little for such hierarchies, he rarely broached the subject. Similarly, a Tao foundation was typically classified into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human, namely Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, Earthly Tao Foundation Establishment, and Human Tao Foundation Establishment. For Ning Ri, with the panel's assistance, he was determined to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. And according to the conventional methods of immortal cultivation, those who sought heavenly Tao foundation establishment primarily relied on 70% destiny, 30% effort. The common foundation establishment methods were divided into several types. The first was the spiritual root foundation establishment method, which relied on one's own formidable spiritual root to directly establish the foundation. Those naturally gifted with an exceptional spiritual root were already the darlings of the world, embodying the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. At such times they needed no external aid, they could establish their foundation directly. For those with sufficient aptitude, employing this method to achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment was as easy as turning over one's hand. This was what was meant by destined by heaven. The second method was the innate foundation establishment method. Here innate referred to heavenly earthly marvels and celestial treasures. Those with flawed spiritual roots, such as earth-grade roots, could supplement their foundation establishment with heavenly earthly marvels to reach heavenly Tao foundation establishment. For instance, the essence of the five elements with their mutual generation and restraint could form a cycle simulating the heavenly Tao's five phases, or the forces of yin and yang simulating the union of heaven and earth, and so forth. Whether one possessed a human-grade or earth-grade spiritual root, there were instances where this method led to heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Such cases were the finest embodiment of talent combined with effort. The third method was the post-heavenly foundation establishment method. It relied on treasures or elixirs, items refined through post-heavenly means, to establish the foundation. This approach was entirely a gamble, one that only the desperate would undertake. Ning Ri felt that this method was reserved for protagonists whose spiritual roots were destroyed and who were trapped in desperate straits. After enduring countless hardships, they would obtain some treasure or elixir, for instance refining a heavenly Tao foundation establishment pill. After consuming it, they would abruptly achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment and begin their counterattack. However, for most, choosing the post-heavenly method meant abruptly failing foundation establishment and starting a life of labor. In fact, Chen Xingfeng's rented spiritual root operated on the same principle. He would allow those with no other option to use the false spiritual root he created. Through the foundation establishment method, they would refine it into their body, forming something akin to both a Tao foundation and a spiritual root. Thus, this object could absorb spiritual energy, enhancing cultivation efficiency. But as time passed, this spiritual root, much like absorbable surgical sutures, would completely dissipate within the user's body. Therefore, Chen Xingfeng called it a rented spiritual root, for it was as if the rental period had expired. In his view, this method was only for those truly at their wits' end. Otherwise, it would always be a lesser path. One would be destined for nothing more than foundation establishment or golden core at most. And all of the above were the standard methods of foundation establishment under normal circumstances. The Heaven-Defying Sect's Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment art not only encompassed these methods, but also emphasized a choice that remained true to the original intention, to establish the foundation with the Heavenly Tao. The manual stated Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. As the name implies, one uses the Heavenly Tao to establish the foundation. If you use the Heavenly Tao for foundation establishment, you need not concern yourself with aptitude or spiritual roots. As long as you succeed in establishing your foundation, you will achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. The Heaven-Defying Sect had written the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment art akin to preparing a plate of dumplings. And the crucial vinegar was this passage, which was somewhat akin to nonsense. Upon learning this, Ning Ri was not at all surprised. The Heaven-Defying Sect defied heaven. It was only a matter of time before they set their sights on the Heavenly Tao. However, acting so early was indeed a bit exaggerated. But upon reading further, Ning Ri understood what this so-called foundation establishment with the Heavenly Tao entailed. The Heaven-Defying Sect's Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment art used the Heavenly Tao, which was actually the aberration. The manual recorded that only after the aberration appeared did they realize the Heavenly Tao had been invaded by the aberration and was in a fragmented state. In this way, it was as if the aberration had sliced the Heavenly Tao for them. Thus, the difficulty of refining the Heavenly Tao was greatly reduced. They only needed to use the fragments of the Heavenly Tao that the aberration had already sliced. The specifics of how to extract the Heavenly Tao from the aberration and then eliminate the aberration were detailed in the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment art, but Ning Ri could not fully comprehend them at a glance. Not because it was too obscure, but because there was too much. This method of extracting the Heavenly Tao and eliminating the aberration actually numbered in the thousands. These thousands of methods included a note: not guaranteed to be effective, not guaranteed to be suitable for everyone, but all are for reference. Ning Ri skimmed through them roughly, his expression growing blank, and he felt like cursing. He felt that these thousands of methods were probably all useless. For instance, he saw a message left by someone named Ancient Eggshell when refining the aberration. If you wish to extract the true heavenly Tao and then eliminate the aberration's power, simply fumigate the aberration with the smoke of mortal life. For the true heavenly Tao, having been smoked by such smoke for millennia, is long accustomed to it. But the aberration will surely be unable to bear it. The smoke will sting its eyes. When it cannot endure, it will shed tears, and thus you can eliminate the aberration. Ningri. In essence, it was smoking the aberration, wasn't it? Another example, he saw a message from someone named Resentful Husband Guan Baiyu willing to go to Baiyu Pass. In this great age of immortal cultivation, every cultivator harbors resentment in their hearts. Over wealth, companions, methods, lands, talents, and aptitudes. The heavenly Tao endures this resentment every moment. Having borne so many undeserved grievances, the heavenly Taoist mindset has long become seasoned and indifferent. But the aberration is different. It has not been resented by so many. Therefore, if you use a great volume of grievances to stir its emotions, you can extract it. Ningri. In essence, it was making the aberration take the blame, wasn't it? Another example. Ningri. After reading this lengthy passage, his mindset was exactly the same as Chen Xingfeng's. What absolute nonsense was this? Who cultivates immortality like this? As for other methods, Ningri did not examine them further, directly concluding with the quantum speed reading technique. After all, the skill had already been recorded by the panel. He supposed those methods did not affect the panel's skill acquisition. In summary, each person employed a different approach to purge the anomalies and refine the heavenly Tao. Some treated the anomaly as a normal person, such as smoking its eyes. Others regarded it as an emotional being aiming to unsettle its mindset. Some viewed the anomaly as having sensitive skin, tickling it until it could not bear it. He felt this rebel foundation establishment art should come with a warning. Cultivators without discernment should read it under the guidance of a guardian. How could a normal person discern this? However, in retrospect, perhaps since anomalies come in many types, different methods might be required to deal with each one. The broad categories of anomalies were innate and acquired, but there might be subcategories, like an eye anomaly afraid of cooking fumes, or a worker anomaly averse to being scapegoated. After pondering for a while, Ningri extinguished his wild thoughts. Anomalies were not human, so he could not think this way. But overall, his insight after reading the entire text was that the Rebel Foundation establishment art was deeply idealistic. Whether one could refine an anomaly depended solely on belief in one's own rebellious path. As long as one adhered to that path and trusted their own power, they would not be affected and could expel the anomaly. But if one lacked confidence, they would be utterly defeated, completely eroded and assimilated by the anomaly. The principle was somewhat like this: refining an anomaly might lead to insanity, so he would first adopt a madness he liked and believed in. Then the anomaly's madness could not occupy his mental high ground. Of course, it needed some beautification, so it should be called forging a mental brand first, so the anomaly could not influence him. Next, Ningri discovered that at the bottom of this Rebel Foundation establishment art, there was a hand seal and a sentence. Anyone can use this hand seal anonymously or with their name to share their rebellious insights in the disciple token. If selected, it can be added to the Rebel Foundation establishment art. Ningri was speechless. Was this a shared document? Additionally, Zhou had added a note in the art. Ningri: not everyone needs to use anomalies for foundation establishment. Many elders like me directly used rare earthly treasures or spirit roots for foundation establishment. For instance, I could not resist the anomaly's influence back then, so I chose the innate foundation method. I had an earth spirit root combined with a rare treasure, achieving heavenly Tao foundation establishment. So you can also consider repairing your spirit root before making a decision. After reading this, Ningri's first thought was, no wonder you are just elders. The one who dared to smoke the anomaly with cooking fumes became the patriarch. Having this thought, Ningri quickly scolded himself. What a dirty mind. What a dogged score chaser. Could he see things this way? How could he be so twisted by power? Could an anomaly really fear cooking fumes? Elder Zhou only said this to comfort him. However, Ningri retracted his words after reading further because Zhou added another line. But if you truly have confidence in yourself, you might consider using an anomaly for foundation establishment. I have great confidence in you. Ningri was speechless. Frankly, he now understood why Chen Xingfeng thought the rebel sect was not a good place. Others were unwilling to let their disciples touch anomalies, at most they ventured into anomalies for treasures, which still had many side effects. For example, Zhang Wu, whose mind was invaded by the fear anomaly, taunted everyone he met. But the rebel sect boldly adopted the highly innovative and idealistic anomaly foundation method. Moreover, Ningri felt the rebel sect might not be so simple. The creator of the Rebel Soul Division art seemed to follow a rebellious path unrelated to these foundation methods. But Ningri quickly understood, according to senior brother Li Cheng, the rebel sect had traditional and new-style cultivation factions. The creator of the Rebel Soul Division art followed the traditional school. That one likely thought of cultivating well and then letting a substitute die during the tribulation. Because of this, at this moment Ning recombined Zhou Heng's multiple choice test research on internal sect factions and Chen Xingfeng's account of the patriarch's current state, and he understood most rebel sect elders likely did not want him to join the inner sect early or seek pills to repair his spirit root, nor did they want him to solve his spirit root problem by any means. What they truly hoped was for him to forge his own rebellious path, just like the patriarch, who rose to greatness through his own strength. But Ning Ri felt he did not need to ponder his own rebellious path. His cultivation boiled down to two methods: first, practicing the blade. Second, adding points. He planned to use the panel for foundation establishment. He was a panel cultivator, and he believed the panel would surely help him purge anomalies and refine the heavenly Tao. As for whether the panel would adopt the smoke anomaly method, the blemithy anomaly method, or another approach for refinement, he left it to chance. The panel had a skill optimization ability. Perhaps the panel had already combined these unverified flawed ideas to create a reliable method. But the key premise remained: how could he obtain an anomaly? If he could not solve this problem, he thought it best to leave the rebel sect, join a major sect, and cooperate with the artisan pavilion to make money. Creating refining tools to help turbidki cultivators cleanse their qi, that was what he liked most. Collecting more spirit stones would be even better. Ning Ri stood up, intending to leave the meditation room and return to the rebel sect first. He would talk to Elder Zhou Hong about finding an anomaly. But then a thought struck him, stirring his heart. Wait, was the Yin Virtue sect where Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu went also an anomaly? Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu seemed to have failed, but even so they did not die, suggesting the risk of the Yin Virtue sect was not that great. It would be perfect for a novice like him to explore. He would ask about it later. Then Ning Ri prepared to leave the meditation room. But as he rose, his heart stirred again. Had he forgotten something? So he immediately looked inward and noticed something amiss in his body. Ning Ri murmured, "This soul division seems a bit off." Previously in the rebel sect, the soul division strength was only at the third level of qi refining. But now he realized its cultivation had somehow risen to the peak of qi refining. Realizing this, Ning Ri was momentarily stunned. How had it improved? According to the rebel soul division art, Zhou Heng gave him neither the spiritual shell for resisting anomalies nor the small soul division for transportation could improve in cultivation. Then Ning Ri looked thoughtful. So after the panel's adjustment, the soul division from the rebel soul division art can improve along with my own strength. Is this the only way to deceive the heavenly Tao? But besides this, does the soul division have any other abilities? Ning Ri thought for a moment and directly added 80 skill points to the rebel soul division art. He had just earned 100 skill points from the refining mission, so his reserves were ample. Rebel soul division art 100 resettable. But to Ning Ri's disappointment, the skill on the panel changed, yet the soul division remained unchanged. Staring at the unchanged soul division for a while, Ning Ri scratched his head and reset the skill points anyway. He had planned to reset them and prepare for a new ride. After reallocating 20 points to the rebel soul division art, Ning Ri quickly left the meditation room. As he stepped out, he found two people standing at the door, Yang Xingming and Chen Xingfeng. They were chatting. Seeing them, Ning Ri was startled. What were these two doing here? As Ning Ri came out, Yang Xingming looked at him with a smile, but just as he began to smile, it suddenly froze. Chen Xingfeng noticed Yang Xingming's expression, sensed something off, and also looked at Ning Ri, then froze as well. For a moment, both were silent. Ning Ri was taken aback, then tentatively smiled and asked two seniors what's wrong. Then Yang Xingming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The next moment, he gasped sharply. Peak of qi refining. As he spoke, Ning Ri, who had been smiling, felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no, he forgot to turn off the cheat. He had originally planned to reset his points before coming out. That was why he had requested a meditation room that could conceal his aura. When he was about to leave, he thought he had forgotten something, but the rebel soul division art had distracted him and he completely overlooked it. Now lost in thought, he had forgotten to reset his points. This was a mess. Yang Xingming's expression was beyond shock. He said, "Is the time flow in the meditation room different from outside?" Ning Ri was speechless. Yang Xingming was about to return to Lingxi Immortal Sect and had planned to give Ning Ri a gift before leaving, so Chen Xingfeng was accompanying him. But Yang Xingming never expected Ning Ri to come out like this. Chen Xingfeng was equally astonished, exclaiming, "What did you do? Didn't you say your spirit root was no good? Just a moment ago, he was at the third level of qi refining. How is he now at the peak?" Ning Ri looked at the two, his mind racing, and finally gave an awkward smile. "Two seniors, although my spirit root may be lacking, I think it's normal for my breakthrough speed in qi refining to be a bit fast. After all, in my view, good refining talent equals good qi refining talent. These past 2 days under Master Xingfeng's guidance, my refining skills have been thoroughly trained and advanced by leaps and bounds. So isn't it natural for me to suddenly break through in qi refining? How does that make some sense?" Chen Xingfeng was baffled. Yang Xingming was equally perplexed. Ning Ri was not deliberately talking nonsense. He truly had no solution left. However, while Ning Ri felt he was rambling, Yang Xingming and Chen Xingfeng did not share that sentiment. After their faces were filled with question marks, the two fell into silence. They were both pondering whether Ning Ri had started to resemble the extraordinary individuals of the Anti-Heaven sect. In the cultivation world, the Anti-Heaven sect's position was both unique and feared primarily because the people from their sect were exceptionally mysterious. And now it seemed that Ning Ri was starting to exhibit similar signs. It was not uncommon in the cultivation world for someone to leap from the third rank of qi refinement directly to the peak of qi refinement. In fact, it was relatively frequent and considered a good omen. However, when others experienced such continuous breakthroughs, there were often signs or explanations. For instance, obtaining a legacy time reversal, receiving enlightenment, or breaking free from long-standing constraints to suddenly unleash a surge of power. At the very least, it could be said that they had borrowed cultivation from the Great Mercy Palace. Those who borrowed cultivation from the Great Mercy Palace were not only able to jump from the third rank of qi refinement to its peak, but some had even ascended directly from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Of course, this was contingent upon whether the Great Mercy Palace could approve the borrowing. If the application failed, it could not be borrowed. Nevertheless, whether the cultivation was inherited, borrowed, or painstakingly suppressed, any remarkable leaps, such as breaking through 7 realms in one breath, always had some signs. Yet Ning Ri's situation was completely unrelated to all the aforementioned circumstances. Where could one find a legacy at the craftsmanship pavilion? What enlightenment or time reversal could there be? That was even more absurd. As for the Great Mercy Palace, Ning Ri had not even left a mark there. For this reason, they truly began to contemplate. Did Ning Ri genuinely believe in his heart that the talents for weapon forging and qi refinement were the same? If that were truly the case, then his sudden breakthrough would not be difficult to understand. However, this raised a new question. Chen Xingfeng asked solemnly, "Ning Ri, is this really how you think?" Ning Ri clenched his fist and coughed lightly before nodding firmly at Chen Xingfeng, saying yes. Yang Xingming pondered, "If you think this way, what will you do in the future?" Understanding that good talent in weapon forging equates to good talent in qi refinement is one thing, but what about foundation establishment talent and golden core talent? Can that be understood? Ning Ri's eyes widened slightly. What kind of ideas had the Anti-Heaven sect instilled in these people? He scratched his head and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. For example, one day, I might think that foundation establishment is actually equivalent to forging a foundation, establishing a Dao foundation, which is the hallmark skill of a weaponsmith, right? Also golden core. Well, there's gold in golden core, and gold is something weaponsmiths often deal with, so if I turn gold into a pill, I would have a golden core, right? Haha." After saying this, he could not hold back and chuckled twice, amused by the absurdity of his own thoughts. However, Yang Xingming and Chen Xingfeng did not find it absurd. Instead, they began to ponder seriously. Ning Ri, fine, if you all can believe such nonsense, then when I break through foundation establishment in the future, I will use this as an explanation. Yang Xingming nodded slightly, saying, "It's not without reason. According to your sect's teachings, as long as you believe it yourself, it's fine. However, I see that you don't seem very convinced. You need to think it over carefully." Yang Xingming's earnest demeanor left Ning Ri unsure whether he wanted him to believe or not. Chen Xingfeng had not given up on his original goal. If you can't firmly believe in this, you should withdraw from the Anti-Heaven sect as soon as possible. Ning Ri gave a dry laugh, rubbed his nose, and said, "Thank you, seniors. By the way, what do you need from me?" Yang Xingming then returned to the main topic, saying, "I'm going back with Xiao Yuan, and before I leave, I want to give you a gift." Ning Ri quickly waved his hand, saying, "Senior Xingming, I haven't done anything. How can I accept your gift?" He had not yet seen the gift, but polite words were necessary first. The other party was a prominent figure, and the gift presented could be quite valuable. If the gift was indeed valuable, he might find it hard to speak politely. However, Yang Xingming shook his head, saying, "You're mistaken. You did a great deed. Xiao Yuan has admired you for your swordsmanship, and now, because of your extraordinary weapon forging skills, he has developed an interest in weapon forging. I have reported this to the family head, and now the family head is building a dedicated weapon forging room for Xiao Yuan. You must know that Xiao Yuan has dabbled in various methods like alchemy, weapon forging, and talismans, and he has considerable talent. However, he has never been passionate about anyone. Now, because of your influence in weapon forging, he is about to enter seclusion to study diligently, and I can finally rest for a while. So tell me, didn't you do a great deed?" After hearing this, Ning Ri sighed, feeling that Xiao Yuan's talent was indeed remarkable, and chuckled, saying, "That is also due to Xiao Yuan's own efforts. He already had a proactive and eager mind for learning. I'm just a catalyst at best." Yang Xingming was extremely pleased, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, "Whether you were a catalyst or not, I don't care. I just want to give you what the family had entrusted to me." With that, Yang Xingming produced a jade vial, which looked almost transparent, filled with a colorful liquid. At the moment the liquid appeared, Ning Ri felt a sensation of vitality, a feeling of endless rebirth enveloping him. That rich aura stirred the spiritual energy within him. Even the stones in his acupoints seemed to have loosened considerably. Ning Ri felt as though his entire body had been massaged. He felt completely unblocked. He couldn't help but be startled. What kind of treasure was this? Just a glance at it felt so refreshing. Chun Xingfeng, on the other hand, recognized the origin of this item and exclaimed, "Essence of the 5 elements." Correct, Yang Xingming nodded. Essence of the 5 elements. This is among the finest items available in the innate foundation establishment method. Upon hearing this, Ning Ri finally understood what a treasure this item was. The essence of the 5 elements was introduced in the Anti-Heaven Foundation establishment method as the most common treasure. It could not only supplement the power of the 5 elements, but also stimulate the circulation of spiritual energy within the body, providing mutual nourishment. Cultivators with human-grade or earth-grade spiritual roots could directly become Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment practitioners with the help of the essence of the 5 elements with a very high success rate. Even cultivators with heavenly-grade spiritual roots who could use the Spiritual Root Foundation establishment method would find it immensely beneficial to use the essence of the 5 elements during foundation establishment. This item could solidify the foundation of the already formidable Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Looking at this vial of essence of the 5 elements, Ning Ri hurriedly said, "Senior Xingming, this item is so precious I cannot accept it." He was not refusing the valuable gift, but rather the person giving the gift. Xiao Yuan's father, the head of the Xia family, a powerful figure of the Lingxi immortal sect. Facing such a person, Ning Ri felt overwhelmed. He believed that someone like this would have ulterior motives for giving a gift, such as long-term plans or schemes. As a chosen child, he felt like a pawn on the chessboard of the powerful. If he accepted this gift from that moment on, he would become his pawn, and after a few hundred years of successful cultivation, he would appear cackling, saying, "All right, all your cultivation is now mine." However, Yang Xingming chuckled and said, "Precious. You are mistaken, although this item is precious to the Lingxi immortal sect well." He hesitated, seemingly worried about hurting Ning Ri's pride, but he wanted Ning Ri to understand that the significance of this gift was not particularly high for the Xia family. So he said, "Actually, it is quite valuable, but not that precious. The family head also doesn't lack this. Xiao Yuan had a bath in the essence of the 5 elements right after he was born, so you can treat this as a normal gift. Do you understand?" Ning Ri was stunned at the thought of becoming a pawn of a powerful figure. A bath in the essence of the 5 elements. Was this the treatment given to him at birth? Ning Ri thought if he had received such treatment at birth, he couldn't imagine how surprised he would have been. Since Yang Xingming had said so, Ning Ri finally set aside his psychological burden. He coughed and said then, "Since it is so, I will humbly accept it. However, I understand that the essence of the 5 elements is still quite valuable. After all, when Xiao Yuan was born, his body was still quite fragile, and the fact that the essence of the 5 elements could touch his body indicates its preciousness. Indeed, if one were to speak honestly, Xiao Yuan's value far exceeded that of the essence of the 5 elements by many multiples." As soon as this was said, Yang Xingming burst into hearty laughter. Ning Ri then said, "So if there is a chance in the future, please allow me to repay you." "No problem," Yang Xingming replied solemnly. "If there is an opportunity in the future, come visit Lingxi and see Xiao Yuan. Since he has said he wants to learn weapon forging well like you, he will definitely achieve it." Ning Ri also nodded solemnly. Then after Yang Xingming left the essence of the 5 elements, he departed. The moment the essence of the 5 elements appeared in Ning Ri's hands, his panel for the Anti-Heaven Foundation establishment method underwent a transformation. Choose your foundation establishment item. 1. Spiritual Root Expected Foundation Establishment Failure. 2. Rare Treasures of Heaven and Earth Essence of the 5 Elements Expected Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. 3. Acquired Items Disciple Token Expected High Probability of Foundation Establishment Failure. 4. Peculiar None Expected Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. The original second option was gray. However, after the essence of the 5 elements appeared, this second option slowly filled with 5 colors, which then rolled like waves before finally illuminating the gray option. Seeing the changes on the panel, Ning Ri's expression didn't change, but his heart was greatly shaken. Wow! Can I directly achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment? Is this essence of the 5 elements really that powerful? But Ning Ri thought for a moment and quickly understood what was happening. The essence of the 5 elements was indeed powerful, but if he relied solely on himself to activate the technique and refine the essence of the 5 elements, he would not be able to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Yet with the optimization function of the panel, the essence of the 5 elements could directly assist him in becoming a Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment practitioner. Realizing this, Ning Ri was greatly excited. This way, wanting to become a foundation establishment cultivator would truly be a matter of minutes. Are you planning to use the essence of the 5 elements he gave you for foundation establishment? At that moment, a voice interrupted Ning Ri's thoughts. After Yang Xingming walked away, Chen Xingfeng looked at Ning Ri and spoke up. Master Xingfeng, Ning Ri pondered and said, I'm still uncertain. Chen Xingfeng had originally wanted to advise Ning Ri to take this opportunity to sever ties with the anti-heaven sect, but looking at Ning Ri's peak chi refinement cultivation, he found it hard to say those words. After thinking for a moment, he could only say, you need to think carefully. If you cannot firmly believe that foundation establishment is equivalent to forging a foundation, you should take the essence of the 5 elements as soon as possible. Ning Ri. Okay, thank you, Master Xingfeng. After that, Chen Xingfeng left in big strides, leaving Ning Ri to his own devices at the craftsmanship pavilion. Watching Chen Xingfeng's retreating figure, Ning Ri sighed. Chen Xingfeng was a good person, but unfortunately, he had arrived a bit too late. If only he had taken me in when I was being rejected by the major sects, I would now be a member of the craftsmanship pavilion in life and a ghost of the craftsmanship pavilion in death. Unfortunately, now I can only bid farewell with regret. Ning brother, you. Jiang Wen stared at Ning Ri, his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment. Beside him, Zhang Wu, who had been affected by the fearful specter, wore a similarly stunned expression. The two brothers looked at Ning Ri in shock. After bidding farewell to Chen Xingfeng, Ning Ri intended to leave the craftsmanship pavilion and return to the anti-heaven sect. However, upon exiting the pavilion, he encountered the two brothers outside. Since he happened to run into them, Ning Ri planned to ask about the Heaven-Defying Sect. To his surprise, before he could speak, the two looked as though they had seen a ghost. It was impossible for Jiang Wen and Zhang Wu, who had just seen Ning Ri at the 3rd rank of Qi refinement, not to be frightened by his current peak Qi refinement status. Ning Ri approached the two and smiled, cupping his fists, and said, Brother Wen, Brother Wu. Jiang Wen was too shocked to greet him, only managing to stammer out a few words, your cultivation. Ning Ri laughed and said, I had an unexpected breakthrough. Jiang Wu muttered, what kind of coincidence could this be? Ning Ri directly skipped over the topic of cultivation and asked, by the way, when do you plan to return to the sect? Jiang Wen, seeing that Ning Ri did not mean to elaborate, quickly picked up on his cue and changed the subject. We are planning to set off right away. What about you, Brother Ning? Jiang Wu had not faced Ning Ri's weapon forging directly and was still unaware of the extent of his skills. However, Jiang Wen had seen Ning Ri's weapon forging process from start to finish. To him, Ning Ri was like a deity. He had never thought that a Qi refinement cultivator could forge weapons in such a manner. He dared to assert that Ning Ri would definitely become a top-notch weaponsmith in the future. For this reason, Jiang Wen was determined to befriend Ning Ri and naturally willing to cooperate with him in conversation. Ning Ri smiled and said, I plan to gather some information first. Jiang Wen's interest was piqued as he asked, what information are you looking for? Ning Ri replied, about the Heaven-Defying Sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wen immediately smiled, thinking that he had found a good opportunity to establish a connection. He said, Brother Ning, although I couldn't break through the Heaven-Defying Sect, I happen to know a bit about it. How about we find an inn and sit down? I can tell you in detail. Ning Ri clasped his fists and said, then I will trouble you, Brother Wen. After finding an inn and sitting down, Jiang Wen first silenced his younger brother, fearing that Jiang Wu might provoke Ning Ri. Once seated, Jiang Wen said, I wonder how much Brother Ning knows about the Heaven-Defying Sect. As he spoke, Jiang Wen also put away his sword ring, a gesture meant to show goodwill. The sword ring of the Mingtai sword sect could transform into a flying sword in an instant. If he didn't put it away, it would seem too tense and confrontational. Speaking to someone while holding a sword ring is akin to talking to them with a loaded gun aimed in their direction. Ning Ri shook his head and said, I barely know anything. He had grown interested in the Heaven-Defying Sect and planned to venture into it. However, he intended to gather intelligence from multiple sources, first questioning the Wen and Wu brothers who had just returned, and then collecting more information back at the Heaven-Defying Sect. That should suffice. Jiang Wen thought for a moment, and then said, within the Wuha mountain range there was once a wild beast secret realm teeming with beasts and demonic creatures. But 2 years ago it was suddenly invaded by anomalies, and the entire secret realm transformed into a massive sect named the Heaven-Defying Sect. The entry condition for the Heaven-Defying Sect is a cultivation level below the golden core stage. Upon entering, one must face the first trial, joining the Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri's heart stirred. Joining the Heaven-Defying Sect. Does that mean a disciple trial? Jiang Wen nodded yes. It is said that everyone who enters the Heaven-Defying Sect's recruitment ceremony encounters a different situation. My brother and I both faced the Sword Heart trial, and we both failed. At this point, Jiang Wen smiled bitterly. If you fail to join the Heaven-Defying Sect, you must leave a congratulatory gift. Ning Ri glanced at Jiang Wu, who was silenced, and thought to himself that this congratulatory gift was definitely not something good. At that moment, Jiang Wu seemed to be afflicted by fear of anomalies, silently sneering, grinding his teeth, his face full of contempt and disdain, his lips moving frantically, but producing no sound. To be honest, Ning Ri was quite curious about what he was mocking, but since Jiang Wen was afraid of losing face, he didn't dare ask Jiang Wen to lift the silence. Then Ning Ri asked, "What is the congratulatory gift?" Jiang Wen replied, "This congratulatory gift is essentially a ransom for your life." Ning Ri raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wen continued, "Let me explain from the beginning. Entering the Heaven-Defying Sect, one can assume 3 identities. The first identity is that of a pilgrim who comes to join the sect and participate in the disciple trial. At this point, you are a pure and humble person filled with reverence and longing for the Heaven-Defying Sect. A pilgrim can immediately participate in the disciple trial without paying any price. The disciple trial varies for each person. When you fail the disciple trial, the anomaly of the Heaven-Defying Sect will make you leave and your identity will begin to change. At this point, you are a guest who reveres and longs for the Heaven-Defying Sect, but lacks the ability, yet is willing to contribute what little you can to the sect. The prerequisite for a guest to participate in and remain at the recruitment ceremony is to leave a congratulatory gift. After leaving the gift, the Heaven-Defying Sect will no longer interfere with whether you wish to stay or leave, but your range of movement is limited to the middle hall where the recruitment takes place. If you do not leave a gift, then at that point you become a fanatic who reveres the Heaven-Defying Sect, but is too poor in talent and wealth, leading to fervent resentment and jealousy. You trespass into the sect, attempting to sabotage the recruitment ceremony so that no one else can join. In the Heaven-Defying Sect, fanatics must die. Ning Ri couldn't help but think, goodness, whether it's becoming a disciple, offering a gift, or being killed, one must always revere the Heaven-Defying Sect, right? Jiang Wen said, "For this reason, Brother Ning, if you fail the trial, make sure to hand over the congratulatory gift to the Heaven-Defying Sect's anomaly as quickly as possible. Do not try to delay." Jiang Wen's mind was not afflicted by the fear of anomalies, so he wouldn't mock Ning Ri for daring, as a chi-refining cultivator, to face anomalies that even they at the foundation establishment stage had failed to overcome. Moreover, this was a recruitment ceremony, so foundation establishment was not a requirement. Thus Jiang Wen simply focused on thoroughly sharing what he knew, hoping to earn Ning Ri's approval. Ning Ri, upon hearing this, did not take it lightly. He nodded solemnly, first thanked Jiang Wen, then, after a moment of thought, asked, "Is there any standard for this congratulatory gift?" He knew in his heart that giving a gift was easy. How to give the gift? That was the real challenge of this anomaly. Jiang Wen replied, "Yes, as I just said, this congratulatory gift is a ransom for your life. Therefore, the gift you offer must be equivalent to your life. You must give as much as you believe your life is worth." Ning Ri raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and asked, "If I believe my life is worth only 1 spirit stone, would it let me go?" Jiang Wen said, "I have heard of such a case. A cultivator who entered the Heaven-Defying Sect once did that. He took out a spirit stone as a gift and handed it to the anomaly, but the anomaly looked at it and directly returned the spirit stone to him, then took out another spirit stone and placed it in his hand. Before the cultivator could react, the anomaly killed him on the spot, crushed his heart, and devoured his flesh and blood. In other words, if the gift you offer is too low in value, it will return your gift, then give you something identical to the gift you offered as payment for your life, and then proceed to kill you. So, Brother Ning, be sure not to offer too cheap a gift." Ning Ri nodded slightly. "Thank you for the reminder. But if the gift I offer is of considerable value, yet still fails to meet the Heaven-Defying Sect's requirements, what should I do then? Would I also die?" Jiang Wen shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Those who have been to the Heaven-Defying Sect before have summarized that the anomaly returns the gift and gives you an identical one only on the premise that the item is very cheap and common. For example, a foundation establishment pill used for postnatal foundation building methods, or a spirit stone. Such items are common, so the anomaly will immediately use them to buy your life. But if what you offer is not easy to replicate, for instance, in my case, when I failed at the Heaven-Defying Sect, I offered my master's gift, a flying sword. Its value, while not cheap, is hardly extravagant, but since it was hard to replicate, it didn't kill me." Ning Ri understood. In other words, this gift-giving stage was essentially a process of assessing the value of one's own life. But regardless of the value, one should never offer something that is ubiquitous. At this point, Jiang Wen changed his tone and said, "Yet even so, because the flying sword's value was insufficient, it punished me. I was invaded by the joy anomaly, my emotions became erratic, and I laughed uncontrollably for several nights before recovering. My brother was the same, except he was invaded by the fear anomaly, becoming somewhat strange." Ning Ri was taken aback upon hearing this, so there really was a joy anomaly. Ning Ri thought to himself, forget about the likes of Dian Xiao and Ma Bong, but there should be a Ji Guai. Then he glanced at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu had stopped convulsing. He sat aside with his face covered, utterly ashamed. When he noticed Ning Ri's gaze shifting toward him, he repeatedly gestured apologies, his face flushing red. probably due to sheer embarrassment. A wrong gift leads to an eerie possession. If the offering is inappropriate, the anomaly will mortify you. Who would have thought that cultivating immortality and venturing into anomalies would require considering the etiquette of gift-giving? This isn't about anomalies at all. It's all about worldly affairs. Ningri couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy and asked, "Does possession by anomalies always manifest like this for you all?" Zhou shook his head. "There are other cases. Some go mad, others have their cultivation collapse or regress by a realm. All sorts." Ningri said, "Then it seems your situation is relatively fortunate." Zhou nodded in profound agreement. Ningri asked curiously, "By the way, you mentioned earlier that entering the Heaven-Defying Sect involves 3 identities: disciple, guest, or madman. Is there anyone who becomes a guest right from the start?" Ningri was quite worried that he might not even qualify as a disciple and would have to present gifts upon entry. That would truly delight the anomalies. "Yes." In response to Ningri's question, Zhou immediately nodded. Ningri was stunned. There really are such unlucky souls. Zhou, as if recalling something, gave a dry laugh. Unlucky isn't quite accurate, it's a restriction of the anomaly Heaven-Defying Sect. Those who automatically become guests upon entry are cultivators at the Golden Core realm or above. Ningri suddenly understood, so that's the origin of this anomaly's entry conditions. He had originally thought that those above Golden Core couldn't even enter the gate. Now he realized that those above Golden Core could only pay upon entry, unable to participate in the trials. Zhou nodded. Ningri asked, "Have any more powerful figures entered like patriarch-level experts?" In the cultivation world, the patriarchs of each sect were among the most formidable. Ningri suspected that Shi Yuan's father must also be a patriarch, otherwise he couldn't have used the 5 elements essence like shower gel. Zhou shook his head. "My master speculated that the patriarchs probably have no intention of intervening. The Heaven-Defying Sect emerged only a few years ago, a nascent anomaly better left for the younger generation to explore." Ningri understood. Zhou continued, "However, the rewards of the Heaven-Defying Sect are indeed generous. Since its appearance, one person from the Xianji Immortal Sect successfully joined it. That person was at the Foundation Establishment realm before joining. Upon success, he broke through directly to the peak of Foundation Establishment with perfect chi and also acquired an extremely powerful dharma treasure. With it, he overcame a siege by several Golden Core cultivators across major realms. Yet that person was merely an outer sect disciple of the Heaven-Defying Sect. According to the sect's recruitment ceremony, disciples are ranked outer, inner, and true disciples. An outer disciple could gain such benefits. What unimaginable riches might await inner and true disciples? We dare not even think about it." As he spoke, Zhongwen's face showed a yearning expression, clearly swayed by his own words, tempted to venture into the Heaven-Defying Sect once more. Hearing this, Ningri thought, "It's all empty promises. Why get excited? My company boss also promised me resources, but in the end I got nothing." He asked, "How did that person pass the trial? And how did he leave the Heaven-Defying Sect?" Zhongwen replied, "He said that once becoming a disciple, leaving is simple, just quit the sect, and you can leave, but you can never return. But he didn't reveal how he passed the trial, and we don't know. After all, he's from the Xianji Immortal Sect, blessed with a fortuitous encounter now valued by a major sect. No one dares to pressure him." Ningri nodded slightly, then had a sudden inspiration. "By the way, since guests present congratulatory gifts, if I become a disciple, would those gifts be given to me?" Zhongwen was stumped by this question. He hesitated. "Frankly, I've never heard of that, ha." He hadn't expected Ningri to set his sights on the gifts. Then Zhongwen briefly recounted his and his brother's experience in the Heaven-Defying Sect, but his tale was short as he failed quickly. After chatting with Zhongwen and Zhongwu, Ningri decided to return to his sect. Before leaving, he initially planned to wash away his cultivation. He worried that returning to the sect might cause a commotion. But then he reconsidered. Yang Xingming and Chen Xingfeng already knew, and their reactions seemed to confirm that there were predecessors or patriarchs in the Heaven-Defying Sect who had experienced similar consecutive breakthroughs. If so, there was no need to reset his points. After all, Ningri knew that in the future he would inevitably have similar situations, like breaking through from nascent soul to divinity transformation in one go. From this perspective, starting with a few leaps from chi refining would serve as a psychological warm-up for the Heaven-Defying Sect members. This way, future point allocations wouldn't seem too abrupt. Then Ningri activated the Jade Slip of Golden Strategy Record, channeled his newly reallocated Heaven-Defying Soul Division art, and began to fight. While waiting for someone to accept his request, Ningri gazed at the Jade Slip, deeply satisfied. What a thrill! Because of the point reset, Heaven-Defying Soul Division art had been renewed. He had become a new user again. This pleased him greatly. What pleased him even more was that the person who arrived wasn't Luo Ku. He truly dreaded seeing Luo Ku. If Luo Ku came, he wouldn't know how to explain. Could he tell him that his Heaven-Defying Soul Division art could be renewed day by day? On the way back, Ning Ri continued practicing his blade techniques. Counting various distractions, it had been a long time since he last trained. That wouldn't do. Time to hit the books. The Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. Their inner sect was located within a city. This city was resplendent, its walls built from spirit stones replaced periodically. Everywhere one could see various rare and precious mounts and dharma artifacts. At that moment, the Luo Ku whom Ning Ri dreaded to meet was in a pavilion polishing his flying sword. Just then, an old man in a dark purple brocade robe entered. Old Luo Shuyu is back. He met Master Xingfeng this time and was overjoyed. This man was Liang Shuyu's master. Hearing this, Luo Ku ignored him. Luo Ku hadn't yet accumulated enough seniority in the Great Compassion Divine Palace to accept disciples. He was still earning seniority through the Golden Strategy record. Having just missed out on Ning Ri, a great genius, he was already fuming. Now hearing someone boast about their disciple, he grew even more irritated. Liang Shuyu was indeed a highly skilled artifact refiner among the foundation establishment cultivators of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. Seeing Luo Ku ignore him, the old man chuckled, about to say more. But then Luo Ku suddenly thought of something, turned to the old man, and said, "By the way, oldly, did Shuyu encounter someone named Ning Ri?" After Luo Ku asked, Li Gu raised an eyebrow, stroked his beard, and said with a chuckle, "I was just about to bring that up. Shuyu didn't linger in Luoxia City for a couple of days, because he had to hurry back and tell me about this Ning Ri." "Oh, from your tone it sounds like you know Ning Ri as well." Luo Ku said, "Yes, he used the Golden Strategy record, and I was the one who picked him up." Hearing this, Old Li slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "Oh dear, you really missed the mark. You've met him, and you still didn't see his remarkable talent. That's negligence, old Luo. Don't forget the purpose of the Golden Strategy record isn't just to ferry people around, it's to seek out talents for the sect and spread its renown." Luo Ku. At these words, Luo Ke's face darkened as if it could drip water. Seeing Luo Ke's expression turn blacker than the bottom of a pot after his teasing, Li Gu was startled and quickly asked, "Old Luo, are you all right?" Li Gu hadn't expected Luo Ku to be so irritable today. He hadn't actually blamed Luo Ku at all, it was just their usual way of talking. "You tease me, I mock you. They have been old friends for centuries, always like this. Why couldn't he take a joke today?" "I'm fine. What could be wrong with me?" Luo Ku said with a dark face. "Li Gu." Luo Ku asked, "Tell me, why did Shuyu rush back from Luoxia City in such a hurry? What did Ning Ri do that made him so urgent?" As he asked, Luo Ku already had a vague sense of what was coming. Seeing Luo Ku in a bad mood, Li Gu cautiously sat beside him and said solemnly, "It's nothing much really. Shuyu just said this Ning Ri is remarkably skilled in artifact refinement. First, despite being only at the Qi refinement stage, he can craft a full set of Qi refinement artifacts. Second, his refining skills impressed even Qin Xingfeng. Shi Juqing's son worships him, and Yang Xingming also spoke highly of Ning Ri. Shuyu himself learned many refining techniques from Ning Ri. He told me something that piqued my deep interest in this Ning Ri. He said that every move Ning Ri makes during refining is the optimal method. You can't find a more efficient or perfect solution. It's a pity. This Ning Ri has already joined the Nitian sect. I'm not keen on dealing with people from the Nitian sect, but you visit there often. Why not ask Ning Ri if he'd like to come to our sect? If he's unwilling, we should at least build a connection early. Those Nitian sect folks are resourceful, and with his identity as an artifact refiner, he might one day craft all sorts of peculiar treasures. Also, if that's the case, Ning Ri will likely make the heavenly prodigy list sooner or later. We can plan ahead. Old Luo, are you still there?" Li Gu trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly noticing Luo Ke's vacant stare, which gave him quite a fright. Luo Ke snapped back as if returning from a trance, his expression indifferent. "I'm fine. Go on." Seeing Luo Ke's demeanor, like someone who had seen through worldly affairs and lost all earthly desires, Li Gu grew even more alarmed. "Oh," Li Gu replied fearfully, then added, "How about we send Yuan Tianhong to the Nitian sect to make contact with this young friend Ning Ri?" Elder Yuan Tianhong was the head of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect's recruitment office. Given Luo Ke's strange state, Li Gu felt it was unwise to let Luo Ku recruit Ning Ri himself, lest he scare the young man. But mentioning the recruitment office only made Luo Ku snort coldly. He produced a flying sword and a sharpness talisman from somewhere and began wiping the blade with the talisman. The sword grew sharper with each wipe, and Li Gu's heart grew more uneasy with each stroke. He leaned back slightly, daring not to utter a word, only muttering to himself, what on earth had gotten into old Luo? Just then a figure descended outside the door, transforming into a young man in a white robe. Entering the room, he saw the two and paused, then smiled. "Old Luo, Old Li, what are you two up to here?" Li Gu summarized the key points. "We're discussing an artifact refiner from the Nitian sect who's about to rise. He's very talented." "Oh." The young man in white showed a look of understanding, then walked to the side to pour himself a drink, saying with enthusiasm, "What a coincidence. I just sent a kid from the Nitian sect back. That kid was quite interesting. On the flying boat, instead of cultivating, he practiced sword techniques. Mortal sword techniques without a shred of spiritual energy. Clang, clang, clang. His movements were quite fluid. He paused to take a sip of water. As he tilted his head back, Luo Ku, who had been staring blankly, suddenly looked up sharply. The word sword practice echoed in his mind like a ghost thumping relentlessly. After drinking, the white-robed youth, unaware of Luo Ku's distress, continued. I asked the kid from the Nitian sect, you're at the peak of chi refinement, why waste time practicing swords instead of studying foundation establishment techniques? He told me that sword practice calms his mind, and he didn't want to abandon the skill had honed over the years. At that moment, Luo Ku shot up abruptly, exclaiming excitedly, peak of chi refinement. What did you say? The white-robed youth was startled. What's wrong? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Luo Ku apologized since his relationship with this youth wasn't as close as with Li Gu. After apologizing, he asked, say it again. What cultivation level did you say that sword-practicing kid has a? The white-robed youth replied, peak of chi refinement. Are you sure you saw correctly? Absolutely, how could I be mistaken? He's just shy of forming his Tao foundation. Luo Ku took a deep breath, his mind buzzing, but he clung to a final thread of hope and asked tentatively then. What's his name? The white-robed youth said, Ning Ri. Ning as in peace, Ri as in sun. As the words left his mouth, he was horrified to see Luo Ku freeze in place, turning into a statue. Seeing this, the white-robed youth cried out in fear, Old Luo, don't scare me. The next moment, Luo Ku's eyes blazed with fury. Why is it so noisy? Ning Ri stood before the scripture pavilion, hesitant to enter, a puzzled look on his face. He had just returned to the sect and wanted to report his mission to Zhou. But he hadn't expected the scripture pavilion to be so bustling with a cacophony of voices as if a large crowd were inside. Just as Ning Ri was debating whether to come back at night, suddenly, an elderly man emerged from the scripture pavilion. Ning Ri recognized him as one of the elders he had seen at the kite square. A formidable figure, though he didn't know his name. Just as Ning Ri was about to bow and greet him, the elder spotted Ning Ri, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed excitedly, Ancestor Ning, you're back. As the words fell, Ning Ri thought, what the heck? Without a second thought, Ning Ri immediately bowed with a solemn expression and said, Disciple Ning Ri pays respects to the elder. As for that patriarch Ning, just now he pretended not to hear it. He speculated that the other party might be pulling some kind of stunt. This elder had likely cultivated some heaven-defying path of seniority where his daily practice involved confusing everyone's seniority, calling an outer disciple patriarch, and so on. Over time, with everyone's seniority in disarray, he could even disrupt the heavenly Tao's hierarchy. When the time came, he could swap seniority with the heavenly Tao, making it his grandson, thereby achieving the heaven-defying goal of turning the natural order on its head. After all, this was the Heaven-Defying Sect. Everything they did revolved around defying heaven. Those in the know understood. This elder clearly realized Ning Ri didn't recognize him, so he straightforwardly stated his name, Patriarch Ning. No need to be so formal. My name is Cheng Zhushan, just call me Old Cheng. Ning Ri could no longer pretend not to hear. Damn, was he really calling me Patriarch? He let out an awkward laugh. Elder Cheng, why do you call me Patriarch? Is there some hidden meaning? Could there be some profound secret behind it? Hearing the word secret, Cheng Zhushan clearly realized Ning Ri might have mistaken the title for some heaven-defying doctrine. He waved his hand and said, No, there's no secret. This title of Patriarch has nothing to do with my heaven-defying path. According to sect rules, you are indeed the Patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect now. Ning Ri was stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Really? In the Patriarch? Did I return to the right sect? Is this the Heaven-Defying Sect? But Cheng Zhushan nodded yes. You are now the genuine Patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri. Was the title of Patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect so casual? This was too heaven-defying. Just then, the noisy technique pavilion suddenly fell silent. Then a large group of elders emerged from the pavilion. They had clearly sensed Ning Ri's arrival. Among the elders, Zhou was at the forefront. Seeing Ning Ri, he laughed heartily. Ha, Patriarch Ning, it seems your trip to Luoxia City was quite fruitful. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of voices erupted behind him. Words like patriarch, artifact, refining, and peerless talent filled the air in front of the technique pavilion, which was thick with a heaven-defying atmosphere. Ning Ri's head throbbed. Greetings, all elders. Could you tell this disciple what exactly happened? At that moment, Imo Sidao stepped past Zhou and looked at Ning Ri. Though his expression was stern, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. He was thoroughly pleased with both Ning Ri's cultivation level and his artifact refining skills, especially the part where he left Qin Xingfeng dumbfounded. That pleased him even more. Now Imo Tenao spoke to Ning Ri in a deep voice. Fear not, my beloved disciple. Let your master explain it to you. Ning Ri, Beloved disciple. When did I become your beloved disciple? I just accidentally learned a bit of your artifact refining techniques. How does that make me beloved? Stop blabbering. Zhou Heng snorted coldly, then stepped in front of Mo Tsudao and said to Ning Ri, hey race, what happened? Chen Xingfeng has already sent word back. He said that in Luoxia City, you comprehended the heaven-defying path, treating artifact refining as equivalent to qi refining, skillfully combining the two to elevate your cultivation. Truly formidable. And now I can see it too. Before you left the sect, you were only at the 3rd grade of qi refining. In just 2 days, you've reached the peak of qi refining. This proves you have indeed initially grasped your own heaven-defying path. Of course, you might be puzzled. Outside, the title of patriarch is based on cultivation strength. Only the powerful can become patriarch. Why is it different in the Heaven-Defying Sect? But in truth, our sect's rules are no different in essence from those of other sects. Outside, one must have strong cultivation to become patriarch. In the Heaven-Defying Sect, according to sect rules, anyone who comprehends the heaven-defying path is considered powerful in cultivation. Those who attain it come first. Since you have already achieved something on the heaven-defying path, you must naturally be honored as patriarch. This, too, is a manifestation of great cultivation strength. So, with that, Zhou Heng nodded approvingly and patted Ning Ri on the shoulder. You are now truly the patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect. And we have gathered here to celebrate the emergence of a new patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Accept our congratulations, Ning Ri. As his words fell, the elders behind Zhou Heng began offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Patriarch Ning Ri. After the congratulations, Zhou Heng took out a palm-sized jade token. It was a pure azure blue, as clear as a cloudless sky. At the top were carved the characters Patriarch, and in the middle were 2 characters, Ning Ri. The newly appointed Patriarch Ning saw that even his identification token had been prepared, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. Zhou Heng said, this is the Patriarch token. Take it for now. Ning Ri took it blankly. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Zhou Heng said solemnly, the Patriarch token is not a cultivation or combat artifact, but it will greatly aid you in comprehending your heaven-defying path. After you return, you can have the token recognize you as its master. Like the disciple token, it also has a spirit. Hearing the last sentence, Ning Ri thought the token was probably useless. He had already turned the spirit of his disciple token into a taciturn rival. This Patriarch token likely wouldn't be any better. But to Ning Ri's surprise, the moment he grasped the token, it suddenly trembled, causing his heart to jolt. Then ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp, clear ringing sounds echoed in his mind, one after another without stopping. He was stunned. What was happening? Seeing Ning Ri's dramatic change in expression, all the elders fell silent, and Zhou Heng also quieted down. They awaited Ning Ri's transformation. The purpose of the Patriarch token was to help each patriarch deepen their heaven-defying path. It was said that when other patriarchs received the token, they would all gain insights. At the same time, the elders' expressions grew even more satisfied, and some even showed a hint of envy. The fact that Ning Ri reacted this way upon holding the token proved he indeed possessed his own heaven-defying path. Only those with a heaven-defying path would undergo a change when holding the token. All these elders had once attempted the heaven-defying cultivation method, but failed, ultimately forced to tread the path of traditional cultivation. Without a heaven-defying path, the Patriarch token was useless to them. For this very reason, how could they not envy Ning Ri? Sun Song and Zhou Heng, who had recruited Ning Ri into the sect, wore expressions of satisfaction and emotion. They knew their judgment had been sound. After enduring the incessant ding sounds in his mind for a while, Ning Ri suddenly noticed a change in his panel. Ning Ri's pupils contracted. On the panel, the first slot had originally been Mortal Blade Art, but now Mortal Blade Art had suddenly moved to the second slot. And in the first slot, the 2 symbols and were slowly appearing. 1, 0. When it emerged, Ning Ri's spirit shook. A new skill. What was it? Under Ning Ri's astonished and expectant gaze, the new skill in the first skill slot emerged. 1, 0 cannot be upgraded. Ning Ri, what is this? What kind of something? And why can't it be upgraded? Ning Ri stared at the panel for a long while, utterly baffled, while the incessant ding-ding-ding echoes of the ancestral token in his mind had also ceased. Clearly, the enlightenment granted by the ancestral token was nothing more than this. Helpless, Ning Ri could only withdraw his gaze from me and close the panel. The moment he closed the panel, he saw the eagerly expectant gazes of the other elders. From the shift in his expression, they deduced that his enlightenment had concluded. However, as soon as he returned to normal, they immediately averted their eyes. No one was nosy enough to ask how his enlightenment went. Clutching the ancestral token, Ning Ri said nothing more and directly stated, "Thank you, elders." The elders replied in unison, "Think nothing of it." Zhou Heng then changed the subject, sighing with emotion. "It's fortunate we didn't rashly hand over the elixir to repair your aptitude. We knew you could do it. Of course, this was your own choice. The ancestral token was the most potent signal proving that Ning Ri had indeed embarked on a different path of cultivation. That was why Zhou Hong could so confidently praise Ning Ri. As Zhou Hong spoke, the elders all showed approving expressions. Evidently, those who came to the Sutra Pavilion to welcome Ancestor Ning Ri today were the same elders who had previously offered to retrieve the elixir from the anomaly for him. They were naturally aware that Ning Ri had rejected Zhou Hong's proposal. Now seeing that Ning Ri had indeed forged his own heaven-defying path, they shared Zhou Hong's sentiment. Luckily, they hadn't done good deeds that turned out bad. If they had procured the elixir for Ning Ri and his aptitude was actually repaired, wouldn't that have severed his heaven-defying path? That would never do. But upon hearing this, Ning Ri thought to himself, oh no. Am I not getting my aptitude fixed? Even with his panel, he wouldn't disdain having a good spiritual root. The reason was simple. Possessing a spiritual root was proof of talent for cultivation. Good talent allowed one to practice cultivation techniques. Then the speed of earning skill points might be much faster than training with the blade. His current habit of casually practicing swordplay wasn't necessarily wrong, but it was a bit odd. However, in the Heaven-Defying Sect, behaving a little strangely usually drew no comment. Others would simply assume you were cultivating. Zhou Hong continued. Now that you have found your own path, of course, the Qi refining stage is just a small step on your heaven-defying journey. To go further, you must guard against arrogance and impatience, constantly strengthen your resolve, build a solid foundation for defying heaven, unleash heaven-defying power, sustain a heaven-defying spirit, and forge a heaven-defying immortal path. The Heaven-Defying Sect will support you, rest assured. Ning Ri reflexively nodded and replied, yes, Elder Zhou, your disciple will. These words stirred a familiar memory, compelling him to nod and even want to raise his hand to clap, letting thunderous applause erupt from his palms. Fortunately, he stopped himself. Zhou Hong smiled faintly and then added, however, there is one regrettable thing I must tell you. Ning Ri asked, what is it? Zhou Hong said, because the ancestral token only proves your formidable strength, not your authority within the sect, you are currently still considered an outer disciple. The necessary procedures for entering the inner sect must still be completed. But you are already at the peak of Qi refining. I believe you can enter the inner sect in a couple of days. Once you become an inner disciple, we will hold the ancestor ceremony for you. The ceremony can only be held in the inner sect's ancestral intent valley, which you cannot enter for the time being. So, apologies. Ning Ri replied, it's fine. Please don't trouble yourselves over this. Your disciple feels that the ancestor ceremony can be skipped. My cultivation is still insufficient. He thought it best to remain an ordinary disciple. Forget about the identity of an ancestor. He wanted to interact with his fellow disciples as a normal person. He didn't want to be both an ancestor and a disciple. The duality of ancestor-disciple didn't suit him. But others immediately said, wrong, there's no need to be modest about this. It's what you deserve. Sunong even shook his head and said, if you refuse, what will the other ancestors think? This is a rule they established. Ning Ri said, fine. After obtaining the ancestral token, Ning Ri immediately returned to Golden Laurel Garden without further chit-chat with the elders. He had originally sought out Zhou Hong to report on Chen Xingfeng's matter, but since Chen Xingfeng had already contacted Zhou Hong in advance, there was no need for him to report anything else. He figured Chen Xingfeng had already explained the situation in general. Nevertheless, before leaving, Ning Ri mentioned to the elders that the Spirit Creek Immortal Sect had gifted him the 5 Elements Essence. This was something he had thought of before returning. Since they had given such a valuable gift, he had to mention it. Firstly, to show his loyalty, he intended to stay in the Heaven-Defying Sect and had no plans to go elsewhere. See how honest he was. Someone gave him his son's bathwater, and he immediately reported it. Secondly, to subtly express his own value, others had offered the 5 Elements Essence to show their appreciation for him. Ning Ri wasn't trying to extort anything from the Heaven-Defying Sect. It was just a habit from his past life as a corporate slave. The point was to keep his superiors updated on his standing so they wouldn't see him as a cheap employee. However, after becoming an ancestor, Ning Ri felt he might have been overthinking. The Heaven-Defying Sect couldn't possibly see him as a cheap disciple anymore. How could an ancestor be considered cheap? He never expected that after one trip he would return as an ancestor, complete with a mysterious ancestral token that even his panel couldn't decipher. It would be unreasonable if he still thought about quitting the Heaven-Defying Sect to join the Spirit Creek Immortal Sect. On his way back, Ning Ri thought of one thing. Thank goodness he hadn't reset his skills when he returned from Fallen Cloud City. Otherwise, they would have known he was at the peak of Qi refining, but when they saw him, he was at the 3rd tier of Qi refining. Wouldn't that be hard to explain? But upon thinking this, Ning Ri paused in his steps and fell into contemplation. Then again, in the eyes of those in the Heaven-Defying Sect, a fluctuation in cultivation level might not be surprising, or instead they might think he had grasped some extremely heaven-defying Tao and admire him even more. When he reached his small hut, Ning Ri was still planning his preparations for entering the Yin Virtue sect. He had made up his mind to reset all his cultivation and techniques before entering, presenting a state of zero added techniques and skills. Before, since he didn't know what the Yin Virtue sect was about, he had planned to boost his cultivation. After learning from Jiang Wen that the first trial of this anomaly was the disciple recruitment ceremony, Ning Ri started scheming. Since it was a recruitment ceremony, ordinary people could probably join too, right? Moreover, Ning Ri also considered that as an ordinary person, if he failed the trial and entered the ransom phase, his price might be lower. This was about suppressing one's combat power. At this thought, Ning Ri's heart stirred. If so, he would need to prepare some treasures. He wondered if he could refine some magical artifacts himself. With this in mind, Ning Ri pushed open the door to his small hut and opened his skill panel. A long list of skill descriptions immediately appeared before him. Ning Ri squinted. No, there were too many skills. He needed to streamline them, or he wouldn't be able to keep track. A multitude of skills wouldn't weigh him down, but they would strain his eyes. Then Ning Ri began to examine his skills. Host Ning Ri. Skills. 1. 0 cannot be upgraded. 2. Mortal Blade Art 8 can be reset. Free skill points 100. When Ning Ri returned, he practiced his blade skills for 2 hours on the boat, gaining 4 skill points. Although using heavenly craftsmanship to forcibly boost skill points had been exhilarating, Ning Ri also cherished the feeling of steady earned progress. Carving out a future with each swing of the blade, that too was not a bad path. Yet Ning Ri also noted with regret that among the postnatal foundation building materials listed under the Heaven-Defying Foundation method, the ancestral token had not been included in the foundation building formula. Although the token had brought him no direct benefits, he knew in his heart that it was a supreme heaven-defying treasure. Had it not been, his interface would not have failed to decipher it. If he could use it to build his foundation, it might forge a foundation even more formidable than the Heavenly Tao Foundation. After closing the interface, Ning Ri intended to shut the door of his small hut. He planned to grind through the night to earn more skill points, and after that he would prepare for his trip to the Yin sect tomorrow. Just then a large hand suddenly reached out from the side, blocking the door Ning Ri was about to close. A steady, deep voice rang out, "Junior brother Ning, wait." As the hand emerged, Ning Ri found the door instantly immovable. The visitor was powerful. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces to create distance and saw a young man standing panting beside him, staring at him. The newcomer had single eyelids and pale lips, dressed in thin garments. Though the weather was still warm, Ning Ri felt a wintry chill emanating from him. Every breath the man exhaled turned into white mist, like hot air rising in a cold sky. Seeing the man so hot, Ning Ri couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, senior brother, what business do you have with me?" He guessed the man was not an elder. If he were, he would have known about the sect's personnel changes and would be calling him Patriarch Ning by now. The single-eyed youth clasped his fists and said, "Junior brother Ning, my apologies. I am Yin Han from the Miao Dan workshop. It is not my wish to intrude, but my master has invited you to the Miao Dan workshop for a gathering. Would you be available, junior brother?" Hearing the name Miao Dan workshop, Ning Ri's heart stirred. This workshop was the pill supplier for the Heaven-Defying Sect. The master of Miao Dan workshop, Kong, she was an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Ning Ri knew this from his disciple token. With Mo Zidao for artifact refinement and Kong Shi for alchemy, the Heaven-Defying Sect had its backbone. As for senior brother Yin Han, before him Ning Ri had never heard of him, but he found the name fitting. This senior brother truly seemed icy and cold. Uncertain why he was being summoned to Miao Dan workshop, Ning Ri decided to go after some thought. "Senior brother, Yin, when should I go?" Just as Yin Han was about to speak, another voice suddenly interjected from the side. "Disciple, Yin, your master, is currently refining pills. Why are you here?" At the sound of this voice, both Ning Ri and Yin Han turned to look at the source. It was Mo Zidao. Seeing Mo Zidao appear, the two immediately said, "Greetings, Elder Mo." After offering his respects, Yin Han exhaled another puff of white mist and said with pale lips, "My master is resting now, not refining pills." Mo Tao stepped forward, gave Ning Ri a slight smile, and then said to Yin Han, "Oh, resting? How can he have time to see my beloved disciple while resting?" Yin Han shivered and said, "Elder Mo, I am not entirely clear about my master's decisions. I am merely here to deliver his message." With that, Yin Han actually ignored Mo Zidao and turned to Ning Ri, saying, "Junior brother Ning, if you have the time, please come to Miao Dan workshop in an hour. My master will be waiting for you. He'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed away in a flash. Ning Ri didn't even have a chance to respond. All he could do was watch Yin Han's figure disappear, leaving only him and Mo Zidao. He then turned to Mo Zidao and said, "Elder Mo, what business do you have with me?" Mo Zidao smiled faintly and replied, "I came here first and foremost to thank you." "Thank me? For what?" Ning Ri was taken aback. "I haven't even thanked you yet." Without Mo Quideo's help in creating heavenly craftsmanship, he wouldn't have been able to amass so many skill points at the artisan pavilion. I want to thank you for getting back at Chen Xingfeng on my behalf. Perhaps because of that relief, Mo Quideo's spirit seemed much better and his complexion appeared healthier than a few days ago. He snorted coldly and said, "He always scorned my work, calling it wishful thinking. Now you've proven that my ideas are not impossible. It gives me more confidence." Ning Ri said, "Actually, Elder Mo, I don't think this is my doing. It's your own persistence. Without your tireless exploration on this path, I could never have glimpsed such a vast world of artifact refinement through your efforts." Huh. Mo Tsuedao laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, he sighed and said, "In truth, what I really want to thank you for is not the artifact refinement, but for making Chen Xingfeng and me reconnect after all these years. Back then we parted ways due to conflicting philosophies and hadn't contacted each other for years. In recent years, he's been distributing tasks to various sects. I know he's trying to apologize to me, but he's too embarrassed to say it outright." Ning Ri was momentarily stunned when he heard the first part, then sighed inwardly. Between senior and junior brothers, how could there be true enmity? But when he heard the rest, he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. The truth didn't seem to be that way. Yet Mo Tsuedao continued, "But even when Zhou Heng told me that Chen Xingfeng had sent his artifact refinement tasks to the Heaven-Defying Sect, I didn't want to bother. Every year, I just had Zhou Heng handle it. But after you appeared, Chen Xingfeng took the initiative to contact me. He admitted that he was narrow-minded, a frog at the bottom of a well, never expecting that such a prodigy existed in the world of artifact refinement. He also told me to nurture you well. I knew he was using that as an excuse to apologize. So I took the hint and admitted my own faults. Now the relationship between us has eased considerably. I think our master would be pleased in the afterlife. And all of this is thanks to you." With that, Mo Tsuedao patted Ning Ri's shoulder approvingly. Ning Ri thought, well, this matter. Forget it, no need to explain. Since it's come to this, let's just go with the flow. As long as you two are happy. Then Mo Tsuedao brought up another matter. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Mo Quideo's face showed a hint of regret. "I originally wanted to take you as my disciple, but now that you've become the patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect and have found your own path, I can no longer accept you as my disciple. To do so would hinder your heaven-defying journey. So don't take my beloved disciple remarks to heart. I was just joking. In the future, if you need artifact refinement techniques, feel free to come to Cast C Peak. Whatever I know, I will teach you without reservation." Hearing this, Ning Ri was slightly stunned. In truth, Ning Ri had assumed Mo Tsuedao would discuss taking him as a disciple, given how often he used the term beloved disciple. But he hadn't expected Mo Tsuedao to have already given up on the idea. Thinking this, Ning Ri could only say, "Thank you, Elder Mo. If there's ever anything I can help with in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Mo Tsuedao nodded slightly and said with a laugh, "Haha, good. I want stand on ceremony with you." Then a deeply meaningful smile spread across his face as he said with significance, "Now that you and I have no master-disciple relationship, you can boldly go to Chen Xingfeng and tell him that what you've learned isn't my path of artifact refinement. Then make him hand over all the techniques from the artisan pavilion. When you do, share them with me as well. Don't worry about him refusing. After all, you're no longer my disciple." Ning Ri was taken aback. After saying his piece, Mo Tsuedao quickly left before Ning Ri could even detain him. In truth, Mo Tsuedao and Chen Xingfeng were cut from the same cloth. In their minds, teaching skills didn't necessarily require the formalities of master and disciple. As long as it was appropriate, anyone could learn. Moreover, in Mo Quideo's heart, it was enough to see his own artifact refinement techniques evolve into the heaven-defying method that aligned with his ideals. So whether or not he took a disciple was no longer important. Besides, compared to taking a disciple, he found it more worthwhile to acquire everything Chen Xingfeng had and study it. After Mo Tsuedao finished his two matters and left, Ning Ri hurried to the Miao Dan workshop in the inner sect. The inner sect of the Heaven-Defying Sect was like a city in a paradise. Behind the mountain, neat streets and diverse buildings stood with cave entrances scattered nearby. Those caves led to peaks like Cast C Peak. As for Miao Dan workshop, it didn't require climbing the mountain. Ning Ri soon found a giant, colorful mushroom house by the roadside. Before he even reached the mushroom house, Ning Ri felt a hallucinatory aura washing over him. Mushrooms. He looked up at the Miao Dan workshop plaque atop the colorful mushroom and murmured, "Is this really Miao Dan workshop?" He had expected Yin Han to be waiting for him, but inside there were only a few attendants and rows of medicine cabinets. The interior was more spacious than he had imagined. Looking up, he saw that the seemingly small mushroom was actually a 3-story building. After stating his purpose and identity, an attendant led him to the wooden staircase and escorted him to the 3rd floor. When he arrived before the Kong Shi's alchemy chamber, Ning Ri was about to raise his hand to knock. To his surprise, the door opened automatically, and a deep voice came from within, "Patriarch Ning." Ningri looked in and saw an old man in blue robes sitting upright before an alchemy furnace. Each addressing the other by their own titles. Ningri bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Kong." "You flatter me, Patriarch Ning." Kongshi's speech was measured and deliberate, a stark contrast to the serious yet erratic tone of Sunong or Zhou. He said earnestly, "I invited you here today, primarily to see if I can help you find a way to break through to the Golden Core stage. We can begin preparations now." Kongshi still addressed Ningri as Patriarch. Although Zhou had said the Patriarch had no special privileges, that rule was self-imposed by the Patriarch. How could the elders truly adhere to it? After all, the elders had their own reasoning. If you have no privileges, then the rule you made using your privilege should be invalid. And if it's invalid, then you do have privileges. This logic was sound. However, Ningri wasn't bothered by the title now, because Kongshi's words left him stunned. Break through to the Golden Core. But I haven't even established my foundation yet. He hadn't even solved his foundation issue, and now they were already preparing for the Golden Core. This was too big a leap. It gave him the surreal feeling of preparing for a graduate exam before even finishing the college entrance exam. Kongshi said seriously, "I heard from Elder Zhou that you have already found your direction for foundation establishment. You plan to use artifact refinement as the method, using forging techniques to achieve your Dao foundation. I know that with your talent in artifact refinement, accomplishing this should not be difficult. Therefore, I believe we can skip the foundation establishment stage and focus on comprehending and studying the Golden Core realm. Come, Patriarch Ning, please have a seat." As he spoke, Ningri heard a terrifying creaking sound from the corner. He turned in alarm and saw a chair crawling out from the corner on all four legs. Meanwhile, its red cushion flew off, and on its surface blood-red characters protruded, "Welcome." Ningri thought, what the hell is that? Are you sure this is a proper alchemy chamber? Kongshi explained, "Patriarch Ning, please do not be alarmed. Let me first clarify that this has nothing to do with our Miaodong workshop. This is the work of Elder Mo's disciple, named the Welcome Chair. However, it is slightly flawed. The welcoming method is a bit aggressive, and the color palette appears somewhat gory, but it is harmless. It is all illusory. You may sit with confidence." Ningri. Such a sinister chair. Was this a welcome chair or a chair of the underworld? Ningri swept his gaze over it. With his current mastery of artifact forging, he naturally spotted numerous flaws in the chair at once, thinking to himself that this was far from a slight flaw. It was a thorough failure. Yet he saw no need to flaunt his forging skills in such a situation, so he simply nodded and said, "Very well, Elder Kong." With that, he tentatively sat down. The cushion sensed the pressure of Ningri's body and slowly descended with him, settling back into the chair. After he was seated, Kongshi spoke. "Patriarch Ning, Elder Zhou only asked me to help you comprehend the path of defying heaven, but he did not tell me of your alchemy skills. So I must ask, how much do you know about alchemy?" Ningri replied, "Elder Kong, this disciple knows nothing of alchemy." As he spoke, a warmth rose in his heart. He had wondered why Kongshi had suddenly sought him out. It turned out that Elder Zhou was quietly pulling strings behind the scenes. Elder Zhou had considered so many things for him, from the initial spirit absorption technique to the subsequent Luoxia City mission, all arranged by Zhou. Now, after he casually shared his insights on foundation establishment and the Golden Core with Chen Xingfeng, Zhou had immediately brought Kongshi to help. Elder Zhou truly was an elder who would display subtitles on his face just to care for his disciples' feelings. Upon hearing Ningri's answer, Kongshi nodded and said, "Good. Elder Zhou told me that your understanding of the Golden Core involves forging a core-shaped treasure from gold, but in truth, I believe alchemy may better align with your path of defying heaven. If you possess extraordinary alchemical talent, you could directly refine a golden core within your dantian, which would be more in tune with the essence of core. What do you think, Patriarch Ning? If you are willing to learn alchemy, I will present the techniques now." Hearing this, Ningri did not hesitate. "Elder Kong, this disciple is willing to learn the art of alchemy. I humbly request your guidance." His earlier talk of forging a golden core was pure nonsense. He was the only one in the world who hadn't taken it seriously. Now, given the chance to study alchemy, he was more than eager. Moreover, a quiet anticipation stirred within him. Artifact forging had produced a heavenly craft fragment, netting him a hefty haul of skill points. What about alchemy? Could it also spawn some chaotic skill to let him reap a massive windfall? That settled then. Kongshi nodded, then stood up and began rummaging through a row of medicine cabinets behind him. Ningri took the opportunity to observe the alchemy chamber. As Kongshi searched, he paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned back to ask, "By the way, Patriarch Ning, do you need bandits and a maiden?" Kongshi's posture as he turned from the cabinet made Ningri, who had been glancing around the chamber, freeze for a moment. He almost blurted out, "Master, what line of work are you in?" But he caught himself in time and asked instead with confusion, Elder Kong, why would this disciple need that?" Kongshi said, I am aware that some within the sect require specific scenarios to reproduce their astonishing learning abilities. You once unleashed such brilliance in that kind of environment. If you need it, I can summon the bandits and the maiden right now. Rest assured it is the same maiden who called you young hero last time. Ning Ri. He understood. Elder Kong's implication was that he had already prepared everything. He wiped non-existent cold sweat from his brow and gave a dry laugh. Haha, thank you for your concern, Elder Kong, but I don't need it. Having you here is enough. Kongshi nodded without any visible emotion and said that works too. Then he turned back to continue searching through the jade slips. After Kongshi had rummaged for a long while, Ning Ri began to regret not starting his blade practice instead. What kind of jade slip was this taking so long to find? But just then, Kongshi finally located what he wanted to give to Ning Ri. With a rustling sound, the jade slips infused with the scent of medicinal herbs fell before Ning Ri, carrying a bitter aromatic fragrance. The medicinal aroma drifted into Ning Ri's nostrils, first bringing a touch of astringency that made him frown slightly, but soon his brow relaxed. The scent seemed to have a refreshing effect, clearing his mind and making it feel sharper. Kongshi placed a large pile of jade slips before Ning Ri and said, "Take these." Ning Ri quickly helped to receive the jade slips, asking curiously, "Elder Kong, what are all these?" Kongshi replied, "Some are alchemical techniques. Some are alchemical insights. Every one of my disciples, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in alchemy, left behind their reflections on Qi refinement stage alchemists. By integrating their insights, I understood many common ailments of Qi refinement alchemists and devised numerous solutions." Ning Ri realized this was a collection of errors. How did those disciples know that their submissions were being used as a mistake compilation by their master? Kongshi continued, "After integrating their alchemical insights, I sealed away their jade slips. If many of these slips were leaked, they would ruin my reputation in the alchemy education world. That is why finding them and breaking the seals took considerable time." Ning Ri. Good heavens, it wasn't a mistake compilation. It was a collection of disasters. Kongshi said, "The reason I brought them all out is that I want you to first study my techniques, and after that go through these jade slips. I believe with your abilities you can synthesize them into unique insights. At the same time, you can see just how wildly wrong they can go." Ning Ri said modestly, "Elder Kong, you overestimate me. My talent may not necessarily prove useful in alchemy." The me, in his words, did not refer to himself, but to the panel. He was being modest on behalf of the panel. As for whether the panel was satisfied, he did not care. After Ning Ri finished speaking, she remained silent for a moment before saying, "Very well, Patriarch Ning. Let us first see if your talent can be applied to alchemy. If not, we will discuss alternatives." When Kongshi finished, Ning Ri sensed a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, thinking that Elder Kong was indeed more serious than the other elders. Then Ning Ri began perusing the technique jade slip she had produced. Alchemy bore some resemblance to artifact refinement. The basic process began with igniting the flame, melting the materials, and inscribing runes. However, artifact refinement used the fire of a forge, while alchemy employed the flame of an alchemy furnace or cauldron. Since the former primarily forged magical artifacts, the flame required no vitality, and there was little concern about residual intense fire poison within the artifact. In fact, some fire-based artifacts welcomed the violent energy of forge fire to enhance the power of fire techniques. But alchemical fire was different. These pills were meant to be ingested. Alchemists had to be especially meticulous in controlling the flame to prevent fire poison from lingering in the elixirs. They also had to ensure the flame was not too violent. A burnt pill was a minor issue, but one that killed the consumer would be catastrophic. The melting stage followed the same principle. Artifact refinement melted ores, while alchemy dissolved medicinal herbs. The former could rely on brute force, a fierce blast of heat to refine everything in an instant. The latter, however, required simmering, boiling, and stewing. Meticulous work demanding precision. Of course, there were those who sought speed, but at most they would crank up the heat aggressively, all while being careful not to reduce the liquid to a dry paste. When it came to the Rini inscribing stage, pills were actually easier to handle, as the melted medicinal materials allowed runes to settle more readily than molten iron. Moreover, modern alchemy furnaces were equipped with auxiliary Rini inscribing functions. This involved gathering the world's spiritual energy into a light source within the furnace. The alchemist could control the furnace to project this light onto the liquid elixir, inscribing runes upon it. The residue from the melted herbs could even form a shielding layer, allowing the runes to settle more effectively. Ning Ri was stunned when he read this. Damn, this is a lithography machine. No, a lithography furnace. This method not only saved the alchemist's energy, but also eliminated the need to open the lid for inscribing. Traditional alchemists had to open the furnace to inscribe runes, allowing Qi to escape. Only those with immense cultivation and exceptionally refined divine sense could inscribe without opening the lid, a feat of extreme difficulty. Yet now new-style alchemists all used these auxiliary furnaces. Such were the benefits of automation. Extremely convenient. Ning Ri, however, found another perspective and began to ponder. In this era of automated intelligent cultivation, it was no wonder those people enjoyed watching his handcrafted blade techniques. What they were watching was not merely the technique. It was clearly the tears of an era. A group of traditionalists swept along helplessly by the tides of time would inevitably tear up when they saw that there were still people like him persisting in achieving their dreams with their own hands. Because it was their nostalgic longing for the fading glory of the old ways. Ning Ri made up his mind. From now on he would charge a fee whenever he practiced his blade techniques outside. Antiques always appreciate in value. Besides, his blade practice was not just about the blade, it was emotional value. And emotional value was priceless. Then Ning Ri continued reading the Jade Slip. After the first 3 stages, artifact refinement and alchemy, diverged. In alchemy, after inscribing the runes came condensation followed by pill division. A skilled pill division technique could yield a high success rate per furnace, significantly boosting profitability. But a poor technique might produce only 2 or 3 pills per batch, resulting in a substantial loss. Thus, when alchemists quoted prices to clients, they based them on their average pill division performance over their career, ensuring the client found it acceptable. If luck favored them with an unusually high yield, the alchemist could openly keep the surplus or ask the client if they wished to purchase more. Beyond these steps, alchemy also involved maintenance, cleansing, and storage, covering medicinal herbs, pills, and furnaces, each with distinct environmental requirements, such as oiliness, dryness, or coldness. Moreover, some pills were exceptionally hard enough to injure a person. If Ning Ri were to bite into a golden corstage pill right now, he might not even breach its defenses. Other pills were springy and bouncy, while some resembled crispy pearls. Ning Ri studied the Jade Slips attentively. With no bandits or maidens to distract him, and Elder Kong, she not rushing him, he could read slowly rather than skimming through lines at a time, all while silently firing off mental comments. As he read, more new skills began to appear on Ning Ri's panel. 10. Kong's Essential Ignition Method for Qi Refining Alchemists 011. Kong's Essential Material Melting Method for Qi Refining Alchemists 012. Kong's Essential Rune Inscribing Method for Qi Refining Alchemists 013. Cauldron Light, like a torch 014. Ning Ri felt that the skill names alone revealed the difference between Elder Kong and Elder Mo. Elder Mo appeared stern and honest on the surface, but was actually sly and introverted, brimming with confidence and a flair for showing off, hence his meticulous naming. In contrast, Elder Kong seemed earnest and straightforward with a naming style that was equally plain and unadorned. Furthermore, Ning Ri noticed that Elder Kong seemed to disdain relying on external tools for alchemy. Thus, his rune inscribing method did not include techniques for using the furnace's light source to engrave runes. In other words, Elder Kong was also an old-school artist who insisted on traditional methods in this era of automated cultivation. Yet, knowing his disciples needed the technique for controlling the furnace, Elder Kong had somehow acquired a cauldron light like a torch from somewhere. Meanwhile, opposite the wonderful elixir workshop stood a tea house. At its entrance was a massive stone stele inscribed with the words Chunqing Tea House. This stele was not Li Cheng in disguise. It was a genuine stone monument. At that moment, 2 people sat at the outdoor seats of Chunqing Tea House, facing each other, their gazes fixed on the wonderful elixir workshop across the street. Each held a cup of iced tea in their hands. On the table between them was a large bowl filled with ice cubes and tea leaves, the ice slowly melting to steep the brew. These 2 were Zhou and Sunong. They had been sitting here since they rushed out of the wonderful elixir workshop in the bitter cold to invite Ning Ri. Thus, they had naturally seen Ning Ri enter the workshop. Now Sunong held his iced tea, squinting with approval, and said, "I knew it. Patriarch Ning is no ordinary man. When I saw from the small stele that he possessed a deficient spiritual root, I realized he could not be mediocre. Hence I promptly chose to keep him. Sure enough, in no time at all, he has become the patriarch of the Heaven-Defying Sect." Zhou took a sip of tea and said, "That is all thanks to me. I was the one who sent him to Chun Xingfeng, allowing him to uncover his own path of defying heaven." Sunong smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, I will relay that to the sect master. Whether he believes it or not, I cannot say." Zhou did not respond, instead offering the same faint smile as Sunong. This was a situation where 2 admissions officers were already vying for credit. Then Sunong stared at the wonderful elixir workshop and suddenly thought of something. He said, "By the way, do you think Patriarch Ning possesses alchemical talent as formidable as his artifact refinement talent?" "Naturally he does." Zhou nodded with confidence. First, his talent is clearly not limited to artifact refinement. He excels in other techniques as well, such as the Qi absorption art. I have never seen a Qi refining cultivator practice my Qi absorption art like that. Zhou left something unsaid. Ning Ri had surpassed even him, the original creator. What was he supposed to do? Sunong nodded slightly. Indeed. Zhou continued, second patriarch Ning shares a deep connection with the patriarch token. Gaining insights from it proves the potency of his heaven-defying path. Under these circumstances, learning alchemy is merely a matter of time. Hearing this, Sunong could not help but sigh. If that is the case, the time it takes for Patriarch Ning to master alchemical techniques might be equal to the time you spend flying to the golden osmanthus garden right now. Zhou said calmly, not that slow. Sunong. At the miraculous elixir pavilion. Xing. 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 At this moment, Ning Ri was frantically practicing his blade technique. Kongshi stood nearby, silent and watchful. After Ning Ri finished reviewing all the jade slips, he told Kongshi that he wanted to practice his blade for a while. The reason he gave was that practicing the blade was a down-to-earth approach. This way he could solidify his heart of defying heaven. When he practiced the blade, he could achieve absolute focus. Only then could he perceive every subtle and exquisite sensation as the knowledge of alchemy flowed through his mind. This in turn would deepen his understanding of alchemy. As he spoke these words, Ning Ri didn't forget to mention the last time. He said that when he learned artifact refinement before, he was too hasty without practicing the blade, so his foundation wasn't solid enough. Upon hearing this, Kongshi immediately told Ning Ri to go outside and practice his blade. Then Ning Ri took out his blade from his disciple token and began practicing at the entrance of the alchemy room. Fortunately, few people passed by the third floor of the mushroom house at the miraculous elixir pavilion. Otherwise, they would have seen someone madly practicing their blade here. But in reality, Ning Ri didn't need to explain so much. If he wanted to practice his blade, he could just start. He thought it was strange to practice the blade after studying alchemy. But for Kongshi, this was already a common and routine sight. The number of extraordinary prodigies within the inner sect was far greater than Ning Ri imagined. Many had not truly embarked on the path of defying heaven, nor had they earned the title of ancestral master, like Ning Ri, yet they were equally heaven-defying. Who knew how many among them were pretending to defy heaven, merely using it as an excuse to do things they dared not do in their normal state. But no matter what in the Heaven-Defying Sect, as long as you didn't harm others, you could defy heaven as you pleased. For this reason, she wasn't too concerned. At this moment, Ning Ri stood before the door, practicing his blade with earnest concentration. The reason he came out to practice, aside from earning some skill points, was that he had just noticed a change in his skill panel. After reviewing all the jade slips, he discovered that 10 new skills had appeared on the panel. This was very similar to what happened last time with artifact refinement. However, unlike before, he had 100 skill points left this time, so he maxed out all the skills immediately. Although Kongshi recognized his extraordinary talent, he didn't bring out the alchemy techniques that only Foundation Establishment alchemists could learn. Whether a Foundation Establishment alchemist or artifact refiner, the prerequisite for learning techniques at this level was having a Foundation Establishment cultivation base. Otherwise, you couldn't even light a flame. Therefore, each of these alchemy techniques only required 10 skill points to master. When Ning Ri bet all his skill points and maxed out every alchemy technique, he suddenly noticed that what he had been hoping for was happening. All the alchemy techniques, after being upgraded, rapidly merged together, just like the artifact refinement techniques last time, and eventually formed a new skill 10. Creation incomplete, 100 maxed for spec, available free skill points 0. Seeing this, Ning Ri was overjoyed. This was exactly the same as with heavenly craftsmanship. It meant the opportunity to farm skill points had arrived. So Ning Ri found an excuse to go outside and practice his blade. Because he remembered that there were people inside refining pills. When he first came in, he noticed that the second and third floors of the miraculous elixir pavilion were all alchemy rooms. The roar of furnaces rumbled incessantly, the fragrance of elixirs filled the air, and from the alchemy rooms came sounds of sighs and ecstatic cries. Clearly, people were refining pills. Last time, Ning Ri earned 100 skill points because there were people nearby refining artifacts. By the same logic, if someone nearby was refining pills now, he could naturally gain skill points. For this reason, he began practicing his blade. But after half a day, although mortal blade technique had increased by 1 point from 8 to 9, creation incomplete remained unchanged. It was still 100, and the free skill points were still 0. This made Ning Ri slow down his blade practice, his expression turning somber. Why was there no change at all? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Or did the condition of having someone nearby refining pills require him to enter their alchemy room and stand right beside them? As Ning Ri fell into thought and showed signs of abnormality, Kongshi keenly noticed and asked in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master Ning, what's wrong?" Ning Ri quickly replied, "Oh, Elder Kong, it's nothing. I was just pondering an alchemy problem, but it's resolved now." Kongshi nodded slightly, not asking what the problem was. He always advocated for his disciples to solve issues independently. Don't ask at every turn. Self-study and independent thinking were the true paths. Only after much contemplation, and still unable to understand, should one seek help. This was the way to go further on the path of alchemy. For this reason, he quite admired Ning Ri's attitude of relying entirely on self-learning from start to finish. But Ning Ri glanced at the skill panel. Since the blade technique had improved by 1 point and the free skill points remained unchanged, he decided to stop practicing for now. He used his divine sense to command the disciple token and put away his blade. After sheathing it, he walked into the alchemy room and asked, "Elder Kong, I've almost finished reviewing and pondering the alchemy techniques just now. But I noticed many people refining pills here at the miraculous elixir pavilion. I'd like to watch them if possible. This way I can verify my thoughts. Elder Kong, would that be convenient?" Upon hearing the first part of Ning Ri's words, Kong, she first showed a look of approval, discerning the implication behind the word almost. Ning Ri had already learned everything. Kong, she had decoded the subconscious subtext in Ning Ri's words, and thus he had to approve. Ancestral Master Ning was truly heaven-defying. This meant the Golden Core stage was within reach. He could now notify Sunong and the Joyful Union Hall to prepare a nascent soul for Ning Ri. After hearing Ning Ri's request, Kong, she's expression sobered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "It's not convenient." Ning Ri had anticipated the refusal and quickly said, "Very well. My apologies, I was too presumptuous. Alchemy was after all a personal secret, so it was normal to be denied." Ning Ri pondered for a moment. Should he find someone willing to show him their pill refining? Or maybe hire someone? But then Kong, she added, "It's not that I won't let you watch others refine pills. It's that no one is actually refining pills in the miraculous elixir pavilion right now. There's nothing for you to see." Ning Ri blinked in confusion. Really? But the alchemy room doors weren't closed. Ning Ri could clearly hear the roar of pill furnaces coming from the corridor, along with the fragrance of elixirs and the occasional burnt smell. Wasn't that someone refining pills? Ning Ri couldn't help but turn and point outside, saying, "But isn't someone refining pills out there? I can smell the elixir fragrance and hear the furnace." Kong, she shook his head and said, "Those sounds and scents are all fake." Ning Ri was stunned. "Huh?" Kong, she explained solemnly, "I installed fake sounds and fragrances. If you open the alchemy room doors, you'd find nothing inside." Ning Ri was baffled. Perhaps because Ning Ri had now learned alchemy, Kong, she didn't hide the truth and earnestly explained, "This is a marketing tactic. The miraculous elixir pavilion of the Heaven-Defying Sect is renowned in the cultivation world. We've set up branches in many cities outside the sect, and we devised this method to attract customers. It creates an illusion for those entering the pavilion that the alchemists are all very busy and hardworking. Moreover, I carefully adjusted the ratio of the intense elixir fragrance mixed with the burnt smell, 9 parts fragrance to 1 part burnt. This makes it feel authentic while showcasing our skill. This way, customers naturally trust the miraculous elixir pavilion. But in reality, who could be refining pills with such intensity every day? The real process involves stopping cursing and zoning out, and then rushing to refine pills when time is running out, only to blow up the furnace and start over." At this point, Kong, she gave a stiff smile. "Haha, the furnace explosion was a joke. That's not what really happens." Ning Ri was speechless. Damn. Could the cultivation world really resort to such deception? Kong, she continued, "However, the reason this method came into being is that I discovered when pills are refined too potently, it attracts anomalies and tribulation lightning. Thus, the original purpose of this technique was to evade anomalies and tribulation lightning. I thought if I could create a false pill fragrance akin to the founder of the heaven-defying soul-splitting art to deceive the tribulation lightning and anomalies, then they would be unable to distinguish which cauldron held the true pills. In this way, I could safeguard my genuine pills." Upon hearing this, Ning Ri asked, "Did you succeed?" Kong, she shook his head. "If I had succeeded, this method wouldn't have become a mere customer-attracting ploy." Ning Ri said, "That's unfortunate." While speaking, Ning Ri mused. He had initially thought Elder Kong, who disdained even alchemy furnace aids, was a traditional cultivator, but now Elder Kong was somewhat heaven-defying too. Kong, she said, "So I currently intend to continue cultivating my false pill fragrance. If I can deceive everyone who enters the marvelous pill pavilion, perhaps I can later use it to trick the anomalies." Ning Ri offered his blessings. "This disciple wishes you a triumphant and smooth journey." He sensed that this method was still tied to Kong Shi's path of defying heaven. He had initially planned to ask Kong Shi for the method to create this false pill fragrance, as his panel might optimize it, potentially helping Kong Shi deceive more customers. No, deceive the heavenly Tao. However, since this method was linked to Kong Shi's heaven-defying path, he decided not to help. Kong Shi smiled faintly, then gestured for Ning Ri to sit down and inquired, "Ancestor Ning, since you wish to observe others refining pills to validate your insights, how about I refine pills for you?" Ning Ri's eyes lit up at the words. That would be a great trouble for Elder Kong. Kongshi said, since you've just learned the alchemy techniques practiced by qi refining alchemists, I will only use qi refining stage methods, so you can see clearly. With that, Kongshi produced a bronze cauldron. The cauldron was unadorned and Ning Ri could clearly see there were no mechanisms for light source inscription. It was identified as a traditional alchemy cauldron. After bringing out the bronze cauldron, she slowly began to ignite the fire, his hand speed extremely slow, as if he were a cultivator at the third level of qi refining with insufficient spiritual energy. Ningri asked curiously, why don't you also preheat the herbs? To melt the herbs, one could simultaneously use their spiritual energy to heat them while igniting the fire. The advantage was that the furnace temperature didn't need to be too high, allowing for quick melting without damaging the medicinal properties. Hearing this, she smiled faintly, his eyes revealing satisfaction, a gaze filled with joy, relief, and deeply hidden delight. It was the look of finally having an excellent student. He explained, because when my other disciples watch me refine pills, they always ask me to slow down, so I've grown accustomed to it. For a moment, I forgot the gap between them and you. Upon hearing this, Ningri realized he had inadvertently belittled others and quickly said, Elder Kong, it's not that I can keep up with your refining technique, I just thought it might be possible to do so. In reality, I probably can't match your speed. She said solemnly, it's fine, I understand. Ningri. How could he understand? Then she swiftly ignited the fire, took out herbs to preheat, and simultaneously his divine sense slowly seeped into the cauldron, forming a spiritual sense net before the lid was closed, clearly for inscription. All these techniques were fluid and masterful, leaving Ningri in awe. He couldn't help but exclaim, so skilled, so impressive, so smooth. He had to admit, traditional craftsmanship was utterly splendid. Was this how others felt when watching him practice his blade? As a result, Ningri naturally immersed himself, earnestly observing Kongshi's techniques. With his enhanced alchemy skills, Ningri could fully keep up with Kongshi's pace. Sometimes his eyes even subconsciously anticipated Kongshi's next move, shifting their focus in advance to catch the complete operation. Ningri could even discern the exact moment to interrupt Kongshi's alchemy, causing a master alchemist like him to fail at refining qi refining stage pills. Nevertheless, Ningri had to praise Kongshi's immense skill. Throughout the entire process, he couldn't find a single flaw. Meanwhile, Kongshi was equally amazed by Ningri's prowess. Since refining a pill that any qi refining alchemist could handle required no full concentration, he kept an eye on Ningri. When he noticed the changes in Ningri's gaze, he marveled. This ancestor Ning's talent is truly extraordinary. No wonder his spiritual root was incomplete and his acupoints blocked. While watching Kongshi refine pills, Ningri suddenly discovered with delight the free skill points from creation incomplete were increasing. Originally, the free skill points had been 0, but now 10, 20, 35. The free skill points had risen to 35. This thrilled Ningri. However, he noticed that after watching for a while, the skill points had only reached 35. Clearly, the rate of increase was far slower than during his time in the artifact refining chamber. This confirmed to Ningri the increase in skill points was related to the number of people. The more people refining pills or artifacts around him, the faster the skill points would grow. Next, another guess arose in Ningri's mind. To verify his theory, when the free skill points reached 50, he politely interrupted Kongshi. The timing of his interruption was perfect, just as when he had paused before Qin Xingfeng. Thus it once again elicited waves of praise from Elder Kong's heart. After pausing, Kongshi, Ningri respectfully requested that he switch from qi refining techniques to foundation establishment techniques. His stated reason was to test his alchemy insights. Kongshi naturally had no objection, merely asking if Ningri could understand it. Ningri dared not guarantee anything and could only offer vague reassurances. Then Kongshi refined for a while using foundation establishment techniques. This time Ningri was somewhat bewildered. He understood some parts, but not others. Yet none of that mattered. What mattered was, the skill points stopped increasing. After Kongshi refined with foundation establishment techniques for a considerable time, not a single skill point appeared. This clarified things for Ningri. The second key factor for the skill point increase from heavenly artifice incomplete and creation incomplete was that someone nearby must perform artifact refining or alchemy at the same level as himself. If the skill level exceeded his own, the skill points would not increase. The number of people and the skill level were both crucial factors. Then Ningri smiled wryly and self-criticized before Kongshi, requesting that he revert to qi refining techniques. Kongshi gladly agreed and continued refining. After a while, Ningri opened his skill panel. The panel showed little change from before. The only difference was that due to practicing the blade in the corridor earlier, his mortal blade art skill points had increased to 9. Additionally, a new skill had appeared, creation incomplete 100. Finally, his free skill points had reached 100. Ningri's heart leaped with joy. Delightful. He had gained a new skill, and all skill points were restored. It was as if the alchemy and artifact refining had been entirely free. Nevertheless, Ning Ri knew he must not abandon blade practice. He had to return and diligently train to complete the primitive accumulation of capital. At that moment, Kongxi finished refining. He opened the cauldron to collect the pills, his hand speed far exceeding qi refining levels. With a swift motion, he placed 24 pills into a bottle before Ning Ri could even see clearly. Then he set the jade bottle before Ning Ri and said solemnly, "These are qi restoration pills for use in battle. Take them." Ning Ri did not refuse. "Thank you, Elder Kong." As he spoke, he marveled. The highest yield for qi restoration pill division was 14 pills, yet Elder Kong had achieved 24. My heavens, that's incredibly powerful. Would you like to try your hand? Kongxi asked. Ning Ri smiled. Certainly. I would also appreciate your guidance, Elder Kong. He knew clearly that Elder Kong also wanted to assess his skill. Kongxi nodded slightly. No problem. Taking a set of herbs, Ning Ri swiftly began refining. Like Kongxi, he refused to use an assisted alchemy furnace. Moreover, his technique was even more composed and seasoned, causing Kongxi to reveal an expression of astonishment. This ancestor Ning, had he truly never learned alchemy before? During the final pill division, Ning Ri deliberately divided the pills into 23, one fewer than Kongxi so as not to overshadow him while still showcasing his own talent. Then Ning Ri opened the cauldron and said with a smile, "Elder Kong, this disciple is done." As the lid lifted, the fragrance of pills filled the air. Kongxi looked into the bronze cauldron with anticipation. When he saw the 23 pills inside, the expectation and smile on his face froze, followed by a long silence. After the silence ended, he leaned back involuntarily, staring at Ning Ri with confusion and disbelief, his eyes reflecting doubt about the world itself. He said, How did you divide them like that?" This question made Ning Ri uneasy. He could only reply innocently, I learned from you." "Learned what from me, eh?" Kongxi suddenly grew agitated, slapping the chair. "I had 24 pills because I secretly added 10 qi restoration pills while collecting them just now. Those were meant for you. Can't you see that those 10 differ in quality and freshness from the other 14? I only divided 14 myself." Ning Ri. Oh no, he had overdone it. The alchemy chamber was utterly silent save for the faint lingering echo of a recorded pill refining sound and the illusory scent of medicinal incense that permeated the air. Kongxi watched Ning Ri's expression, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. He was not one to openly display his goodwill, as doing so would make him profoundly uncomfortable. Thus his initial plan was simple. He had secretly placed 10 slightly different pills within the medicine bottle. In this way, once Ning Ri returned, he would immediately recognize that these 10 were a covert gift. It achieved the purpose of giving a gift without making the situation awkward, something he could not bear. But he never anticipated that the 10 pills he had secretly inserted would be mistaken by Ning Ri as a display of his true ability. What was even more astonishing was that Kongxi deduced something from Ning Ri's expression. Ning Ri must have believed his true capability was 24 pills, and thus the boy deliberately produced one less. This fellow was concealing his talent, intentionally avoiding surpassing him. It was definitely deliberate. Kongxi had no proof, but he had a strong premonition. For this reason, he felt utterly bewildered. This implied two things. First, Ning Ri's true skill in pill division far exceeded this. Second, Ning Ri could control the number of pills he produced. What kind of heaven-defying alchemy was this? Hadn't Ning Ri just claimed to be a beginner? Could he be a beginner who had learned alchemy since the dawn of time? To Kongxi, the Ning Ri of moments ago was a genius. The Ning Ri of now was a monster. Kongxi took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, and stared at Ning Ri, asking, "Did you do that on purpose?" Ning Ri wore a mournful expression. "Spare me the old jokes," he said. "It was an accident. Elder Kong, this is embarrassing for me too, damn it. Why didn't you say earlier you could only produce 14 pills? Don't make this so awkward for everyone. I was dividing pills with the focus of a civil service exam candidate, yet you still tell me I accidentally showed off again." Kongxi sighed and did not press Ning Ri further. Instead, he asked, "Then did you feel any discomfort while refining pills just now?" Ning Ri instinctively replied no. Kongxi said, "Then if you were to exert your full strength in pill division, how many pills could you produce?" Ning Ri hesitated, instinctively pondered for a moment, then started, and hastily said, "I was going all out just now." Kongxi was speechless. The way you seriously thought about the number didn't seem like it at all. Even with deliberate control, he could produce 23 pills. What an appalling level of medicinal herb utilization he had achieved. Kongxi felt a mix of admiration, envy, and melancholy. He asked no more and said with a wistful tone, "Ancestor Ning, come again when you reach Foundation Establishment. I will compile a method for Foundation Establishment alchemy and entrust it to you then." At that moment, his emotions were profoundly complex. Being able to personally teach a genius was a glorious achievement. He had been delighted just moments ago. But now Kongxi felt that someone like Ning Ri had little to do with who his teacher was. Even if a dog delivered a jade slip to him, Ning Ri would still become a transcendent monumental figure. Moreover, Ning Ri could never be his disciple. He could have accepted a disciple who would bring honor to his lineage and elevate his standing in the alchemy education world, yet he knew that Ning Ri was beyond his ability to teach. Hence his melancholy. At this thought, she felt that Mo Chui Dao was needlessly putting on airs every day. Just a couple of days ago, he was boasting about his beloved disciple Ning Ri in front of him. What did it matter if the kid was good at artifact forging? Seeing Shi's melancholy expression, Ning Ri knew he had unsettled him. Not knowing how to console, he could only force a smile and say, "All right. Ill trouble you, Elder Kong." Ning Ri had originally planned to finish reading the error collection at the Mystic Fragrance Workshop, but given Shi's reaction, he had no choice but to leave. As he departed despite his repeated refusals, Shi insisted on giving him all the pills, saying he wouldn't miss such a paltry amount. Ning Ri could hardly argue further. Carrying 47 qi replenishing pills, Ning Ri left the Mystic Fragrance Workshop. With a full bottle of pills, he no longer had to worry about depleting his spiritual energy. His endurance was now maximized. Of course, he had also considered another method of replenishment, by resetting his skill points. Instantly resetting the breath refining art to 0, and then instantly maxing it out again. The breakthrough process would rapidly absorb the world's spiritual energy. He wondered if this could quickly restore his energy. If it worked, he could even sell this bottle of qi replenishing pills. After stepping out of the mushroom house, Ning Ri felt hungry. He first popped a fasting pill with a sweet potato porridge flavor, then, after a moment's thought, took another with a stir-fried pepper and pork taste. To balance it out and avoid a bland diet. Having become an ancestor, it was time to treat himself well. Walking back to the Golden Laurel Garden, Ning Ri occasionally heard shouts of Junior Yang from passers-by. These were calls from ignorant inner disciples. Those in the know already addressed him as Ancestor Ning. As for the moniker Junior Yang, it naturally originated from his earlier boast during the disciple trial about bringing sunlight to the bandits. Ning Ri himself had no objection to the name Junior Yang. His name contained Ri Sun, so being called Sun was fitting. He could even go and illuminate the gloomy Yin-Virtue sect someday. Upon returning to the Golden Laurel Garden, Ning Ri's first task was to practice his blade technique. Nothing could hinder the path of his blade slicing through the air of the garden. With the swishing sound of the long blade cutting through the air, his mind began to calm down and ponder. First, he summarized his techniques for using his skill panel. After his visit to the Mystic Fragrance Workshop, he realized that mastering an entire set of skills for a profession formed a skill module for artifact forging, heavenly craft, for alchemy creation. He wondered if other professions like talismans or formations had similar skills. Once a skill module was acquired, whenever someone nearby used a technique of the same level as his, he would receive skill points in return. The more people using it simultaneously, the more points he could gain, up to the limit of the skill points he had invested in that skill. Next, Ning Ri began to contemplate what he needed to prepare for his journey to the Yin-Virtue sect. He already possessed the 5 elements essence, and based on the panel's hints, he need not worry about achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. However, Ning Ri still decided to scout the anomalies. He wanted to keep his options open. The 5 elements essence was excellent, but it was still the path of traditional cultivation. The Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment method was more suited to someone in his unique situation. Besides, since he had become the ancestor of the Heaven-Defying Sect, he should set an example by refining an anomaly. Of course, the real reason was that aside from giving poor congratulatory gifts, the Yin-Virtue sect had not caused any fatalities. Even if he failed, he would have a fallback plan. Then Ning Ri resumed his blade practice. Swish, swish, swish. Stop refining for a while, please, I beg you. Zhou looked at Shi, who was silently and incessantly refining pills, and grew frightened. He couldn't help but speak up to stop him. Sunong stood by, also afraid, not daring to make a sound. He only dared to secretly record Shi's somewhat manic state with a jade slip. After Ning Ri left the Miaodong workshop, Zhou and Sunong immediately rushed out of the tea house and slipped into the workshop. They planned to ask Shi about Ning Ri's learning progress. The two had made a bet to determine Ning Ri's true learning speed. Zhou wagered that Ning Ri would learn faster than he could return to Golden Osmanthus Garden. Sunong bet the opposite. In truth, Sunong had only wanted to record evidence fully documenting the time Ning Ri took to master alchemy, fearing that Zhou would renege on the bet. But now he had forgotten the wager entirely. Because upon arriving they found Shi completely ignoring their questions, leaving the alchemy room door open as he tirelessly refined pills. One pill after another. If Shi were merely lost in the blissful state of alchemical absorption, it could be explained as Ancestor Ning's extraordinary talent, inspiring sudden enlightenment in Shi. But when they took a closer look at what Shi was refining, fear crept in. Shi had been continuously crafting qi supplement pills, a pill meant for qi refining cultivators. If he had truly achieved enlightenment, why refine these? This was deeply unsettling, you see. In just half a day, 140 Qi supplement pills had accumulated beside Kongxi. As they watched the mound of pills grow to 154, Zhou Heng hastily interrupted Kong, his voice thundering like spring thunder. Old Kong, calm down. The moment his words fell, ripples of sound waves pulsed outward from Zhou Heng, rapidly spreading through the alchemy room. Kongxi's body trembled, yet miraculously the waves did not disturb the medicine cabinets or pills around him. This was a technique Zhou Heng had invented specifically to snap wandering students back to attention during lessons. Snapped back to reality, Kongxi steadied himself and stared intently at Zhou Heng. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Your method of interruption is inferior to his. He can find the perfect moment, you cannot. Aren't you an alchemist? How have all these years of practice gone to waste? Zhou Heng, have you lost your mind to the anomalies?" Sunong, seizing the moment, deliberately focused the recording on Zhou Heng's livid face. Kongxi took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "My condition is far worse than being possessed by anomalies." Zhou Heng furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong?" He rarely saw Kongxi in such a state. Kongxi stared at Zhou Heng and said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you something first. Are you certain you've practiced alchemy before?" Zhou Heng replied with displeasure, "Are you trying to humiliate me again?" "I'm not humiliating you. Just answer me." "Fine. Yes, I'm certain." "Then you should know with these ingredients how many pills can a batch of Qi supplement pills yield?" Zhou Heng cast a skeptical glance at Kong. She then swept his eyes over the piled ingredients, pondered for a moment, and said cautiously, "At my current level with luck, 12 pills, without 11. It won't deviate much. You, on the other hand, wrote the formula for these pills, so you definitely get 14. After carefully analyzing the situation, he asked, "All right, I've spoken. What do you have to say?" Kongxi fixed his gaze on Zhou Heng and said, "Do you know how many pills Ning Ri managed to yield?" Zhou Heng hesitated, instinctively wanting to say 14, but immediately stopped himself and fell into thought. That kid Ning Ri had nearly turned a simple spirit absorption technique into a demonic art last time. When practicing Mo Quideo's refining techniques, he had caused an uproar with the spirit tool mark at Chen Xingfeng's place. Given this pattern, this pill yield would certainly not be ordinary. Combined with Kongxi's manic pill refining frenzy, Zhou Heng understood instantly. Ning Ri must have achieved a staggering number of pills. This number had so shaken Kongxi that he continued refining even after Ning Ri left. Surely Kongxi was trying to emulate Ning Ri to see if he could replicate the same yield. With this thought, Zhou Heng declared confidently, "Did Ning Ri yield 18 pills? How's that for a bold guess?" As his words fell, Kongxi suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. Ha! The laughter was deafening. Zhou Heng and Sunong, who was still recording. It was over, laughter demon possessed. Zhou Heng frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Kongxi stopped laughing and said seriously, "At you, Zhou Heng." He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to kick over Kongxi's furnace. Kongxi stopped him side and said, "Ning Ri yielded 23 pills." Zhou Heng, Sunong. Even Sunong, who had been solely focused on recording, could no longer stay calm. Zhou Heng was dumbfounded. "How many?" 23. Kongxi emphasized again, adding with a profound expression, "And I dare say that's not even his full potential." "Zhou Heng, are you joking?" Kongxi didn't explain much. He simply recounted how he had secretly hidden 10 of the pills. After hearing this, Zhou Heng and Sunong stood frozen in place. "I'm refining here now, trying to see if I can replicate his yield, but I simply cannot," Kongxi said with a wistful look. "I once thought the ceiling of alchemy had been reached, but now I realize it extends far beyond. Ancestor Ning is forging new history. Zhou Heng, you must pay close attention." Zhou Heng asked, "To what?" Kongxi replied, "To learn. Your alchemy is terrible." Zhou Heng. He immediately, in a fit of rage, carried away Kongxi's furnace. "Where are you going?" The disciple token asked Ning Ri. "Ning Ri, I want to go to the Tianqing Pavilion." "The Tianqing Pavilion is to the left of the Skill Pavilion." "Thank you. You're welcome." After practicing his blade for most of the day and allocating some skill points, Ning Ri asked the properly functioning disciple token for directions and headed straight for the Tianqing Pavilion. According to Zhou Heng's explanation, the Tianqing Pavilion housed cultivation resources and artifacts. Ning Ri planned to check it out to see if he could acquire some ransom money. Although he intended to respec into the Ingda sect to lower the ransom price, he still had to brace himself. Excellence could not be hidden. What if the anomalies had sharp eyes and saw through his dragon-like nature like a firefly in the dark night? Ancestor Ning. At the entrance of the Tianqing Pavilion, a familiar figure caught Ning Ri's eye, smiling warmly at him. The man clad in gray robes was Elder Guanyin, who had silenced everyone during the disciple trial. When Guanyin called out Ancestor Ning, several passing disciples were stunned. Ning Ri was also startled and quickly said, "Greetings, Elder Guan. Please just call me Ning Ri." Guanyin smiled gently and said, "Ancestor Ning, what you've done will eventually be made public. Hiding it any longer is futile." So just accept it openly. Ning Ri, what unforgivable sin have I committed? Guan Yan's words left Ning Ri speechless. He could only awkwardly change the subject. Huh. By the way, Elder Guan, what brings you here today? Oh, Guan Yan chuckled. Actually, you might not know this, but I'm here every day. Ning Ri was silent. So I should be the one asking you that. Guan Yan said, Ancestor Ning, why have you come to Tianxin Pavilion today? Ning Ri replied, Disciple wishes to exchange for some heavenly treasures and earthly jewels, preferably ones that match my own worth. Hearing this, Guan Yan quickly caught on a look of realization dawning on his face. You are going there, aren't you? Ning Ri was startled, then nodded mysteriously. Yes, to that place. I understand. Guan Yan nodded, then gently flicked his finger, causing a layer of soft light to shimmer into existence. A soundproofing spell that blocked all sound from within and without. He explained, it's best if other disciples don't know that Ancestor Ning is going to the Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri was taken aback. Why is that? Could it be that he was worried some disciples of the Heaven-Defying Sect would follow and try to harm him? He had thought the Heaven-Defying Sect was free from such traditional cultivation world infighting among fellow disciples. Guan Yan said, You are now the youngest ancestor of the Heaven-Defying Sect and the most powerful existence to become an ancestor in the shortest time in history. Outer disciples naive in the ways of the world might become fanatically devoted to you. If they worship you to the point of wanting to imitate you, that would be unwise. Guan Yan's flattery left the mighty ancestor Ning speechless. Then Guan Yan continued, We still don't know how the Heaven-Defying Sect measures lives price, but based on others' experiences they will likely appraise your life at the standard price of a Qi refinement peak cultivator. However, the fact that you with your special constitution have managed to reach Qi refinement peak should significantly increase your live's value. Ning Ri exclaimed, My aptitude is so terrible, and it still increases the price. Guan Yan said solemnly, It is precisely because you have such poor aptitude, yet still reach Qi refinement peak, that proves you are extraordinary. You possess an unyielding will, exceptional wisdom, remarkable perseverance, and formidable tenacity. These are what have brought you this far. These positive virtues, deeply rooted in human nature, have shone, with admirable brilliance, throughout the ages in every time and place. They should indeed be part of your life's price. As he spoke these words, Guan Yan's expression was open and honest with not a hint of pretense. Every word came from the heart. Ning Ri, stunned by this barrage of flattery, still managed to protest, If that's the case, then good people who enter the Heaven-Defying Sect would have their price increased. He added a disclaimer, I'm not saying I'm a good person. I'm just an ordinary fellow. Guan Yan ignored his disclaimer. That's likely the case. After all, it is the Heaven-Defying Sect, targeting good people is only natural. Ning Ri sighed. Well, all right then. It might be better to reset his points before entering the Heaven-Defying Sect. Following Guan Yan's guidance, Ning Ri proceeded into the mining area. Since Guan Yan was also aware that Ning Ri had inscribed something on his Qi refinement magical artifact that could give the artifact's spirit a brain storage area, he told Ning Ri to forge his own artifact to hand over to the Heaven-Defying Sect. This way, even if it didn't cover his live's price, the Heaven-Defying Sect wouldn't kill him. At worst, they would send anomalies to invade him. But Guan Yan again emphasized that Ancestor Ning possessed exceptional wisdom and keen insight, so mere anomalies were no match for him. Ning Ri walked away in fear, feeling that Guan Yan was practicing a heaven-defying technique of praising someone to death, endlessly flattering the heavens until they burst. After selecting his ores, Ning Ri prepared to pay, only to realize he had only done outer disciple tasks at Lotus Pavilion, leaving him with few contribution points. Helpless, he opened his disciple token and accepted 2 outer disciple tasks from Tianxin Pavilion to earn some contribution points. The tasks were to sort ores for display and sort medicinal herbs for display. These tasks were troublesome for other outer disciples who lacked Ning Ri's knowledge base, but for Ning Ri they were not difficult. After toiling for 4 hours, he earned enough contribution points and left Tianxin Pavilion with his ores. At the Heaven-Defying Sect, renting a forging furnace required contribution points, and the price was cheaper than external forging places like Jiangxin Tower. But when Ning Ri inquired about the price through his disciple token, the token informed him that Elder Makui had already granted him access. He could use the forging furnace for free by simply presenting his disciple token. Ning Ri was deeply moved. The bandit elder was truly a kind person. After several hours of forging, Ning Ri finished and admired his new artifact with delight. It was a long blade with a pitch-black hilt and a gleaming white edge. A Qi refinement peak artifact. The blade's edge was an ordinary blade imbued with spiritual energy. From the outside, it appeared to possess the might of Qi refinement peak, but in truth its cutting power was only that of a mortal blade. The essence of the entire blade lay in the hilt, which had several tiny holes. These could, without the target's notice, unleash pre-charged earth fire attacks. This was the blade's strongest feature, which Ning renamed subtle, yet piercing. The mortal blade part was for Ning Ri's daily practice of sword techniques. Ning Ri had tried practicing mortal sword art with a magical artifact sword, but the skill points for mortal sword art on his panel hadn't increased at all. That was why he deliberately forged his blade this way. Ning Ri temporarily named this blade Dawnlight. Firstly, because dawn is the sunrise, the rising sun full of vitality, symbolizing that the sun in Ning Ri's name was also on the rise. Secondly, because in his past life, he often used Dawnlight stationery while battling endless exam papers. Now with his frequent sword practice, he could also use Dawnlight. If he didn't end up selling Dawnlight to buy his life, he would keep it for himself. The Scripture Pavilion. Finally, Ning Ri found Zhou and planned to ask his advice before departing for the Heaven-Defying Sect. When Zhou saw Ning Ri, he spoke while a line of subtitles appeared on his face. It seems you won't have to worry about your golden core anymore. But I'm curious, will there be 23 golden cores in your dantian? This was clearly a reference to the Miaodong Hall incident. Ning Ri gave a dry laugh. Elder Zhou, please don't tease your disciple. I plan to explore the Heaven-Defying Sect. Do you have any advice? Seeing that Ning Ri was here on serious business, Zhou cleared his throat, turned off the subtitles, and said apologies. Do you plan to go to the Heaven-Defying Sect before or after Foundation establishment? Clearly Zhou was ready to offer advice. Ning Ri pondered for a moment, then asked, if I wanted to go after becoming immortal again, what do you think I should use as my life's price? Zhou was puzzled. Seeing his silence, Ning Ri added a joking laugh. Haha, Elder Zhou, I'm just kidding. Actually, I plan to go as I am now. Ning Ri felt it was safe to speak nonsense in the Heaven-Defying Sect, so he first mentioned entering as a mortal. But then Zhou suddenly let out a relieved laugh. Haha, Ancestor Ning. I don't think you were joking. Then Zhou asked, you already have some peculiar ideas, don't you? Feel free to share them. As he spoke, his eyes even brightened a little. Seeing Zhou had taken him seriously, Ning Ri could only brace himself and say, my idea is to disperse my cultivation. I'm only at Qi refinement now, haven't reached foundation establishment, so dispersing is relatively easy. If I had already established my foundation, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare think about dispersing. After all, the Tao foundation is sacred, not a game. You can't just build and rebuild it. But Qi refinement is different. After hearing this, Zhou nodded and said, dispersing your cultivation to join the Yin-Virtue sect. For you, that's an unexpected yet reasonable choice. However, the drawback of dispersing is having to start over. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, one wouldn't rashly disperse and rebuild. He paused, then shifted his tone, saying, but your talent in artifact refining is excellent. Starting over at the Qi refinement stage is extremely difficult for others, but for you it's not a big problem. I can understand that. But this still needs careful consideration. If you have any doubts about your own cultivation or your ability to cultivate, don't try it recklessly. The path of cultivation is winding and long. If there comes a time of confusion or hesitation, don't be too hard on yourself or force yourself understand. By the end, Zhou was very solemn. Ning Ri replied seriously, disciple understands. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Zhou said, all right, about other matters concerning the Yin-Virtue sect, I have no further warnings for you. But remember to keep the patriarch token safe. If you enter the life-buying phase, never hand over the patriarch token. Ning Ri was stunned. Oh, he had completely forgotten about the patriarch token. After taking it back, he had been besieged by various matters. First the severe cold, then Mo Tao, then Kong Shi. He had long put the patriarch token out of his mind. Zhou didn't notice Ning Ri's expression and continued, the patriarch token has many wonderful uses. But you won't need them for now. But setting that aside, this item comes with unlimited contribution points. So think about it. Can you afford to lose it? Hearing this, Ning Ri was dumbfounded. What? Unlimited contribution points? Zhou asked with confusion. Yes, didn't you know when you bound it? Back then, Zhou had also forgotten to mention this point, but he assumed Ning Ri would bind it immediately upon returning, so he didn't specifically remind him again. Ning Ri opened his mouth. I was in a hurry to go to the Miaodong workshop and forgot to bind it. Zhou shook his head and said, oh, then this is Kong Shi's fault. He really does nothing but cause trouble. Ning Ri's focus was no longer on Kong Shi but had entirely shifted to the patriarch token. He quickly took out the sky blue palm's eyes jade token, held it in his palm, and turned it over astonished. This thing actually has unlimited contribution points. But, didn't you say the patriarchs don't have many privileges? Zhou said, unlimited contribution points aren't a privilege, they're just contribution points. Ning Ri said in a daze, besides, these unlimited contribution points aren't free. Zhou said, they're in advance. You have to pay them back. It's just like the advanced contribution points I let you choose before. Only the patriarch token can advance a little more. The patriarchs of the Heaven-Defying Sect are often in seclusion. When they emerge, it's usually for urgent matters, and sometimes they need to exchange for some items at the intersect's Tianqing pavilion or hastily refine some self-defense tools. In such situations, if they don't have contribution points on hand, it becomes very troublesome. Therefore, the Patriarch token is equipped with unlimited advanced contribution points to prevent the Patriarchs from lacking contributions. Ning Ri, I see. He looked down at the Patriarch token in his hand and understood. This was a black card, issued by the Heaven-Defying Sect People's Bank. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with light, a light of affection. When a man truly loves you, his eyes never lie. Ning Ri became utterly enamored with the Patriarch token. Patriarch token. No, as you know, I never despised you, nor did I ever think you were as foolish as the disciple token. Then Ning Ri asked curiously, how long do I have to pay it back? And what about the interest? Collect interest from the patriarchs. Zhou shook his head and continued, as for the repayment time, He suddenly fell into a long silence, then murmured, right, it seems no time limit has ever been set. Ning Ri was startled. Zhou stroked his chin and said, most patriarchs can earn back the contribution points in one trip out and back, so. You get it. Ning Ri showed a knowing smile. Alright. Don't get any crooked ideas. The patriarchs will be watching you. Zhou raised his left hand, pointing his index finger and thumb at himself, then at Ning Ri. Ning Ri said nothing but closed his eyes, thumped his chest, and nodded repeatedly, indicating he knew what to do. After making the gesture, Ning Ri said, it's only because of our close relationship that I joke around. Disciple still knows his limits. Zhou laughed at Ning Ri's words. This meant he considered them as one of his own. Ning Ri knew in his heart when to be greedy and when not to. If you weren't greedy, others would play along and have fun with you. But if you dared to be greedy, it would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although the Patriarch token had no rules restricting it, rules were ultimately made and enforced by people. And if Ning Ri dared to squander contribution points recklessly, and they couldn't find a rule to enforce, they would simply execute him directly. Then Ning Ri began to bind the painless needle. As he bound it, he pondered. But even if these contributions had to be repaid, it was still a huge gain. Advancing within reasonable limits and skimming through techniques would make anyone dizzy. Zhou, you're already at the peak of qi refinement, and your physical body is extremely strong. Do you still need the painless needle? Ning Ri, if I can suffer a bit less, I'll take it. I'm not afraid of hardship, but I don't love it. A cultivator should treat themselves well. Zhou found this quite reasonable indeed. Once Ning Ri's blood had fully soaked the characters Ning Ri on the Patriarch token, he immediately felt a connection with it. Then, just like the disciple token, a bunch of chaotic persona light spheres popped out. Ning Ri was annoyed by this and casually chose the gentle master persona before putting the Patriarch token away. At this moment, Zhou remembered something and asked, by the way, since you are going to the Yin-Virtue sect, can your heaven-defying soul separation art advance further? Ning Ri was taken aback. Advance further? How? Then his heart skipped a beat. Oh, no. In Elder Zhou's mind, although he had used the heaven-defying soul separation art to hitch a ride for free, the separated soul he had condensed was still just a wisp. So Elder Zhou was asking if he could go further, clearly hoping he could reach the state of a soul shell to resist strange phenomena. Thinking of this, Ning Ri, who had already condensed a peak qi refinement separated soul, touched his nose and said, I'm working on it. They'll try to see if I can make my separated soul bigger. Zhou nodded slightly. Even though the Yin-Virtue sect isn't too dangerous right now, being able to fully expand a separated soul would naturally be better for you. Ning Ri nodded hurriedly. Exactly. After chatting with Zhou, Ning Ri stayed in the technique pavilion for a while and advanced a fire-type attack technique that qi refinement cultivators could learn, blazing fire art. This was chosen for him by Zhou. He saw that Ning Ri had considerable insight into controlling fire, handling artifact fire, and alchemy fire with smoothness and ease, and such fire control skills would also work with the blazing fire art. In Ning Ri's understanding, the blazing fire art's function was to add flame attacks to all offensive methods. For example, coating a blade with fire, wrapping fists in fire, and so on. Ning Ri had already figured out how to use blazing fire art on a blade. Since the morning light blade's edge was ordinary and couldn't withstand the flames of the blazing fire blade, he planned to concentrate the fire on the hilt while shouting blazing fire blade during battle to distract others. With the blazing fire art, the crocodile turtle iron bone skill and the wind step were phased out, the former because he didn't want to pay to complete it, the latter because the technique pavilion didn't have that technique. Unlike the crocodile turtle iron bone skill, the wind step was a fragment Ning Ri had earned with his own hands by performing on the streets to get spirit stones. He was quite attached to it. He wondered which senior's technique it was and hoped to one day complete it. Still, he washed away the wind step points. Then he opened his panel. Host Ning Ri skills 1. 0 cannot add points 2. Mortal blade art 3 can wash points 2. Chi Refinement, Art 10 Maxed can wash points 3. Spirit Absorption, Art 10 Maxed can wash points 4. Heavenly Craft Fragment 100 Maxed can wash points 5. Creation Fragment 100 Maxed can wash points 6. Heaven-Defying Soul Separation Art 20 can wash points 7. Blazing Fire Art 08. Thunder Palm 09. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Method 0 Free Skill Points 123. After washing away the wind step and adding the blade practice he had done since leaving the Miao Dan workshop, his free skill points had reached a very impressive number. Then Ning Ri left the technique pavilion prepared in the Golden Laurel Garden, practiced with his blade to steady his mind, and then set off for a deep forest some distance from the sect. Surrounded by the chirping of insects and birds, he took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and pulled out his Gold Strategy Chronicle. As the light of a new user flashed on the Gold Strategy Chronicle. Honored guest, the Gold Strategy Chronicle rejoices at your arrival. At our first meeting, you may use it free of charge. Ning Ri began muttering to himself, don't send an acquaintance in a newbie, give me a new one too. He wanted to take a ride to the Wuhuai mountain range. His self-made morning light blade had some flight capabilities, but it certainly couldn't compare to a flying boat. But he also didn't want to run into Luo Ku. Last time when he took a ride in Luoxia City, he had prayed the same way. That prayer had worked. After a moment, a streak of light swiftly flew from the horizon and landed beside Ning Ri. Whoosh! When the figure appeared before him, Ning Ri's expression stiffened noticeably. Well, this prayer failed. Greetings, I am of the Gold Strategy Immortal Sect. Ning, young friend. Luo Ku, clad in golden robes and holding a long spear, stared at Ning Ri in shock. Luo Ku had mostly recovered his composure over the past 2 days and had come out again to run errands and build up his credentials. He had made up his mind to quickly reach a seniority where he could take disciples so that in the future, if he found a good seedling, he could take them on himself without having to deal with the bunch of fools at the disciple recruitment office. However, Luo Ku also didn't want to take orders from the Heaven-Defying Sect, so he deliberately chose a distant location. But he never imagined that after landing in the deep forest, the person he would meet would be Ning Ri. And what surprised him even more was, how was Ning Ri still a new guest on the Gold Strategy Chronicle? And the new user Ning Ri was now very embarrassed. Senior Luo, long time no see ha. He was only grateful for one thing. He hadn't washed his points in advance. He planned to enter the Yin Virtue Sect as a mortal, but he was afraid of hailing Luo Ku, so he didn't dare wash in advance. If he had actually washed, Luo Ku would have been even more bewildered. But even so, Luo Ku was confused enough. You? He looked Ning Ri up and down several times, his expression shifting repeatedly. Ning Ri thought that if he could turn Luo Ku into an emoji, right now his face would be full of question marks. How could Luo Ku not be puzzled? Seeing Ning Ri at the peak of chi refinement, yet still a new user on the Gold Strategy Chronicle, he was a bit flustered. After a moment's thought, he decided to just get to work. Ning, young friend, where are you headed? As he spoke, he released his flying boat. Ning Ri answered honestly, Senior Luo, I need to go to the Wuhuai mountain range. Luo Ku opened the flying boat, and upon hearing this was taken aback. Wuhuai mountain range. You're going to the Yin Virtue Sect. Previously, the Wuhuai mountain range was most famous for the wild beast secret realm and the trading market built around it for dealing in beast souls, furs, and blood. But now that the wild beast secret realm had become the Yin Virtue Sect, the only reason people went to the Wuhuai mountain range was for the Yin Virtue Sect. Yes, Ning Ri nodded. Then Luo Ku arranged for Ning Ri to board the flying boat, and the two shot into the sky heading toward the Wuhuai mountain range. Luo Ku didn't stop Ning Ri from going to the Yin Virtue Sect, but he was curious. Have you prepared a congratulatory gift for the Yin Virtue Sect? Ning Ri said, I have. I forged a blade myself. A blade? Why didn't your sect give you something better? Luo Ku looked puzzled, then his heart stirred. He took out a nearly transparent jade bottle containing a round pill and placed it before Ning Ri, saying, This is a foundation establishment pill. Take it. I think it would make a more appropriate congratulatory gift. With that, he even opened the bottle to let the fragrance of the pill waft out. Seeing this, Ning Ri's eyes widened. Luo Ku had long understood a fundamental truth: luring talents with mere promises was impractical. The only reliable approach was to directly offer substantial resources. Seeing Ning Ri's expression, Luo Ku felt immensely satisfied, realizing that his bombardment had achieved its desired effect. He deliberately showcased the foundation establishment pill to demonstrate his wealth and attempted to recruit Ning Ri to Jin Su. Believing that the Nitian sect's allowance of Ning Ri to forge a blade himself as a congratulatory gift clearly showed they held him in low regard. Even if Ning Ri possessed considerable talent in artifact crafting, given his cultivation level, the best he could produce would be an ordinary chi refining magical artifact. And venturing into the Eerie Inda sect was no trivial matter. Could a prodigy like Ning Ri buy his life with a chi refining artifact? Wasn't something of real value necessary? This Nitian sect was utterly absurd, preposterous, and ridiculous. Since the Nitian sect failed to value you, let our Jinsu immortal sect demonstrate what it truly means to cherish a prodigy. Senior Luo, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Ning Ri immediately protested. His intention was only to freeload a ride from the Great Compassion Divine Palace, not to take advantage of Luo Ku. He had previously worried that freeloading from the Great Compassion Divine Palace might affect Luo Ku, but after learning that the palace, though eerie, was a platform that wouldn't penalize drivers, he felt at ease. But Luo Ku waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, this pill costs only a few spirit stones. Just take it." Ning Ri hastily replied, "How could it possibly be just a few spirit stones? Given its age and luster, it must be worth at least 30,000 spirit stones." Although the Foundation Establishment pill wasn't a high-grade elixir, it was no ordinary pill. To draw an analogy, it could influence one's entire life even more profoundly than the college entrance exam. This pill was an indispensable component of the postnatal Foundation Establishment method. Even if it couldn't compare to the 5 elements essence given by Shiyuan's father, it was still exceedingly precious. Ordinary cultivators often had to bankrupt themselves to gather materials for a single Foundation Establishment pill. Purely in terms of spirit stones, it started at 10,000, and the collection process could fill a novel with at least one main storyline, 10 subplots, and conservatively 300 chapters. And Luo Ku's Foundation Establishment pill was even more extraordinary. Judging by its quality and appearance, Ning Ri knew it was far from cheap, likely a treasure Luo Ku had reserved for his own disciples. Not to mention anything else, the pill-preserving bottle Luo Ku used to store it was exceptionally rare. For this reason, how could Ning Ri dare accept it? When Luo Ku heard Ning Ri suddenly name a price, he was taken aback. You also understand pill appraisal. The price Ning Ri quoted was slightly higher than what Luo Ku had actually paid, but Luo Ku had obtained it through an internal sect discount, so Ning Ri's estimate was remarkably accurate. This surprised Luo Ku greatly because it meant Ning Ri first had to know the exact grade and quality of the Foundation Establishment pill before he could name such a precise price. Only those in the know understood the depth of expertise required. Ning Ri was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Senior Luo, I'm not very knowledgeable, but I've recently been studying Foundation Establishment pills and reading many reviews about them. That's why I can parrot a few lines." He dared not reveal his alchemy skills. Last time mentioning his artifact crafting ability had already shaken Luo Ku considerably. If he brought up alchemy, now wouldn't it disturb his peace of mind again? Though Luo Ku's expression showed skepticism, he decided to believe Ning Ri's explanation. After all, no matter how talented, one couldn't possibly master so many skills simultaneously. Then he added, "A single Foundation Establishment pill is nothing. Just accept it for self-defense. If you decide not to use it, you can bring it to Jinsu Immortal Sect and return it to me after leaving the Inda sect." In truth, when facing such eerie entities, every sect ensures its disciples carry defensive items before setting out. Our Jinsu Immortal Sect excels in this regard. When you come, you can also take a look at our inner sect environment. The implication was unmistakable. Faced with Luo Ku's direct recruitment, Ning Ri felt he could no longer feign ignorance. Luo Ku was a good person, he couldn't string him along. He had to refuse properly. Why did that sound strange? So Ning Ri said seriously, "Senior Luo, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot leave the Nitian sect. Therefore, I cannot accept this Foundation Establishment pill." Faced with this refusal, Luo Ku wasn't angered, only puzzled. "Why is that? Haven't you yet entered the inner sect?" He had specifically checked the Nitian sect's rules. Without Foundation Establishment, one couldn't enter the inner sect. Not having entered the inner sect meant limited entanglement with sect interests and almost no knowledge of secrets, making it relatively easy to withdraw from the sect. Ning Ri wanted to find an excuse, but couldn't think of a convincing one. Finally, he hesitated and took out the patriarch token, confessing, "Senior Luo, I unexpectedly became the patriarch of the Nitian sect, so I truly cannot leave." Luo Ku, staring at the gleaming blue patriarch token, he felt his mind buzzing. Just how unexpected was that? Patriarch, a chi refining peak cultivator as patriarch. When he left Jinsu Immortal Sect, he never imagined that upon seeing Ning Ri again, he would already be the patriarch of the Nitian sect. At that moment, he felt a lamentable thick barrier had arisen between them. Ning Ri chuckled dryly. "I just happened to comprehend a bit of the Tao of Defiance. I equated artifact crafting with chi cultivation. Since my artifact crafting talent is excellent, my chi cultivation talent is also good. That's why I suddenly advanced to chi refining peak." Luo Ku. At this moment, his confusion only deepened. Before arriving, he simply didn't understand why Ning Ri had suddenly reached chi refining peak. But after arriving, the things he couldn't comprehend had not diminished, instead they multiplied. Even after Ning Ri's explanation, he couldn't grasp what it meant for artifact crafting to equal chi cultivation, nor why Ning Ri could remain a new user of Jinsu Ji while no one else in the Nitian sect had ever achieved 3-time new user status, and even less could he understand why Ning Ri was the patriarch. In the end, Luo Ke's fate mirrored the last time he stood alone before the flying boat, letting the wind cool his thoughts, silent and deeply melancholic. Ning Ri decided he should avoid such situations in the future. Once he could forge a foundation establishment magical artifact for comfortable flight, he would refrain from using Jin Suji. While Luo Ke began to calm himself at the bow, Ning Ri practiced blade forging to accumulate skill points, while also reading the compilation of alchemy technique errors that Kong Shi had given him. More knowledge meant greater benefit. Ning Ri didn't mind anything that could help him. In truth, if his spiritual root functioned normally, he would undoubtedly be incredibly diligent. Ning Ri had initially intended only to review erroneous operations, but after finishing the entire error notebook, he was astonished to see his panel. A new skill was generating. This can yield results. Ning Ri was greatly surprised. Could an error notebook actually produce a cultivation technique? Was it that powerful? As time passed, a new skill name appeared before Ning Ri's eyes. Transformation Creation Fragmentary. Ning Ri. What was this? Ning Ri stared at Transmutation Fragment, then glanced up at Creation Fragment, his heart skipping a beat. He simply couldn't believe these two were unrelated. As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Ri continued practicing his blade while pondering. Since creation referred to a complete set of alchemy techniques, did transmutation mean the reverse? What effect would upgrading it bring? Ning Ri promptly allocated 10 skill points to it, maxing it out instantly. Yet after the points were poured in, he felt no change whatsoever within himself. When he added points to other skills, his body would immediately react, absorbing external spiritual energy for breakthroughs, automatically circulating techniques, or gaining deeper understanding and mastery of knowledge. But this time nothing of the sort occurred. Ning Ri frowned. Useless. Not even the faintest hint of knowledge about transmutation fragments surfaced in his mind. It was as if the skill points had been wasted. With that thought, Ning Ri stealthily activated his alchemical flame for a moment, then instantly extinguished it. Luo Ke, who had been lost in melancholy, sensed a trace of that aura and immediately looked over in astonishment. Ning Ri had intended to directly refine pills to see if transmutation had any effect, but since it wasn't convenient here, he could only use the alchemical flame to check for anomalies. Logically speaking, transmutation sounded like the inverse of creation given the reversed name. So transmutation might interfere with creation. But to his disappointment, the alchemical flame showed no abnormality, remaining as pristine as before. Ning Ri frowned. Was this technique truly useless? Ning Ri wasn't in a hurry to reset the points. He was simply pondering. The skill granted by the ancestral token last time didn't even reveal its name, and now the transmutation derived from the alchemy error collection was ineffective after adding points. Could these two be related somehow? By the time Ning Ri had raised Mortal Blade Art to 5 points, transmutation still hadn't manifested any effect. At his request, the flying vessel slowly descended at the outskirts of the Wuha mountain range, a place with few people. Ning Ri could only set aside his thoughts and bid farewell to Luo Ke. Luo Ke, however, had completely abandoned the idea of recruiting Ning Ri into the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. How could he poach someone who had already become an ancestor? Yet this journey left another question lingering in his mind. That fleeting alchemical flame aura. Could Ning Ri also be skilled in alchemy? Luo Ke was deeply puzzled, but he didn't ask. If the other party didn't want to talk about it, so be it. This time, he didn't hastily fly away. Instead, he patted Ning Ri on the shoulder and handed him a small spear about the length and thickness of a thumb, saying, "If you ever need help in the future, you can use my token to contact me." He had admired Ning Ri before for his diligence, but now he was willing to offer assistance because Ning Ri's investment value was immense. Those from the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect were fond of making friends everywhere, and Luo Ke was no exception. More friends meant more paths, and more paths led to progress. Even if he couldn't recruit him, he wouldn't sever ties with Ning Ri. Ning Ri said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Luo. You're welcome. May your journey to the Heaven-Defying Sect go smoothly." Luo Ke gave Ning Ri a faint smile, then took his leave, soaring into the sky as a streak of light that vanished in an instant. After Luo Ke departed, Ning Ri activated his Jade Slip, released the Heaven-Defying Sect map, discerned the flow of Qi in the void, and headed toward the location of the Heaven-Defying Sect. The entrance to the Heaven-Defying Sect was in the northwest of the Wuha mountain range, where the Wild Beast Secret Realm once stood. The most dangerous and valuable aspect of the Wild Beast Secret Realm was its variety of demon beasts. Their fur and flesh could be used for tool forging, alchemy, and spirit cuisine, while their refined souls could be turned into beast talismans by talisman masters. Talisman masters would imprint the refined souls of demon beasts into talisman bases, combine them with runic inscriptions, and ultimately create beast talismans. A powerful talisman master could manipulate many beast talismans simultaneously, which in Ning Ri's view was akin to beast taming. Ordinary beast talismans retained 3 to 5/10 of a demon beast's original strength. Superior ones could achieve 6 to 8/10, but he had never seen one that retained full power. If that were possible, there would be no need for spirit pets or beast companions. Because the former wild beast secret realm provided such raw materials, a small market once stood at its entrance selling everything related to beast talismans, including talisman-based materials, jade slips, a trading platform for demon beast services for repairing and recycling worn talismans, and the entire supply chain. But with the emergence of the Heaven-Defying Sect, most people in these areas had moved away and the industry chain had collapsed. One of the dire effects of the anomaly, a blow to employment. Now those remaining in the small market were sentinels from various sects monitoring the situation of the Heaven-Defying Sect. The market resembled a small village with no defenses, and Ning re-entered without trouble. Inside were members of various sects and rogue cultivators, but he saw no mortals. Most of those here were Foundation establishment cultivators. Ning Ri had long since hung his disciple token of the Heaven-Defying Sect on his waist and displayed Luo Kes token. As a result, others would glance at him and quickly look away, afraid to pry further. The Heaven-Defying Sect had a notorious reputation, twisted in the past, and even more so now. No one wanted to cross paths with someone from the Heaven-Defying Sect. Ning Ri planned to gather one last batch of intelligence in this small market, fearing that if the anomaly updated and he missed the latest news, it would spell disaster. However, after making inquiries, he found no new information, so he turned and left the market. The entrance to the Heaven-Defying Sect was in an abandoned Taoist temple not far from the market, where an ancient well awaited. One simply had to jump in. Miaoi Temple. Ning Ri looked up at the temple's name before stepping inside. Inside, the dilapidated temple showed signs of long neglect. Crumbling walls, scattered cobwebs, and thick dust covering 3 statues whose original colors were lost. Through the heavy gray, Ning Ri could barely discern that the statues' faces were covered in crooked Dao characters, giving them an eerie appearance. Ning Ri murmured, "How eerie." The moment he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but after he spoke, the Wuha mountain range outside fell into an unnatural silence, with the sounds of insects and birds seemingly cut off, not a single note reaching the temple. Ning Ri opened his mouth, but was horrified to find that no sound came out. Shock filled his heart. What's going on? Isn't the temple safe? Had the influence of the Heaven-Defying Sect already reached the temple? Then he noticed ripples of spiritual energy before him, and a line of text materialized, clearly reading, "Ahead lies the Heaven-Defying Sect. No noise, no private fights, no actions that might disturb the Heaven-Defying Sect. Please enter the well in an orderly and quiet manner to join the sect. Left by Shi Juchong of the Spirit Stream Immortal Sect." Ning Ri. Oh, it was just a silence array triggered by speaking. However, what somewhat surprised Ning Ri was that the soundproofing formation of this abandoned Taoist temple was left by Shi Juchong. Shi Juchong, Shi Yuan's father, was the senior who had gifted him the 5 elements essence. According to Ning Ri's earlier speculation, Shi Juchong was likely the founding patriarch of Lingxi Immortal Sect, while he himself was now the patriarch of the Nitian Sect. Strictly speaking, the two could address each other as fellow Taoists. Next, Ning Ri passed through the temple and arrived at the rear courtyard. A thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground, with a few withered trees nearby, and an ancient well standing lonely in the center. No one was around the ancient well. According to the information Ning Ri had gathered, those who wished to enter the Heaven-Defying Sect simply had to jump into the well without needing to do anything else. Ning Ri walked to the well, and with a thought he called up his panel, "Host Ning Ri skills 1. 0 cannot add points 2. Mortal Blade Art 5 can reset points 2. Chi Refining Art 10 maxed out can reset points whoosh." As he issued the command to reset his points, Ning Ri immediately felt all his cultivation dissipate from his entire body, and his Chi Refining cultivation vanished into nothingness. The moment it vanished, Ning Ri instantly jumped into the well, whoosh. His body plummeted rapidly downward. At the same time, Ning Ri noticed that his free skill points had become 123. Moreover, all the skills on his panel except for Mortal Blade Art and the most basic Chi Refining Art of the cultivation world had turned gray at that moment. Ning Ri understood this situation. Before coming here, he had already tested it in a safe place. Without cultivation, he could only reset points for them. He could neither add points nor use them. A cultivator's skills are based on their spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, naturally nothing could be cultivated. To add points, he had to start from the Chi Refining Art. However, what calmed Ning Ri was that he could still sense the existence of the Heaven-Defying Soul Split Arts Split Soul, though its cultivation had also dissipated completely, turning it into an ordinary split soul. But even that was enough. As this thought settled, Ning Ri suddenly noticed that the darkness of the ancient well before him had dissipated, entirely replaced by a gray sky and a massive stone stele. On the stele, 3 large characters were written in bold black strokes, into sect. At that moment, Ning Ri found himself in a plaza. Looking around, the plaza resembled a chessboard with numerous horizontal and vertical lines intersecting to form countless cross points. He was standing on one of those cross points like a chess piece on a board. Ning Ri mused that based on his own model, he should be the general on the chessboard. In this chessboard-like plaza, there were over 30 figures, all seemingly normal, men and women, old and young. Of course, there were also demon beasts. Ning Ri spotted a dog and a cockroach. He glanced around and frowned. Were even dogs and cockroaches coming to challenge the strange realm? Beyond the plaza, more than a dozen dark, shadowy figures were staring at them. These shadows emanated an aura that made Ning Ri somewhat uncomfortable. Ning Ri thought to himself that it might be because he was immortal now that he felt this discomfort. Just then a voice sounded behind him. Ning Ri, what happened to your cultivation? As the words fell, Ning Ri found the voice familiar and turned to look, exclaiming in surprise, Gao Hong, why are you here? Gao Hong was a trial participant who had joined the disciple examination alongside Ning Ri. Ning Ri's label for him was a warm-hearted day student. When he saw Gao Hong, Ning Ri noticed there was another person behind him. That person was quietly watching him. It was none other than Prince Liang Qingdao. Seeing this, Ning Ri raised a hand and waved, Long time no see, Brother Liang. Liang Qingdao nodded slightly and replied, Brother Ning, long time no see. Judging by his demeanor, Ning Ri figured he probably didn't hold a grudge over the earlier incident of using his alias. So after nodding back at him, he turned his gaze to Gao Hong. Gao Hong said, Ning Ri, Qingdao mentioned that before Foundation establishment one could consider trying their luck at Heaven-Defying Sect, as it might be much easier than after Foundation establishment. So I came along with him. Ning Ri suddenly understood, I see. I'm here for the same reason, to come before Foundation establishment. That made sense. Those who came after Foundation establishment mostly ended up unlucky and had to return. It wasn't just Liang Qingdao, disciples from other sects would likely figure it out too. The news of Ning Ri becoming patriarch hadn't spread within the Heaven-Defying Sect yet. Even inner disciples didn't know about Patriarch Ning, let alone these two. So they still regarded Ning Ri as an ordinary fellow disciple. However, even if they didn't know he had become patriarch, they were well aware of his peak qi refining cultivation. That couldn't be hidden. For that reason, both he and Liang Qingdao had been utterly stunned back then. How could one person be so outstanding after joining the disciple trial on the same day? But while peak qi refining was astonishing, Ning Ri's current mortal state was even more jaw-dropping. Where had his cultivation gone? Gao Hong couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Brother Ning, what about you? What's your situation now? He had intended to ask about the cultivation, but with others around, he chose to be vague to avoid exposing Ning Ri. While observing his surroundings, Ning Ri replied, a little accident happened. They'll tell you later. Gao Hong understood and nodded, all right. Then Ning Ri tried to move, but found he couldn't leave his cross point. This matched the intelligence he had gathered beforehand. During the disciple trial, one had to stay put. However, Ning Ri didn't know if the position had any significance or was random. According to others' experiences, some had waited half an hour on the chessboard plaza, while others had started their trial immediately upon arrival. Unsure how long he would have to wait, Ning Ri decided to silently cultivate his hand blade technique. Meanwhile, he pondered whether he might be reinfected by the mortal strange realm, and if so, whether he could directly use it to establish his foundation. Meanwhile, others on the chessboard were also observing Ning Ri, who had just joined them. They noticed the disciple token and long spear deliberately hung at Ning Ri's waist. Some recognized that the spear was linked to someone from the Golden Strategy. Combining this with Ning Ri's youthful appearance and mortal cultivation level, they had already formed a preliminary impression of him. This person was likely a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Sect from a prominent family with close ties to the Golden Strategy, but of extremely poor talent, still immortal at this age. Of course, some clever individuals connected it to Gao Hong's question, what happened to your cultivation, and speculated that Ning Ri might have spent a fortune to tamper with his cultivation in order to deceive the Heaven-Defying Sect. At this thought, they couldn't help but shake their heads. That method was useless. It might fool us, but it won't fool the Heaven-Defying Sect. Just then, a sinister voice came from behind the large stele. The disciple trial begins now. As the sinister voice fell, Ning Ri instinctively looked toward its source, only to find it came from behind a large stone stele. His heart trembled. Could it be? There was something here that also liked to pretend to be a stele. The moment this thought arose, a person stepped out from behind the stone stele. Ning Ri thought, oh, it seems not. He had been influenced by senior brother Li, seeing every stele as a person. But still, it seemed your Heaven-Defying Sect was not as bizarre as our Heaven-Defying Sect. Not even one pretending to be a stele. How improper was that? The one who spoke, though his voice was sinister, was actually handsome. He wore a cloud-patterned brocade robe, had regular features, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. He was undeniably handsome. Ningri glanced at him thinking that this man's appearance perfectly matched his stereotype of a righteous cultivator. Looking at him, Ningri even felt as if he had mistakenly wandered into a righteous sect. Compared to this, a sect that inexplicably asked during a disciple trial if you wanted to marry your figurines and issued ancestral tokens to chi refining disciples was indeed a bit more bizarre and strange. When this man stepped before the crowd, his gaze swept over them, and his body erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This aura exuded an irresistible force. When it swept over Ningri, his body tensed instinctively. For a mortal frame, resisting such an aura was exceedingly difficult. Within this aura, Ningri sensed various emotions flashing by. He knew this was the work of anomalies much like the Jiang family's civil and military brothers from Mingtai Sword Sect who had succumbed to the joy anomaly and fear anomaly. Then Ningri saw the black lines at his feet suddenly come to life, rising with a hiss. As they rose, they grew wide and thick like kelp tightly coiling around his boots. The moment they coiled around him, Ningri felt his body bound, as if by a vice, completely immobilized. This scene was recorded in intelligence gathered from the outside world. Ningri calmed his thoughts completely, opened his panel, and prepared to respond to any sudden situation by allocating points at any moment. If an emergency arose, he would instantly max out the chi refining art and choose the 5 elements essence for a heaven-defying foundation establishment, striving to deplete his skill points in an instant. Although everything that had happened so far matched the gathered intelligence, Ningri still had to be prepared. After the chessboard lines transformed into kelp-like coils around their feet, the man spoke again, his voice still sinister. I am Xiao Wuda, steward of the Yin sect. Now let us begin the disciple trial with you. With that, Xiao Wuda glanced at the person nearest to him, a flat-haired cultivator with drooping triangular eyes carrying a long spear wrapped in linen on his back. Ningri glanced at him. He could not discern his cultivation level or his sect. Others from different sects wore their disciple tokens at their waists, but he did not. Either his sect was too weak to warrant wearing a token, or he was too powerful to bother. As for rogue cultivators without a sect, they existed, but were far too few. After all, the mortal anomaly was at work. Upon hearing Xiao Wuda's words, the flat-haired cultivator said solemnly, Very well, I trouble steward Xiao. Xiao Wuda scanned the flat-haired cultivator a few times, then grinned a sunny smile, while his voice remained gloomy. Your trial is to master this spear technique within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. With that, Xiao Wuda tossed a jade slip which landed beside the flat-haired cultivator. Ningri knew that learning a technique was the hardest trial in the Yin sect. Other trials still offered a chance to fight, but learning a technique was equivalent to surrendering without a fight. The reason was simple. Those who had faced this trial all said the technique was beyond normal human comprehension. Some claimed it could only be cultivated by golden core cultivators, while others said the meridians in the technique could not be opened by normal people, suspecting it was meant for anomalies to cultivate. Ningri thought to himself, if it really was a technique only for golden core cultivators, he would have to throw up his hands in defeat. At that moment, the others' expressions also darkened. The chosen trial participant, the flat-haired cultivator, said nothing, but his face turned extremely grim. Since his feet were immobilized, he reached out with spiritual energy to draw the jade slip back to him. After retrieving it, he began to examine the jade slip. The entire chessboard plaza fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the flat-haired cultivator's reaction. After examining it for a while, the flat-haired cultivator put down the jade slip with a grim face and looked at Xiao Wuda. I can't learn it. Can't learn it. Xiao Wuda raised an eyebrow. Such a simple spear technique, and you can't learn it. The flat-haired cultivator's face was dark as he gritted his teeth. It's not suitable for me. Clearly, he already knew he had failed and would now have to enter the buying life phase. This infuriated him. Everyone who came here had prepared for failure, but to fail so disgracefully. How could anyone accept it easily? Xiao Wuda revealed a sinister smile. The technique is not suitable for you. How then you are not suitable to join the Yin sect either? Please move to the guest seats. As soon as the words fell, a layer of black mist erupted from Xiao Wuda with a bang, enveloping him and the flat-haired cultivator together. When the black mist shrouded them, it was time to buy life. At this moment, the flat-haired cultivator had to bid for his own life. After a while, the black mist dissipated. The flat-haired cultivator stood dazed, having left some unknown gift. Then inexplicably he began to laugh. He. The onlookers understood. This was the joy anomaly. Xiao Wuda then said, escort this guest to his seat. With that, he raised his hand and tapped the flat-haired cultivator, who offered no resistance as he flew up. The cockroach that had been lurking quietly nearby suddenly leaped, expanding to the size of a carriage. It shot over at tremendous speed, snatching the still airborne flat-haired cultivator and carrying him away. Ningri thought, what? So that cockroach wasn't here to participate in the anomaly. At that moment, a giant cockroach soared into the sky carrying the flat-haired cultivator, who kept laughing ecstatically. Hee hee hee. Ningri thought, what? Damn it, I don't want to be carried by a cockroach. Soon Xiao Wuda walked to the cultivator behind the flat-haired one. The man was a sword cultivator. After scanning him a few times, Xiao Wuda said, all right, your trial is to master this sword technique within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. With that, he tossed another jade slip as before. The sword cultivator's expression turned extremely grim. Steward Xiao, are there no other disciple trials? Except for Ning Ri, everyone else's expressions were dark enough to drip water. If it was still about learning sword techniques or spear techniques, then they were only here today to deliver gifts. In contrast to the others, Ning Ri showed neither sorrow nor joy. He thought to himself, if only he could learn a cultivation technique, he might at least have a chance to pass this trial. After the swordsman finished speaking, Xiao Wuda sneered at him twice, then revealed a hint of mockery. Since you wish to change the content of the disciple trial, it means you cannot learn this sword manual. In that case, your trial has failed. Please move to the guest seats. As soon as the words fell, the black mist descended once more, engulfing the swordsman. By now the crowd had largely disregarded this life-buying phase. They were merely pondering what to do. At the very least, they could not refute Xiao Wuda. If they encountered a cultivation technique, their only choice was to learn it or not. But just then the black mist dissipated. The swordsman showed no signs of being invaded by the anomaly, appearing perfectly normal, yet his face was etched with terror. In his hands were two bottles. One was an ordinary jade bottle, while the other was inscribed with the characters "for merit" all over its surface. Inside this bottle were several chi-gathering pills. Witnessing this, everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. Could this fellow have actually taken chi-gathering pills as a congratulatory gift? Indeed, it was just as they suspected. Xiao Wuda grinned and said, today is a fine day for our Heaven-Defying Sect to open its immortal gates wide and recruit disciples. Yet this wretch dares to cause trouble and even attempts to sabotage the grand ceremony of accepting disciples. Since that is the case, I will not show him leniency. Since the founding of the Heaven-Defying Sect, never have we seen such a reckless and audacious scoundrel. The swordsman revealed a panicked expression and said, Steward Xiao, I can sense something else. Give me another chance. Before he could finish his words, the dog lying on the ground nearby suddenly dashed over, opening its mouth wide. Though the dog was not large, its gaping maw seemed vast enough to accommodate a person, a bed, and a table, like a spacious single room in a first-tier city. Moreover, its mouth was pitch black with no visible teeth or tongue, as if this were not a mouth, but a black hole. Once it opened its mouth, it directly swallowed the swordsman, then clamped its jaws shut, returning to normal. The swordsman's words came to an abrupt halt. Then, a crunching sound echoed. Ah! From within the dog's closed mouth came extremely shrill screams and a grating, teeth-grinding sound of chewing, as if a giant beast were gnawing on bones, causing great discomfort. Ning Ri furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, had this man not done his homework before coming to the Heaven-Defying Sect? How dare he present a bottle of chi-gathering pills? Was that not simply courting death? Yet it seemed normal. There were always those who were ill-informed. At the same time, Ning Ri also noticed some differences between this Heaven-Defying Sect and the one Zhang Wen had described. For instance, Zhang Wen had mentioned that a certain cultivator offered a spirit stone to an anomaly only for the anomaly to kill him, crush his heart, and devour his flesh. But now the method of killing had changed to a dog directly swallowing a person. The dog devoured the man with incredible speed. In mere moments, it opened its mouth and blood dripped down, pooling on the ground before being quickly absorbed by the black lines of the chessboard. This was the first time Ning Ri had witnessed someone die before him, and in such a gruesome manner. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, Xiao Wuda had already instructed the pitch-black cockroach to swiftly escort away two crying and fussing cultivators. While the swordsman was being digested, Xiao Wuda had quickly eliminated two people using the trial of learning a cultivation technique. One of them fell victim to the grief anomaly, the other to the wrath anomaly. The grief anomaly was bearable, but the wrath anomaly was like a super-aggressive spirit. As soon as it took effect, the man roared curses, then directly pulled out a large club and struck Xiao Wuda hard on the forehead. Ning Ri was startled by the scene and nearly laughed. The two emotions were not conflicting. The wrath anomaly made the man look ferocious, and daring to strike Xiao Wuda was indeed terrifying, practically suicide. But the sight of Xiao Wuda being hit was also quite amusing. In any case, the scene was utterly bizarre. However, to Ning Ri's surprise, Xiao Wuda did not kill the man afflicted by the wrath anomaly. Instead, he said darkly that the guest was too enthusiastic, then had the cockroach cart him away. This led Ning Ri to think. This steward Xiao was quite reliable. As long as he received payment, even being struck was acceptable. Beyond that, Ning Ri felt a sense of calm. Even a hint of delight, for the trial of learning a cultivation technique sounded far less difficult. In stark contrast to him, the other cultivators were all ashen-faced. At this moment, furious shouts occasionally erupted from the guest seats. After sending away another female cultivator, Zhou Wuda slowly walked up to Ning Ri. Fixing his gaze on Ning Ri, he said darkly, "It's your turn." Ning Ri looked at him calmly, showing no reaction, inwardly anticipating when this man would produce a cultivation technique for him to see. At the same time, everyone else turned their attention to Ning Ri. From the moment Ning Ri had entered this place, he had subtly become the center of attention. The reason was simple: Ning Ri was the only mortal here. Ning Ri could conceal his cultivation flawlessly, and he possessed the token of the gold strategy Immortal Sect, as well as the disciple medallion of the Inverse Heaven Sect. Many had speculated that he was the descendant of some great figure, quite possibly the child of the Inverse Heaven Sect's founder. For this reason, it was only natural that Ning Ri became the focus. Everyone wanted to see first whether Ning Ri could deceive Zhou Wuda by hiding his cultivation and pretending to be immortal, second how Ning Ri, with his likely background, would handle the disciple trial. After scanning Ning Ri twice, Zhou Wuda's lips curled slightly. "You are immortal?" Ning Ri replied, "Yes." "So you saw through me, Steward Qiu. You do have some discernment. Now quickly bring forth a basic qi refining art that a mortal can cultivate." But Zhou Wuda seemed intrigued and inquired, "How dare a mortal come to the Heaven-Defying Sect?" Ning Ri said solemnly, "I have heard that the Heaven-Defying Sect is a premier sect. I admire it deeply, so I have come to seek apprenticeship." Zhou Wuda said, "Not bad. A mortal who knows of the Heaven-Defying Sect as a sacred ground of cultivation and dares to come here to apprentice is indeed commendably courageous and worthy of praise. In that case, I have decided to give you special treatment. You need not learn a cultivation technique like the others. We will start with the basics. Test your spiritual root. If your spiritual root is acceptable, I will give you a chance to join the Heaven-Defying Sect. Of course, whether you can enter the inner sect will depend on your subsequent performance in the Heaven-Defying Sect." Ning Ri, the crowd. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed completely. "What does this mean? Are you not even going to pretend anymore? Everyone else has to learn a technique, and only you get to test your spiritual root. After testing, you can join the outer sect." It was well known that entering the outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Sect through this anomaly came with generous rewards. If it was this easy, what was the point for everyone else? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Ning Ri changed. No one believed that Ning Ri would fail this trial. How could someone who had already become a disciple of the Inverse Heaven Sect have a poor spiritual root? They merely questioned their own existence, suspecting that this anomaly had a backdoor. Everyone else had to learn a technique, so why was he the only one testing his spiritual root? But at this very moment, Ning Ri's mouth twitched, and he remained silent. Do mortals need to test their spiritual roots? Can only cultivators learn techniques? Damn it, are you messing with me? I should never have reset my attributes. No one on the chessboard plaza could comprehend how Ning Ri managed to suppress his cultivation to the level of a mortal without being seen through by the anomalies. Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong in particular were baffled. Having been contemporaries of Ning Ri, they had witnessed his qi refining third-rank state, and later his qi refining peak after his return from Luoxia City. Thus they were even more perplexed. How could he possibly fake his cultivation? What means had he employed? Then, after being astonished by Ning Ri's cultivation and envious of his simple trial, a few sharp minds suddenly realized something. They now knew how to break through the first trial of the Heaven-Defying Sect. It dawned on them that Ning Ri's action might have cracked the first rule of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Only mortals could enjoy the simple spiritual root test, while cultivators had to face the exceedingly difficult cultivation techniques. Thus, becoming an outer disciple of the Heaven-Defying Sect was actually quite simple. All it took was a mortal with a spiritual root to come forward, and they could almost immediately become an outer disciple. This rule might not be absolute, as it also depended on the grade of the spiritual root. Perhaps at least an earth-grade spiritual root was required, as well as age and even rhetoric, such as whether one needed to profess admiration for the Heaven-Defying Sect to earn the chance for the test. But regardless, Ning Ri's situation was a ray of hope for everyone. For some time, everyone had been studying how to pass the Heaven-Defying Sect's trials. The previous lucky winner who passed had been utterly unclear about the process, but Ning Ri's case revealed a replicable path. Although many Foundation establishment cultivators could not personally use this method, as they could not become true mortals or possess camouflaging treasures capable of deceiving anomalies. They could return and report this rule to their sects, thereby earning considerable contributions. At that moment, some rejoiced at the potential discovery of a new rule, some envied Ning Ri's impending fortune, and others were puzzled. Liang Huangzi and the day scholar could not fathom Ning Ri's technique for vanishing his cultivation. Yet one remained silent. Ning Ri himself. Zhou Wuda, noticing his prolonged silence, asked him, "Are you unwilling to agree?" Ning Ri, upon hearing this, stammered, "It's not that I'm unwilling, I'm just too overwhelmed. I never expected Manager Qiu to lower the difficulty for my sake. I am truly grateful. But won't lowering the difficulty bring punishment upon you in the Heaven-Defying Sect? Won't it make others suspect you've accepted a bribe from me? At these words, Zhou Wuda narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you not want this disciple trial? As his voice fell, Ning Ri's eyes flickered, but he had yet to respond. A wrath anomaly from the guest seats stood up and roared, I don't want it, you old beast. I don't want it. Not far from the wrath anomaly, a cultivator kept weeping, if you don't want to give it to me. I want it. I want it. Sob sob. Between them, the flat-haired cultivator continued to giggle incessantly. Ignoring them, Ning Ri addressed Zhou Wuda. Manager Zhou, of course not. I only wish to take the spiritual root test. Learning the techniques is too difficult for me. I am merely concerned for you. Zhou Wuda's expression remained calm, revealing neither joy nor anger, and he said flatly, no need for your concern. Just keep quiet and stop with the nonsense. Yes, Manager Zhou. Ning Ri replied, docile as a lamb, but inwardly he cursed. Damn. An impenetrable blockhead. I'm a fake mortal, but you're genuinely annoying. No wonder they call you Wuda. Then, Zhou Wuda began to form hand seals. A shadow suddenly flew from afar and landed before Ning Ri, expanding and widening at a visible speed, transforming into a stone tablet that rose up. Others gazing at Ning Ri's back thought, this guy is ruthless. Faced with such a simple trial as the spiritual root test, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he tried to curry favor with Zhou Wuda through words, as if probing something. This man is deeply calculating. They didn't believe for a second that Ning Ri didn't want the test. If given the choice, who would opt for the Heaven-Defying Sect's wretched techniques? Meanwhile, Ning Ri's face grew solemn as he stared at the rising stone tablet, preparing for the spiritual root test. Since his previous attempt had failed, he refrained from arguing further with Zhou Wuda to request a switch to the more difficult cultivation technique. In truth, he felt that even his earlier words had been too risky. But he knew his own situation. If his spiritual root couldn't even pass the trials of orthodox sects, how could it possibly satisfy the anomalies? Yet now that things had come to this, he might as well test his spiritual root first and see if there was any leeway. What if the anomalies had a taste for incomplete spiritual roots and blocked acupoints? Of course, Ning Ri knew such a thing was impossible, so he planned, after failing to present his congratulatory gift, withdraw and re-enter, this time using his identity as a cultivator. After all, others had said that the Heaven-Defying Sect allowed repeated entry and exit. Since the anomaly had confirmed him as a mortal, the price for his life shouldn't be too high. Burp. As the stone tablet rose, a belching sound emanated from it, carrying a note of satisfaction. Simultaneously, Ning Ri could even hear the sound of a tongue moving inside the tablet, as if picking teeth. He stared at the pitch-black tablet, and from the corner of his eye noticed that the man-eating dog had vanished without a trace. If his guess was correct, that dog had now become the stone tablet. At this thought, Ning Ri's heart jolted. So in the Heaven-Defying Sect, it's a dog that plays the tablet. Then Ning Ri withdrew his gaze from the dog tablet and looked at Zhou Wuda, asking innocently, Manager Zhou, what should I do for the spiritual root test? As he asked this, he paid no heed to the Inverse Heaven Sect disciple token hanging at his waist. According to intelligence, wearing this token would not be taken by the Heaven-Defying Sect as having pledged allegiance to another sect. Otherwise, the previous major sect disciple could never have joined the Heaven-Defying Sect. Hearing Ning Ri speak so brazenly, the onlookers were inwardly shaken. How can this man put on such an act? They could never have asked such a question. But combined with his identity as a mortal, it seemed perfectly reasonable. At this, many began to recall and analyze Ning Ri's earlier words word by word. Zhou Wuda said, extend your hand. Press it against the tablet. Ning Ri immediately replied yes. As he spoke, Ning Ri pressed his hand against the tablet. The moment he touched it, he felt his hand sink into something soft, like stroking a dog's belly. At the same time, a layer of black ripples surged from the dog tablet. Zhou Wuda squinted at the ripples, then turned to Ning Ri, his expression darkening. He said in a sinister tone, you are quite interesting. Incomplete spiritual root, blocked acupoints. And you think you can join the Heaven-Defying Sect? Are you dreaming? Do you think you're worthy? At these words, the gaze of everyone present shifted. What? He has an incomplete spiritual root. Deficient spiritual root, blocked acupoints. Listening to Zhou Wuda's slightly mocking and sarcastic tone, Ning Ri remained calm on the surface, but a thought flashed through his mind. The square, the test, the crowd watching the ridicule. All the elements were there. How stereotypical. At this moment, all that was missing was someone nearby to publicly taunt and jeer at him. But when Ning Ri glanced at the people beside him, he was surprised to find their faces filled with confusion, astonishment, shock, and excitement, but not a trace of mockery. Ning Ri thought, what kind of expressions are these? At this moment, the others were already startled by Ning Ri's magic artifact. Deficient spiritual root. Blocked acupoints. This was a constitution utterly incapable of cultivation. What kind of magic artifact could disguise it so flawlessly? It made no sense. They squinted their eyes, wondering if this was the work of some ancestor or elder of the Heaven-Defying Sect. As for the possibility that Ning Ri was truly a worthless cripple incapable of cultivation, that thought never crossed their minds. Few among the crowd were fools, they understood clearly. If Ning Ri truly couldn't cultivate, and had no cultivation base first, he couldn't join the Nitian sect, or obtain a disciple token a second. If he had a backer, that person wouldn't have pushed him into the eerie realm knowing he had no cultivation. Third, if he had no backer, it was even more impossible for him to venture into the eerie realm without cultivation unless he was a fool. But judging by how Ning Ri had just spoken, he didn't seem foolish. For this reason, most of those present were inwardly pondering. What kind of magic artifact could completely conceal a person's cultivation aptitude and acupoints, and even deceive the eerie realm? If there was a new magic artifact that could fool even the things within the eerie realm, then not only would the Indus sect be breached, but perhaps all the other eerie realms in this cultivation world would fall as well, especially the Great Compassion Divine Palace. At the thought of being able to deceive the Great Compassion Divine Palace, many looked at Ning Ri with burning eyes. However, among the crowd, two people were deeply confused, Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong. Ning Ri swept his gaze over the crowd and then withdrew his attention. Qiu Wuda was still staring at him with a sinister look. But Ning Ri ignored him because he noticed something unusual about his panel. 9. Nitian Foundation Establishment Method cannot allocate points. Choose your foundation establishment object. 1. Spiritual Root Foundation Establishment expected to fail. 2. Heavenly Earth Rare Treasure 5 Elements Essence expected Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. 3. Mortal Object Disciple Token Foundation Establishment expected to have high failure probability. 4. Eerie Realm Dog of the Foolish Love Immortal Venerable Chi Refining Peak expected half mortal half earthly foundation establishment. Seeing this, Ning Ri's face showed surprise. The Ancestor Token couldn't be used for foundation establishment, and the Disciple Token's ranking remained below Other Pills and the Morning Light Blade. That was no surprise. What surprised him was the line about the Eerie Realm. This means I can establish my foundation now. Wait. This dog steel, this thing called the Dog of the Foolish Love Immortal Venerable, is only at Chi Refining Peak. So weak. Then how did it bite other foundation establishment cultivators to death? And are you sure this is an Immortal Venerable's dog? Why is it so weak? Just as Ning Ri was stunned, Qiu Wuda, after mocking him a couple of times, said sinisterly, "All right, since you're not fit to join the Indus sect, please move to the guest seats." As the words fell, a layer of black mist burst forth from Qiu Wuda's body, enveloping the dog Steel and Ning Ri. Seeing this, the crowd showed expressions of regret. It was a pity they couldn't witness the life-purchasing process. They wanted to know, since Ning Ri had fooled the eerie realm into believing he was truly immortal, how much would the life-purchasing price be? Meanwhile, on Ning Ri's side, as the black mist spread around him, forming a sealed space, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand while keeping an eye on his panel. He noticed that once he took his hand off the dog Steely, the eerie realm option on the panel disappeared, reverting to a state where foundation establishment was impossible. Qiu Wuda stared at Ning Ri and said sinisterly, "Esteemed guest, since you entered the disciple recruitment ceremony out of reverence for the Indus sect, have you prepared the congratulatory gift for our sect today? With so many disciples at this ceremony, your gift must not be too shabby." As the words fell, Ning Ri took out the Morning Light Blade from his disciple token. Opening the storage space of the disciple token didn't rely on spiritual power. When Mo Tidao crafted these tokens, he considered outer disciples who joined the sect before cultivating, so opening the storage space only required using the bound divine sense to activate the spiritual power pressured in the token, then opening the space. Ning Ri said, "Steward Qiu, this is the Morning Light Blade I've prepared." He took out the blade with the hilt facing Qiu Wuda. Ning Ri had initially thought, since he was immortal, he would use the Qi Restoration Pill to take a gamble. But now he decided against it and went with the Morning Light Blade. He took Zhang Wen as his example. Zhang Wen was a foundation establishment cultivator who exchanged a flying sword for his own life, and that flying sword was no less powerful than Ning Ri's Morning Light Blade. For this reason, the Morning Light Blade was more than enough to buy Ning Ri's life. Besides, Ning Ri thought, since your Indus sect has already eliminated me, my life isn't worth much, so why should I leave a valuable gift? Qiu Wuda didn't take the Morning Light Blade, but instead scanned it a couple of times before suddenly sneering. His sinister expression turned completely dark and a furious rage burned in his eyes as he laughed bitterly. "I see now. You came to the Indus sect today to cause trouble, didn't you?" Ning Ri thought, "Is this gift not enough to buy a mortal's life?" "What do you mean?" He laughed angrily. "Steward Qiu, be reasonable. I pointed the hilt at you to make it easy for you to take, fearing you might touch the blade and get hurt. Yet you think I'm causing trouble." Qiu Wuda sneered. "Pointing the hilt at me only shows your attitude is good, but whether you're causing trouble depends on more than just attitude." "I don't need an attitude, I need the gift." Ning Ri said solemnly, "What's wrong with this gift?" "Of course there's a problem. With your status, how can you offer such a paltry gift? Xiao Wuda replied. Ning Ri was utterly perplexed. Could this fellow have discovered that he was an ancestor of the Nitian sect? He asked, what status do I have? Xiao Wuda said slowly, you are immortal. A mortal who hasn't cultivated is the most precious thing in this world. How can you only offer such a gift? Ning Ri thought. Just now you said I had a deficient spiritual root, and now you're saying I'm precious. Old man, are you toying with me? Then Ning Ri suddenly thrust the blade hilt 2 steps forward toward Xiao Wuda and said fiercely, just tell me. Do you want it or not? Xiao Wuda sneered coldly and said flatly, I don't want it. Then what do you want? Xiao Wuda said, since you insist on causing trouble, I will kill you as a warning to others. As the words fell, the dog steel suddenly exploded with a bang, transforming into a ferocious hound that opened a gaping black maw the size of a single room and lunged at Ning Ri. Ning Ri laughed in fury. You won't even copy me a morning light blade before killing me. This eerie realm isn't even pretending anymore. Fine then. Add points for me. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying, overwhelming suction force erupted from Ning Ri's body and torrents of spiritual energy crazily surged into him. Ning Ri held the handle of the Dawn Blade toward Xiao Wuda, outwardly courteous but inwardly poised to strike at any moment. The handle of the Dawn Blade was the true blade, while the blade itself was but the handle. Though he had not anticipated that even the Dawn Blade would fail to buy the life of a mere mortal, he had long prepared a counterattack should the purchase fail. Should that counterattack also falter, he had the heaven-defying soul-splitting art in reserve. Thus, the instant the foolish love immortal lord's hound lunged forth, Ning Ri, with nerves already stretched taut, sensed the terrifying aura of the beast and instantly activated the Qi refining art to its fullest. Qi refining art 0, Qi refining art 5, Qi refining art. Qi refining art 10 maxed resettable. In that moment, all 1,300 acupoints on his body erupted with a horrifying suction force, drawing in the spiritual energy from all directions in an instant. It coursed through his acupoints and surged into his dantian. As the spiritual energy flooded his body, Ning Ri realized that this breakthrough was entirely different from before. The energy entering him carried a trace of chilling cold. Simultaneously, he noticed that as the spiritual energy fully surged into him, restoring him to the peak of Qi, refining, the black threads entwined around his feet shattered inch by inch, and the intense sense of restraint that had gripped him vanished without a trace. Then he suddenly found that the terrifying, overwhelming aura of the hound before him had dissipated in the same instant. When the dog steel had exploded and the hound lunged forth, its aura had been nearly cataclysmic, leaving Ning Ri utterly unable to muster the will to resist. Yet after the black threads broke, he realized that the hound's speed and aura seemed to plummet drastically in an instant. Its once lightning-fast pace now appeared to be slowed to a crawl. A flash of understanding crossed Ning Ri's mind. No wonder this hound could at the peak of Qi refining transcend levels to slay Foundation establishment cultivators. It was all due to the restriction of these black threads. But other cultivators lacked the ability to sever these black threads, while he had managed to shatter them. Seeing this, Xiao Wuda revealed a look of shock. Your cultivation. How is this possible? Xiao Wuda's answer came not from Ning Ri's words, but from the blade handle. The moment his cultivation surged, Ning Ri hurled the Dawn Blade without hesitation toward Xiao Wuda's face. As it left his hand, fiery magma erupted from the small hole on the blade handle, while Ning Ri raised his palm and struck the charging hound's face with a ferocious blow. In that instant, blazing fire art 10 thunderous palm 10 boom. At that moment, the palm that struck the foolish love immortal lord's hound burst forth with thunderous applause and surging waves of heat. The temperature within the black mist space seemed to rise abruptly as arcs of lightning and flames crackled and splattered everywhere. After landing a blow on the foolish love immortal lord's hound, Ning Ri did not spare it another glance. With a cold, stern expression, he turned without hesitation to face Xiao Wuda. In his mind, Xiao Wuda posed the greatest danger. For one to serve as a steward of the Yin Virtue sect, he must be at least a golden core. When Ning Ri turned around, he found Xiao Wuda already collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony. The earthly fire spewed from the Dawn Blade's handle, which Ning Ri had gathered at Forge Peak, was scorching hot when it struck a person. But though powerful, it meant little to a Foundation establishment cultivator. A single layer of protective barrier could easily repel it. Yet before him, Ning Ri. You're this weak. What cultivation are you really? Though a moment of silence and many questions lingered in his mind, Ning Ri's hands moved with no less speed. Without hesitation, he unleashed the thunderous palm, and as lightning howled and the sound deafened, he slammed it fiercely onto Xiao Wuda. Crackle. This time Xiao Wuda's screams grew even more intense, and he hurriedly wept and begged, Senior, spare me. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please let me go. Ning Ri. Is this really an anomaly? Anomalies. Are this humane? But though Ning Ri complained inwardly, he did not utter a single word to him. Instead, he directly opened his panel. Ever since he touched the dog steel and discovered he could use it for foundation establishment, he had set his sights on Chiu Wuda. If all it took to achieve foundation establishment was to touch an anomaly, wouldn't it be simple? He only needed to create an opportunity to touch Chiu Wuda. Yet the scene before him left Ning Ri momentarily stunned. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment, Art 01. Spiritual Root Wang Ming's Spiritual Root Mortal Grade Spiritual Root Foundation Establishment, predicted to fail too. Heavenly Earthly Marvels, 5 Elements Essence, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, predicted 3. Acquired Objects Disciple Token High Likelihood of Foundation Establishment Failure 4. Anomaly Chiu Wuda's Body None Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, predicted. Staring at this sight, Ning Ri showed an expression of disbelief. Wang Ming. Who the hell is that? And how can the power of this Chiu Wuda's body be none? Even that dog with a mouth bigger than a single room was at the peak of chi refining. Though doubts swirled in his mind, Ning Ri's hands moved with no less speed. Without hesitation, he chose to use the anomaly for foundation establishment and poured all his remaining skill points into maxing out the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art 93 Resettable Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, Ning Ri's cultivation skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Chiu Wuda, who was wailing and begging on the ground, saw this and revealed a look of sheer terror. This is foundation establishment. No, as his words fell, his voice abruptly ceased, for his body was being refined by Ning Ri. Ning Ri's hands pressed tightly against Chiu Wuda's body. As the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art operated at high speed, the power within the body surged wildly into Ning Ri's acupoints and rushed into his dantian, gradually coalescing into a black cube. This was the Tao Foundation. At the same time, Ning Ri's acupoints accelerated their absorption of spiritual energy from the void, using it to rapidly fill his cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Chiu Wuda's body visibly disintegrated, eventually turning into countless black particles that all merged into Ning Ri's body. A power as vast as a great river surged from Ning Ri's dantian, spreading through all his meridians and acupoints. Feeling this slightly cold spiritual energy and the Black Tao Foundation, Ning Ri could barely suppress the urge to cry out to the heavens. The sensation of being filled with such pure power was utterly exhilarating. Yet, Ning Ri looked with confusion at the faint figure left behind after Chiu Wuda's body dissipated. His expression was calm, but inwardly he was puzzled. This was a soul at the peak of chi refining, on the verge of extinction. On the face of this faint soul were expressions of disbelief, excitement, and ecstasy, but soon, as if recalling something, the ecstasy froze. Then the soul's expression flickered as it looked at Ning Ri, countless thoughts rising within its heart about to speak. But Ning Ri struck first, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Wang Ming. The soul stiffened abruptly, its face showing utter horror. You. Who are you? At that moment, outside the black mist space, the chessboard square lay in utter silence. Everyone stared at the spot where Ning Ri had been swallowed by the black mist, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They felt today's trial was bizarre, with endless twists and turns. First, mortals could test their spiritual roots, and as long as they had one, they could pass easily. But this mortal had disguised himself as a waste with blocked apertures and incomplete spiritual roots, unable to pass even the simplest trial. After failing, he started a bidding for his life, which took an unprecedented amount of time. It was simply absurd. None of this was in the earlier intelligence. Could those two be chatting inside the black mist space? Just then, on the chessboard square, someone suddenly had a wild idea and exclaimed, "Everyone, what if this guy is an expert sent by the Heaven-Defying Sect to probe the rules of the Virtue Sect? Otherwise, his bizarre actions and flawless disguise make no sense. In other words, he's not here to pass the trial at all. From this perspective, could he be the Heaven-Defying Sect's founder in disguise?" The others were taken aback, then gasped, "Possible." Someone immediately chimed in, "I've been to the Heaven-Defying Sect. Every disciple has a unique skill. As their founder, maybe his heaven-defying way is to pretend to be immortal and deceive the heavenly Tao. That explains everything. All doubts are resolved." Oh my heavens, is that real? Is there such a cultivation method? Of course. Otherwise, why would the Heaven-Defying Sect be a heretical sect? Then it makes sense why he could fake his spiritual roots but refuse to pass the trial. He never intended to compete for rewards with us juniors. As the crowd buzzed with excitement like they discovered a new continent within the black mist space, Gao Hong and Liang Cheng were left speechless. Huh. Ning Ri, the Heaven-Defying Sect's founder. What a joke. Which founder would duel a bandit during a disciple trial? Meanwhile, inside the black mist space, Wang Ming never expected that his identity would be seen through by this mysterious figure. Thus he rasped, asking Ning Ri who he really was. But Ning Ri remained silent. His disciple token had his name on it. Why keep asking when the answer was right before his eyes? The reason Ning Ri could see through this spirit's identity was due to the panel's prompt. 1. Spiritual root. Wang Ming's spiritual root, human-grade spiritual root, expected foundation, establishment failure. Setting aside how the panel could use someone else's spiritual root for his own foundation establishment, Ning Ri knew that this spiritual root belonged to Wang Ming. In the black mist space besides Qiu Wuda and the beaten dog, the only thing left before Ning Ri was the spirit remaining after refining Qiu Wu's body. A simple deduction led him to realize that this spirit was most likely Wang Ming, who possessed the human-grade spiritual root. So Ning Ri struck first, creating a sense of pressure, as if to say, I know everything about you, you'd better confess honestly. As expected, Wang Ming, already shaken from being refined, completely broke down upon having his identity exposed. He frantically asked who Ning Ri was. This was typically a sign of desperation if someone with a stable mindset would deny it and sneer back Wang Ming. Who's that? Ning Ri thought that if he were in a normal state, and someone said, Ning Ri, I've been waiting for you, he'd simply reply, you've got the wrong person. Then, Ning Ri was about to interrogate Wang Ming. He realized he had become the master of the surrounding black mist space, making it perfect for questioning Wang Ming. But before he could speak, he suddenly felt warmth in his dantian. Looking inward, he was astonished to find a warm, glowing orb beside the black Dao base. This light, like a sphere of sunlight, was brilliant and dazzling, yet not harsh. Instead, it felt comfortable, resting quietly in a corner of Ning Ri's dantian. Staring at this orb, Ning Ri froze. The contents of the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art flashed through his mind. The art established a foundation using the heavenly Dao. To form a Dao base with the heavenly Dao, one must start with anomalies, refine the anomaly, strip it away, and finally obtain the heavenly Dao corrupted by the anomaly. The description of heavenly Dao in the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art was exactly this warm, glowing orb. Identical. No discrepancy. At this moment, Ning Ri instinctively looked at the black Dao base, his mind going blank. What the hell? Dude, you're not the heavenly Dao. It dawned on him this Dao base was actually an anomaly-based one. He had always thought a black Dao base forged from the heavenly Dao was normal. After all, the universe itself was black, so a black heavenly Dao made sense, right? He never expected. He was stunned. Earlier, he believed the panel had recorded the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art, so it should follow the art's method of using the heavenly Dao for foundation establishment. Even though the panel displayed foundation establishment with anomaly, Ning Ri assumed anomaly foundation meant the same as in the art. So he was confident the panel would extract the heavenly Dao and discard the anomaly. But he was wrong. The panel's foundation establishment with anomaly extracted the anomaly and discarded the heavenly Dao. Ning Ri, gazing at the cubic black Dao base with its 8 vertices, he wondered, so what does this count as? All the bizarre methods taught by the Heaven-Defying Sect's founder, smoke anomaly, curse, death anomaly, had been useless. Then, Ning Ri turned to the warm, heavenly Dao light, pondering. Since he was already here, why not try refining it? With that thought, he raised his hand and struck Wang Ming with a lightning palm. Senior, why are you hitting me? Wang Ming screamed, his spirit growing fainter. He was on the verge of collapse. This guy, why wouldn't he speak? And if he wouldn't speak, why suddenly attack? Ning Ri didn't explain. He struck Wang Ming to weaken him and prevent interference. Once Wang Ming was subdued, Ning Ri immediately activated the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art, drawing the heavenly Dao light into his body. Whoosh! At that moment, the heavenly Dao light vanished from his dantian, merging into his meridians. Ning Ri thought, if refining failed because he had already established a foundation, he would wash away the anomaly-based Dao base. After washing it clean, he would refine the heavenly Dao light. A foundation built with anomaly couldn't be considered a true heavenly Dao foundation. Only one forged with pure heavenly Dao could be called authentic. Wang Ming watched as Ning Ri, after finishing his beating, stood motionless, once more his expression shifting rapidly. In his heart, he pondered whether there was now a way to kill this man. However, the disparity in their strength was already considerable, and with the loss of Qiu Wu's body, he could no longer slay Ning Ri. In truth, Wang Ming knew deep down that even if he still possessed Qiu Wu's body, he would have been unable to defeat Ning Ri once he had broken free from the chessboard's constraints. At this thought, Wang Ming's heart bled. How had this fellow managed to shake off the chessboard's bindings? Moreover, after devouring Qiu Wu's body, the man had undergone no apparent change, merely becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Ming could not help but entertain an absurd notion: had he used Qiu Wu's body to establish his foundation? Just what kind of background did this fellow have? At that moment, a hum resonated, and Wang Ming suddenly sensed a fluctuation radiating from Ning Ri. His expression instantly froze. As a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement, who had failed twice at foundation establishment in the Yin sect, he was all too familiar with that fluctuation. More importantly, the fluctuation from Ning Ri was identical to the one just moments ago. This is impossible. Is he establishing his foundation again? Didn't he just do that? Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within Ning Ri was guiding the heavenly Taoist light through his meridians. For Ning Ri, the trouble of incomplete spirit roots and blocked acupoints meant he could hardly absorb and refine spiritual energy normally to make it his own. But now, as he operated the heaven-defying foundation establishment art to refine the heavenly Taoist light, he no longer needed to worry about that issue. An ordinary cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement seeking to step into the foundation establishment realm would need to prepare a foundation establishing object and a rich spiritual energy environment with supplementing pills and spirit gathering arrays as necessary aids. Both operating the cultivation art and refining the foundation establishing object demanded vast amounts of spiritual energy. If the energy was insufficient, refinement could fail. At the same time, refining the foundation establishing object heavily depended on the grade of one's spirit root. Those with too poor a grade could not refine it. But for Ning Ri, he was neither a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement nor seeking to step into foundation establishment, and he no longer needed to refine a foundation establishing object. As a result, the heavenly Taoist light surged through his body for a full cycle, then rushed into his dantian, visibly gathering and taking shape as if to give birth to something. Seeing this, Ning Ri, having completed his cultivation, smiled. Could it be that he could condense a new Dao foundation immediately without resetting? Not bad at all. As for having a strange Dao foundation inside his body, Ning Ri had no intention of cleansing it either. Strange is strange, whether it's a sworn sibling or a brother. Since it's here, there's no need to cleanse it. The strange foundation and the heavenly Dao foundation, the three of us just need to live well together, and that's what matters most. Under the operation of Ning Ri's heaven-defying foundation establishment art, the heavenly Taoist light quickly formed a golden cube within his dantian. A brand new Dao foundation had taken shape. This foundation was like the winter sun, bringing not heat or glare, but warmth and comfort. After savoring it, Ning Ri exclaimed, "This is the true heavenly Dao foundation." The three grades of Dao foundation, heaven, earth, and man, were gold, red, and green respectively. Ning Ri thought they were like traffic lights. Gold represented heavenly Dao foundation establishment. Now within his dantian, there were both a gold and a black foundation. Feeling the surging power within him, Ning Ri couldn't help but remark that having two foundations was truly remarkable. The heaven-defying foundation establishment art with 93 skill points felt to him like the 9th grade of foundation establishment, just a hair's breadth from the peak. Both foundations were at the 9th grade. This strength was already heaven-defying. Wait. Then a thought stirred in Ning Ri's mind, and he began to extrapolate. If he could have two Dao foundations, could he possess a third? As for where the third foundation would come from, Ning Ri thought of his bottle of 5 elements essence. He had assumed he would never use it. With this in mind, Ning Ri immediately opened his panel. When he saw the options beneath the heaven-defying foundation establishment art, a look of surprise lit up his face. 10. Heaven-defying foundation establishment art 93 resettable. Choose your foundation establishing object. 1 spirit root expected to fail foundation establishment. 2 heavenly earthly treasure. 5 elements essence expected to achieve heavenly Dao foundation establishment. 3 mundane object disciple token expected high chance of failure. 4 strange entity Chiu Wood's body. Except for the 4th option, which was grayed out and unclickable, all others were selectable. In other words, he could still use the 5 elements essence, his spirit root, and the disciple token, or substitute them for something else like a foundation establishment pill. He could use all of these to establish his foundation. This filled Ning Ri with immense joy. Wouldn't his dantian then hold 5 Dao foundations? With 5 foundations together, when facing an opponent of the same realm, his combat power would likely be 5 times theirs. Just as Ning Ri was examining the other options of the heaven-defying foundation establishment art, he suddenly noticed something on the panel. More precisely, the first skill had changed. This skill had been obtained when Ning Ri acquired the Ancestral Master token, and since its appearance it had always been in an asterisk state. But now Ning Ri's eyes widened slightly as it began to shift incessantly. It first became Refine Heaven. Ning Ri, what does that mean? Next it changed to Smoke. Ning Ri, huh? Then it shifted to Strange. After that it began to change wildly, the skill name growing long and short at a dizzying speed. Ning Ri, is it muttering something or secretly cursing me? A thought stirred in Ning Ri's mind. After refining Chiu Wood's body into a foundation, the skill had not changed. Yet after refining the heavenly Dao into a foundation, the asterisk immediately began to twist. Could it be that the Ancestral Master token skill required him to use the heavenly Dao to complete or supplement it? Upon reflection, this made sense, for the ancestral master token could only be possessed by those who mastered the path of defying heaven. The ultimate goal of the Heaven-Defying Sect's Heaven-Defying Sage was to go against the heavenly Tao. Collecting the heavenly Tao and refining it to harmonize techniques was only natural. But then, what should he do next? Could he use the heavenly Tao to form a golden core? Afterward, Ning Ri set aside the matters of building 5 foundations and collecting the heavenly Tao, opened his eyes, and looked at Wang Ming. At this moment, Wang Ming, though in a spiritual form, inexplicably appeared gaunt, clearly tormented by the long wait Ning Ri had imposed. Ning Ri asked, "Do you know why I made you wait so long?" Wang Ming rasped, "Senior, this junior does not know." Ning Ri said calmly, "Because I already know everything you did in the Heaven sect. Now confess honestly. If you are truthful, I will grant you one request." As he spoke, a token suddenly appeared in his hand, the ancestral master token. Wang Ming glanced at it, his expression shifting dramatically, and then he finally realized the truth, murmuring, "So you are the ancestral master. No wonder, no wonder." Upon seeing Ning Ri's patriarch token, Wang Ming felt all his doubts dissolve in an instant. He had never understood why Ning Ri, who had been verified by the dogs of the Heaven sect to possess a crippled spiritual root, could suddenly transform into a chi refining peak cultivator. Nor why, as a chi refining peak cultivator, Ning Ri inexplicably absorbed an anomaly and established his foundation only to establish it a second time. And how could someone who had refined chi and built foundation twice deceive the Heaven sect's dogs into believing he had a crippled spiritual root? These anomalies had baffled Wang Ming, but upon seeing the Heaven sect's patriarch token, he finally understood. Encountering the founder of the most sinister sect in the cultivation world, all these uncanny events ceased to be strange. Ning Ri said calmly, "Spare me the bewilderment. Just confess honestly." Wang Ming asked, "Patriarch, what do you wish for me to confess?" Ning Ri replied, "Everything you know." Wang Ming fell silent for a moment before asking, "Patriarch, if I confess truthfully, will you spare my life?" Ning Ri stated flatly, "Confess swiftly, and I will grant you a swift end. But if you dare make demands, I will make you wish for death." As Ning Ri finished speaking, a sudden suction force erupted from his acupoints, locking onto Wang Ming and filling him with a terrifying illusion of being drained of life. Ning Ri demonstrated his spirit absorption technique for a moment, then immediately ceased. But Wang Ming's face twisted with fear, and he dared not speak further. Absorbing another's spiritual energy. This seemed like a demonic art. Though the spirit absorption technique felt weak in his perception, Wang Ming believed Ning Ri was merely warning him and thus held back. He knew well that demonic arts were most adept at torment. Yet why would the Heaven sect patriarch wield demonic arts? Could it be a deception? Recalling those cruel methods, Wang Ming shuddered. After a long hesitation, he sighed and said, "Years ago, I saved a cultivator by chance. He taught me immortal arts, but due to my mediocre spiritual root, I failed chi refining repeatedly, so he never brought me into the sect. In pursuit of chi refining opportunities, I traveled far and wide. At the Miaoi Temple, I stumbled upon this ancient wells anomaly and mistakenly entered the Heaven sect. After joining the Heaven sect, I was forced to become its steward, Chiu Wuda. Chiu Wuda imposed many restrictions on me, as you can see, Patriarch. It was here through those restrictions that I obtained a chi refining pill and stepped into the chi refining realm." Ning Ri's expression remained unreadable, but his mind stirred. Chiu Wuda imposed many restrictions. I didn't see any. Could it be that since I refined Chiu Wuda with my panel, the restrictions vanished? With this thought, Ning Ri immediately turned his gaze inward, placing his divine sense upon the Black Tao Foundation. The moment his spiritual sense touched it, he realized that with a mere thought, he could spread the power within the Black Foundation throughout his body. Simultaneously, in his mind, the so-called restrictions Wang Ming mentioned surfaced one by one. No, Ning Ri thought these should not be called restrictions. They should be called rules. Congratulations, you have become the 34th steward of the Heaven sect. Now forget your former name. From this day forth, you are Chiu Wuda. As the steward of the Heaven sect, you shall guide lost souls onto the right path, tempering their desires. The Yuxian Celestial Venerable is willing to aid you. You now possess the power to manipulate emotions and desires within the chessboard square. A sudden realization dawned on Ning Ri. So Chiu Wuda was Chiu Wuda, and Wang Ming was Wang Ming. Chiu Wuda was merely a guise, a mantle anyone could don. Once worn, one could command Chiu Wuda's abilities. At that moment, touching the Black Tao Foundation, Ning Ri sensed the presence of anomalies. The black mist space around him was an overlay of multiple anomalies: vision anomalies, hearing anomalies, scent anomalies, all woven together to create a space isolated from the outside world. But isolation was not its primary function. Its main purpose was to generate illusions and confuse heaven and earth. Ning Ri felt this resembled the schizophrenia he had encountered in his past life. When he once saw a psychiatrist for bipolar disorder, a fellow patient suffered from such visions and auditory hallucinations. Ning Ri continued reading, as the steward of the Yin sect, your primary task is to hold the disciple ceremony, recruiting disciples below the golden core realm. The purpose of outer disciples is to gather resources for the Yin sect. They come and go freely, but receive no true inheritance of the sect's methods, thus no restrictions. Inner disciples, however, will touch upon the true methods and must be mortals with spiritual roots. The Yin sect is clear in its rewards and punishments. For every inner disciple you recruit, you will be rewarded with one opportunity to inherit the sect's true methods. Should that inner disciple advance to a true disciple, you will receive 3 such opportunities. These 3 rules were easy to grasp. First, they explained the origin of the Yin sect's cultivation restrictions. Second, one could recruit cultivators as outer disciples to work, essentially outsourcing labor. Third, this was the core mission of being Chiu Wuda, recruit mortals as inner disciples. Ning Ri continued reading, as the steward of the Yin sect during the disciple ceremony, you must not shut the doors. Open the sect's gates wide, welcoming those who revere the Yin sect to observe and learn. As steward, you must not attack guests, treat them well. Those entering the disciple ceremony, if cultivators below the golden core realm, are considered to be seeking apprenticeship. The steward may select from them. Those eliminated shall be granted the status of guests allowed to observe the ceremony. Cultivators at golden core or above automatically become guests. If a guest refuses to offer sincere blessings and gifts to the Yin sect disciples, they shall be deemed troublemakers and thieves of the true methods and may be slain. Ning Ri's heart stirred. These 3 rules matched the intelligence he had gathered. They were already known to him. As the steward, entertaining guests is arduous. You may collect gifts from them, which must be shared with the inner disciples. You possess a dedicated storage space for these gifts. Set aside the portion for the newly recruited inner disciples in advance. The remainder is your reward for hosting. Mortals are treasures of heaven and earth, and the Yin sect must not slight them. Even if a mortal cannot join the sect, you must not accept their gifts. Reading these 3 rules, Ning Ri thought this must be the crux. Chiu Wuda must share gifts with inner disciples. But what if there were no inner disciples? As for this, storage space. Focusing on this rule, Ning Ri willed it, and suddenly found his divine sense transported to a space where a mountain of treasures gleaming with myriad colors towered high. His heartbeat skipped. What the? So much stuff. He quickly closed the storage space and thought these rules made no mention of duplicating gifts or life-buying abilities. Moreover, mortals could not send gifts, only cultivators could. In other words, Wang Ming had surrounded himself with the black mist space not to collect his gift. Ning Ri understood in a flash. That bastard Wang Ming had been manipulating the rules. Ning Ri, read the final 3 rules. As the steward, if you wish to lay down your burden, you must recruit 1 inner disciple for the Yin sect. The Yuxian Celestial Venerable has lent you his beloved pet dog. Treat it well. It will share your cultivation level and possess invincible strength within the chessboard square, just like you. The Yuxian Celestial Venerable has also lent you his beloved pet cockroach. It can fly around, quite useful, isn't it? Ning Ri ignored the line about the cockroach. No wonder this anomaly was called Chiu Wuda's body, and why Chiu Wuda's body had no cultivation level, while Yuxian Celestial Venerable's dog was at Qi refining peak. The one with real cultivation was Wang Ming. Finally, Ning Ri summarized all this. In essence, it boiled down to one thing. You are the steward of the Yin sect. Mortals are precious. Recruit more mortals with spiritual roots as inner disciples, and you'll be rewarded. If Foundation Establishment or Qi refining cultivators come, let them work for free. For those above golden core, collect gifts and share them with inner disciples. You can leave only after recruiting an inner disciple. Otherwise, keep working. There was no prescribed content for the disciple trials. Thus, every participant in the Yin sect experienced different trials. Nor was there a rule mandating the release of anomalies to attack others. But Wang Ming had made it seem like a punishment for failing to send gifts. Clearly, Wang Ming had created many rules beyond the actual ones to profit himself. Then Ning Ri's mind stirred. What exactly were mortals to the anomalies and the Yin virtue sect? Why did the true inner disciples, those with legitimate positions, require mortals? Could it be that even Chiu Wuda's successor had to be a mortal? He could only think of one thing at once. Could it be the mortal anomaly? Was it that only mortals possessing the mortal anomaly were considered their own kind in the eyes of the anomalies? As for those who had already broken the mortal anomaly through cultivation methods, they had essentially washed away their anomalous bloodline, thus losing the qualification to be part of the anomalous sect. Meanwhile, Wang Ming continued speaking. After becoming Chiu Wuda, I discovered that I was bound by the chessboard lines, becoming a piece on the board, utterly unable to leave the Yin virtue sect. But the chessboard lines weren't without benefits. At least here, I was invincible. Ning Ri understood in his heart that the chessboard lines on that plaza were the restraints binding foreign cultivators. Only after they were gone could he easily knock out that dog. Wang Ming added, but even being invincible, I was terrified back then. I knew that if I wanted to leave, my only option was to find a mortal with spiritual roots to become an inner disciple. But no one ever came. Later I happened upon a foundation establishment cultivator who had strayed into the Yin Virtue sect. From him, I obtained a bottle of chi-gathering pills and over 100 spirit stones. After setting aside the share for an inner disciple, I took a few pills myself, and wary of the anomalous spiritual energy, I also used the chi from the spirit stones. Afterward, I used that to step into the chi refining realm. I suddenly realized that this Yin Virtue sect might be a once in 1,000 years opportunity for someone mediocre like me. So I set my mind on the tribute. I deliberately fabricated the apprentice recruiting anomaly, promising bountiful opportunities to those who succeeded, while failures could only buy their lives with tribute. Ning Ri couldn't help but nod. Even though Wang Ming wanted to kill him, he had to admire how the man knew how to seize an opportunity. Wang Ming's character and spiritual root rating in the system were essentially no different from Ning Ri's own incomplete root. Neither could reach foundation establishment. With such aptitude under normal circumstances, he could never have become a cultivator. Yet here in the Yin Virtue sect, he had amassed a fortune. Wang Ming said later, among the tributes I collected, I found a cultivation art for devouring flesh and blood. So I also fabricated the matter of duplicating tributes just to make them more and more expensive. If the tribute wasn't costly enough, I would take an identical item from my previous collections, return it to the giver, kill them, and devour their flesh and blood. I thought this would scare many away, but instead more people came. Thus I accumulated a great deal of resources and smoothly reached the peak of chi refining. Ning Ri's face was calm, but his mind churned. Well, I must say, this set of rules was quite thorough, and everyone believed it. No wonder Wang Ming couldn't duplicate anything slightly unique. It was because he was using others' possessions to exchange for theirs, buying lives. Wang Ming said, but fearing I'd go too far and no one would come, I deliberately took in a disciple from the Mystic Trace Immortal sect, gave him some of the collected tributes, and let him go, thus attracting more people. Ning Ri revealed a mocking smile. Good heavens, baiting the hook right. And indeed, Zhang Wan from the Brightsword sect had come enthusiastically because that person from the Mystic Trace Immortal sect had gotten a lucky break, only to travel a great distance just to hand over a flying sword, then be rewarded with a single joy anomaly and return to secretly gloat. Wang Ming continued, but after reaching the peak of chi refining, for some reason, I couldn't break through to foundation establishment. I had the cultivation art, I even had the foundation establishment pill. After much thought, I figured it might be my aptitude, or perhaps it was the problem of being in the Yin Virtue sect. But I couldn't leave, so I grew terrified. Terrified that I'd waste my lifespan here, that all the resources I'd painstakingly saved would vanish into nothing, benefiting who knows who. As he spoke, Wang Ming didn't look at Ning Ri at all. He thought Ning Ri was the Grand Ancestor and would look down on the resources he had accumulated. After all, among the guests who came to the Yin Virtue sect, none were of a higher rank than the Grand Ancestor, and the tributes they offered were at best mediocre. How could the Grand Ancestor possibly care? Ning Ri couldn't help but laugh joyfully inside. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ming, unable to hear Ning Ri's inner laughter, continued. So when I first saw you, I thought you were immortal, and I wanted you to become an inner disciple. That way I could leave or stay as I pleased, and maybe even gather more heavenly treasures before departing. Who would have known? You couldn't cultivate. Thus you couldn't become an inner disciple of the Yin Virtue sect. So I thought, why not try to have you directly take my place? After all, I myself became Chiu Wuda as a mortal. So just now I only meant to control you. I had no ill intentions. As he said this, Wang Ming's heart was filled with endless regret. If only he had known Ning Ri's true identity was the Grand Ancestor of the Heaven-Defying Sect, he wouldn't have acted rashly. However, Wang Ming's real thought at that moment had been to scatter Ning Ri's soul, refine it, and then seize his body. If successful, he could have left a body in the Yin Virtue sect to continue receiving tributes while using Ning Ri's form to move freely outside. But if it failed, it wouldn't have mattered. It was just an experiment. After all, since Ning Ri was confirmed unable to become an inner disciple, he was utterly worthless. But he never expected Ning Ri to be so powerful, which was why he was now filled with regret. Hearing this, Ning Ri finally smiled and said, "No ill intentions. Do you think I believe that?" Wang Ming, I speak from the heart. Ning Ri, I cultivate from the heart too. Wang Ming, Why couldn't he understand the meaning of those words? After making that random retort, Ning Ri suddenly understood everything. No wonder Wang Ming had been so happy when he saw Chiu Wuda being refined by him. He thought he had been freed from that shell. But later Wang Ming fell into despair, probably realizing his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Ning Ri then asked, "What was that cultivation art you just took out for them to practice?" Did you make it up yourself? He was referring to the art Wang Ming had thrown to the sword cultivator and the ordinary cultivator. Everyone said they couldn't cultivate it. Ning rethought to himself that Wang Ming might have fabricated a bunch of unpracticable arts just to force everyone who came to pay tribute. But Wang Ming hastily replied, "Those weren't made up by me. They are the true arts of the Yin-Virtue sect meant for mortals without spiritual roots to cultivate. To obtain the true arts, one only needs to visit the true art tower of the Yin-Virtue sect." Hearing this, Ning Ri looked surprised, then asked curiously, "What are the conditions for entering the true art tower?" Wang Ming said, "We are stewards, there are no conditions." Ning Ri's eyes lit up, "No conditions? Then can anyone practice them as they wish?" Wang Ming stammered, This can't be practiced." His heart was filled with dread. This grand ancestor of the Heaven-Defying Sect is truly eerie. Would he even practice anomalous arts? Ning Ri only then realized these were anomalous arts. He shook his head and said, "When you made me undergo the trial just now, why didn't you give me the true arts? If you had, everything would have been fine." Wang Ming said with a mournful face, "I didn't expect your spiritual root to be incomplete." Ning Ri smiled but didn't respond. Then he stood up, paced a couple of steps, and suddenly his body trembled. In an instant, the original Ning Ri vanished, replaced by the earlier Qiu Wuda with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome. Qiu Wuda looked at Wang Ming and said sinisterly, "Heck, quite interesting." Wang Ming's face showed shock. Then Qiu Wuda instantly transformed back into Ning Ri. He looked at his own hand, nodded slightly, and asked Wang Ming, "Did you notice any flaw?" Seeing Ning Ri transform into Qiu Wuda and then back again, Wang Ming was stunned and dazed, unable to answer the question, instead muttering, You how can you freely control Qiu Wuda's form and change it will?" When he had become Qiu Wuda, he could never revert to his original appearance. Ning Ri didn't answer him, but asked, "By the way, what about the chessboard lines you mentioned? Didn't you say that after becoming Qiu Wuda, the chessboard lines controlled you? Why aren't they controlling me? Are you being insincere?" "Wang Ming," he said with a mournful face, "I don't know. You're asking me, but who do I ask? You were the one who broke free from the chessboard lines first, and now you're asking me. I've dreamed of breaking free from their control." To Wang Ming, Ning Ri asking him this question was no different from a master of leg techniques asking a cripple why a person could run so fast. Seeing that Wang Ming couldn't come up with a coherent answer, Ning Ri shook his head, then opened his panel and washed away the Tao Foundation. The black mist space was set up by Qiu Wuda. Without his spell to dispel it, there was no fear of it dissipating. Thus Ning Ri was not worried that this scene would be exposed to the eyes of those on the chessboard square, and he confidently proceeded to reset his skills. 10. Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art 0. Free skill points 93. As the skill points shifted, the aura of Ning Ri's 9th grade foundation establishment began to recede wildly, with Qi escaping from his apertures at a visible speed, dropping him back to the peak of Qi refinement. Because the golden heavenly Tao Foundation was not built using the panel, but forged by Ning Ri himself through the Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment art, this golden foundation would not vanish even after he reset his skills. Only the eerie black foundation was collapsing. After the eerie foundation dispersed, black smoke emerged from Ning Ri's dantian, coalescing at his feet into the form of Qiu Wuda's body. However, at this moment, Qiu Wuda's body seemed drained of all strength, kneeling on the ground with his hands over his head. After the eerie foundation crumbled, Ning Ri found that his cultivation aura had completely fallen, descending to the peak of Qi refinement. In other words, at this moment, he was a peak Qi refinement cultivator with a golden, heavenly Tao foundation. Wang Ming, watching from the side, exclaimed in shock, "Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Ning Ri coughed lightly and said, "Nothing. I forcibly attempted to merge with Qiu Wuda but failed, and he forcibly expelled himself from my body." Wang Ming asked anxiously, "Are you alright?" Ning Ri ignored him, and after a moment of thought, continued resetting his skills. 3. Qi Refinement Art 0. Free skill points 103. As his Qi refinement cultivation dissipated, Ning Ri instantly became immortal. Of course. He examined his dantian internally, gazing at this foundation, and mused, "Does a mortal with a foundation count as a mortal?" The moment he became immortal, he immediately looked down, just as he expected. The chessboard lines had coiled around him again. With a rustling sound, he felt his body being violently suppressed. Ning Ri now understood why he had been free from the chessboard lines and how he could break them. The first time he shattered the lines was when he maxed out the Qi refinement art. Thus Ning Ri naturally assumed that his ability to break the lines must be related to the Qi refinement art. But so many people on the chessboard square had cultivated the Qi refinement art. Why hadn't they escaped the lines? So Ning Ri thought of the second key point. When he maxed out the Qi refinement art, he was absorbing eerie spiritual energy. This was the most crucial factor. And as he predicted once he drained the eerie spiritual energy from his body, the chessboard lines immediately coiled back. Without absorbing eerie spiritual energy, there was no other way to escape the chessboard lines except by having Zhou Wuda send him to the freely moving guest seats or becoming a freely moving outer disciple. Ningri's 2 resets were primarily to test 3 things. First, the chessboard lines. Second, whether Zhou Wuda's eeriness could leave his body. And third, whether the eerie spiritual energy could be expelled. Wang Ming also dared not absorb eerie spiritual energy. He naturally had to leave himself a backup plan. Moreover, Ningri was pondering. Even if he had lost all his spiritual energy, strictly speaking, he was now free of the mortal eeriness. Could he, without the mortal eeriness, move normally within the Yin Virtue sect? And just then, Ningri suddenly noticed that Wang Ming, who had been worrying about him, was charging fiercely toward Zhou Wuda's body. Seeing this, Ningri raised an eyebrow, while trying for a counterkill. At that moment, Wang Ming rushing toward Zhou Wuda's form was ecstatic. This was his chance. Something had happened to the Heaven-Defying Sect's patriarch, and his cultivation level was plummeting wildly. If it were only a drop in cultivation, Wang Ming wouldn't have dared to act. But with the chessboard lines binding Ningri and Zhou Wuda's body emerging, Wang Ming realized this was his last opportunity. Death was certain either way, better to take a gamble. With the chessboard lines restricting him, even a patriarch could be killed. Even if becoming Zhou Wuda meant being trapped forever in the Yin Virtue sect, it was better than dying. But just as Wang Ming was scheming, he suddenly felt as if he had slammed into an invisible wall. Thud! Wang Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhou Wuda's body trembling with fear. No, impossible, why can't I go back? After he spoke, Ningri looked at him with a half-smile and said, when you became Zhou Wuda before you were immortal. Now that you're no longer immortal, how could you possibly go back? Wang Ming said in despair, did you deliberately not stop me knowing this? Ningri nodded. Of course not. He knew that even if Wang Ming took Zhou Wuda back, he could immediately break free from the chessboard lines and counterkill him. However, he hadn't expected Wang Ming's attempt to reclaim the body to fail. Upon reflection, he realized it must be because Wang Ming had lost his mortal status and absorbed external spiritual energy, rendering him unable to act as the steward. Then Ningri maxed out the Qi refinement art and the Heaven-Defying Foundation establishment art again, shattering the chessboard lines inch by inch. Under Wang Ming's gaze, he swiftly resumed his identity as Zhou Wuda. At this moment, Wang Ming's mentality completely shattered. So, you deliberately shed Zhou Wuda's power and let the chessboard lines bind you. Wang Ming collapsed, utterly realizing that everything had been orchestrated by Ningri. Just how powerful was this guy? As Wang Ming's mind shattered, his soul also scattered. A soul at the peak of Qi refinement was already fragile, and having been struck by Ningri several times and failed to merge with Zhou Wuda, he died on his own, without Ningri needing to lift a finger. Seeing Wang Ming dead, Ningri thought it saved him the trouble. He had no intention of letting Wang Ming go. Ever since he learned that Zhou Wuda was being manipulated by Wang Ming, he knew Wang Ming had deliberately tried to kill him. Under these circumstances, he couldn't spare Wang Ming. The only reason he kept Wang Ming alive was to extract information about the Yin Virtue sect from him. But he hadn't expected that while he was resetting his skills, this fellow would harbor such malicious intent. Indeed, the audacity to impersonate an eerie being showed he was extremely bold. Next, Ningri opened his storage space, and seeing the array of dazzling items inside, couldn't help but catch his breath, especially. He spotted a perfectly round and plump top-grade foundation establishment pill in the storage space. This was an essential elixir for the postnatal foundation establishment method. He couldn't help but smile. Excellent. This was the true purpose of my coming to the Yin Virtue sect. It seemed that after obtaining the body of Zhou Wuda, the true eeriness of the Yin Virtue sect had finally begun. At this moment, countless ideas surged in Ningri's mind. Then, with a whoosh, the black mist dissipated, and the crowd on the chessboard square saw Zhou Wuda and a dog lying on the ground appear before them. At that instant, the crowd, who had grown numb from waiting, froze in shock. Their faces showed horror. Where was that Heaven-Defying Sect's mortal patriarch? Liang Chengdao and Gao Hong's pupils contracted, and their expressions changed drastically. Where was Ningri? And Zhou Wuda swept his gaze over the crowd, slowly speaking in a sinister tone. All right. I have dealt with the troublemaker. Now the trial continues. The chessboard square was eerily silent. Everyone's gaze was frozen. They dared not speak, nor even shift their eyes. They had been waiting all this while. The black mist space had persisted for a very long time. This meant that the mortal from the Heaven-Defying Sect and the steward of the Yin Virtue Sect had been bargaining for their lives for quite a while. At first, they wondered if the mortal and Zhou Wuda were just chatting, but soon they sensed something amiss. They weren't sure if Ningri was truly an ancestor. After all, that was just someone's wild guess. but they could be certain that Ning Ri had likely met with trouble within the black mist. For it to last this long meant either a fight or a fight. Otherwise, what normal cultivator would stay inside a black mist with a strange entity for such an extended period? Faced with this situation, they naturally grew worried, not only for Ning Ri, but also for the strange entity they themselves would have to confront later. Yet they never expected that when the black mist dissipated, only one Zhou Wuda and a fainted black dog remained. Where was that mortal? Had he turned into a raving lunatic? Or had he perished? The crowd thought it unlikely. A Foundation establishment cultivator could bargain for his life with just an ordinary flying sword. For a mortal, a single special pill would probably suffice, wouldn't it? And what about that dog? Why had it collapsed to the ground? Could it be that the mortal from the Heaven-Defying Sect had perished together with the dog? Was this strange entity truly that powerful? For this reason, everyone keenly sensed that something was deeply wrong. This iteration of the Yin-Virtue sect had shown changes from the very start, forcing everyone to practice techniques that normal cultivators simply couldn't master. Then when Zhou Wuda confronted that mortal from the Heaven-Defying Sect, the problems erupted fully. A heavy weight settled in the hearts of the many participants. This time the Yin-Virtue sect might have become an impossible trial to survive with an extremely high death rate. Moreover, they couldn't tell if it was their imagination, but they felt that the Zhou Wuda before them seemed far more powerful than before. They attributed it to psychological factors, yet an inexplicable conviction lingered that this Zhou Wuda was indeed stronger. Had he perhaps refined the mortal from the Heaven-Defying Sect into himself? After speaking in a sinister tone, Zhou Wuda walked straight toward Gao Hong. Gao Hong's position happened to be right behind where Ning Ri had stood. Zhou Wuda slowly approached Gao Hong and said in a chilling voice, "It's your turn." As he spoke, whether it was an illusion or not, everyone felt that Zhou Wuda's voice carried a deliberately lowered guttural tone. Gao Hong stared at Zhou Wuda, squinting his eyes, and asked Steward Zhou, "Where is that mortal just now?" At these words, everyone's gaze toward Gao Hong shifted. Was this man insane? In the Yin-Virtue sect's disciple trial, it was fundamental not to speak of matters unrelated to the trial. No one dared to risk triggering strange changes by speaking carelessly. Yet this fellow dared to open his mouth. Ning Ri, wearing the guise of Zhou Wuda, was momentarily startled when he heard Gao Hong's question. Then he laughed, though his tone remained sinister. "Why do you ask about him?" Gao Hong said in a deep voice, "He is my friend. I care about him. The people in my village say that the dead must have a grave or else they'll have no home. If something happened to him, I want to take him back." His tone was calm, neither loud nor low, as if he were simply stating an ordinary fact. For Gao Hong, he didn't think too much. If Ning Ri were truly dead, he wouldn't hate the strange entity before him for coming here, had always carried the risk of life and death. His thoughts were simple: if Ning Ri died, he would take him back and bury him properly. At that moment, Zhou Wuda fell silent. The onlookers held their breath. Behind Gao Hong, Liang Qingdao frowned and silently cursed this fool for not fearing death, wondering what he was doing. Meanwhile, his left hand had already touched his prince's token. He had no choice but to act. Yet as he touched the prince's token, he dared not let his aura or gaze linger on Zhou Wuda, lest he alert him. Just then, the silent Zhou Wuda finally spoke in a sinister tone, "Very well. Since you care so much about him, I shall send you to meet him." At these words, the crowd was shocked. Was this strange entity now directly killing people? Behind Gao Hong, Liang Qingdao silently cursed, his expression shifting. He immediately raised his hand and roared, "He can kill too, and he can kill you all. Attack together." Liang Qingdao had already planned to save Gao Hong. He would have to make everyone join forces. Hearing Liang Qingdao's sudden revelation of the critical point, the others who had been hesitant immediately raised their hands as well. They were no fools. Since Zhou Wuda had evolved into an entity that killed without even accepting gifts, they had to strike immediately. Otherwise, what they would face next was utterly unpredictable. Strange entities, after all, did not follow human logic. Gao Hong, standing right before Zhou Wuda, didn't hesitate for a moment. He lowered his head, ready to execute a bull rush. But at that instant, Zhou Wuda ignored them all, fixing his gaze on Gao Hong. He has already become the most honored inner disciple of the Yin-Virtue sect. If you wish to see him, you must first become an outer disciple. Now accept the outer disciple mark. The moment the words fell, the entire scene froze. Gao Hong, who had lowered his head in the posture of a charging bull. Liang Qingdao, who had just roared. The crowd. That man had become an inner disciple. Why didn't you say so earlier? How awkward this has made everyone. Zhou Wuda raised his palm, and black mist condensed in his hand into an outer disciple mark, which floated toward Gao Hong. At the same time, he looked at Gao Hong's posture and asked in a sinister tone, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, Zhou Wuda completely ignored Liang Qingdao, who had just roared, in the crowd on the verge of rebellion, as if he hadn't seen them at all. Gao Hong let out and slowly raised his head, and then gave a dry laugh. I was lowering my head to receive the mark. In In your presence I dare not look up." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuda threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, good, very clever. Then congratulations on becoming an outer disciple of the Yin Virtue sect." With that, the outer disciple mark was imprinted on Gao Hong, and a suit of armor that only Foundation Establishment cultivators could wear was tossed out. Gazing at the armor, Gao Hong's face lit up with immense surprise. Meanwhile, the others' expressions shifted from stunned to incredulous and envious. This fellow hadn't participated in any trial. How had he become an outer disciple? And that mortal from the Heaven-Defying Sect had become an inner disciple. What kind of extravagant reward did an inner disciple receive? "This is your reward. You may now move freely." After tossing this sentence to Gao Hong, Zhou Wuda walked straight toward Liang Qingdao. The moment the words fell, the black lines on Gao Hong's feet snapped inch by inch under Ning wrist manipulation. Hearing these words and seeing Zhou Wuda's movement, Gao Hong looked toward Liang Qingdao with a mix of worry and tension. At that moment, Liang Qingdao was extremely embarrassed. He stood rooted to the spot, his face burning with shame as his earlier roar still echoed in his mind. Yet at the same time, he was intensely nervous, fearing that Zhou Wuda would come over and obliterate him. But to his surprise, Zhou Wuda acted as if nothing had happened. He approached him and said in a sinister tone, "It's your turn." Liang Qingdao dared not let down his guard just yet, but he still spoke obediently. "Please, Steward Zhou, begin the trial." Zhou Wuda nodded slightly. "Very well. Your trial is very simple." Hearing this, Liang Qingdao's pupils contracted slightly, and his wariness grew. Something felt off. What was he up to? Why did Zhou Wuda have to emphasize simple? Just as Liang Qingdao was on high alert, Zhou Wuda spoke in a sinister tone, "I ask you, what is the thing that has accompanied you the longest?" The moment the words fell, Liang Qingdao, his expression immediately turned strange. Why did this question sound so familiar? At that moment, no one else in the square sensed anything amiss with the question. They simply committed each word to memory with solemn focus, silently speculating on the optimal way to answer. They reasoned that if Zhou Wuda claimed this trial was simple, it must be anything but. Beneath the surface of the question lay hidden profundity. Meanwhile, Liang Qingdao's gaze had grown stranger still, uncanny beyond description. He felt certain he had already deduced where Ning Ri had gone. He believed he now knew precisely who this Zhou Wuda truly was. At the same time, he sensed the man was toying with him, yet also suspected Ning Ri might be issuing a secret signal through this uniquely cryptic exchange. After all, only those who had undergone the heart-testing trial of the Reverse Heaven sect could pose such a question, and only this question qualified as a true cipher. Seeing Liang Qingdao fall silent, Zhou Wuda pressed forward. "Why do you hesitate to answer?" Liang Qingdao stared at him for a long, measured moment, then determined to complete the signal, reluctantly replied, "The jade pendant my mother gave me." Zhou Wuda nodded faintly, then asked with a chilling murmur, "Then would you choose your mother's jade pendant as your Dao companion?" Liang Qingdao, the crowd. What kind of question was this? What kind of trial was this? Drawing a slow, deep breath, Liang Qingdao answered firmly, "I would not." Zhou Wuda spoke with eerie calm, "Very well. That proves you are sane. From this moment onward, you are officially admitted into the Yin sect." With that, he raised his hand and condensed a mark, the insignia of an outer sect disciple. Liang Qingdao immediately accepted it, and as he did, a flying sword tumbled from Zhou Wuda's palm and landed neatly at his feet. The flying sword was of exceptional quality and perfectly resonated with his innate affinity. Having absorbed the knowledge of countless artifact forging masters, Ning Ri had observed Liang Qingdao's spiritual aura and the nature of his existing artifacts, allowing him to intuit precisely what foundational cultivation artifact Liang Qingdao required. Liang Qingdao clasped his fists in salute. "Many thanks, Senior Qiu." "No need," came the reply. With a dismissive wave, Zhou Wuda turned toward the others. Simultaneously, the chessboard lines binding Liang Qingdao's feet dissolved. Like Gao Hong, he had now broken free from the Yin sect's grand chessboard. His movements were once again unbound by fate. By standard Yin sect procedure, an outer sect disciple would formally withdraw immediately upon successful initiation. Yet the two brothers, Gao and Liang, did not rush to depart. Instead, they remained standing upon the chessboard, intently observing Zhou Wuda's every move. Liang Qingdao had recognized the impostor. Naturally, so had Gao Hong, who too had suffered under Sun Songhua's machinations. Thus they chose to stay, for now, to witness Ning Ri's next move. After all, with the black threads severed, they could leave at any moment. Moreover, they burned with curiosity how exactly had Ning Ri assumed Zhou Wuda's identity. Others, however, remained utterly unaware of Zhou Wuda's true identity. Precisely because of this ignorance, their expressions twisted into grotesque confusion as they watched Zhou Wuda advance. One even began scratching his ear frantically. It makes no sense. Truly none whatsoever. Today's Yin sect initiation had grown unnervingly bizarre. A mortal whose spirit roots were deemed irreparably flawed had somehow been elevated to inner sect disciple. A hulking brute who sought to abduct a mortal was granted outer sect status. And a black-robed cultivator who refused to form a Tao bond with his jade pendant also became an outer sect disciple. What had already been near impossible now spiraled into outright absurdity. What on earth was happening? By now Ning Ri, wearing Chiu Wuda's guise, had already approached a bald cultivator. The man wore no sect token at his waist, outwardly he appeared to be a foundation establishment-level rogue cultivator. Upon seeing Chiu Wuda, he instantly braced himself and saluted with rigid formality. Greetings, Senior Chiu. Chiu Wuda nodded faintly and casually asked him, why the bald head? The bald cultivator blinked stunned. Was this part of the trial? How should he respond? After careful deliberation he answered, because my master forced me to form a Tao bond with my jade pendant, but I refused. So I fretted myself bald. Liang Qingdao. Others exchanged looks of sudden enlightenment and awe. The bald cultivator dared to answer so recklessly, yet his reply held undeniable logic. Being coerced into a Tao bond with a jade pendant was indeed a source of profound distress. And such an answer might just probe Chiu Wuda's hidden criteria. If it worked for the previous candidate, perhaps it would earn him passage too. Ning Ri nearly laughed aloud. So far candidates had resorted to any means necessary to pass the trial. A faint sinister curve tugged at Chiu Wuda's lips as he murmured, I see. Hearing this, the bald cultivator's eyes lit up. Was this confirmation of success? Chiu Wuda declared, very well. The trial begins now. The bald cultivator. So the trial hadn't even started yet. Chiu Wuda intoned gravely, your trial is simple, demonstrate your unique supreme technique. The bald cultivator immediately cried, understood. Then from nowhere he produced a staff, rooted his chi in the dantian, and roared ha. As he shouted ha, his mind echoed with silent laughter. Though he hadn't passed as effortlessly as the mortal youth, the Bonash boy, or the jade pendant boy, at least he'd avoided the grueling scripture study trials endured by earlier failures. This was pure fortune. Yet Chiu Wuda instantly halted him. Hold. The bald cultivator froze. Senior Chiu, what is it? Chiu Wuda spoke with chilling precision. To demonstrate does not mean to perform. It means to present your cultivation manual's spirit jade slip. The bald cultivator's face flushed with astonishment. Others looked equally bewildered. What new trial was this? Still, after brief reflection, the bald cultivator promptly withdrew a spirit jade slip and offered it with both hands. Senior Chiu, here it is. Please review. Ning Ri accepted it and swiftly scanned its contents. A staff art manual covering both chi refinement and foundation establishment stages, titled Demon Slaying Staff Art. Ning Ri mused, this felt pointedly targeted. The only sect in the immortal cultivation world deemed heretical was the Reverse Heaven sect. Having finished reading, and having synthesized the technique, he tossed the demon-slaying staff art back and asked with quiet menace, are you absolutely certain this is your unique supreme technique? As he spoke, black mist surged from behind him. The bald cultivator's face paled instantly. Senior Chiu, this is my unique supreme technique. My storage ring holds only the Chi Refinement Manual and one Foundation Establishment Manual. Shall I show them to you? Foundation Establishment depended on the quality of the core forming artifact, not the manual itself. Thus, aside from the Reverse Heaven sect's unique method, most Foundation Establishment Manuals were functionally identical. Chiu Wuda asked no further questions, merely nodded faintly. Very well. You have passed. Instantly, an outer sect disciple mark flew forth. The bald cultivator erupted in joy. Was the trial truly this simple? But Chiu Wuda's next words extinguished his smile. However, you receive no reward. The word struck like thunder. Senior Chiu, why? There is no why. With that, he strode onward without pause. Granting artifacts to Gao Hong and Liang Qingdao did not obligate him to do the same for others. Even after reviewing the bald cultivator's manual, Ning Ri had never intended to grant him a reward. Wang Ming had engineered repeated failures for all initiates today, clearly to extort exorbitant fees before permitting another Foundation Establishment attempt. Without Ning Ri, the bald cultivator would have been ruthlessly fleeced. Compared to that fate, Ning Ri's intervention had drastically minimized his losses. Watching Chiu Wuda's retreating figure, the bald cultivator dared not call out, desiring a reward, yet fearing that summoning him back might compel him to offer a congratulatory gift instead. After a long sigh, he muttered, woo 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 woo. Just then, sobbing rose again from the guest pavilion. Glancing at the cultivator consumed by eerie corruption, the bald man consoled himself, well, at least he's neither dead nor mad. Still, like Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong, he lingered, not departing in haste, but observing Chiu Wuda's next move. Chiu Wuda approached the next cultivator and declared bluntly, begin your trial. Demonstrate your supreme technique. Without hesitation, the cultivator produced 16 spirit jade slips and placed them before Chiu Wuda, declaring solemnly, Senior Chiu, these are all my manuals. Ningri. In that moment, he saw the gleam of a gambler's desperation in the man's eyes. His reasoning was brutally simple. Qiu Wuda would only glance at the manuals, not confiscate them. So why hold back? The more he offered, the greater his chance that Qiu Wuda might bestow a reward out of sheer benevolence. Ningri picked up all 16 slips and skimmed each in turn. 3 contained regional chronicles and maps, 2 were generic qi refinement and foundation establishment manuals, 5 could be discarded outright. The remaining 11 covered miscellaneous techniques, footwork, palm strikes, defensive arts. Only one possessed genuine merit, a defensive manual titled Unshakable, as stone capable of transforming the user into a living stone statue. Ningri scrutinized even that one, indifferent to quality, fixated solely on quantity. More was always better, accumulate relentlessly. His purpose? To forge skills like Heaven forged imperfect and creation imperfect. Once he'd reviewed every slip, Ningri drew a treasure from his spatial storage and placed it directly into the cultivator's palm. You have passed the trial. Among his possessions, treasures were the least useful, simple to explain. Nearly all were artifacts from major sects, unsuitable for circulation and impractical to reforge, which would require evading the foundry peak artisans and risk triggering concealed sect seals. His solution was straightforward. The bald cultivator offered few manuals, no reward. This one offered many. Thus a generous gesture was warranted both as precedent and to clear surplus inventory. When Ningri bestowed the treasure, astonishment rippled across the square. The stark contrast between the bald cultivator's treatment and this one's left no doubt in anyone's mind. In that instant, everyone understood exactly what to do. The bald cultivator stood frozen in stunned disbelief. Next, Ningri moved swiftly among the remaining candidates. They proved remarkably compliant, frantically producing manuals as if severing lineage itself. Yet Ningri rewarded only selectively. Techniques deemed mediocre or uninspired earned no reward. He also carefully noted their sect tokens, avoiding whenever possible granting artifacts from the same sect. For instance, spotting a cultivator from the Mingtai sword sect, he withheld the flying sword contributed by Zhong. Others possessing no manuals attempted alternate gambits for rewards, such as elders in our village say one must never form a Dao bond with a jade pendant, but if it shatters into ash we must retrieve and bury it. Or Senior Qiu, I was born with defective spirit roots, yet after forming a Dao bond with my jade pendant my roots miraculously healed, though the pendant itself crumbled to ash, which I now interred with utmost care. Ningri said nothing, only summoned black mist and demanded tribute. He could not sustain perpetual benevolence. It defied the nature of the eerie, inviting peril instead. Tributes were deposited directly into his spatial storage, while donors were unceremoniously cast into the guest pavilion, without releasing further corruption. Moments later, after subtracting those sent to the guest pavilion and those who had already withdrawn, 16 newly initiated outer sect disciples stood upon the chessboard plaza. Their eyes locked onto Qiu Wuda, hopeful for some extraordinary post-initiation rite. Yet he met their gazes with a cold, mirthless smile, before exhaling a torrent of black mist that enshrouded his form and blotted him from view. On the chessboard square, the erupting black mist enshrouded Qiu Wuda. The 16 newly promoted outer disciples of the Heaven-Defying Sect exchanged bewildered glances as Qiu Wuda vanished from their sight. Someone asked, what should we do next? Aren't you all planning to leave? The speaker was a young cultivator, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old, carrying a basket filled with jade slips. Ningri had personally counted 36 of them. This was also today's top prize on the chessboard square, the legendary technique king. Thus Ningri had gifted him a magic basket vast in capacity and capable of storing many items, but its greatest use lay in enhancing cultivation, amplifying the effects of spirit stones while also serving as a defensive tool. However, the legendary technique king didn't stow the basket away. He used it directly to hold his wares, deliberately displaying his 36 jade slips. Seeing this person speak, the others were reluctant to engage. Gao Hong finally broke the silence, saying, we can leave now. Someone nearby shook their head and asked, leave? Wouldn't that be a loss? The crowd fell into a subdued silence. Clearly those content to cut their losses had already fled, leaving behind only those with grander ambitions. They observed that Qiu Wuda seemed to have a much better character, or rather a better trickster nature, and thought staying as outer disciples for a while, taking more risks, might not be so bad. Of course, in truth, they were guided not by Qiu Wuda's moral character, but by self-interest. Where there was profit to be gained, they naturally stayed to pursue it. Such is the human heart. Cultivators crave immortality, without greed, how could they ever go far? Then a young man spoke with a warm smile. Let's wait for Manager Qiu to come out and see if the Heaven-Defying Sect has any new rules. Besides, this is the first time so many of us have passed through together. We've all survived an extremely perilous anomaly, so there's no need to rush off. The moment the young man spoke, everyone fell into a collective silence, their gazes turning wary as they looked at him. The young man, meanwhile, within the black mist. Ning Ri observed the myriad skills generated on his panel: demon-slaying staff technique, immovable as a rock ox, and sheep diagram, star-calling art, unfettered, profound, intent, palm, blazing heart, prison. A plethora of skills, all harvested from the Heaven-Defying Sect's recruitment ceremony. These skills crammed Ning Ri's panel to the brim. His panel already housed many life skills he deliberately ignored, but adding all these new ones left it a chaotic mess with names of varying lengths. There was even a technique called entering the anomaly world. I can see anomaly rules. The name sounded formidable, but it was merely a nonsensical divination art used to swindle others out of their spirit stones. Its true name should have been eyelid divination art, relying on eyelid twitches to divine whether an unknown anomaly posed any harm. A pure superstition. Of course, Ning Ri hoped his panel would optimize it, perhaps turning his twitching eye into something like I can see rules. Though these skills were disorderly, they shared one trait: they were all at level 0. After a quick glance at his panel, Ning Ri dismissed it. He would find time later to respec and allocate points to these skills, selecting the useful ones. But now he had a more pressing matter: respec. This time, however, it wasn't to invest in those chaotic skills, but to elevate his true self to an inner disciple. Within Zhou Wood's storage space, a certain area held items accessible only to inner disciples. If not for this, Ning Ri wouldn't have sought to become an inner disciple. After assuming Zhou Wood's identity and making others outer disciples, Ning Ri pondered how to become an inner disciple himself. He couldn't very well have someone else become Zhou Wuda to acknowledge him. So he devised a plan. He would first use Zhou Wuda to bestow an inner disciple mark, then, before it faded, quickly respec and claim the mark as immortal. The rules clearly stated: inner disciples must touch the true dharma and must be mortals with spiritual roots. Yet Ning Ri was undaunted by his incomplete spiritual root. The reason was simple: the statement meant that only mortals with spiritual roots could become inner disciples. His root was merely incomplete, not absent. With a whoosh, as the inner disciple mark flew out, Ning Ri swiftly respect. As his 103 skill points reverted, his body, like Gao Hong's earlier, surged forward like an old bull, seizing the inner disciple mark. As Ning Ri had anticipated, he successfully became an inner disciple. The inner disciple mark transformed into a black token of the Heaven-Defying Sect, landing in his palm. When his divine sense probed the black token, he could directly access the contents of Zhou Wood's storage space. Gazing at the dazzling array of congratulatory gifts, Ning Ri couldn't help but beam with radiant joy. Indeed, now that I'm a disciple, all these gifts are still meant for me. When deposited into the storage space, valuable items were automatically allocated to the inner disciples area. The plump, perfectly round foundation establishment pill he had seen earlier was also among them. The gifts an inner disciple received were far more valuable than what Heaven-Defying Sect manager Zhou Wuda could obtain. That was why Ning Ri knew the magic items he had given away earlier were cheap. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easy to part with. Next, Ning Ri pulled everything out of the storage space, not bothering to inventory it, and stuffed it all into the disciple token of the Heaven-Defying Sect. After clearing it out, Ning Ri gazed at the Heaven-Defying Sect token in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ming's mind was truly flawed. Ning Ri thought Wang Ming could have simply turned him into an inner disciple earlier, perhaps completing the mission, gaining freedom, and continuing to play Zhou Wuda to rake in gifts. But now it was all gone. Thus, Wang Ming had fallen into the traditional empiricist error of cultivation, failing to analyze the new rules with specific circumstances, unable to seek truth from facts, and not realizing that an incomplete spiritual root was not the same as having none. Then Ning Ri stowed away the Heaven-Defying Sect token, maxed out 2 skills, and slipped back into Zhou Wuda's guise. Transformed back into Zhou Wuda, he went through the tedious procedure, once more stuffing all the gifts into his own pocket. Once done, Ning Ri dispelled the black mist. As the mist cleared, the 16 disciples and an unconscious dog came into view. Seeing so many had stayed, Ning Ri remained expressionless. Bound by his persona, he couldn't drive them away, so he let out a sinister chuckle. All right, welcome everyone. Now you will officially enter the Heaven-Defying Sect. At this moment on the chessboard square, aside from a fainted dog and a motionless cockroach, there were only 16 outer disciples, 8 men and 8 women. Upon hearing Zhou Wuda's words, several of the 16 couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness. Joining such a bizarre sect was a first in their lives. Ning Ri watched them, muttering inwardly, I thought a few would run off, why are so many staying? Ning Ri knew nothing about the subsequent procedures. Either a fewer people would make it easier for him to spin lies, but with so many he couldn't say too much. He thought for a moment and decided to play the enigma as much as possible. Though the enigma persona didn't quite match Zhou Wuda was an anomaly. An anomaly doesn't suffer from character inconsistency. On the contrary, switching personas daily was more interesting. Just then the legendary technique king holding a basket of jade slips asked, "Steward Xiao, what should we do first?" Ningri looked at him, not answering directly, but instead asking, "What's your name?" The legendary technique king replied without hesitation, "Steward Xiao, my name is Liang Shuyu." Ningri was puzzled. The name sounded familiar. After a moment, he realized it was the Jin's immortal sect disciple who had joined him in the Qin Xingfeng tool forging mission in Luoxia City. With that in mind, Ningri glanced at the legendary technique king's waist where a Jin's immortal sect disciple token hung, but without a name. Damn, how could this guy impersonate a fellow disciple? Wasn't that immoral? Then Xiao Wuda said in a sinister tone, "Xiao, the first thing you need to do is stay silent. The last person who died in Inda sect talked too much." The legendary technique king immediately fell silent. Ningri then stepped forward, snapped his fingers, and the fainted dog scrambled to its feet. At the same time, Ningri began to emit the aura of a 9th grade foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Wuda was invincible on the chessboard square, but since Ningri had to enter Inda sect to investigate, he couldn't stay there, so he deliberately revealed his cultivation. The crowd sensed the change in Xiao Wuda's aura. Curiosity piqued. What was Xiao Wuda doing? Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong exchanged glances, both shocked. Was Ningri this strong now? After revealing his cultivation, Xiao Wuda said calmly, "All right, the first rule for entering Inda sect is that one must be a foundation establishment cultivator. I am no exception. Now let's go in." As Ningri finished speaking, the fainted dog awoke, now at the 9th grade foundation establishment level, and followed closely at Ningri's feet. Strangely, the dog walked backward. Its black eyes stared intently at the 16 people behind Ningri, occasionally opening its pitch-black mouth as if ready to devour. Stared at by the black dog, the group felt a chill in their hearts, forcing smiles while wondering, was this a new rule of Inda sect? Like dogs entering Inda sect must walk backward. After the group left the chessboard square, the sky above it immediately darkened, signaling the closure of the passage into Inda sect. After crossing the chessboard square, Ningri walked confidently ahead. As for why the black dog walked backward, it was because he feared some clever fellow might seize the chance to ambush him at the 9th grade foundation establishment level. Having the dog walk backward effectively prevented such an event. Leaving the chessboard square, they entered the Inda hall, which was pitch black. Any external light seemed to be swallowed up upon entering, and the temperature was excessively cold, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Yet Xiao Wuda sighed from the heart. How comfortable. The other 14 thought Xiao Wuda was naturally an anomaly, so feeling comfortable was normal, but Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong secretly admired Ningri's acting. They were freezing, yet Ningri could pretend so convincingly. However, Ningri genuinely felt comfortable. It wasn't an act. The spiritual energy in anomalies carried a slight chill. The coldness in Inda Hall was due to the dense spiritual energy. Ningri felt pure joy with each breath. It was truly delightful. As they reached the center of Inda Hall, Xiao Wuda strode forward, but the 16 behind him suddenly found themselves unable to move. It seemed an invisible barrier blocked them. Someone immediately asked, "Steward Xiao, what's happening?" Xiao Wuda turned, looking at them with a sinister tone. "Outer disciples stop here. Only inner disciples may proceed." Ningri had just learned this himself, for as he crossed the invisible barrier, a voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the Inda sect, inner sect." Thus he understood that the boundary between inner and outer sects was the middle of Inda Hall, and outer disciples could only go so far. Hearing this, the group's expressions shifted, and they asked, "Then what should we do next?" Xiao Wuda said slowly, "I will watch you from the shadows, observing your performance. You must learn to find your own tasks." With that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving the dog behind. Both the black dog and the cockroach were avatars of Xiao Wuda, so Ningri had the dog monitor them. According to Xiao Wuda's rules, outer disciples were tasked with gathering resources, but Ningri wasn't sure how to guide them, so he let them use their own wits. As soon as Ningri left, the 16 hurriedly retreated from Inda Hall. This place was too cold. The black dog immediately followed closely. Outside, Liang Qingdao frowned, glancing at the dog. What was Ningri up to? Just then, someone noticed a large stone by the side door of Inda Hall with constantly shifting text. After observing for a moment, he exclaimed, "Hey, there are tasks here." The crowd gathered around. Someone read the text on the stone aloud. "Slay the beasts roaming outside Inda sect, collect their materials to aid inner disciples' cultivation, and receive rewards based on material value. Task count 100. Repair the spirit gathering array in Inda Hall. Each restored array line provides an excellent cultivation environment for inner disciples with rewards based on repair rating. Task count 23. Receive recognition and a handwritten signature from an inner disciple. Rewards are based on the length of the comment. Task count unlimited. And more. After reading the tasks, everyone's expressions turned odd. So our purpose was to work for that rebellious mortal. The last task didn't even bother to hide it, practically telling them to grovel before Ning Ri. Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong exchanged glances of thought arising. Weren't these tasks issued by Ning Ri himself? Nevertheless, many believed that, peculiar as it was, the third task, gaining recognition from an inner disciple, was evidently far simpler than repairing the formation or slaying demonic beasts. Thus all were eager to accept this mission. Yet, a dilemma arose. Where were the inner disciples? Someone immediately questioned Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong. Can either of you locate him? In their eyes, since Gao Hong had dared to provoke the eerie presence to retrieve Ning Ri's corpse, their bond must be exceptionally close. If Gao Hong could summon the man forth, allowing them to be the first to curry favor, how splendid that would be. But Gao Hong shook his head. Steward Xiao didn't specify, and am unaware myself. In truth, I still worry for his safety, for he's vanished without a trace. The questioner's face fell with disappointment, then turned to Liang Qingdao. Liang Qingdao remarked indifferently, "Our relationship is merely ordinary. Don't look at me." The crowd sneered. Some already suspected that Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong were deliberately concealing the truth, hoping to monopolize this sycophantic mission. Yet others, unable to locate Ning Ri, decisively accepted a mission to slay the firehorned basilisk. In this person's view, since the Yin Sect's predecessor was the wild beast secret realm, slaying demonic beasts would likely pose little difficulty, at least safer than repairing the mysterious Yin Hall. The Yin Hall was too frigid, and Yin lingering there too long left them feeling their spiritual energy could no longer flow smoothly. He planned to complete one mission first, then judge the rewards. If they proved too meager, he would depart from the Yin Sect. Upon successful acceptance of the mission, the Great Stone immediately spat out a jade slip, which displayed the location of the firehorned basilisk. He turned and strode away without delay. Seeing this, the others began to retrieve their jade slips, Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong among them. In the blink of an eye, all 16 beast-slaying missions were claimed, while the task of repairing the palace remained untouched. After the 16 disciples vanished, a giant flying cockroach activated on the chessboard plaza, chose a direction at random, and soared away. Simultaneously, the black dog before the great stone leaped onto it, manipulating it with its paws, intending to accept the formation repair mission. But what the black dog never anticipated was that a fist suddenly erupted from the previously silent great stone, striking it hard. Ugh, that hurts. Ning Ri clutched his left eye, grimacing in pain. Though uninjured, the unexpected blow, linked through his senses to the black dog, made Ning Ri feel as if his eye truly ached. He had originally planned to use the black dog to accept the mission as a test, but since the stone denied the chance, he let it be. After recovering briefly, Ning Ri divided his mind 3 ways. He had the black dog cultivate within the Yin Hall to see if it could siphon spiritual energy to him. But to no avail, so he put it into dormant standby. He had the giant flying cockroach supervise the 16 individuals, and he himself began exploring the inner sect. At this moment, the gray murky sky draped the inner sect's pavilions in a veil of ash. Ning Ri felt the world had fallen into utter silence, so quiet that only the sound of his own footsteps reached his ears. He walked through the lifeless garden where trees, grass, and small lodges lined the path, yet all were devoid of vitality. Not a single living soul, not even an insect, could be found. Ning Ri paid it little heed, instead pondering the rules. Qiu Wood's regulations pertained only to the chessboard plaza. Nothing was mentioned about the inner sect's conditions. Ning Ri summarized his understanding of the inner sect, noting several points. First, the Yin sect placed great importance on mortals. Second, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally peculiar. Third, there existed a formidable cultivator who favored cockroaches as spirit beasts, known as the Foolish Love Celestial Venerable, likely closely tied to the Yin sect, perhaps even its ruler. Fourth, the rules stated he was the 34th Qiu Wuda, implying the sect had previously hosted 33 Qiu Woods. The first was almost certainly Qiu Wuda himself, while the 33rd Wang Ming had been slain by him. The fate of the remaining 31 Qiu Woods remained unknown. However, based on the succession conditions, Ning Ri surmised that at least 31 mortals had entered the Yin sect. After all, Wang Ming had also succeeded as Qiu Wuda while still immortal. He wondered how many of those 31 had ever set foot in the inner sect. Fifth, the inner disciple's main quest was to ascend to the rank of true disciple. And upon entering the inner sect, Ning Ri had already set his first goal, the true Dharma Tower. The true Dharma Tower housed the Yin sect's cultivation techniques. He intended to study them. If his body showed adverse reactions afterward, he could simply reset his points in time. Moreover, as Qiu Wuda, having recruited himself as an inner disciple, he was entitled to 1 true Dharma inheritance per the rules. For this reason, Ning Ri could now sense through the vessel of Qiu Wuda a place beckoning to him, the very site of the Yin sect's true Dharma inheritance opportunity. On his way to the true Dharma Tower, he did not neglect cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy. He wondered if his flawed aptitude might accelerate the absorption of eerie qi, but he was mistaken. His talent remained as sluggish as ever. After a moment, Ning Ri arrived at the true Dharma Tower. The true Dharma Tower was a 6-story hexagonal pagoda, its eaves adorned with jade tablets saturated with myriad emotions. Ning Ri glanced up and felt his heart turn a tempest of laughter, tears, anger, fear, and shock surging within. He averted his gaze, suppressing the turbulent emotions, and turned his attention to the tower's entrance. Unlike other desolate places, 2 guards stood before the true Dharma Tower. 2 gray-robed elders stood silently by the bronze door. At that moment, the elder to Ning Ri's left suddenly lowered his gaze toward Qiu Wuda and spoke. Qiu Wuda, you have successfully recruited an inner disciple. As a result, you are granted 1 opportunity for true Dharma inheritance from the true Dharma Tower. May I ask, do you wish to utilize it now? As he spoke, the elder's breath was as faint as a silken thread, utterly feeble. Seeing him on the verge of death, Ning Ri frowned and replied, He'll use it later. I need to enter the true Dharma Tower first to obtain some techniques for the ongoing disciple recruitment ceremonies trial. Uncertain of the 2 individuals' origins, Ning Ri opted not to address them formally. Nor was he in a hurry to receive the true Dharma inheritance. He planned to first survey the inside of the true Dharma Tower before deciding. As for the excuse he gave, it mirrored Wang Ming's. Wang Ming claimed he had taken techniques from the tower for others to cultivate, so he should be able to do the same. As Ning Ri finished speaking, the elder who had spoken earlier nodded and said, very well. With that, the true Dharma Tower's door slowly swung open. Qiu Wuda stepped inside, and the door immediately closed behind him. In that instant, it was as if something had covered Ning Ri's ears, plunging him into absolute silence. He surveyed his surroundings and found that the tower had no staircase. Each floor was isolated from the others. Only in the center of the first floor lay a meditation cushion quietly placed. Just as Ning Ri was about to approach, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Since you have already obtained the true Dharma, why come to the true Dharma Tower again? Know this: biting off more than one can chew leads to ruin. As soon as the voice emerged, Ning Ri's footsteps halted immediately, and his divine sense expanded outward, sweeping around him. But Ning Ri could not find out who was speaking. There was nothing beside him. Seeing this, Ning Ri remained calm and did not act rashly. Instead, he stood still and said in a deep voice, what true technique do I possess? His greatest doubt now was, what exactly is this true technique? Wang Ming said that the jade slip he gave was called True Technique, which could be obtained in the True Technique Tower. So is it that all strange techniques are called true techniques, or is it that only the particularly powerful techniques among the strange techniques can be called true techniques? Moreover, the person claimed to possess true technique. What power within him is true technique? For instance, the panel skills granted by the patriarch's decree, heavenly craft transformation, or even creation, and the like. After a moment of silence, the voice disdainfully replied, Xiao Guanshi, for the sake of true technique, do not be so shameless. What is the point of pretending to be ignorant? If you do not possess true technique, how could you possibly be a steward? How could the foolish immortal master grant you the opportunity to oversee the disciple recruitment ceremony? Ning Ri's heart sank at these words. Oh, so that's how it is. The other party claiming to possess true technique was not about himself, but rather about Qiu Wuda. In other words, the other party was not trying to stop him because of his power. They were merely obstructing Qiu Wuda. Then Qiu Wuda responded, but I have already accepted an inner sect disciple, and according to my agreement with the foolish immortal master, I am qualified to receive an opportunity for true technique inheritance. However, I do not plan to use this opportunity today. I have come to the True Technique Tower only to search for techniques that can be used for the disciples' trials. Ning Ri's thoughts were the same as before. He still planned to see whether there was a distinction between techniques and true techniques, and how to use the true technique opportunity. The voice fell silent for a moment before continuing, now the Heaven-Defying Sect already has outer and inner disciples, so there is no need to conduct disciples' trials for the time being. When it is time to exchange for a new batch of disciples, you may return. Ning Ri's heart sank. Clearly, Qiu Wuda no longer has the qualification to obtain anything from the True Technique Tower. Immediately after, before Ning Ri could respond, he felt an invisible force surge towards him, directly pushing him out, while the door of the True Technique Tower opened on its own. Ning Ri was sent away without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, Ning Ri found himself in front of the True Technique Tower. Bang! The True Technique Tower closed. When Ning Ri stepped back in front of the True Technique Tower, besides complaining, he also noticed that the 2 guardians who had been standing in front of the tower were no longer there. He glanced over and instinctively leaned back. 2 skeletal remains stood straight in front of the tower. If he was not mistaken, these 2 guardians were likely dead. Ning Ri's gaze was fixed on the 2 skeletons, and his curiosity could not be contained. But his feet were honestly retreating, walking backward like the black dog from Enda Hall. He chose to be cautious, and did not approach to investigate, opting to step back instead to avoid becoming a skeleton himself. Although he possessed the heavenly reverse soul-splitting technique and should be fine with some risk, he did not want to court death. Ning Ri retraced his steps away from the true technique tower and stood firm, contemplating how he should re-enter the tower. What he wanted was merely a glimpse of the techniques of Heaven-Defying Sect. Previously, Wang Ming had quite a few jade slips of techniques, but those slips disappeared after being given away, and now Ning Ri could not retrieve them. Ning Ri speculated that those techniques were likely taken by Wang Ming under the pretense of giving them to disciples for trials. Now that there were no trials, those techniques had vanished. Next, Ning Ri thought for a moment and decided to control the flying cockroach, supervising other outer sect disciples to find an unmarked outdoor parking spot to land, then had the black dog from Inda Hall jump onto a stone pillar pretending to be a statue. He needed to wash some things, so eventually he would cut off ties with the black dog and the huge cockroach, so he had to prepare them in advance. After sorting everything out, Ning Ri began washing and took Xiao Wuda off. Looking at Xiao Wuda lying on the ground, Ning Ri pondered and first tried to fold Xiao Wuda before putting him into the disciple token. He initially thought this would not work and had mentally prepared to toss Xiao Wuda aside, but to his surprise it succeeded on the first try. After neatly folding Xiao Wuda, he then washed away his own chi cultivation, transforming into a mortal with a golden Tao foundation before striding towards the true technique tower. As the steward, it was reasonable that Xiao Wuda could not obtain the techniques. As a newly promoted inner sect disciple, I should have no problem obtaining the techniques right. Upon arriving again at the true technique tower, Ning Ri had learned his lesson. He directly ignored the eaves and approached the tower's entrance. However, before he could push the door open, he discovered that the two guards had transformed into two male infants. Ning Ri's pupils constricted slightly, and several thoughts suddenly arose in his mind. These two guardians, at first barely breathing, seemed on the verge of death. Then, after he exited the tower, they had indeed died, turning into skeletons, but now they had transformed into male infants. Would these two guardians keep experiencing the cycle of growing from young to old, from life to death, and back to life? At this moment, the two male infants suddenly grew larger, and under Ning Ri's gaze they abruptly transformed into two young boys. One of the boys asked Ning Ri with a clear voice, "Hello, new inner sect disciple. We warmly welcome you to join the Heaven-Defying Sect. May I ask what your name is?" "Very well." The boy nodded slightly and said in a clear voice, "Zhao Qian, since you have arrived at the True Technique Tower, you must be here for True Technique. However, the Tower Master has decreed that new disciples must first learn the entry technique of Heaven-Defying Sect before entering the True Technique Tower. So please learn it first." After saying this, the boy conjured a jade slip and walked over to place it in Ning Ri's hand. Ning Ri thought to himself that he had finally obtained a technique. Let me first see what is different about this strange entry technique. Ning Ri grasped the jade slip and began to explore. The content of the technique immediately came into view: chi refinement technique. Ning Ri was speechless. How could this bizarre cultivation art be indistinguishable from a normal one? Refusing to believe it, he swiftly scanned through the entire text only to find it utterly identical to the chi refining art he had read earlier. Just then, Ning Ri suddenly noticed a new skill appearing on the panel: 12. Refined Chi Art 0. The moment this skill emerged, he was taken aback. Was this an inversion of the art? Startled, the content was identical, yet the titles were reversed. Why? Suddenly enlightened, those seemingly opposing ideas upon deep analysis were actually one and the same. Bizarre. It turned out that the cultivation techniques of the eerie beings were no different from those of the immortal cultivators. Defying Heaven. The Defying Heaven sect did not follow the same cultivation methods as the normal immortal cultivation world because they had long known about this. At that moment, Ning Ri's mind swiftly raced through these thoughts. His first reaction upon seeing Zhou Qi Lian was no wonder the Defying Heaven sect walked an unconventional path. Because on the ordinary path, aside from ordinary immortal cultivators, there might also be eerie beings. But he shook his head again. No, if the eerie arts were truly identical to the normal immortal cultivation arts, then this matter would have been known to all long ago. Not everyone was a fool. Moreover, the Tower Keeper had also said that Zhou Qi Lian was an introductory technique, not stating it was a true art or a true art inheritance. So the specifics required detailed analysis. However, Ning Ri glanced at Hua Zhao incomplete. The technique given by the eerie being ultimately generated a technique with a reversed name on the panel. Then what did Hua Zhao mean? Could it be that the error collection given by Elder Kong, she belonged to the eerie alchemy? Then when he had just entered the true art tower as Qiu Wude, could it be that he was expelled because of Hua Zhao? But Ning Ri reconsidered and dismissed this thought. The eerie being in the tower said that Qiu Wude already possessed the true art, and thus Yu Qing, Immortal Lord, granted Qiu Wu the authority to take disciples. According to this logic, the other party should not have expelled him because of Hua Zhao. Then, Ning Ri set aside this thought, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, pretended to circulate the technique, and attempted to add a skill point to Zhou Qi Lian. He intended to max it out, but immediately withdrew 9 skill points. The 2 tower keepers ahead were still watching him. He could not appear too terrifyingly talented. After adding 1 point, Ning Ri found that his acupoints began to operate spontaneously, drawing in the cold spiritual energy. Having previously purified himself to a mortal, his cultivation base instantly returned to the 1st grade of qi refining. And up to this point, everything about him was no different from when he had practiced the normal Lian Qi Ju. Ning Ri was even more puzzled, since both were the same. Why distinguish between 2 techniques? Then, having cultivated Zhou Qi Lian, should his name also be read in reverse? Here comes the Defying Heaven sect's founder Ri Ning. Ning Ri withdrew his thoughts, opened his eyes, and saw a youth standing before him, exclaiming excitedly, "Congratulations, Zhao Qian, I didn't expect your talent to be so excellent. Your speed in cultivating the introductory technique is extremely fast, ranking among the top in the entire history of inner disciples of the Yin sect." The youth's joyful expression was as if he himself had succeeded in cultivation. This was the tower keeper who had transformed from a child into a young man. Ning Ri, now accustomed to such changes, asked, "Thank you. Can I enter the True Art Tower now?" "You may." The gates of the True Art Tower immediately opened for Ning Ri. Ning Ri swiftly walked inside. The scene inside the True Art Tower was no different from before. The only difference was that the voice that had once sounded beside Xiu Wuden now resonated above Ning Ri's head, filled with utmost satisfaction. "Zhao Qian, I am the Tower Shadow. Welcome to the Yin sect. You are a top-tier prodigy unseen in a millennium. Within the True Art Tower lie countless true arts and even supreme true art inheritance paths for you to choose." Ning Ri looked up and saw a shadow descending slowly, constantly twisting and shifting. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Tower Shadow. Disciple knows nothing of the Yin sect's true arts. Is the Lian Qi Ju? I just cultivated a true art. I beseech Senior Tower Shadow to enlighten me." The Tower Shadow's tone was very satisfied, a stark contrast to when it spoke with Qiu Wu de Zhao Qian. "The Lian Qi Ju you just cultivated is not a true art. What you cultivated is merely a breathing method essential for becoming an immortal cultivator. If a mortal does not breathe, they die. The same applies to immortal cultivators. Without mastering qi refining, an immortal cultivator cannot be called an immortal cultivator. And only by mastering Lian Qi Ju can one begin to practice true arts. Spiritual energy in the world has both true and false aspects. Without true arts, one cannot discard the false and retain the true, and will be deceived by false spiritual energy, failing to obtain true spiritual energy. Thus, only through true arts can one cultivate the true." Upon hearing this, Ning Ri's heart stirred, and some spiritual energy surged from his hand. "Then, Senior Tower Shadow, is this true spiritual energy?" This spiritual energy still contained a cold aura. The Tower Shadow's tone grew even more satisfied, laced with admiration. "Yes, you are a clever child. This is true spiritual energy. However, rest assured, the Yin Hall has isolated you from the erosion of false spiritual energy. You need not worry about false spiritual energy eroding you while cultivating as an inner disciple within the Yin Hall. But if possible, have the outer disciples repair the Yin Hall's formation as soon as possible. In doing so, you can be free from worry, and then you may cultivate freely in any corner of the Yin sect." Ning Ri understood upon hearing this. First, the so-called true spiritual energy was essentially the spiritual energy of the Eerie realm. Second, the purpose of true arts was to absorb true spiritual energy, hence the name True Arts. Third, once the Yin Hall's formation was repaired, it could isolate spiritual energy. At this moment, the Tower Shadow continued. The true arts within the True Art Tower are divided into 2 types. One type is scattered true arts collected from various places by the ancestors of the Yin sect. They are limited in number and lack a systematic structure, unable to provide you with overly powerful strength. Therefore, I do not recommend you cultivate them at this stage. If you forcibly practice them, you will only waste your time. I suggest you become stronger first, and when you possess the ability to create true arts, then it would be better to cultivate them. The other type is the True Art Inheritance. The True Art Inheritance is the main event you should focus on. The True Art Inheritance can help you construct a systematic true art, allowing you to build your own true art world. Within the true art world, everything is decided by you alone. In your true art world, you can determine cause and effect, decree life and death, and establish laws and regulations. In other words, within your true art world, you are the sovereign of the heavenly Tao. If your true art world is powerful enough, you can even replace the heavenly Tao and become the supreme existence. Hearing this, Ning Ri exclaimed in awe, "How powerful! This is utterly astonishing, Senior Tower Shadow." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Isn't this exactly the Eerie realm? The Eerie realm invades secret realms and the corpses of powerhouses, transforming into a domain of rules. Many cultivators in the immortal cultivation world had also speculated that the eerie realm's invasion of various secret realms might be a means to control the entire world through these realms ultimately invading and replacing the heavenly Tao. And the ultimate form of this true art world was to replace the heavenly Tao. So the ultimate goal of cultivating the true art inheritance was to transform oneself into an eerie being. And the anomaly's desire to replace the heavenly Tao is essentially an attempt to defy heaven. Given that the Heaven-Defying Sect seeks to defy heaven, and the anomaly also seeks to defy heaven. If that is the case, Ningri nodded slightly. It seems the anomaly aligns with the ideals of the Heaven-Defying Sect, as well, or perhaps it is quite suitable to join. After Ningri's astonishment, the Tower Shadow said with satisfaction, yes. Such is the power of the true law inheritance. And the true law inheritance within our true law tower is the emotion manipulation and desire control of the foolish love, immortal venerable. You should know Zhou. He has coveted this art for a long time, yet he already possesses other true law inheritances. His attempt to probe the foolish love, immortal venerable's abilities is truly overreaching. The foolish love, immortal venerable in their benevolence has already granted him the power of emotion manipulation and desire control, but he remains unsatisfied, truly shameless. Nevertheless, this demonstrates the preciousness of the foolish love, immortal venerable's Tao. So would you like to attempt the trial? If you pass, you may have the chance to obtain the true law inheritance of the foolish love, immortal venerable. Ningri replied, without hesitation, Senior Tower Shadow, since this disciple has joined the Yin Virtue sect, I naturally yearn for this true law inheritance. Please grant me this immense fortune and give me the opportunity to participate in the trial. Good, then sit here. From the Tower Shadow extended a faint ethereal finger of shadow pointing toward the meditation cushion at the center of the true law tower. Ningri immediately strode over and sat down with a thud. As he sat cross-legged, the Tower Shadow drifted above Ningri's head and said, emotion manipulation and desire control is exceedingly difficult to master. Therefore do not force it. If you feel unwell, withdraw as soon as possible. Ningri said, understood. Thank you for the advice, Senior Tower Shadow. He knew of Zhou's use of emotion manipulation and desire control. It was through this ability that Zhou could implant joy anomalies, fear anomalies, and so forth into others. However, Zhou could only use this ability within the chessboard plaza. Once he left, his body was essentially a blank slate devoid of any powers. Zhou was somewhat like a moderator on a certain website. Once off that site, no one paid him any heed. But if Ningri could now obtain the foolish love, immortal venerable's abilities, then wherever he went, he would be the master of emotions. From the Tower Shadow's words, Ningri understood that to obtain the foolish love, immortal venerable's inheritance, he might need to pass some kind of trial, which could potentially fail. This was likely the origin of the rule in Zhou's regulations that stipulated the number of opportunities. That rule stated that if Zhou recruited an inner disciple, there was one opportunity. If an inner disciple advanced to a true disciple, there were 3 opportunities. As Ningri pondered this, a thought crossed his mind. He wondered what this trial actually entailed. If it meant death, the heaven-defying, soul-splitting art might help him cheat death once. Just then, Ningri suddenly heard the sound of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind brushed against the true law tower's body, and at that moment Ningri was startled, feeling as though he could hear the tower's voice. From the true law tower came a myriad of sounds, laughter, weeping, roaring. Ningri seemed to hear the entire lives of countless people within, arriving with cries and departing with sobs, their lives echoing with voices filled with countless emotions and desires. One voice after another, one life after another. After listening to countless voices, Ningri suddenly snapped awake and saw a new skill appear on his panel. Emotion manipulation and desire controlling complete 0. But the moment this skill appeared, Ningri was stunned. What does this mean? Had the true law inheritance already succeeded? But why was it still incomplete? The paid cultivation technique I read at the Heaven-Defying Sect was incomplete. Does your true law tower also require payment to read? But incomplete or not? Ningri hesitated, then decided to add a point to test the waters. Emotion manipulation and desire controlling complete 1. As soon as the skill point was infused, Ningri suddenly felt a familiar sensation surge within him. This sensation he had experienced with Zhou in the chessboard plaza earlier. He instinctively raised his hand, channeling the ink-cold spiritual energy within him. A faint shadow condensed, emanating an aura of fear. Fear anomaly. Seeing the fear anomaly take shape, Ningri's face lit up with surprise. Damn, did I really succeed? With this thought, Ningri was about to look up and ask the Tower Shadow if this counted as passing the trial. But before he could lift his head, the Tower Shadow exclaimed in shock, "No, you. How did you learn it?" Ningri. He froze, looking up at the Tower Shadow in the sky. Senior Tower Shadow, am I not supposed to learn it? The tower shadow cried out, "Of course you weren't supposed to learn it. This true law tower doesn't even have the foolish love immortal venerable's true law inheritance." Ningri, shadow, what the hell are you playing at? Shouldn't a proper anomaly be flickering incense faint or thick bloody handprints, a Buddha statue shifting between benevolence and sinister smiles, or a red-clad bride knocking at midnight? If you lack all that, fine, but saying something like this, "Hey, that heaven-defying sect outside is unorthodox enough. Are you anomalies also this unorthodox?" At this moment, the tower shadow seemed to realize it had let something slip. It stammered, "No. I mean the true heritage of the venerable Yuqing within the true Dharma tower. Its current state is somewhat special. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's just..." Ningri said, "You just said it doesn't exist at all." The tower shadow said, "That was an exaggerated statement made in shock after you astonished me. In truth, it's merely a bit unusual." Ningri said, "You just said it doesn't exist at all." The tower shadow said, "No, let me explain." Ningri said, "You just said it doesn't exist at all." The tower shadow said, "All right, stop pressing me on this. It truly doesn't exist." This time it was Ningri's turn to fall silent. A moment of quiet settled within the tower. The tower shadow then spoke, "Well, it's like this, Zhou Qian, listen to me. Back then the Yin Virtue sect suffered a great upheaval. During that upheaval, I was also in slumber, so I do not know what happened. But when I awoke, I discovered that the heritage of Venerable Yuqing was already incomplete. As the tower spirit of the true Dharma tower, I could sense where the true heritage of Venerable Yuqing had gone. It had scattered within the bodies of the demon beasts outside the Yin Virtue sect. But I could only sense the location of the true heritage, while I couldn't ascertain the situation outside. So I intended to venture out, slay the demon beasts, and retrieve the scattered heritage. But then I realized I could not leave the true Dharma tower, nor could I even extend my spiritual sense outward. With all my might, I could only condense 2 avatars, which I could only station before the tower gate. At this moment, all I can perceive are my 2 avatars, and the true Dharma stone placed within the Yin Virtue Hall, a leftover stone from the tower's construction that I can connect with. For this reason, I issued tasks for the outer disciples of the Yin Virtue sect to slay demon beasts and repair the damaged formation of the Yin Virtue Hall. And now you come seeking the opportunity. I thought that with your cultivation, it would be impossible for you to pass the trial. Even if you did, I could find an excuse to delay and not grant you the true heritage. After all, I already knew the Yin Virtue sect had successfully recruited a batch of outer disciples. With their help, the true heritage would soon be in hand, leaving me with no worries. But I never expected. At this point, the tower shadow's voice carried a note of incredulity. Where exactly did you obtain the true heritage? He was utterly baffled. The true heritage here was already flawed. How in the world had this fellow managed to cultivate it? Ningri was silent. So this was the origin of the task to hunt demon beasts, wasn't it? Then Ningri asked in feigned apprehension, "Then, Senior Tower Shadow, have I been practicing it wrong?" As he asked, Ningri felt not a shred of genuine worry. One of his panel's abilities was to mend and optimize cultivation methods. Clearly, his acquisition of mastery of emotions and desires was due to the panel's intervention. Moreover, he had experienced the true essence of mastery of emotions and desires firsthand through Qiu Wuda. He knew in his heart that what he was using now was the purest form of mastery of emotions and desires, the most pristine strangeness. The Tower Shadow quickly reassured him, "Zhou Qian, rest assured you have not practiced it incorrectly. It's just..." Here the Tower Shadow's tone grew slightly awkward. "I simply never imagined you could both pass the 10,000 voices trial and then directly cultivate this method immediately after. It's truly baffling. And now that things have come to this, you must retrieve the scattered true heritage as soon as possible. However, given your current strength, you likely cannot slay the demon beasts yourself. So you can wait for other outer disciples to bring back the beast carcasses and then bring them to the true Dharma Tower. At that time, I will piece together the complete heritage of the Venerable for you, helping you obtain the full mastery of emotions and desires." Hearing the Tower Shadow's words, Ningri paused briefly before replying, "Very well, Senior Tower Shadow. This junior will now go outside and see if I can urge the others to bring the demon beast carcasses to you more quickly." The Tower Shadow said, "Go ahead." Ningri said, "By the way, Senior Tower Shadow, there's one more thing this disciple wishes to ask." "Ask away." Ningri inquired, "How does one become a true disciple?" The Tower Shadow said, "Passing the 10,000 voices trial of the true Dharma Tower without your soul becoming deranged or your spirit turning mad is considered passing the tower's test. Inner disciples who pass can become true disciples. True disciples, as the name implies, are disciples who receive the true heritage. And the privilege of a true disciple is unlimited access to the true Dharma Tower's trials. But this question is no longer meaningful for you. In Ningri's case, not to mention the 10,000 voices trial. He had already cultivated the true heritage himself. Under these circumstances, did being a true disciple even matter? Ning Ri let out an "oh." What a fine true disciple this was. So that's what it meant, huh? The tower shadow said, Zhao Qian, if you were an ordinary inner disciple, I would not have spoken so much. But precisely because you now possess the true heritage, you have become the last hope of the Yin Virtue sect. That is why I have said all this. I hope you will work hard and in time search for where Venerable Yuqing has gone on my behalf, since I cannot leave this place. Ningri nodded, but said nothing. After interacting with the tower shadow, he felt the being didn't seem to be a malevolent entity. Yet he certainly dared not go searching for Venerable Yuqing. After leaving the true Dharma Tower, Ningri retraced his steps, intending to return to the Yin Virtue Hall to see if any outer disciples had come back to submit their tasks. Soon he arrived back at the Yin Virtue Hall. No outer disciples had returned yet. Seeing this, Ningri immediately found a corner to sit down. The true spirit within the Yin Virtue Hall was incredibly dense, making it feel as cold as an icehouse, but Ningri found it comfortable. After sitting down, he immediately raised Qi Refining Art to level 10. His acupoints blazed with full power, and he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of the Yin Virtue Hall. This meant he had once again reached the peak of Qi Refining. Having reached the peak of Qi Refining, he directly maxed out Mastery of Emotions and Desires Incomplete. Maxing out Mastery of Emotions and Desires Incomplete required only 10 skill points. Upon completion, Ning Ri's body shook as he felt power surge into him from all directions. Simultaneously, he instinctively raised his hand. With a hum, as he activated the Mastery of Emotions and Desires, a massive mass of black mist abruptly formed. Within this black mist were all kinds of emotions and voices. Ning Ri listened closely and heard. Can you even play? If you can't, can you go find a game that lets you cheat? I'm sorry, I was wrong, Principal. I didn't know that was your underwear. I really didn't mean to blow it up with the cannon. I threw it off target. Doctor, I'm really struggling right now. I want to die, and I feel like that window is perfect for jumping. Don't panic, I'm joking. Right now I feel like Superman, haha. Being a transmigrator is just too hard. Ning Ri took a deep breath. He knew all these voices were his own, but they came from different stages of his past life, a collection of all his past emotions. The Mastery of Emotions and Desires Incomplete he had learned from the true Dharma Tower was now complete. And at that moment, Ning Ri suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at the black mist in his hand. From all directions, infinite black smoke was madly pouring into the mist in his hand. Where was this black smoke coming from? Ning Ri instinctively looked up, and his eyes widened. All around him, every single feature of the Yin Virtue sect was emitting smoke. The pillars of the Yin Virtue Hall, the giant boulders, the chessboard plaza, the true Dharma Tower. Everything was smoking, and the smoke they emitted continuously streamed into the black mist in Ning Ri's hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the scenery before Ning Ri's eyes dissolved into nothingness. A gentle breeze rustled through. Ning Ri sat dazedly on an empty patch of ground, the black mist in his hand blazing fiercely like an untamed flame. And looking around him, there was only a barren wilderness and a gray, overcast sky. The Yin Virtue sect was gone. The immense Yin sect had vanished into thin air before his very eyes. Ning Ri shifted his gaze from the black mist dancing wildly in his hand, looking around at his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, all he saw was barren emptiness. The tall and low pavilions and huts, the guardrails and stone pillars outside the Inda Hall, the chessboard square that should have existed in the distance. All of it had disappeared. What remained was nothing but a desolate stretch of land. A sparse wilderness with a few scattered weeds had replaced the former eerie and chilling Inda Hall. Even the black dog Ning Ri had temporarily left outside the hall was gone without a trace. And now this sight before him was the true appearance of the wild beast secret realm. Ning Ri slowly withdrew the black mist in his hand, a look of bewilderment still lingering on his face. This situation had caught him completely off guard. He had never imagined that the Inda sect would suddenly turn to ash and smoke. Moreover, judging by how the Inda sect had just gathered into his palm, it was clear that the sect had vanished because of the true Dharma inheritance. Then the question arose. Could it be that cultivating mastering emotions and desires had caused the entire Inda sect to turn black ash and dissipate? And at this moment, if everything of the Inda sect had burned away, then what about the true Dharma Tower shadow? His assigned task: collect beasts, 0-100 reward, repair, mastering emotions and desires. Could this side quest still be completed? Ning Ri couldn't help but scratch his head. Then he fully retracted the black mist of mastering emotions and desires into his body and released Xiao. No matter what had become of the Inda sect, he needed to reclaim his foundation establishment cultivation first. But as soon as Ning Ri brought out Xiao and opened his panel, he was suddenly stunned. He discovered a new skill on his panel. When he saw the name of the skill, his eyes involuntarily widened, the extent of which could be likened to suddenly finding a forgotten 228 5 yuan in his wallet. New skill Heaven-Defying Incomplete 0. Ningri was shocked in his heart. What? So, the Heaven-Defying Sect wasn't destroyed but had been refined into my panel. Then what did this make him? Could it be that because he cultivated mastering emotions and desires, he triggered the condition to tame the anomaly, ultimately causing the Heaven-Defying Sect to be refined into his panel? Hey, that's right, since it's an anomaly, why isn't it called Zhou de Yin? Isn't this thing supposed to be reversed? Next, Ningri was about to add points to Heaven-Defying Sect Incomplete and experience the thrill of controlling an anomaly, but behind Heaven-Defying Sect Incomplete, 4 words suddenly appeared: cannot add points. He had seen a skill that could not be upgraded on another skill, the skill granted by the Ancestral Master Token. Seeing this, Ningri was slightly taken aback. The Heaven-Defying Sect couldn't be upgraded. Then, the skill granted by the Ancestral Master Token also couldn't be upgraded. Could it be that the skill from the Ancestral Master Token was also an anomaly, just like the Heaven-Defying Sect? As thoughts arose in Ningri's mind, new content slowly emerged beneath Heaven-Defying Sect Incomplete. Heaven-Defying Sect Incomplete 0 cannot add points 1. Chessboard Square 02. Heaven-Defying Hall 03. True Dharma Tower 0. When these 3 locations appeared, a passage suddenly emerged in Ningri's mind. An explanation about the Heaven-Defying Sect. Those who comprehend the true Dharma mastering emotions and desires may control the Heaven-Defying Sect. If the Heaven-Defying Sect is pieced together completely, one can activate the powers of its major locations. Ningri knew from the Disciple Token that taming anomalies came with all sorts of strange conditions, but after successful taming, the anomaly would reveal how it was tamed. That was how those people knew he had tamed an anomaly, by constantly stir-frying. No one would have thought of such a bizarre method, but because the anomaly revealed it, they came to know. Now, seeing that his earlier guess was confirmed by the Heaven-Defying Sect, Ningri felt reassured. So it seemed that the Heaven-Defying Sect being refined into his body was indeed because mastering emotions and desires could tame anomalies. But this Heaven-Defying Sect Incomplete was clearly not whole, which meant that the functions of Chessboard Square, Heaven-Defying Hall, and True Dharma Tower were incomplete. Even though he controlled the Heaven-Defying Sect, he couldn't directly use the abilities of these 3 major locations. On the skill panel, Chessboard Square, Heaven-Defying Hall, and True Dharma Tower were all gray. But Ningri took a look. Even though these 3 couldn't be used directly, they could all be upgraded. Since they could be upgraded, it meant that he could still use their abilities, even if the Heaven-Defying Sect was incomplete. Next, Ningri wanted to test what Chessboard Square, Heaven-Defying Hall, and True Dharma Tower could do. But after thinking it over, he immediately turned to start upgrading Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. He would restore his cultivation first. But to his astonishment, he couldn't upgrade Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art. After fumbling for a while, Ningri figured out the problem. Chi refining art was an anomalous technique, so he couldn't use Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art to build his foundation directly. Thus, Heaven-Defying Foundation Establishment Art still required Chi refining art to reach its peak first. Ningri immediately maxed out Chi refining art. As he absorbed spiritual energy, he instantly felt his body become like a mixture of ice and fire. Half of it was filled with the eerie cold Chi of the anomaly. And the originally normal spiritual energy set against the cold Chi surprisingly felt warm and fiery. At this moment, Ningri felt his left side cold and his right side hot. He instinctively shook his body to mix the spiritual energy within, balancing yin and yang, but this method proved useless. He grabbed Chiu Wuda and began his foundation establishment. At the same time, as the entire Heaven-Defying Sect vanished and the wild beast secret realm returned to normal, the 16 disciples scattered within the realm were all stunned. Turning back, they saw billowing black smoke dispersing in the distant sky. At the same time, the marks of the outer disciples on their bodies faded away completely. They could have erased these marks by voluntarily leaving the sect, but now, because the Heaven-Defying Sect had collapsed, they were expelled instead. Wang Nu, a legendary cultivator from the Jinsu Immortal Sect, stared blankly at the dissipating Heaven-Defying Sect, still holding a beast in his hand, and asked dazedly, "Then what about my mission reward?" Elsewhere in the wild beast secret realm, Gao Hong and Liang Chengdao walked side by side, covered in blood, standing beside a Chi refining stage demon wolf. Their brows furrowed. Gao Hong asked, "Let's go back and check. Don't let it be that Ningri is in trouble." Liang Chengdao looked up at the sky, sensed for a moment, and furrowed his brow as he said, "I think Ningri might be fine. If I'm not mistaken about this realm situation, it seems the anomaly has disappeared. And since Ningri is the only outsider in the Heaven-Defying Sect, I suspect he might have tamed it." Upon hearing Liang Chengdao's words, Gao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he exclaimed with a mix of surprise and joy, "Is that true? Then aren't we in for a huge gain?" Liang Chengdao cast a sidelong glance at Gao Hong, thinking to himself that this fellow's mind was alarmingly simple. It was uncertain whether Ningri would even be willing to share the spoils with him. Gao Hong's words clearly assumed that he and Ning Ri could share the anomaly. But Liang Qingdao, born into royalty, knew from his upbringing that without the foundation of an exchange of interests, casually uttering such words could easily invite deadly consequences. Even among siblings, none would willingly have their interests pried into let alone a treasure like the anomaly. Yet it was precisely because Gao Hong thought so simply that Liang Qingdao was willing to act alongside him. Then Liang Qingdao said in a deep voice, "Don't think too far ahead about gains. Besides, if Ning Ri truly tames the Heaven-Defying Sect, don't be too quick to celebrate. Strong cultivators might soon enter the wild beast secret realm to seize the Heaven-Defying Sect from him. If a golden core or nascent soul cultivator comes to snatch it, do you think you'll still get a share?" Gao Hong's expression shifted slightly, and he said, "In that case, let's hurry back to the Heaven-Defying Sect. The three of us are disciples of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Standing together against those strong cultivators will be more intimidating." Liang Qingdao sneered. "Three people standing together is intimidating. I think it'll only make it more convenient for them to kill us all at once." Gao Hong said, "I'll stop the chatter, let's go." With that, Gao Hong sprinted toward the Heaven-Defying Sect. As he ran, his body radiated light, and a faint mooing sound seemed to rise. This was the ox form divine art he had learned from the technique pavilion by completing tasks. Hailing from a small village, Gao Hong had a fondness for oxen, and the art suited his talent, so he naturally chose it. Liang Qingdao watched and curled his lips. How fast could an ox run? He then unleashed his mount artifact, the horseless carriage, its wheels rolling swiftly. He grabbed Gao Hong into the carriage and sped toward the Heaven-Defying Sect's original location. Meanwhile, at the Wuha mountain range, the Miaoi Temple, the quiet temple seemed no different from usual. The chirping of insects and birds still echoed through the Wuha mountain range outside the temple. But the moment the Heaven-Defying Sect vanished, the ancient well in the temple's backyard trembled slightly. After the tremor, a ripple seemed to spread from the well's mouth. This ripple moved slowly, at first striking the array set by Shi Juchong within the Miaoi Temple, then expanding outward. Once it spread, its speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, the ripple swept across the entire Wuha mountain range. The Lingxi Immortal Sect. This sect nestled among mountain ranges with immortal cranes and auspicious clouds drifting through the peaks. Occasionally, clear laughter rang out from the sky. Children of the sect riding their mount artifacts frolicked among the hills. Their cultivation levels were mostly at the first or second stage of qi refining. These children were about the same age as Shi Yuan, but their cultivation was far inferior. However, they were all disciples of the Tongjian Valley within the Lingxi Immortal Sect, not even outer sect members. Strictly speaking, this place was a children's cultivation interest class, kindergarten or preschool, so their cultivation levels didn't matter much. And the Shi family resided in the Feather Human Mystic Realm beside Tongjian Valley. The Feather Human Mystic Realm lay behind a waterfall. Passing through the waterfall revealed a vast plain like a paradise where exotic flowers, rare herbs, and strange trees were everywhere, emitting dense spiritual energy that filled the space. The Feather Human Mystic Realm housed not only the Shi family, but also meritorious members, disciples, and retired members of the Lingxi Immortal Sect. This place was not a secret realm. It was a cave heaven opened by Shi Juchong within the Lingxi Immortal Sect. Within the plain of the Feather Human Mystic Realm stood various pavilions. At the edge of the plain behind which stretched an endless waterfall, a middle-aged man in a dark robe stood silently before a pavilion. He exuded no aura, appearing no different from an ordinary person. He was Shi Yuan's father, Shi Juchong. At that moment, someone arrived behind Shi Juchong. It was none other than Yang Xingming. Yang Xingming bowed respectfully and said, "Patriarch." Yang Xingming had been enjoying a peaceful break after Shi Yuan said he wanted to focus on artifact refining, but Shi Juchong had summoned him for some reason. Not having to babysit was wonderful. Yang Xingming had grown so accustomed to the days off that he felt withdrawal symptoms and hadn't wanted to come. Shi Juchong wore a subtle smile and said, "Go check the Miaoi Temple." Seeing Shi Juchong's expression as if he had found something intriguing, Yang Xingming's heart stirred, and he asked, "Has someone tamed the Heaven-Defying Sect?" In the Miaoi Temple, aside from the Heaven-Defying Sect, there was nothing else of note. And the only thing that could elicit such a look from Shi Juchong was likely related to the Heaven-Defying Sect. Shi Juchong chuckled. "As expected, Xingming, you know my mind." "Indeed, that's the case." Hearing this, Yang Xingming clicked his tongue regretfully. "I was hoping Xiao Yuan would secure the Heaven-Defying Sect." In truth, he didn't think Shi Yuan could take the Heaven-Defying Sect. The child was too young for such a feat. Wasn't that a joke? But since Shi Yuan's mother had said so, and Shi Juchong had tacitly agreed, Yang Xingming naturally affirmed the idea. Yet Shi Juchong said, "That's no longer important. What matters now is for you to confirm who exactly has taken the Heaven-Defying Sect." Yang Xingming was taken aback by these words. Shi Juchong's enigmatic smile clearly indicated he already knew something. Yang Xingming couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who it is?" Shi Juchong pondered and said, I suspect it might be Ning Ri whom you mentioned to me. Hearing this, Yang Xingming's pupils contracted. Ning Ri. He had tamed the Yin sect. What had that kid been up to lately? Then Yang Xingming bid Shi Juchong farewell and swiftly left the feather human mystic realm. At the Jin's immortal sect. Swish, swish, swish. Golden light bloomed throughout the sect, but Luo Ku, who had just returned to the Jin's immortal sect, showed little interest in these resplendent sights. He was still pondering Ning Ri's role as an ancestor. After sending Ning Ri to the Wuha mountain range to participate in the Yin sect event, he had completed a few more jobs before returning to the Jin's immortal sect. In the several assignments Luo Ku took after seeing off Ning Ri, there were indeed a few promising talents well suited to join the Golden Strategy immortal sect. In this cultivation world, many recommended their children through the Golden Strategy record for an early preliminary interview. Luo Ku thought it was a good idea as well, so he sent them all to the Disciple Recruitment Office of the Golden Strategy immortal sect. Yet the more comparisons Luo Ku made, the harder it was for him to let go. Compared to Ning Ri, these talents simply fell short. Either their mentality was off or their temperament was flawed. These youths of 17 or 18 had faces brimming with restlessness. Comparison is the thief of joy. The more he thought about it, the more unbalanced Luo Ku felt, but what could he do? The other had already become a founder of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Thus Luo Ku decided to return to the sect to calm his mind before going out again to take on assignments and recruit disciples. If his mindset was poor, he would judge those talents by Ning Ri's standards. That simply wouldn't do. But shortly after returning to the sect, Luo Ku sensed something was amiss. Just then, Li Gu, his expression brimming with excitement, strode out of the pavilion. He walked swiftly as if rushing to an urgent task. Upon spotting Luo Ku, his face stiffened and he immediately tried to evade. Li Gu was the master of Liang Xiao who had participated in Chun Xingfeng's trial alongside Ning Ri. It was he who had informed Luo Ku of Ning Ri's extraordinary prowess in artifact refining. Seeing Li Gu's peculiar demeanor, Luo Ku frowned and called him to a halt. "Old Li, where are you off to?" Li Gu shrank his neck in response. "Old Luo, haha, what a coincidence. You, why are you here too?" Hearing such incoherent nonsense, Luo Ku's frown deepened enough to crush the head of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect's Disciple Recruitment Office. He asked, "What's wrong with you? What guilty conscience are you hiding from me?" Li Gu seemed off. At this, Li Gu raised a hand in righteous indignation. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I haven't wronged you." Luo Ku, "Then tell me what's the matter." Li Gu pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Oh, it's nothing major. It's just that a new prodigy has appeared on the prodigy list of the Great Compassion Divine Palace." Luo Ku's brow shot up at this. "Who?" Before Li Gu could answer, his expression shifted slightly. "Is it Ning Ri?" In recent days, he felt that only Ning Ri could make it onto the prodigy list. The others who deserved to be on it had already been listed. As for the potential prodigies, they were still nurturing themselves, not yet ready for the list. Upon hearing this, Li Gu nodded slightly. "You're quite sharp, Luo Ku." Then Luo Ku frowned. "So you're off to the Great Compassion Divine Palace to place a bet?" Li Gu looked surprised, as if Luo Ku's question was idiotic. "Of course, isn't that obvious? You've been singing Ning Ri's praises to the heavens, and my disciple calls him an unparalleled artifact refiner. How could I not place a bet?" Luo Ku, unperturbed, nodded slightly. "That's only right. But I'm curious, why did he make the list?" Li Gu hesitated, coughed dryly, and said, "Not entirely sure either. But according to a message from a stationed disciple at Wuha mountain range, the Yin Virtue sect is no more. I suspect these two events happening simultaneously might be." Just then, Luo Ku's expression turned utterly bizarre, his face illuminated in a riot of colors by the resplendent lights within the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect. Before Li Gu could finish, he raised a hand to interrupt. "You don't need to guess." Li Gu humped. Luo Ku clenched his teeth. "I just sent Ning Ri to the Yin Virtue sect." Li Gu suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. Then you've done a great deed, old Luo." "Ha ha." Li Gu's laughter faltered when he saw Luo Ku's grim expression. He coughed and dared not laugh anymore. After a long silence, Luo Ku took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Li Gu asked, "Where to?" "To find Yuan Tianhong," Luo Ku said through gritted teeth. But after Luo Ku spoke, Li Gu gave a dry laugh. "Haha, I might have forgotten to mention that a Yuan Tianhong told me he's already gone into hiding." At these words, Luo Ku stared at him with a dark look. "So this is why you felt guilty toward me, isn't it?" Li Gu scratched his head. "Old Luo, let's not talk about that." Luo Ku snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Gu hurried after him. "Where are you going?" Luo Ku soared out of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect, transforming into a streak of light that tore across the sky and vanished to the Wuha mountain range to have a look. The Wild Beast's Secret Realm. At this moment, Ning Ri stood at the former site of the Yin Virtue Hall, his body radiating the aura of the peak of Foundation establishment. Within his dantian, the black and golden Tao foundations still hovered. He had distributed his skill points to breath, art, refining, and passion and desire manipulation incomplete, leaving only 73 points for the Heaven-Defying Foundation method, enough to reach the 7th grade of Foundation Establishment, not the 9th as before. Yet this also proved that every 10 skill points corresponded to a minor realm in Foundation Establishment. By this logic, 100 points would reach the peak. But Ningri felt the 7th grade was unsafe, as he still needed to stay in the Wild Beast Secret Realm to collect 100 demon beasts imbued with true techniques before leaving. So he directly washed away Spirit Absorption Technique, Mortal Blade Art, and Thunder Palm, then transferred 2 points from Blazing Fire Technique, thus reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment. After reclaiming Xiao Wood's form, Ningri immediately sensed the presence of Flying Giant Cockroach and Black Dog. He had thought they would vanish after the Yin Virtue Sect was refined. But unexpectedly, they had followed Xiao Wuda. Now, by transforming into Xiao Wuda, Ningri could summon them. Not yet satisfied, Ningri quickly took out the 5 elements essence. As a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, he could sense a dozen auras rapidly approaching from all directions. Clearly, the former outer disciples were closing in. At the same time, he felt someone entering the Wild Beast Secret Realm from the sky. Thus, without hesitation, Ning reactivated the Heaven-Defying Foundation method, swallowed the 5 elements essence, and began his 3rd Foundation Establishment. But to his astonishment, the refinement failed. Staring at the skill points of Heaven-Defying Foundation method that had not yet capped at 100, Ningri was stunned for a moment, then immediately washed away the heavenly artifact. Heaven-Defying Foundation method 200. In that instant, the 5 elements essence was swiftly decomposed and absorbed, forming a new golden Tao foundation in his Dantian. Boom. At that moment, spiritual energy surged from Ningri's body into the sky. At the same time, a cultivator with a thrilled expression entered the realm, licking his lips and saying, "Let me see. Who took the Yin Virtue Sect?" At this moment, within the Wild Beast Secret Realm, spiritual energy howled as it burrowed into the earth. This was the realm's self-repair process after the eerie anomaly receded, lasting from a few days to several years. During this period, no one could seize control of the secret realm. However, the cultivator who now entered the Wild Beast Secret Realm paid no heed to its restoration. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Ningri's location. Not a few cultivators had gathered near the Wuha mountain range. Thus, the moment the Yin Sect stirred, a cultivator immediately rushed in. He entered to seize the eerie anomaly. Eerie anomalies could be seized, and the method was simple: either force its tamer to yield it willingly or kill the tamer to make it drop. Once the new master of the anomaly was slain, the anomaly would fall, and it would not unfold. They knew not if this was a universal rule for anomalies or a reward from the heavenly Tao. Regardless, every anomaly could be contested through this rule, and thus most tamed anomalies ended up in the hands of major sects. As was well known, the Yin Sect had special requirements for participants to become a disciple. 1 must be below the Golden Core stage, while those at or above the Golden Core stage automatically became guests. Hence, outsiders could almost instantly deduce that the new master of the Yin Sect was below the Golden Core stage. After all, could the vast Yin Sect possibly end up under the control of a guest? Certain that the anomaly's tamer was below the Golden Core stage, the first cultivator to enter the Yin Sect was a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator. He intended to see if he could strike it lucky and seize the anomaly from its tamer, not to control it himself. He was certain that cultivators from major sects were already on their way to the Miaoi Temple. If he could snatch the Yin Sect before they arrived, he could sell it at a high price and request a protective talisman from a major sect. He entered the Yin Sect just as Ningri was condensing his 2nd Tao foundation. Sensing the Foundation Establishment fluctuation, his eyes blazed with excitement. Just broke through to Foundation Establishment. But then he immediately sensed something amiss. His pupils contracted. Wait, just broke through, yet already at peak Foundation Establishment. His expression flickered. Ningri's aura was peculiar. Freshly at Foundation Establishment, yet exuding peak Foundation Establishment power. This anomaly was clearly problematic. Reason told him to retreat. Yet, the allure of the Yin Sect made him reluctant to forsake such immense fortune. Years of cultivation had taught him that opportunities were wrested from the brink of life and death. Ultimately, he drew a purple golden longbow upon which an arrow of piercing sharpness rapidly condensed, locking onto Ningri. Behind him, lights swiftly coalesced into luminous wings. He could not bear to leave, choosing to gamble instead. He reasoned that Ningri had likely just broken through to peak Foundation Establishment, and being at the same level himself, he was not without a fighting chance. But he also prepared to flee with his light wings if the arrow failed. Meanwhile, Ningri looked up at the arrow locking onto him from the sky, a flash of gold and black in his eyes as he smiled. The opponent's peak Foundation Establishment aura was formidable, stable, and profound, clearly a cultivator who had reached this stage years ago. From the opponent's fluid execution of two techniques, without any dissipation of spiritual energy, one could gauge his deep mastery, honed through years of battle. Such a cultivator, even with a Tao foundation of mediocre quality, was no match for ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivators, let alone newly advanced ones. Yet Ning Ri was neither ordinary nor newly advanced, and at times not even a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Whoosh! The cultivator drew his bow to its fullest, his spiritual energy boiling to the peak. But just then his pupils fixed on Ning Ri abruptly contracted. Ning Ri had vanished. Disaster. In that instant, terror seized the cultivator. A chilling thought had barely formed and his light wings had yet to activate when he suddenly felt his body fall helplessly. As he descended, he saw only his head and blood plummeting while his torso was seized by the calm-faced cultivator. Then his world plunged into eternal darkness. Bang! A head hit the ground, shattering into pieces. Ning Ri hovered in midair, slowly retracting his right hand blade. With his left hand, he stripped the opponent's storage ring, then set the corpse ablaze. Boom! The body, engulfed in flames, fell straight down. At this moment in the distance, a group of people stared dumbfounded at the scene. Among them were Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong. These were the 16 who had gone out to slay demon beasts. They had just rushed back here and witnessed a peak foundation establishment cultivator brimming with power and fierce intent about to kill Ning Ri. Then in the next instant, Ning Ri vanished, his trajectory unseen by anyone. The moment after, he casually sliced a peak foundation establishment cultivator in two with a single hand blade. All fell into dead silence. What technique was this? How could a peak foundation establishment cultivator instantly kill another at the same level without any trace of spellcraft? Or was this the eerie ability of the Heaven-Defying Sect? Only Ning Ri knew he had used no technique or anomaly. He relied solely on the power of his three-unknown foundation. Whoosh! The next moment, Ning Ri landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. A dozen cultivators slowly stepped out from behind the clouds. The 5 at the forefront possessed the most terrifying auras. At that moment, Ning Ri could clearly feel an immense oppressive pressure descending from them like a mountain trying to crush him. Not far away, the 16 cultivators' faces turned pale, their bodies involuntarily weakening. Were all these people golden core cultivators? Clap, clap, clap. Meanwhile, the foremost golden core cultivator applauded, smiling impressive. A peak foundation establishment cultivator with combat power terrifying enough to instantly kill a peer. Which sect's supreme prodigy are you? This golden core cultivator, clad in a purple robe, was stout and burly. Though his face bore a smile, a somber air lurked in his brows. Ning Ri replied, Nitian Sect. His heart sank. Without the Heaven-Defying Sect's restrictions, golden core cultivators could freely enter without fear of being bound as guests. But so many golden core cultivators. How was he to handle this? At the Temple of Mysterious Intent, beside the ancient well, over a dozen nascent soul cultivators who had just arrived halted before the well, staring in astonishment at Yang Xingming standing by its edge. Yang Xingming fixed his gaze on the well, furrowing his brow as he covertly manipulated a puppet into the wild beast's secret realm, musing to himself, too late by a step. Blamed those burdensome restrictions of the Featherman mystic realm and the Spirit Creek immortal sect for severely slowing my pace. Yang Xingming had believed his speed was sufficient, but the cultivators near the boundless mountain range were closer. Now Yang Xingming could already see that Ning Ri had clashed with those golden cores. Seeing this, he decided not to rush in to protect Ning Ri, allowing him a chance to temper himself. As for how Ning Ri at the peak of foundation establishment could slay another cultivator at the same level in a single strike, a thoroughly peculiar matter. Oh well, let it be for now. After releasing the puppet, Yang Xingming turned to the group, waving his hand impatiently. All right, go back. Let that last batch pass, but none of you shall enter any further. A throng of nascent soul cultivators. He could not permit them inside. Farther away, some divine transformation cultivators had considered joining the fray, but sensing Yang Xingming's undisguised aura, they hastily cried out, "This junior is rude, please forgive us, senior," and fled in disgrace. Hearing Yang Xingming's words, the nascent souls could only murmur, "Yes, senior." As they spoke, confusion filled their hearts. The Heaven-Virtue Sect anomaly had never attracted top-tier experts. Other rogue cultivators believed its trials offered meager rewards unworthy of major sects' notice. Now that the Heaven-Virtue Sect had been tamed, they assumed a major sect would send someone to acquire the anomaly, at most a mere steward to negotiate. That was the standard procedure. Yet how could they have summoned a figure as grand as Yang Xingming? After the nascent souls departed, Yang Xingming glanced at the sound-absorbing formation within the Temple of Mysterious Intent. He had left it behind. Earlier, intending to leave the Heaven-Virtue Sect for Shi Yuan to train in, he had come specially to set up a formation that wouldn't hinder low-level cultivators. Thus, other powerful figures from major sects, seeing Yang Xingming's mark, would know the Heaven-Virtue Sect was under his watch and would mostly steer clear. But what troubled Yang Xingming now was this. Upon arriving, he was startled to find that his sound-absorbing formation had been taken by Shi Juchong at some unknown point. Moreover, Shi Juchong had used the formation to leave a message before vanishing. This was a common technique for leaving messages in formations. Yet he could not trace what that message said. This gnawed at Yang Xingming's mind. What had the family head said? Could it be an attempt to recruit Ning Ri into the Spirit Creek Immortal Sect? Or had he issued some task to Ning Ri, such as a reward for seizing the Yin Virtue Sect? At the same time, Yang Xingming realized with clarity. No wonder the family head knew Ning Ri had entered the Yin Virtue Sect. Just then, whoosh, a streak of light flew down from the heavens, landing outside the temple of mysterious intent. Spotting the light, Yang Xingming initially intended to drive it away, but upon closer look he broke into a surprised and delighted smile. "Xiao Luo, why are you here?" Luo Ku, arriving in haste, was clearly taken aback at the sight of Yang Xingming. "Uncle Yang, why are you here too?" Yang Xingming did not hide the truth. "The one who tamed the Yin Virtue Sect is connected to me. I came to check on things." Luo Ku was stunned again. "Oh, you know Ning Ri too?" Yang Xingming asked in surprise. You know him as well." Luo Ku briefly recounted his encounter with Ning Ri. Yang Xingming let out an "oh" of realization. "So that's how it is. What a coincidence." Luo Ku added, "By the way, Uncle Yang, what's the situation inside the wild beast secret realm now?" Yang Xingming glanced through the puppet. Ning Ri just killed a Foundation Establishment peak cultivator and is now facing a group of golden cores. Hearing this, Luo Ku paused, then widened his eyes. "What? Inside the wild beast secret realm? So you're a top prodigy from the Heaven-Defying Sect. No wonder." The purple-robed fatty fixed his gaze on Ning Ri, speaking with a smile. "Esteemed prodigy, I am Hu Wei of the Star Origin Chamber of Commerce. May I ask your name?" Ning Ri replied, "I am Ning Ri." Hu Wei said, "Taoist Ning, how about we make a deal? The Star Origin Chamber's sincerity runs deep." Ning Ri shook his head. "I will not sell the Yin Virtue Sect." As the words fell, a burly golden core cultivator beside Hu Wei roared, "Don't refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." At this, Gao Hong and Liang Qingdao in the distance changed expressions slightly. Just then, hey, Hu Wei immediately raised a hand to stop the golden core cultivator, his voice stern. "Do not interrupt. This is no place for your words. Do you know whom you address?" The burly golden core cultivator snorted coldly and stepped back. Hu Wei then clasped his hands to Ning Ri. "Taoist Ning, my brother has many virtues but a foul mouth. I apologize to you on his behalf. My sincerest apologies." With that, Hu Wei immediately sent a bottle of pills drifting toward Ning Ri. Ning Ri paid no heed to their act, nor did he take the pills. Instead, he swiftly retreated. Hu Wei halted the pills midair, smiling. "Taoist Ning, you misunderstand me. These pills are absolutely safe. The Star Origin Chamber would never stoop to such tricks." Ning Ri said, "I have sensitive skin when it comes to pills. I cannot take them." Hu Wei was speechless. He had never heard of such a thing. Pausing briefly, Hu Wei continued, "Taoist Ning, the Heaven-Defying Sect is mighty and your talent is unparalleled. We truly do not wish to offend you. Yet the Yin Virtue Sect is of great importance to us. How about this? Give us the Yin Virtue Sect, and the Star Origin Chamber will owe you 3 favors. The Star Origin Chamber is renowned throughout the cultivation world. Whatever resources you desire, we will find a way to procure them for you." Ning Ri offered no reply, merely shaking his head. As he shook his head, he felt a twinge of oddity. This man did not seem foolish, yet why did he persist despite seeing Ning Ri's talent and knowing his origins from the Heaven-Defying Sect? Could it be? A sudden thought struck Ning Ri, stirring a faint excitement within him. Did the Star Origin Chamber possess other leads on the Yin Virtue Sect, prompting this purple potato-like fatty to act thus? Seeing Ning Ri's refusal, Hu Wei could only shake his head calmly. "Then we have no choice but to resort to force. I will not kill you, but I will make you hand over the Yin Virtue Sect. Once you yield the Yin Virtue Sect, the 3 favors from the Star Origin Chamber remain valid." Ning Ri smiled. "Make me. Do you think you are worthy?" As the words fell, a token appeared in Ning Ri's hand as he opened his panel. Fortune Fragment 100. Reset to 0. Free skill points 100. Without hesitation, he allocated all 100 points into the skill he had long selected. Yin Virtue Sect Fragment 0, unable to add points. 1 chessboard square, 10 gray. 1 chessboard square, 50 gray. Only at 100 points did the chessboard square light up, becoming usable. 1 chessboard square, 100 cannot reset points. Ning Ri was momentarily stunned upon seeing it could not be reset. As Ning Ri instantly reset points, added them, and produced the token, Hu Wei, who was about to act, froze in place. For he saw the words on the token. Ancestral Master Token, Ning Ri. The token's material was unique. The well-traveled Hu Wei recognized its extraordinary quality at a glance. Upon reading the inscription, he was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Was he truly making a deal with an ancestral master? Meanwhile, Liang Qingdao and Gao Hong were thrown into emotional disarray by the sudden appearance of the ancestral master token. They had been tense and worried over Ning Ri's predicament, especially Liang Qingdao, who had been contemplating how to extricate him. Yet they never expected Ning Ri to pull out an ancestral master token. They initially thought it was a protective charm gifted by some other ancestral master, but they were even more astonished to see Ning Ri's name inscribed on it. How absurd was this? Hadn't they all joined the disciple trial together? When had he become an ancestral master? Only the other 14 outer disciples of the Yin Virtue sect now wore expressions of "See, I told you so." They had known this heaven-defying sect mortal was the ancestral master. Just as everyone was frozen for a moment, Hui suddenly bellowed attack. This ancestral master token is fake. Instinct and experience told Hui the token was genuine. But he had no choice. They had to attack. They had to force Ning Ri to surrender the Yin Virtue sect. At Hui's command, several golden cores and over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators moved in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple figures shot straight toward Ning Ri. A surge of oppressive aura soared skyward, coalescing into over a dozen streaks of spiritual energy aimed at Ning Ri's face. Yet at that moment, Ning Ri stood motionless. Just as the spiritual energy was about to strike him, black mist erupted from his body, and under its shroud, all the attacks eerily vanished. Seeing this, everyone's pupils contracted. What was happening? The black mist dissipated and Ning Ri transformed into Qiu Wuda, his sinister voice echoing through the scene. "You want the Yin Virtue sect? This lord awaits your taking it." At these words, Hui's expression twisted violently as shock and terror flooded his heart in an instant. He cried out, "Qiu Wuda!" Wasn't the Yin Virtue sect already tamed? The other cultivators of the Star Origin Chamber were equally horrified. Impossible. Once an anomaly was tamed, the conditions for its manifestation were simple. It required a secret realm. And now the laws of the wild beast secret realm were in the process of self-repair, making it even less possible for the Yin Virtue sect to manifest. For this reason, these people had no fear of the Yin Virtue sect, but now seeing Qiu Wuda appear, everyone except Gao Hong and Liang Qingdao found it unbelievable, for it defied their imagination and understanding. Without a secret realm, how could the Yin Virtue sect manifest? Could it be? Had the Yin Virtue sect never been tamed at all, and this entire affair was a scheme set by Qiu Wuda? In the next instant, terrified by this reality-defying sight, Hui roared without hesitation, "Run!" At his command, the Star Origin Chamber members, gripped by primal fear, bolted backward toward the secret realm's exit, desperate to flee from this eerie and incomprehensible scene. But it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From within Qiu Wuda's body, countless black threads burst forth, shooting into the sky and weaving a dense, horrifying web that sent chills down the spine. In an instant, these threads swept through everyone. The terrified figures hurtling toward the secret realm's exit before they could even touch it found their legs ensnared by the black threads and yanked back. "Aya! No! Save me!" In that moment, scream after scream tore through the sky, heart-wrenching. Hui, charging toward the exit, saw white clouds flashing past and figures being dragged back by black threads. Ignoring the urge to save others, he fled in terror, but to his horror, he discovered dozens of black threads had already reached his feet. "Ignite!" Hui bellowed in panic, and a terrifying wave of flame erupted from his body, burning back the black threads. To his unexpected delight, the threads actually retreated. After burning them off, he found no more threads clinging to him. He turned to look and paled. On the wasteland, a massive black chessboard had already taken shape. Upon it, everyone was tightly bound in place by black threads. The 16 outer disciples of the Yin Virtue sect were fine. They had grown accustomed to it staring blankly even when bound again. But the Star Origin Chamber members were different. Their faces fell despairing as they looked at the black threads on their feet. They struggled desperately, but to no avail. At the center of the chessboard stood the towering figure of Qiu Wuda. At that moment, he looked up, fixing his gaze on Hui, his voice dripping with menace. "Taoist Hui, flee. I had no intention of harming you." The purple potato fatty, seeing all his trusted subordinates captured and bound on the chessboard, his face twitching with fat, stammered, Who are you?" "Me." Qiu Wuda smiled grimly. "Ning Ri of the Heaven-Defying Sect." Hui hissed, "Impossible. No one can use an anomaly's power without a secret realm." Now only one answer echoed in his mind. The Yin Virtue sect had mutated. Qiu Wuda had pretended to be tamed by Ning Ri, but in truth he had lured them all in. Qiu Wuda spoke with a sinister tone. "Since you don't believe me, then take me as Qiu Wuda. Taoist, how about we make a deal?" Hui's voice was hoarse as he asked, "What deal?" Qiu Wuda said slowly, "You come down and participate in my Yin Virtue sect's initiation ceremony, and I will spare their lives." Outside the ancient well, Luo Ku and Yang Xingming stared at the water screen before them, their faces frozen in shock. After exchanging information about Ning Ri, they had just witnessed the impending conflict between Ning Ri and Hu Wei along with the matter of the ancestral master token. Luo Ku had already known in advance, so he was not surprised while Yang Xingming had personally witnessed Ning Ri's ascension from the third rank of Qi refining to the peak of Qi refining, so they were not taken aback either. However, they felt that the significance of Ning Ri obtaining the token was not particularly great. From Hu Wei's expression and the terms he offered Ning Ri, they understood that the Heaven-Defying Sect was undoubtedly of immense importance to the Star Plains Merchant Guild. They were quite familiar with the Star Plains Merchant Guild as a force. It was commendable with a solid foundation, and 3 favors were indeed valuable. And Hu Wei was no fool. Ning Ri had used the power of a Foundation Establishment Peak Cultivator to instantly kill another Foundation Establishment Peak Cultivator. He must have recognized Ning Ri's formidable potential. Moreover, given that no nascent soul cultivator had entered the wild beast secret realm for such a long time, Hu Wei should have deduced that someone outside had intercepted them. With all these factors stacked against him, a rational person should have retreated. Yet even so, Hu Wei still insisted on obtaining the Heaven-Defying Sect. Based on Yang Xingming and Luo Ku's experience, it was likely that a member of Hu Wei's family or some important figure in the Star Plains Merchant Guild had become entangled with the Heaven-Defying Sect. Thus, under these circumstances, even if Hu Wei realized that the ancestral master token might be genuine, he would only grit his teeth and seize it first. For this reason, both of them felt that the token's appearance would probably have limited effect. Yang Xingming was even preparing to intervene. But as they watched further, they suddenly understood. Ning Ri had used the ancestral master token to distract them, taking the opportunity to release the Heaven-Defying Sect. And just as they realized that Ning Ri had only brandished the token as a feint, they were immediately struck dumb again. Wait. How did Ning Ri manage to release the Heaven-Defying Sect? This thing, without a secret realm to support it, without the corpse of a powerful cultivator, could it still be unleashed? Was this a joke? When had the rules of anomalies in the cultivation world changed? Thus the two who had just been commenting on every move Ning Ri made and analyzing the situation as if commanding the world were now petrified like their necks had been seized, creating a somewhat comical scene. Just then, the ancient well suddenly emitted a laugh that sounded as if it could no longer hold back. Ha ha ha. As the laughter rang out, the two were startled, stepping back in terror. Who is it? Yang Xingming and Luo Ku almost instantly formed a protective barrier around themselves, while a series of mysterious notes emanated from Yang Xingming, filled with profound mystery and enlightening intent. This was a technique to break illusions and dispel deceit. After instinctively defending themselves, they stared at the ancient well with horrified eyes. Who is it? The ancient well, having startled the two, immediately said apologetically, "Haha, sorry for scaring you. Don't be afraid. Like you, I am merely an onlooker." Luo Ku said with a hint of alarm, "Esteemed senior, this junior is Luo Ku of the Golden Strategy Immortal Sect, and my master is the Reward Immortal King of the Great Compassion Divine Palace. May I ask who you are?" Yang Xingming also introduced himself. "This junior is Yang Xingming of the Lingxi Immortal Sect. Senior, who are you?" Both were worried about being killed by the person in the ancient well. This guy was too terrifying. When had he arrived? How could they know nothing? Where did this sinister powerhouse come from, disguising himself as an ancient well? Wait, sinister. Yang Xingming's expression suddenly turned uneasy. The ancient well laughed heartily. "Don't be nervous, you two little ones. I have no intention of attacking you. If I did, wouldn't you have died 100 times over by now?" The two. Though that was true, did he have to put it so bluntly? The ancient well continued, "By the way, Xingming, the reason you were a step slower than those from the Star Plains Merchant Guild in entering the ancient well earlier, that was my doing. Sorry about that." Yang Xingming was taken aback, then murmured, "So that's why I was slower than the Golden Core cultivators." The ancient well added, "I am from the Heaven-Defying Sect. I arrived before you. I came right after my junior brother entered the Heaven-Defying Sect. You, just call me Qingyun." The two were silent for a moment, exchanged glances, and then their expressions drastically changed. Ancestral Master Qingyun. Inside the wild beast secret realm. After Ning Ri called out to Hu Wei to come down, he shifted his gaze to the other members of the Star Plains Merchant Guild. He had no idea what they had been screaming about earlier. These black threads neither harmed nor killed. Why were they so frightened? It wasn't like he was going to drain their entire fortunes. However, Ning Ri also noticed that the power of the black threads from the chessboard square he manipulated seemed limited. The real chessboard square's threads could even ensnare nascent soul cultivators without a second thought. But when Ning Ri released his threads, they only bound cultivators at the first rank of Golden Core. As for Hu Wei, whose cultivation far exceeded that, the black threads could do nothing to him. Seeing this, Ning Ri's mind stirred slightly. According to the panel's calculations, 100 skill points were enough for him to reach the peak of Foundation Establishment. And those 100 points, when applied to the chessboard square, it barely met the threshold for activation. Even after activation, its limit was only at the power level of the first rank of Golden Core. To capture more Golden Core cultivators, he would need even more skill points. Based on the pattern of 10 points for the peak of Qi refining and 100 points for the peak of foundation establishment, Ning Ri speculated that reaching the peak of Golden Core would require 100 skill points. In other words, the path to invincibility with the chessboard square was still quite long. However, Ning Ri felt it didn't matter that he hadn't bound Hu Wei, because this way Hu Wei could first work for him and bring back the 100 beasts. But Ning Ri glanced at the sky. He was unsure of the situation outside the wild beast secret realm. Why hadn't a new batch of cultivators entered? Could the entrance have been blocked by someone? Meanwhile, Hu Wei, suspended in midair, wore a very grim expression. When the purple chubby man heard Xiao Wuda ordering him to come down and participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony, his face instantly turned extremely sour. If he went down, he would truly become fish on the chopping block. But he couldn't bring himself to not go down. Those trapped on the chessboard square were his trusted confidants. No, they were his family whom he couldn't bear to abandon. Hu Wei couldn't help but say, "Manager Qiu, I can offer a congratulatory gift. Whatever you want, I will do my utmost to obtain it." Ning Ri ignored him. Silence fell over the chessboard square, and an invisible pressure immediately enveloped every member of the Star Plains Merchant Guild. The reason Ning Ri remained silent was not only to apply psychological pressure on Hu Wei, but also because his heart was bleeding at that moment. Just moments ago, after calculating that reaching the peak of Golden Core would require 100 skill points, Ning Ri heard Hu Wei speak, but he paid no attention. Instead, he glanced at all the bound individuals around him, his heart brimming with delight. This felt far too satisfying. The panel was indeed formidable. With the boost of skill points, the anomaly could unfold directly, without a secret realm. This was simply too incredible. With this, could he not take on disciples anywhere he pleased? Once the chessboard lines emerged, Grandmaster Ning Ri of the Heaven-Defying Sect would arrive. The Grand Disciple Initiation Ceremony could be held wherever he went. This initiation ceremony was the true ceremonious anomaly he had always dreamed of course. And this time he could also plunder this batch of people from the Starlight Merchant Guild. But just as Ning Ri, immersed in joyful visions of the future, opened the panel, he felt as if struck by lightning. For he saw that the 100 skill points in the chessboard plaza were vanishing at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, all 100 skill points were gone, just like the rapidly fading color from Ning Ri's face. In that instant, he nearly choked on a mouthful of old blood. He could scarcely believe what his eyes beheld. Where were my skill points? He looked at the free skill points. They too were gone. Everything was gone. 100 skill points had evaporated into nothing. At this moment, Ning Ri felt as though someone had punched him square in the temple. Was this the cost of unleashing the anomaly without a secret realm? He had sensed something amiss earlier. After dedicating 100 skill points to the chessboard plaza, he could no longer reset them. But even if he couldn't reset them, he could just keep training with his blade. After all, it was like depositing the points in a fixed account at the chessboard plaza. They wouldn't disappear. Yet he never expected that once added to the anomaly, they would truly vanish. Had skill points become consumables? At this moment, Ning Ri raised his head to look at the still silent Hu Wei, his tone darker than ever before. "Still haven't made a decision. If you don't decide now, I'll kill one right away." As he spoke, a black dog emerged from behind Ning Ri. It randomly selected a lucky member of the Starlight Merchant Guild, leaped beside him with a swoosh, and opened its pitch-black maw as the man stared in terror. At the same time, a gale suddenly stirred in the sky. A colossal flying cockroach charged over, hovering directly above a cultivator's head. The two cultivators were instantly stricken with terror, their gazes filled with despair and collapse. Yet they said nothing, merely shutting their eyes tightly. Seeing this, Hu Wei's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily called out, "Don't act rashly, don't act rashly." As he spoke, he immediately descended. He landed on the chessboard plaza. Witnessing this, the man who had previously played the double act with Hu Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, Hu, you're making a mistake. Couldn't you have just run?" Hu Wei heard this, but did not reply. He only shook his head. Yet to his surprise, after landing on the chessboard, he had already sentenced himself to death, awaiting the entangling black threads. But after standing there for so long, he found that the black threads had not yet coiled around him. He was taken aback. What was going on? He instinctively looked at Xiao Wuda. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuda had closed his eyes, seemingly occupied with something. Hu Wei was momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances with the others from the Starlight Merchant Guild, looking at one another in confusion. They too could not fathom what Xiao Wuda was doing. At this moment, Ning Ri was examining the panel, for he had just discovered that after the 100 skill points in the chessboard plaza had vanished, the first skill had begun to undergo a transformation. The skill's change somewhat diluted Ning Ri's recent grief. Moreover, the manner of this transformation was quite unexpected to him. 1. Refine Heaven 0. 1 inaudible. Seeing this number, Ning Ri was suddenly stunned. How had this number appeared? How could there be a 0? 1 skill point. Could it be that after consuming 100 skill points, this skill gained 0? 1 points? At this thought, Ning Ri couldn't help but draw in a sharp, cold breath. Wasn't this too absurd? The Grandmaster's token skill had first manifested when he refined the heavenly Tao, so Ning Ri knew it must be immensely powerful or profoundly heaven-defying. Yet he hadn't expected it would require so many skill points to accumulate. However, realizing that the 100 skill points had not vanished entirely, but had transformed into points he felt somewhat comforted. Then Ning Ri observed the skill further, but found that 0. 1. Skill points had not brought any particularly special changes. He had to withdraw his gaze and turn instead to Hu Wei, who was growing increasingly uneasy on the chessboard plaza. Looking at Hu Wei, Xiao Wuda spoke in a sinister tone, "I called you down to handle the first task for the Heaven-Defying Sect." Hu Wei, relieved that Xiao Wuda had finally spoken, found the suspenseful wait unbearable. He hurriedly said, "Manager Xiao, please go ahead." Xiao Wuda said, "Go now and slay all the beasts in the wild beast secret realm, then bring them here." Slay all the beasts. Hu Wei was taken aback. The task itself posed no difficulty, for under the Heaven-Defying Sect suppression, there were no beasts beyond the golden core stage in the wild beast secret realm. Killing them would be no harder than slaughtering chickens. Yet he could not quite grasp the purpose. Xiao Wuda said, "I told you to go, so go. What are you hesitating for? Or do you wish to defy me?" At these words, the giant flying cockroach hovering above a cultivator tilted slightly, its body nearly covering the man's face, while the black dog issued a deep, menacing growl brimming with killing intent. The two cultivators completely broke down, wailing awe. Hu Wei scrambled out of the chessboard plaza in terror, saying, "It'll go right now, it'll go right now, Manager Xiao, please spare them." After Hu Wei departed, Xiao Wuda first set the Starlight Merchant Guild members aside. He still had questions for them, chief among them. What reason did these people have for insisting on the Heaven-Defying Sect? This matter was not suitable for others to overhear. Therefore, Ning Ri went before the other outer disciples and began releasing black mist one by one. Gurgle. As the black mist spread, the Starlight Merchant Guild members could see nothing. Once the mist expanded, Ning Ri ordered them to hand over their storage rings and inspect them. Ning Ri's inspection of their rings was naturally to take the beasts they had previously hunted. After they handed them over, he would let these outer disciples leave.